The story begins with a young man staring into the bathroom mirror, completely bewildered. Wait, who the hell is this? What was my name again? Why did his reflection betray reality? Inside, he was Lee Hoyle. But that silver-haired stranger staring back? That was Granful Claude Arpeggio Romeo, the sole heir of a legendary noble house. Realization hit Lee Hoyle like a truck, twisting his face in horror. Damn it all, is this actually happening? The nightmare scenario was slowly making sense. He had possessed the very avatar he designed 12 years ago, back in his second year of middle school. Haha, it is finally complete. The memory of his Chuanibio phase haunted him. A noble version of himself, born from the depths of adolescent delusions. Looking back now, the cringe was enough to make him want to die. This twisted fate was likely caused by the history of the Akina continent, the absolute peak of virtual reality gaming in this leveling manhwa universe. It remained the undisputed king until the very day servers closed. But when the plug was pulled, CEO John of Cosmo, the mastermind behind it all, vanished into thin air. Then the world shattered. Akina merged with Earth. Dimensional rifts tore open the sky, and monsters from the game poured into reality. Humanity braced for the apocalypse, but a miracle occurred. Mankind began to synchronize with their in-game characters. Players awakened wielding skills to slaughter beasts and rise as superhuman heroes. In this era of legends, Lee Hoyle had desperately yearned to join their ranks. But reality was cruel. Even if he awakened, he was a nobody. VR gear cost millions of won, and even renting a capsule was a luxury he couldn't afford. His father's sobbing apologies still echoed in his mind. Bankruptcy had crushed their family, leaving nothing but tears. While his mother and sister comforted their broken father, saying it wasn't his fault, Lee Hoyle accepted the bitter truth. He had to quit Akina. If he had known the world would change, he never would have stopped. But after a year of inactivity, his stats were garbage. He was stuck at a pathetic level 55. Who could have predicted he'd awaken as a character he created a decade ago? Enter Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo, the ultimate product of Lee Hoyle's edgy teen syndrome. He had poured his soul into this backstory. Granfell wasn't just a character. He was the tragic heir of a prestigious ducal house. My family was slaughtered by demons. I alone survived to exact vengeance. Granfell became a demon hunter, a cringe-worthy script Lee Hoyle desperately wanted to bury. What was once a cool middle school fantasy was now pure torture. Yet as Granfell accessed those memories, a wave of solemn nostalgia washed over him. Ah, the memories indeed. Lee Hoyle's face turned purple with rage. Shut your mouth and stop speaking in that ridiculous tone. How could he go to work like this? He could already hear his boss screaming. Lee Hoyle, what is with that hair? Are you trying to be a TikTok star? Granfell wouldn't just take it. He'd probably slap the boss. Lee Hoyle panicked. No, I'll get sued or fired instantly. But Granfell's voice cut through. A noble never bows his head, no matter the adversity. Lee Hoyle was doomed. His mouth was betraying his brain. Was this the curse of synchronization? Most people said their personalities didn't change much. So why were Granfell and Lee Hoyle like oil and water? Regular employment was off the table. His only path was to become a full-time player. But aside from decade-old lore, his knowledge of the current meta was zero. He scoured the internet. Top-tier players raked in hundreds of millions, clearing rifts, but they gambled with their lives every second. Lee Hoyle valued breathing over money, but his mouth moved on its own. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo holds no desire for vulgar material wealth, for I have already tasted the pinnacle of opulence. Ignoring his runaway mouth, Lee Hoyle researched his class, the Demon Hunter. The search results were barren, only 2 measly pages. Are there no active demon hunters? Then the news hit him. Akshan, the sanctuary had fallen. All hunters massacred. The Healing Federation confirmed 152 casualties, 0 survivors. With their sanctuary destroyed, the Demon Hunter class was effectively extinct. It made sense. 10 years ago, Demon Hunter was a trash-tier class with abysmal stats and difficult growth mechanics. Leveling was a nightmare, heavily reliant on quests. Sure, they were gods against demons, but against anything else, useless. Worse, demons only appeared in specific quests, requiring mindless grinding. Kill 1, kill 30. Players mocked the class as garbage, the absolute bottom of the food chain. But being useless was different from being broken. The situation was catastrophic. The NPCs who taught skills were dead. Who would give him quests now? He frantically checked the Manhwa recap forums for the Akina Update 462 patch notes. I can't go back to delivering bread now. How am I supposed to fight demons without skills? If he had known, he would have started sooner. This new update was absolute madness. A video caught his eye. Greetings, I am Adel. Allow me to explain the chaos to those still in the dark. Demon hunters are specialists designed to slaughter demons creatures that were just introduced in this latest patch. With patch 811, demons invaded reality. They inflict mental corruption and possession, overwhelming even level 200 players. So why aren't the demon hunters stepping up? Lee Hoyle's blood ran cold. Was he the last demon hunter left after the fall of Akshan? If true, did he have a duty to fight? He had been away for 10 years. Uncertainty gnawed at him. Were these demons the same as the ones from his memory? Even high rankers were failing. What could a low-level scrub do? Suddenly, Granfel's voice thundered, shattering his doubt. You are weak, but Granfel Claudio Arpeggio Romeo does not flee from mere demons. That is my pride. Let the demons mock. Let them offer sweet temptations. They can never scratch the lofty pride of Granfel Claudio Arpeggio Romeo. The words ignited a fire in Lee Hoyle's soul. Fine. Let's do this. He stood tall, casting aside his hesitation. Be honored, filth, for I shall personally drag you back to hell. Years had passed since the great cataclysm. The world had been scarred, but humanity resilient as ever was beginning to rise from the ashes. Life returned to the streets as humanity rapidly adapted to this new era. However, wherever there is light, shadows are always waiting to strike. The negative emotions born from the cataclysm became the perfect fuel for demonic beasts. One predator locked its gaze on the crowd, its voice dripping with malice. Well, then I guess I will choose this bunch for today's meal. Scene shift. The phone screen displayed 10:59. A voice cut through the air. The final member is cutting it close. He was the team captain, a specialized armored tanker class. Nam Chan Min checked the time. We still have 60 seconds until the appointment. Let us wait a bit longer. Suddenly, he paused, sensing a presence. Granfell stepped forward, his visuals so stunning, they drew a gasp from the onlookers. An icy aura surrounded him. Nam Chon Min smiled brightly, extending a hand. Ah, you have arrived. Everyone, allow me to introduce our final member. Your timing is impeccable. I am Nam Chon Min, the party leader. It is an honor to meet you. Granfell barely spared him a glance, looking away with indifference. The pleasure is mine. His gaze shifted forward, locking onto a swirling vortex of purple and black. A dimensional rift. Only players possess the sight to perceive it. To the unawakened, it was invisible. Without my awakening, I would be just as blind as them. But right now, the level requirement was 35 to 40. The system window flashed. Underground habitat of the Lan tribe. Recommended level, 35 to 40. Destruction progress, 19.8%. Granfell analyzed the data. Not bad. For a level 55 like me, this is more than adequate. I already scanned the average level of the players who will participate in this hunt. 200. It was a tier of power that even he could not fully comprehend at this stage of his journey. I must grind relentlessly to ascend. Fortunately, high rankers were not the only ones awakened, allowing him to find a party that matched his current standing in this leveling Manhwa world. The black-haired man was Han Sung-guk. The female mage Jonggon bowed politely to Granfell. I am looking forward to our cooperation today. The blonde youth Choi Dong-hun grinned. Excited to work with you. Nam Chan-min addressed the squad. We will sort our entry order based on the destruction progress indicators. Other squads are likely already inside. We will prep for 5 minutes, then dive in. The team nodded. Granfell remained silent, his eyes fixed on the interface. Destruction rate, 19.8%. Destruction progress. Once that counter hits 100%, the rift collapses, and the dungeon break unleashes hell upon the real world. That was why players were given the freedom to raid. Only they could defuse this ticking time bomb. Nam Cheon Min called out. All right, shall we begin? The team chorused in unison. Let's move. Let's give it our all. I am pumped. Choi Dong-hun was buzzing with energy. Granfell thought, everyone is so friendly. I suppose I should offer some words of encouragement. Internally, he reflected. As the only son growing up with sisters, I learned exactly how to survive. Blending into a crowd was usually second nature to him, but his mouth betrayed him, speaking with the authority of a king. You need not fear, for I am here. The sudden arrogance made the whole team freeze and turn around. Lee Hoyle screamed internally. Oh crap, acting high and mighty like a king, that is too much. His cover was completely blown. Nam Chon-min laughed awkwardly to break the tension. Everyone knows what kind of monsters the Nons are, right? Jonggon stuttered. Of course. I have faced them a few times. Han Song-guk added confidently. As long as we stay alert, this Manhwa recap-worthy mission will be as easy as eating candy. Granfell observed in silence, while Lee Hoyle died of embarrassment, inside figurative blood dripping from his mouth. I should just shut up from now on. System alert. You have entered the underground storage of the Lan tribe. The room was a mess of carnage. The squad scanned the perimeter. Jonggon whispered, I do not see a single Kanon anywhere. Nam Chon-min replied, another party must have swept through before us. He turned with a strange glint in his eye. But worry not. We will still get our share if we choose the right path. A teammate replied, I trust you, Captain. Let's go hunt some Kanons. But Granfell noticed the anomaly. His gaze darkened. Something is wrong. The captain shouted, targets spotted 10 meters, prepare for battle. The team confirmed. Copy that. Nam Chon-min charged ahead instantly. Charge. The teammates were stunned. Choi Dong-hun yelled, wait for us, senior. Granfell stood back, analyzing the formation. 1 tanker, 2 close-range fighters, and a mage. A standard composition. Yet the tanker is rushing the offensive, instead of protecting the squad. The hybrid tank is trying to carry the damage output, forcing the mage to scramble. Was this the current meta? Is this how parties operated nowadays? Granfell folded his arms, watching regally. Lee Hoyle scratched his head mentally. Probably not my problem. I am useless anyway. Jonggon called out. BF mana spell is almost ready. Choi Dong-hun shouted, senior, please slow down. Lee Hoyle chuckled internally. These rookies cannot even keep up the pace. Granfell opened his item storage window. Right. The issue is that I possess 0 useful equipment. I should avoid combat until I loot a proper weapon. Suddenly, a projectile whistled through the air towards Granfell. With supernatural reflexes, he sidestepped. Monsters with glowing red eyes raised their bows. He bellowed a warning. Ambush. Behind the pillar, arrows rained down, forcing the team into defense. Han Song-guk gritted his teeth. There are too many, I cannot block them all. An arrow grazed Choi Dong-hun's cheek, drawing blood. He hissed, damn it. He screamed towards the front. Senior Nam Chon-min, help us, but Nam Chon-min remained indifferent, back turned. Senior, what the hell are you doing? Turn around, someone warned. Choi Dong-hun, watch out. A blade-wielding beast lunged from the shadows. As death approached, a powerful arrow pierced the monster's skull. It was Granfell. Choi Dong-hun stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down his face. Granfell lowered his bow, his expression utterly emotionless. These beasts lack discipline. They are beneath me, but beggars cannot be choosers. Choi Dong-hun looked back breathless. Thanks, he thought. What is up with this guy's speech pattern? Granfell looked stoic, but Lee Hoyle was sobbing internally. I do not want to talk like an anime villain either. Han Song-guk swung his weapon, shouting. 2 of them broke through the line. Behind you, move. A monster charged at Jonggon. She trembled, paralyzed by fear. What do? I don't know what to do. Granfell fired another arrow, his voice cutting through the chaos. Remain calm. I will execute any trash that dares approach. Prepare your strongest spell, even if the casting time is long. Jonggon stammered. Yes. Another arrow from Granfell neutralized the threat. Choi Dong-hun yelled, how much longer? Jonggon's eyes glowed. Ready, I am releasing it. Everyone take cover. A massive flame missile erupted from the magic circle. Explosions rocked the cavern. Han Sung-guk and Choi Dong-hun shielded their faces from the debris. Is it over? Choi asked. Jonggon gasped for air. Are you hurt? Granfell stood tall. I am uninjured. Check the others. He glanced at the incinerated corpses mourning his expensive silver arrow. Can I salvage that arrow? Jonggon handed a potion to Han Song-guk. Here, an elixir. Drink it before the next wave swarms us. Han Song-guk nodded thanks. Choi Dong-hun clenched his jaw, glaring at Nam Chon-min. You son of a... Are you insane? What exactly were you trying to pull? Choi screamed in fury. I can overlook being clueless about the details. But standing there like a statue while we suffer, you dragged us into this hellhole, yet you dare call yourself a tank. Start talking. But Nam Chon-min only offered a twisted sneer, his voice dropping to a spine-chilling demonic register. Choi Dong-hun spat venom, claiming the guy was nothing without his famous brother, barely worthy of being called a senior. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo raised a hand to silence the noise, just as the team whipped around in panic. Where did the fire go? Terror seized Jonggon as he spotted the anomaly. Nam Chon-min cackled like a madman. You asking if this is funny? You bet your life it is. It's absolutely hilarious. Watching you fools struggle is the best comedy show in town. Nam Chon-min's aura warped, his humanity fading. He roared with laughter as the system announced the activation of Natural Enemy, his combat power surging against a demon target. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's gaze turned icy. So you really are a demon. The monster within Nam Chon-min surged to the surface. Took you long enough, you brainless worm. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's voice remained steel steady. A demon, is it? Nam Cheon Min let out a scornful laugh, finally caught on. As the natural enemy skill flared to life, the rest of the party stood frozen in shock. La Li Hoyol grimaced. What? Jonggon looked at Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo in pure terror while Han Song-guk reached out in denial. Impossible. What are you saying? A demon. But as Nam Chonmin's eyes turned pitch black, that twisted smile remained. How could Nam Chonmin be a monster? Suddenly, the world plunged into an abyss. Han Song-guk spun around, lost in the void. Huh. What the hell? Where did everyone go? Cold sweat drenched him as he searched the darkness. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. He froze. Shadowy tentacles erupted from the void, strangling his teammates. Jonggon writhed in agony, his face masked in blood. Desperate Han Song-guk grabbed Jonggon, dragging him back to reality. He screamed as Nam Chonmin advanced, a psychic pressure crushing their skulls. Stay back. Don't come any closer. System warning. Demonic assimilation in progress. Mental state. Critical. The status effect. Fear took hold. They shrieked into the... He adjusted his glasses, chuckling at their terror. Trembling before your own nightmares. Humans are pathetic. But Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stood unmoved. In a blur of motion, he blitzed forward, his blade pressed against Nam Chonmin's throat. The demon grinned, a dark barrier flaring up. Don't care if your friends perish. Know this, if you end me, their lives are extinguished too. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo held his ground, mind racing. I can't pierce that barrier with brute force. I need to strike the gaps. Before he could move, Nam Chonmin lunged with a sword. Still attacking reckless fool, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo sidestepped the blow. Natural enemies surged through his veins. He unleashed a devastating punch fueled by anti-demon power. It slammed into the armor, wiping the smirk off the demon's face. Nam Chonmin swung wildly, forcing Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo to retreat. Idiot moron. You humans are so full of hypocrisy. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo watched the blade calmly. He saw the opening. The demon laughed, veins bulging with rage. Just a minute ago, you were all buddies. And now, the blade flashed, slicing the air inches from Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo, sending Nam Chonmin's glasses flying. The demon's eyes bulged. A thin red line appeared on his cheek. He clutched his face, howling. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo paused, feigning shock. I've been cut. Injured by a mere human. Damn it, that's silver. Blood gushed as the demon writhed. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's expression hardened into stone. Silence. Don't speak to me. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's voice was absolute. I don't converse with prey. His blade hovered, ready for the kill. The demon's mind reeled. When did everything go so wrong? Flashback reality snapped back. Nam Chonmin stumbled. Nam Taemin looked concerned. Why are you zoning out, bro? Does it hurt? Nam Chonmin forced a smile. Ah no. Just lost in thought. Nam Taemin sighed heavily. This is why I told you to avoid dangerous rifts. Just forget it, brother. You should quit this hunter life. Just join my guild as an analyst. It's safe. Nam Chonmin broke into a cold sweat, his smile trembling. Inside, he screamed, I just don't want to live as a pathetic failure. A burly hunter cornered him. What's your name again? Wait, aren't you Nam? Taemin's brother. The crowd closed in eyes, judging a bald man and one in a yellow hat snickering. The man slapped his shoulder heavily. Heard your little brother cleared another boss raid? Send him my congrats, yeah. The endless questions and laughter suffocated Nam Chonmin. Are you sure you're related? You two are nothing alike, the words cut deep. He thought, I have to work harder. I can't let my brother be ashamed of me. What can you even do in a rift? Listen to Nam Taemin before you get yourself killed. Nam Chonmin clenched his fists. I just wanted to be a brother he could be proud of. A grotesque monstrosity grinned from the shadows. I can help you with that. Darkness swallowed Nam Chonmin, and a demonic reflection laughed back. Just sit back and watch. System. The demon is observing you. Mental state unstable. Nam Chonmin's eyes lost their light. What was happening? Status possessed. Chains of darkness bound his soul. The puppet body raised a shield. Let's move out. The real Nam Chonmin screamed from within. No, stop. Don't go in there. But the demon was in control. Nam Chonmin was a prisoner in his own flesh, watching helplessly. No, I've led everyone to their deaths. System willpower insufficient. Resistance failed. Back in reality, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's blade didn't hesitate. It plunged straight through Nam Chonmin's chest. The demon shrieked in agony. It hurts, you crazy bastard, didn't I tell you? You kill me, you kill him. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo looked down at the weeping monster. You really don't care about the host's life. You want to be a murderer. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo remained terrifyingly calm. I see now. So that is your pride. Inside, the real Nam Chan Min grabbed the demon from behind. What? The demon gasped. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo unleashed a punch that shone like a beam of light. The impact threw the demon's head back. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo declared. And that pride I have acknowledged, Nam Chan Min, collapsed, the demonic aura dissipating instantly. The team watched, jaw dropped. Nam Cheon Min clawed at his face in panic. I was definitely possessed. Lili Hoyol cried out, Nam Chan Min Han. Songguk rushed over as Nam Chan Min trembled, staring at his shaking hands. I'm alive, but I was stabbed. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo's voice cut through the confusion. I told you not to worry. Nam Cheon Min looked up to see Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo leaning casually against the wall. Because I am here. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo continued. Demons feed on human despair. So keep your head high. Be proud and never fear them. He revealed his class, Demon Hunter. Attacks that damage only the wicked. Nam Cheon Min whispered pride. That lesson from Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo would stay etched in his soul forever. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo crossed his arms satisfied. Lili Hoyol checked the inventory. 0 loot drops. Seriously, what a cheap knockoff demon. Meanwhile, at a major guild HQ, Nam Chan Min reviewed the raid report. The headline, Party Member Possessed in Rift. We thought we were done for, but this guy. It was like a scene from a leveling manhwa. Nam Tae Min sipped his tea. You want me to believe that? Nam Chan Min nodded. Yes, I may be a guild master, but recruiting someone based on a rumor is a bit. Before he could finish, Nam Chan Min cut him off. The captain, whose body was snatched. Was you? Nam Tae Min's face went dark instantly. Splash. His tea spilled across the table. Excuse me. Outside, the city skyline of towering skyscrapers stood silent, contrasting the storm brewing inside. A shout echoed through the VIP room, startling the guards stationed outside. What? Nam Tae Min gripped his teacup, his knuckles turning white. Are you telling me you want to surrender your high ranker status and become a desk job analyst for the Gown Guild? Everyone is going to oppose this. Why the sudden change of heart? This is unbelievable. Nam Cheon Min smiled gently. Do you trust your older brother that much? I'm truly grateful for your faith in me. Nam Tae Min frowned, his aura spiking with irritation. Don't mock me right now. Nam Cheon Min continued to chuckle. I'm only teasing. Nam Tae Min pointed a finger, his eyes narrowing. Are you absolutely sure you aren't joking about this analyst thing? Nam Cheon Min placed the teacup down with a resolute clink. No, I am deadly serious. He clenched his fist, the image of Granville burning in his memory. That man. He opened my eyes to my own fatal weaknesses and my true role. All my life I've suffocated while trying to chase your shadow, Nam Tae Min. But no more. From now on, I will walk a path that truly belongs to me. I will forge my own destiny. Nam Cheon Min's gaze was so unwavering that Nam Tae Min could only stare in silence. Well, now you've piqued my interest. I have to wonder what kind of monster could change you this drastically. Nam Tae Min's analytical mind kicked in, especially regarding demon hunting. If status effects didn't faze him, his mental strength stat must be god tier. Nam Cheon Min explained the anomaly. He wielded a dagger, yet his aura screamed, mage. Out of the thousands of classes in the Akina system, Nam Tae Min couldn't pinpoint exactly what class this mystery man belonged to. With stats like that, why would he choose a low-level rift? Nam Tae Min was baffled. Nam Cheon Min leaned forward. Does this story sound too absurd to be true? But this time, please just trust me. Nam Tae Min scoffed, crossing his arms. Who said I didn't trust you? Of course I do. You're the primary witness after all. Nam Cheon Min stood up with a light huff of relief. Nam Tae Min immediately switched to business mode. Analyze the boss patterns, propose guild management strategies, and recruit rookies. He slid a paper across the table. I only have this position today because of you, brother. So naturally, I trust you. I even came prepared with a contract. His expression softened into a warm smile. After all, you are my big brother. And now, the proudest analyst of the Gown Guild. Nam Cheon Min scratched his cheek, flustered. Geez, you're making me blush. Thanks, Nam Tae Min. Nam Tae Min nodded toward the document. Anyway, look over the terms. What do you think? The newly appointed analyst Nam Cheon Min picked up the contract. All right, let's see. He put on his glasses to read the fine print. Suddenly, his face went pale. Cold sweat began to pour down his face. What on earth are these clauses? Meanwhile, in the sanctuary of Granfel's apartment. He was brushing his teeth with elegant precision, but Lee Hoyol's spirit was staring at the floating text above Granfel's head, level 67. Did I just level up? No, we leveled up. Lee Hoyol's excitement exploded as he checked the status window. It's not just a small bump. We skyrocketed 12 levels in a single breath. It's like the best kind of leveling manhwa come to life. Granfell, currently shampooing his hair, scoffed. Too little. Lee Hoyol analyzed the data rapidly, so the small fry mobs aren't worth much XP, but slaying just one lesser demon was enough to boost us 12 stages. Fresh from the shower, they stepped out into the room. Granfell dried his hair, his voice dripping with arrogance. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo does not concern himself with such insignificant vermin. Lee Hoyol hummed happily in the back of his mind. Well, I certainly do. Now how should we distribute these stat points? He pointed to the towel on his head. All right, I'm exhausted. Let's crash on the bed and think about the build later. Suddenly, Granfell froze. His sharp gaze locked onto a specific spot. He looked at the unmade bed. That is a disorderly omen. Lee Hoyol was confused. A what? Without hesitation, Granfell dressed and threw open the windows to clean. A pristine environment cultivates a pristine mind. Lee Hoyol groaned internally, his soul reaching out in desperation. Please, just let us rest for 5 minutes. As twilight fell, a pot of soup bubbled rhythmically in the kitchen. Vegetables lay scattered from the prep work. Granfell tasted the soup from a spoon. His face lit up with genuine satisfaction. A truly wholesome flavor. Lee Hoyol felt his mental energy draining. That's right. This is Granfell's nature. He is a slave to his schedule and the embodiment of self-discipline. Watching Granfell wash the dishes, Lee Hoyol had a realization. I think I'm actually learning something from him. The traits I wrote for Granfell are bleeding into reality, affecting my work ethic and my level. Before, I would have just collapsed and ordered takeout after a raid. Thanks to him, my lifestyle is becoming healthy. But what about his actual talents? Granfell wasn't just a one-trick pony. He is a magic genius who can replicate spells after seeing them once. He possesses high intellect and monstrous physical strength. Lee Hoyol recalled what he wrote on the character sheet. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo. Intelligence high. Magic talent S rank. Physical talent S rank. He sighed in awe. Well, that settles it. Granfell swept his hair back, his handsome face glowing with confidence. Lee Hoyol stood metaphorically behind him, exhausted. I basically wrote down every overpowered trait I could think of. Since his personality traits became real, I need to verify if his combat talents did too. Lee Hoyol, observing from behind Granfell, checked the phone. A message from Nam Chon-min popped up. Greetings, Mr. Lee Hoyol. This is Nam Chon-min, the party leader from yesterday's rift. How are you holding up? The notification lingered. Granfell scoffed lightly. Why is brother Nam Chon-min's missive so unnecessarily lengthy? It was a recruitment text, inviting Granfell to the team. Granfell dismissed it immediately. I am ignorant of these affairs, thus, I cannot commit to an alliance at this moment. He typed out a short reply. Lee Hoyol felt like he was piloting a complex mecha named Granfell. All right then, time for the real test. I need to verify his one-glance spell replication ability. Granfell's fingers flew across the keyboard, searching for magic theory. The search results flooded with magic tutorial videos. Lee Hoyol thought, perfect. Let the magic lessons begin. Granfell picked up a pen, his posture ready for scholarly pursuit. Back at the guild, Nam Chon-min and Nam Tae-min stared at the phone screen in despair. After sending a heartfelt paragraph inviting Lee Hoyol, the reply was a single word. Okay. Nam Chon-min slumped. I failed. It's fine. Wait, don't tell me. Another guild already scouted him, Nam Chon-min stammered. Nam Tae-min slammed his fist on the desk, his voice booming. Another guild. Who dares? He was fuming. The Gown Guild, #1 in the nation, offered him a luxury penthouse, a supercar, and full tax exemption. I even offered a 95-5 profit split. Who on earth could possibly top that offer? Nam Tae-min took a nervous sip of water. I'm not sure. Ever since the Tower of Mages appeared, foreign guilds have been establishing branches here. Nam Tae-min screamed in frustration. What? Who is it? Who has the audacity to step onto my turf? Nam Chon-min pondered. If not a national guild, maybe one of the top-ranking guilds in Seoul. Nam Tae-min waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. No one can beat my offer. This is a contract that even the high executives of Gaon haven't laid eyes on. Nam Tae-min grabbed his coat, his eyes burning with determination. I can't let this slide. Tell me, brother. What does he look like? Nam Chan Min blinked. What? Why Nam Tae Min was already moving. I'm going to drag him to our guild personally before some vultures steal him. Tell me everything about his appearance. Nam Cheon Min thought for a moment, recalling the striking visuals. Well, Nam Tae Min pressed him. Well, honestly, describing a mythical beast would be easier than describing him. Nam Chan Min sighed, the image of Granfell vivid in his mind. It's true. He looks like a noble aristocrat who walked straight out of a fantasy novel. Nam Tae Min froze stunned. Nam Cheon Min added, his appearance is overwhelmingly noble and luxurious. Meanwhile, Granfell was watching the magic videos, taking notes with terrifying speed. The tension was palpable. Lee Hoyol realized something. I get it. I can grasp the fundamental foundations of magic instantly. I'm certain I can cast these spells if I just have enough mana. As expected of Granfell, who cares about your tragic backstory? Even if you were created during my rebellious, edgy phase, you are the absolute greatest genius in this manhwa recap. Lee Hoyol metaphorically patted Granfell's head. Good job, me. You're calm but rude. Granfell scoffed. Lee Hoyol summoned the status window. Well, I'm certain I can use these points now. Time to allocate my stats. I don't know the limits of Granfell's talent yet, so I need to be ready for anything. 2 points into stamina and agility. I'll dump 7 into mana. It's pitifully low. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Lee Hoyol's mind. The final survivor of the Granfell household, Claudia Pace Romeo, who walked the path of the demon hunter to avenge his fallen kin. He mused. Why recall that ancient history now? Even if I wrote it, that man lived a truly cursed life. Lee Hoyol smirked, his finger hovering over the luck stat. This is for our mutual benefit, Granfell. You're going to have to work hard from here on out. Granfell lay back on the bed, eyeing the interface. I only raised luck from 1 to 2, but that technically doubles my fortune. Who knows? Maybe I'll find a gold coin on the street tomorrow. He drifted into slumber. But come morning, both souls stared at the mirror's reflection in shock. This was worth far more than loose change. Lee Hoyol's heart raced. A class quest. The legendary starting line for a counterattack. Ever since Akina merged with reality, quests had become as rare as phoenix feathers. The reason was simple. There weren't enough NPCs in the real world to hand them out. Granfell sat at the desk, chin resting on his hand, clicking away. Even normal quests are scarce, yet I received a specific class quest. The screen displayed the search results. He pondered. It looks like a standard demon hunter assignment. But from what I recall, this isn't your average errand. Suddenly, Granfell's eyes widened in realization. I knew it. The screen flashed. Honorable Knight has evolved into a class quest. Lee Hoyol beamed at the notification. A class quest. A destiny reserved for a single individual. Among those of the same class, a mysterious figure manifested a purple orb of magic. This was a massive deal. Just receiving one was enough to headline the evening news. It was the kind of miracle everyone coveted. Securing it meant skyrocketing to the top. Theoretically, a level 67 player like him shouldn't even be eligible. Which means Granfell clicked the mouse. It's just as I suspected. I am the last remaining demon hunter. His violet eyes narrowed, gleaming with a sharp, murderous intent. Now it makes sense. The scene shifts to the ancient castle of Donut Oxon. There stood the classic demon hunter Granfell, long hair flowing. He looked up, surrounded by faces twisted in shock. It sounded romantic, but the reality was brutal. Facing a towering mountain choked with vines, the NPC instructor announced, "Welcome warriors to Oxon. The entrance ceremony begins at the summit. Move it," the command echoed. The objective, climb the cliff. Current elevation over 1,000 meters. He looked up, dumbfounded. Damn it, is he insane? Quests were a cycle of repetitive suffering, difficult and meaningless. The NPC climbed ahead, shouting down, "Can't you move faster?" Below, Granfell and the others struggled, some whimpering in terror. The scene shifts to a desolate, prison-like dormitory. The NPC gestured. "You sleep here." Granfell critiqued coldly. "The facilities are garbage." He stood motionless while others gasped for breath around him. Chow time. "The canteen is back down where we started." The system chimed. "Go to the canteen." Remaining distance 522 meters out of 1,000. Groans of despair filled the air as they climbed back down. "Hurry up, if you rookies can't handle this, get the hell out of Oxon." Granfell muttered, "And every NPC just screams in your face." Back in the present, Lee Hoyol looked away. Everyone wanted to quit. Granfell explained, "Demons burrow into the human mind. That hellish training was necessary to fortify my sanity." Lee Hoyol sighed. His student syndrome is terminal. Granfell opened the system window. "That's all ancient history. Let's see what this manhwa recap-worthy quest has in store. Lee Hoyle watched from behind, face stiff with disbelief. The scene shifts to the United Korean branch headquarters. This facility was established to mitigate global chaos and manage the catastrophe. They recruited former staff of the developer Akina. Since Akina's updates reflected in reality, they analyzed game data to guide players. In other words, they worked until they dropped. Run, an employee, stretched with a grimace. Damn Akina. He looked at the young man sporting panda-like dark circles. Senior, do you think a new spatial rift will open this week? It's past 8. Jom calmly adjusted his glasses, chin in hand. So, nothing today. Run, we can only hope. Run frowned, leaning back. That bastard Jom is terrifying. He's definitely manager material. Jom remained unfazed, clicking his mouse incessantly. Enough already. Stop refreshing. Run pointed, wondering how anyone could be so obsessive. Jom continued. Whenever he posts on the homepage, reality mimics it shortly after. Before he could finish, Jom's eyes bulged behind his lenses. Panic set in as a new update flashed. Run jolted, nearly falling out of his chair, as cold sweat drenched them both. Jom's brows knitted together. Impossible. Run turned pale, sweat pouring down his face. It's real. The entire office erupted into chaos. An update. Are they joking? Where are you going? To write my resignation letter. Phones buzzed. The reporters are already calling. Jom frowned. What is this? He pulled up the image. A black moon under a blood-red sky, crows circling a sinister mansion. A new demon species is coming. Count's Fortress. A new spatial rift. The arrival of the new Rutan demon species possesses terrifying power. Bloodthirsty thugs, level 230. Bloodthirsty monsters, up to level 250. Count Ascura's guards, level 300. Knights, level 350. And the named monster Count Ascura. Level 430. Jom gripped the desk, horror-struck. Run stood by, hands on hips, face drained of color. Level 430. The number 1 ranked player is only level 403. This isn't an update for humans. Run looked at his senior helplessly. It's too hard. Even if all the players combined forces. Jom cut him off. That's not the issue. It might require an entire guild, no, the whole world. The screen displayed Count Ascura. Run asked, what about the mage tower? Can't the NPCs help? Jom replied grimly. The mages in the tower won't lift a finger unless the tower itself is threatened. They won't intervene this time. Run cowered, face white. Jom pushed up his glasses. There's no optimistic outcome. They're basically telling everyone to go die. This spatial rift, it has the potential to explode. Run screamed in fury. Don't jump to conclusions. If the raid fails, those things will escape into our world. Jom, you absolute wretched cur. Does a human life mean nothing to you? Jom raged internally. Previous updates were manageable, but destroying the balance like this, it's inconceivable. Unless a miracle happens, we are all doomed. The system window shimmered into view. Class quest in progress. 1 complete, 1 pending. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo took a refined sip of his tea. The picture of aristocratic elegance. Why is this body trembling from mere fatigue? Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo mused aloud. Meanwhile, deep inside, Lee Hoyle screamed in despair at the training log. Today's goal, 20-kilometer run. Complete. 1,000 push-ups. In progress. 500 pull-ups. Done. 300 burpees. Crushed. Lee Hoyle's soul wept. Nothing has changed since I got trapped in this world. Lee Hoyle, trapped within Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's shell, handed his card to the cashier. His arm trembled violently. Is this okay? If I keep training like this, will I just drop dead from exhaustion? The clerk stared, confused by the vibrating hand. Do you need a bag, sir, Granfell Claude Arpeggio? Romeo replied with an icy, noble tone. No. A healthy feast sat before him, salad, tomatoes, and eggs sliced perfectly on fine white china. But Lee Hoyle was wrecked, gasping for air in the corner of his mind. I can't even make a sandwich because my hands won't stop shaking. Granfell Claude Arpeggio. Romeo ate messily, crumbs falling everywhere. Not bad. Even a simple sandwich looked alien in his trembling grasp. Hoyan grimaced. Stop dropping crumbs, you elegant disaster. Moments later, Hoyan regained his focus and tapped the system interface with a surge of energy. Still, it feels good to finish something. The daily quest flashed complete. I would have quit days ago if not for Granfell Claude Arpeggio, Romeo's iron will holding this body together. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo lay perfectly still on the bed, hands resting gracefully on his stomach. At least I finished that stupid quest. Finally, I can sleep. Can't wait to see what fresh hell tomorrow's quest brings. Scene shift. The next day, two grandmas dried peppers by a park bench. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo hung from a pull-up bar trembling in his dress shirt and slacks. Damn, this hellish routine. On the outside, a stoic gentleman. But deep inside, Lee Hoyle was flexing every muscle fiber, sweat pouring like rain, face twisted in agony. The quest board was identical to yesterday. Hoyon grit his teeth. The exact same quest as the system broken, yet his body continued the grind. A full week passed. The same hell, different day. Finish one another appears. Are you kidding me? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo sat on a bench radiating a dark, gloomy aura as his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. Background radio chatter and laughter filled the air. Hoyon sighed. I have to keep going. I have to thank Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's ability for forcing me to finish every day. But seriously, how many more times until I get a reward? Please don't tell me the reward is just good health and a nice body. Ding system notification. You have completed the weekly goal. You have met the qualifications. Reward vitality +2. Intelligence +2. Hoyon froze in shock. Stats. I received raw stats, and they're permanent. Holy crap. The status window glowed. Stat boosting items usually cost millions of one per point. Hoyon's mind raced. I just got 4 points without even leveling up. This is insane. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo sipped coffee looking bored. But inside, Hoyon was dancing like it was a festival. If this is a recurring quest, I can farm this infinitely. It's better than any generic leveling manhwa cheat. This reward is god-tier. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo smoldered with intensity. For this, I'll do it 10 times a day. Who needs rest? Suddenly, the grandma's radio crackled with breaking news. The Tuesday update is drawing massive attention. The mood shifted instantly. Cold sweat ran down faces. Most guilds have officially abandoned the new Rift raid. Phone alert. A new boss monster detected. This Tuesday, a new dimensional rift. The Count's territory has appeared. New monster Count Ascura. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo held a toothbrush in one hand, his phone in the other, eye scanning the report. Count Ascura is confirmed to be a vampire lord. Level 430. The highest recorded level in history. This raid is predicted to be a total catastrophe. On screen, the Gion Guild representative looked pale, waving his hands in panic. Jom looked calm, raising a hand. Regarding this matter, the Korean branch has no comment at this time. Click. The lights went out. Level 430. In the studio, the MC looked grave. Behind him, chat logs scrolled by, filled with despair and complaints about the difficulty. Boss monster, Count Ascura. Likely the deadliest threat we've ever faced. The MC held his composure, but his eyes betrayed fear. The internet was exploding with theories about the update. Two experts in suits sat stiffly, tension filling the air. The Continental lore identifies Ascura as both a vampire and a high demon. The anchorwoman spoke, her voice steady but grim, against the city backdrop. Major guilds have officially declined the raid. They cite excessive risk as the primary reason. The blue light of the screen washed over Hoyon, highlighting the dark circles under his eyes. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes glued to the screen, face contorted in shadow. Demons, the absolute worst matchup for players. They get stronger as the fight drags on, and players have to deal with endless status effects. Common knowledge says you need to be 10 levels higher just to stand a chance. An image of the Count, blood dripping from his fangs, flashed on screen. Hoyon shuddered. Count Ascura. The one monster I prayed I'd never have to face. Ding quest board updated. Class quest, begin the counterattack. Send the last demon hunter. Main quest, hunt the vampire. In progress. If not for this cursed quest. The red eyes of the vampire flashed in his mind. Hoyon clutched his head. Damn it. Ascura is the only vampire in existence. So the system is telling me to go kill a raid boss solo. It's a suicide mission. How do I kill an invincible monster? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo's heart pounded. But not from fear. The heartbeat was steady, rhythmic. This wasn't Hoyon's panic. It was Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's cold rage. He tapped the armrest, his expression chilling. These filthy creatures dare waste my precious time. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's aura turned icy, killing intent, flooding the room as he glanced back. I shall punish them severely for their insolence. Hoyon's soul was weeping, sweating bullets. I knew it. This maniac wants to fight them. We're doomed. Scene change. The base of the Mage Tower. Crowds and reporters swarmed the area. The MBS news crew scrambled to get ready. The cameraman shouted, "Hurry it up, set the equipment in the back." Staff hauled heavy gear crates. This goes to the van right. Another person was on the phone. Jian Guild is coming today. What are you sure? Where? The Mage Tower. Nearby reporter Yanho pricked up his ears at the mention of the location. He scanned the crowd. So many reporters. Do you think Jian is really showing up? The man on the phone didn't turn around. It's highly likely. The new rift opened in Russia, right behind the Mage Tower. Why not take a plane? Yanho pressed following him. They're top-tier players. They'll use a magic portal. It's standard procedure. The man kept his back turned. Only the elite can use portals. It burns a massive amount of mana, you know. Suddenly, he stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in pure shock. A powerful aura cut through the crowd as a group of hunters marched forward, led by a man dragging a colossal greatsword behind him. A bystander gasped, realizing who they were, and rushed toward the formation. They're finally here. It's the Jian Guild. Hurry up. The media frenzy erupted instantly. Reporters swarmed the leader Nam Tae-min, thrusting microphones in his face. Guildmaster Nam, I'm from KBC. Are you heading to the new rift immediately? Will you share the dungeon data with other guilds? Why is the Jian Guild insisting on entering before everyone else? In the crushing sea of bodies, reporter Yanho fought to squeeze through, shoving his recorder forward with one hand while battling the crowd with the other. Guildmaster Nam Yanho, from MBS here. Has your guild actually found a strategy to defeat the raid boss Count Escura? Seeing the chaos reaching a boiling point, Taemin raised a hand to silence the mob. Please save the questions for later. He chuckled casually, brushing his hair back with the hand holding the massive blade. To be honest, I have absolutely zero clue how to kill Count Escura yet. We'll figure out a plan once we breach the rift. Taemin continued walking, ignoring his vice master Nam Chon-min, whose face had gone pale with horror behind him. The reporters stood frozen, stunned by such a reckless answer. Taemin didn't stop talking. Why leave before the others? Simple. To crush the competition. Why else? Share information. His expression turned ice cold. Not a chance. They'll probably whine that it's necessary for world peace or some other nonsense. But if they really cared about peace, shouldn't they be marching into the rift themselves instead of hiding back here like cowards? Yanho stood there, mouth agape, processing the savage takedown. Suddenly, a scream from the crowd snapped him back to reality. Look, it's the Sinhung Guild. Get the cameras ready. On the other side of the plaza, a sleek black limousine arrived. A group of elites stepped out, dripping in luxury, sending the press into a new wave of hysteria. Lady Camilla, look this way. Guildmaster Locke over here. The reporters abandoned Jian Guild in a heartbeat. Sir Locke. Just one comment, please. A man in a sharp black suit bowed politely to Locke. Guildmaster, the crowd is too dense. I suggest we proceed on foot from here. Locke nodded, his arrogance palpable. Very well. As the Sinhung Guild advanced, Locke sneered at the rival group. That's the Jian Guild, still as barbaric as ever. He didn't even bother to look back. He must be desperate. With all the major guilds converging on Korea for the Mage Tower, Jian's ranking is in freefall. The gap between the two guilds felt massive. Locke smirked. He's betting everything he has on this one expedition. Meanwhile, Taemin remained silent, his hand resting on his sword as he watched the Sinhung elites. His brother, Chon-min, watched his back, sensing the hidden tension in the guildmaster's shoulders. Cheon-min broke the silence, his voice steady. Don't let it get to you. We'll take it one step at a time. Just do your best. He placed a reassuring hand on Taemin's shoulder. Taemin's tension melted into a grin. You're always so reliable, brother. By the way, did you reach out to that guy Lee Hoyle? They chatted as they walked. At the mention of the name, Chun-min scratched his head, looking awkward. About that. I adjusted the contract terms and sent a message, but he hasn't replied yet. Taemin turned, his interest peaked. You said he was strong. Maybe he'll try to conquer this rift too. If we're lucky, we might run into him inside the Mage Tower. Miles away, on a packed public bus, a man named Granfell stood gripping the handle. He was glued to his phone, studying a video with intense focus suitable for a leveling manhwa protagonist. A rank 300 player attempting it. The Crimson Flame control is impressive. This was the 100th magic tutorial he had analyzed. I've memorized the theory. He closed his eyes, visualizing the process. 3 stages of casting. Mana detection, mana interference, and finally manifestation. Suddenly, a ball of crimson fire erupted in Granfell's palm. The flame roared to life, causing the passenger sitting opposite him to recoil in terror. Granfell looked at his hand in mild surprise. The commotion caught the driver's attention. Hey, no, using skills on the bus? It's dangerous. Internally, his alter ego Lee Hoyle was screaming. No, wait, I didn't know it would actually work. I don't know the output limits. I'm sorry, please forgive me. While his inner thoughts panicked, Granfell remained stoic. He clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame into a wisp of smoke. I have complete control over the flame, Granfell declared, with haughty elegance, but I shall cease, lest I terrify the civilians. Li Hoyle groaned internally at his own acting. Stop trying to sound so cool. Granfell ignored him and opened his system interface. I learned the skill just by watching a video. My talents are frightening even to myself. He scrolled down, but his eyes narrowed. The skill list displayed everything, yet something was missing. No magic skill listed. Usually, it appears in a standard Manhwa recap status window. He stood frozen, confused by the system's anomaly. The bus screeched to a halt. He looked out the window, his gaze landing on the swarming crowd. Insects. Moments later, he stood before the colossal structure, sweeping his hair back dramatically. So this is the Mage Tower. The atmosphere inside is vastly different from the mundane world. He looked up at the massive gate, where a blue swirling vortex of magical energy awaited. A dimensional gate. Granfell stared into the abyss, and suddenly a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. What is this sensation? It's vague yet. I feel I can manipulate this spatial magic myself. It seems even simpler than the fire spell. Granfell reached his hand toward the swirling portal. Suddenly, a man carrying heavy equipment blindly barreled into him. Jian Guild coming through. The analyst is making the briefing sheet. The impact sent Granfell stumbling straight into the vortex. The man turned around to apologize, but found only empty air. Sorry. Wait, did I just push him into the rift? My bad. Before he could process it, Taemin roared from the distance, leaning on his giant sword. Where do you think you're going? I'm already pissed off. Don't make me grill you alive. Nam Taemin's face twisted in irritation, each word striking like a whip, sending the man into a panic. I apologize. Meanwhile, in the back, Nam Chanmin's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. Humph. That presence. It reminds me of Li Hoyle. Nam Taemin spun around. Show me the briefing. Nam Cheonmin pushed his thoughts aside. Understood. As you are aware, the new rift has manifested in Russia. Fingers dancing over the console, he projected a holographic map of 3 concentric circles. The structure is as follows. The outer circle represents the estate's outskirts containing hundreds of entrances. The inner circle is the Count's territory with roughly 30 access points. He stepped toward the glowing screen, and the core, that is the castle rift, the domain of Count Ascura himself. This is currently hypothetical based on historical rift patterns. However, should this rift shatter, there is a high probability that Count Ascura's castle will manifest in our reality. A heavy silence descended upon the room, thick with dread. Meanwhile, in the frozen wastelands of Russia, purple fractures scarred the sky, pulsating with ominous light. Below, a swarm of reporters gathered. One journalist, bundled in a scarf, against the biting frost, began his broadcast. Greetings to everyone watching. I am currently reporting live from Russia. The area is teeming with reporters and players alike. Nearby, another streamer waved enthusiastically at his phone camera, selfie stick in hand. Hello viewers, it's your boy Kit. I'm standing right in front of the new rift. As you can see, things are getting crazy here, and I'm literally about to turn into a popsicle. But Rain or Snow Eye Kit am dedicated to bringing you the juiciest info first. Live comments flooded the screen. Looks freezing. Which guilds are there? Fueled by the attention, the man's gestures became more animated. Alright, let's get closer and explore this manhwa recap-worthy scene. Right behind me is... He froze mid-sentence. His attention snapped to a solitary figure approaching through the snow. Stepping forward, he threw an arm out to block the man's path. Hey, hold on a second, pal. Watch your manners. Granfell didn't even deign to respond. The streamer raised his voice. I found this rift spot first. Before he could finish, Granfell's voice cut through the air like a blade. Scram. The man blinked, dumbfounded. Granfell stared down the noisy nuisance, his eyes radiating pure killing intent, his breath forming white clouds in the freezing air. I have no patience for insects. The aura alone terrified the loudmouth, shrinking him down instantly. I'm sorry, but it's so cold. Granfell paid him no mind, continuing his march toward the fracture. As he stood before the abyss, the eerie purple light bathed his silhouette. He observed the tier in reality. A system window materialized outer territory. Recommended level 240 to 270. Destruction progress 9.7%. Reading the data, he thought finally, the classic start of a leveling manhwa. The outer estate rift. Hopefully, it's warmer inside. Elsewhere, a monster's head was severed cleanly by a figure in a red cloak. The decapitated body collapsed onto the snowy ground with a heavy thud. A shout made Ben Lucy turn. Wait for me. In the distance, a girl with pink hair wrapped in thick padding scrambled to catch up. I know you're level 300 plus, but slow down. In stark contrast to her panic, the bespectacled man beside her walked with folded arms, completely at ease. Let her go. Running fast just means dying faster. Besides, it's freezing. The girl snapped back. Hey, don't talk like that. The man shrugged, unbothered. She should learn some proper etiquette anyway. The bickering grated on Ben Lucy's nerves. Turning around, her face twisted in disgust. What the hell? Why are you spewing such garbage? You're really pissing me off. Meanwhile, the system chimed, you have entered the Outer Estate Rift. Recommended level 240 to 270. Granfell stepped out from the purple void with elegant grace. This is the estate's outskirts, and it's even colder in here. Internally, Lee Hoyle was screaming, teeth chattering like castanets. But outwardly, Granfell sighed dramatically. A magnificent start to the hunt. This biting cold only fuels the flames of my righteous fury. A sound broke his concentration. Glancing sideways, he spotted them blood wolves, level 230 eyes, glowing red with savage hunger creeping toward him. He turned his cold gaze upon the beasts. Level 230. While I am merely level 67. However, his status board flickered. Skill activated natural enemy. Granfell turned fully, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I can win against the Count's hounds. I see you mongrels have chosen the wrong master. The beast growled, bearing razor-sharp fangs ready to pounce. Granfell raised his hand, summoning his blade from thin air. Allow me to guide you ignorant beasts to the afterlife. The wolves charged in a frenzy, but Granfell's eyes flashed an aura of dominance erupting around him. Feel the terror of being the prey. System vampire hunting initiated. Let it be known. The hunt has begun. The scene shifted to a brutal aftermath. The snowy field littered with the carcasses of monsters. Soldiers surveyed the carnage. Ben Lucy kicked a monster's corpse with violent force. There must be a ton of these mutant dogs. Die. Just die already, you damn pests. Why are there so many of them? Her outburst made the surrounding party members flinch in fear. Hey, Guildmaster, please calm down. Yeah, she's always like this. Ben Lucy stood panting, glaring at the pile of bodies with pure irritation. A subordinate shook his head. We've slaughtered dozens, yet they keep coming. Another sighed. Only a few left, though. Ben Lucy gripped her twin blades tighter. Something is off. These monsters. They aren't panicking. It's like they don't know the meaning of fear. Her subordinate smirked. What are you talking about? Another picked his nose board. Don't overthink it. Ben Lucy's expression darkened. No, I'm serious. It's disturbing. Have you seen a single one of them scream or check their wounds during the fight? Her words struck a chord, leaving the group in uneasy silence. Now that you mention it. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from behind Ben Lucy. It was a howl, but not of aggression. It was the sound of pure terror. The group stiffened. When we were hunting, they didn't make a sound. What is going on, Ben? Lucy roared, instantly breaking into a sprint. I'm going to see for myself. Follow me. She vanished into the distance. Her subordinates panicked. Wait, we have to move. The scene cut to Granfell, bow drawn taut, arms spread wide. I can sense the mana concentrating at the arrowhead. This isn't a high-quality arrow, but my eyes can trace the flow of magic within it. His eyes flashed with resolve. Release. A deafening boom rang out, as the arrow flew trailing sparks, like a meteor before slamming into the monster horde. An inferno erupted, incinerating them instantly. Granfell prepared another shot. In the distance, Ben Lucy hid behind a tree, frozen in disbelief. Her panting subordinates caught up. Wait for us. But Ben Lucy's eyes were wide with shock. What in the world is that? Granfell sat composed on a rock, elegantly sipping tea. The subordinates gasped. A flaming arrow. Is that fire magic? Ben Lucy couldn't process the scene. Who is that guy, wearing a business suit and dress shoes to raid a rift, and is he seriously drinking tea in the middle of a burning battlefield? Granfell crossed his legs, enjoying his tea with supreme nonchalance. Ben Lucy's subordinate suddenly lit up with a realization. Could that guy actually be a streamer? You guys know about those streamers who broadcast live from inside the rifts, right? It actually makes sense. He must have followed another guild in here by mistake. Ben Lucy clicked her tongue in annoyance. Tisk, what a fool. This place is a death trap, not a playground for ordinary civilians. Get out while you can. Granfell paused, offered a single glance, and then silently went back to sipping his tea. Seeing his utter indifference, Ben Lucy ground her teeth. Is this guy seriously ignoring me? Her subordinate struggled to suppress a laugh at Granfell's reaction. Ben Lucy's temper flared as she stormed over. Hey you! When someone speaks to you, it is basic manners to respond. Suddenly, a subordinate's panic scream cut through the air. "Wait, Guildmaster, look out." Ben Lucy froze, turning just in time to see a horde of armored zombies charging straight for them. Her team fought back desperately. Damn it, there are too many of them. Where on earth are they crawling out from? As the monsters roared and closed the distance, Ben Lucy raised her blade and charged. Everyone get into formation. The squad fought with everything they had, but the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Damn it, watch out. A lot of them are armed. Ben Lucy dropped into a combat stance, gathering her strength. Don't worry about the small fry. She surged forward, her blade dancing through the air, decapitating enemies with lethal precision. A triumphant smile touched her lips, but a sudden warning from above shattered the moment. She looked up, eyes widening. What the hell is that? Countless enemies had gathered on the ridge, aiming their weapons down at her team. Her subordinate's voice trembled. There must be hundreds of them. We are completely surrounded. What do we do? Nearby Guildmaster Granful let out a heavy sigh. Ben Lucy turned to face him. What? You are still here. Are you insane? Do you think this is the time to enjoy a tea break? Are you blind to the situation? Run? Granfell stared into his cup. It seems feasible. The monsters roared, unleashing a volley. Ben Lucy looked up in horror as tens of thousands of arrows blackened the sky, raining death down upon them. Damn it all. But from Granfell's position, a brilliant azure light erupted. He began to weave magic, observing the mana swirling within his thermos. Interfering with this should be simple enough. He thought, eyes locked on the cup. However, what if the incantations I am using are not technically system skills? As he held the cup, streams of blue light formed intricate geometric circles, linking together in perfect harmony. A terrifying power surged. His body radiated light as the teacup floated up, flashed brilliantly, and then vanished. Ben Lucy shielded her eyes from the blinding glare. When the world returned to normal, she slowly opened her eyes. Her subordinates were bewildered. Why did nothing happen? Suddenly, beams of light converged on the mountain peak. Ben Lucy looked up, jaw dropping in shock. What is that? Is that alchemy? I have never seen or heard of anything like this. If a skill exists that can create a massive wall like that instantly, it is truly broken. Granfell appeared behind Ben Lucy, raising a hand with cold elegance. That is not a skill. What I am using is the very essence of magic. He clenched his fist, a confident smile playing on his lips. Magic. The others looked at him with a mix of fear and awe. Whispers spread through the ranks. Who exactly is he? Is he a high-level alchemist, using alchemy to summon a wall that size? Doesn't that make him a production-class user? Why would he be in a dangerous rift? Even Ben Lucy was intrigued. What did he mean by the essence of magic? Granfell smiled, observing his own hand. He thought, it allows me to alter the physical form of an object if I can interfere with its mana. In truth, it functions more like alchemy than traditional magic. Suddenly, the fighters noticed the massive stone wall trembling violently. Nam Tae-min whipped his head around, panic written all over his face as he grasped the situation. Seeing the undead horde swarming around, he screamed, "The flank! The enemy is coming from the flank!" Panic spread like wildfire. Hearing the commotion, Granfell calmly raised his head. I suppose I should resume my tea time? Ben Lucy stared at him, too stunned to speak. The fighters roared, activating their magic as they charged forward to meet the enemy. Take them down. Ben Lucy leaped into the fray, weapon ready. Alchemist, get to the back line and hide immediately. But Granfell unexpectedly stood his ground. He reached behind him, stunning her. A manifest arrow of blue energy materialized in his hand, his expression turning deadly serious as he faced the oncoming wave. Ben Lucy's mind raced. A bow and arrow. Meanwhile, a fighter carried his wounded comrade, retreating frantically. As the undead slashed at their heels, he screamed in terror, "Someone save us! Is there a healer? He is hurt bad." Suddenly, a light flashed from behind. The fighter looked back, dazed, just as a blade descended toward him. Terror consumed the brown-haired fighter. No, I can't dodge this. Just then, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing straight through the undead soldier and causing it to explode in midair. He was utterly shook. The brown-haired fighter's eyes went wide. Blood splattered across his face. He couldn't believe it. With just a single arrow. Since when did our guild have an archer of this caliber? Nearby, Ben Lucy was equally dumbfounded seeing Granfell lower his bow. She let out a breath, glancing at him. Huh, is he an archer class? Then what was that alchemy wall earlier? Suddenly, she saw him draw the bowstring again, preparing a magic missile. The energy bolt flew with impossible speed, impaling the enemy. Her eyes rounded. That was a magic missile. She broke out in a cold sweat, mind reeling. He can use magic too. An archer who uses alchemy and magic. Ben Lucy watched Granfell knock another arrow, wondering just who the hell is this guy. Sometime later, the squad had successfully wiped out the undead army. The tension broke, replaced by the cheerful chatter of survivors. A subordinate approached Ben Lucy. "Guildmaster, I have checked the perimeter. No hostiles remaining." Ben Lucy scanned the area, wiping grime from her mouth with her sleeve. "Good work, everyone." She watched Granfell, manipulating his system window, cursing internally. That guy is seriously irritating. He enters a rift alone dressed like a noble, ignores every question I ask, and doesn't look even remotely tired. But even through her annoyance, Ben Lucy felt a blush rising. She had to admit it. If not for him, this entire party would be dead meat by now. I wonder if he is a player. But I have never encountered a leveling manhwa character with such a strange combination of abilities. He is undeniably handsome. I guess I should thank him. No. He completely ignored me earlier. I won't say a word. As Ben Lucy was lost in her internal conflict, Granfell suddenly turned to look at her. Ben Lucy's face turned crimson, and she quickly looked away. What is it? Why is he looking at me? Damn it, did I stare at him too long? It's not like I was looking because I like you or anything. She bit her nail, nervous sweat forming. Why does he keep staring? Does he want to have tea with me? Well, if he insists on having tea together, I suppose I could join him for a cup. Suddenly, Granfell's cool voice broke her fantasy. "You there?" Ben Lucy flustered, stammering. Yes." Granfell coldly held up his thermos. "Even if you look at me with those puppy eyes, I have no tea left to share with you." His words instantly flipped Ben Lucy's mood from shy to absolutely furious. The scene shifted to the world outside the rift. A recording drone soared through the sky, capturing the panoramic view of the thick snowfields. It zoomed in toward the location of the rifts. A male reporter stood excitedly before the camera. "Yes, this is the Akina Daily News. I am currently reporting live from the rift site in Russia." Watching the feed on a monitor, the director of Akina News exhaled a puff of white smoke, listening intently. The entire world held its breath for this update. It heralded the arrival of a catastrophe-class boss, unlike anything we had ever seen. Is this the infamous Territory Outskirts Rift confirmed? It is the first of the Trinity Rifts to open, though reports suggest hundreds of sub-rifts have appeared in the zone. This zone must be purged to unlock the next stage. The Elite Scavenger Guild has already spearheaded the raid. Which guild will seize the glory of the first clear? Whoever conquers this leveling manhwa scenario will become a global legend. The director stared intensely at the monitors, shivering from the biting cold. A reporter in a beanie zipped up his tent, clutching a thermos. "Hey director, hit me with some caffeine." The director spun around. "You made it. Get in before you freeze the equipment. Damn, it's dark in here. Are you cosplaying a villain or what?" The director scoffed. "Silence. I work better in the shadows." The director's face flushed with anticipation. Status report. Any fresh feed from the dungeon. All signals point to the central sector. Scavenger is blitzing through. Sipping his coffee, the director narrowed his eyes. "Excellent. Lock coordinates on Scavenger's exit point. We need that exclusive the second they emerge." The reporter smirked. "Roger that, though knowing raid bosses this could take all night." Wait, what is the drone picking up? Suddenly his eyes went wide as he stared at the live feed. The news anchor continued his broadcast. "We now go live to." Suddenly the reporter in the beanie sprinted past the camera. The anchor let out an awkward laugh. "Apologies, our staff seems to have a bladder emergency." The director burst out of the tent, pointing wildly. "It's over, the dungeon has been cleared. The territory outskirts has fallen. Move, the rift is turning blue. That signifies a successful conquest." The anchor stammered. "Wait, who cleared it? Visuals are obscured by the forest. Just get over there. Hurry. We can't miss the heroes." The reporter ran for his life, scanning the tree line for movement. He shouted into his headset, breathless. "Director!" The director screamed back. "Spit it out. What is it?" "The ID signature. It's not Scavenger. It's the Berserker Guild." The reporter hesitated. "And that man. That's Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo." "What?" "The rank 32. Underdog's impossible confirmed Guildmaster Ben Lucy is on site. Uploading footage now." The director watched in disbelief as the data confirmed Berserker took the first clear. Scavenger is still stuck in the central raid. But look at Berserker. They don't even have a scratch on them. Hold on. Is that a Korean hunter? The director gasped. Berserker is a European faction. What is a Korean doing with them? The press swarm began to descend like sharks smelling blood. A blue rift, the first clear is here. The beanie reporter panicked. They're getting mobbed. I need to intercept. He shoved through the crowd. Excuse me, sir. A moment for the press. You're Korean, aren't you? Are you a mercenary for Berserker? Give us the scoop on this Manhwa recap-worthy victory. But Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo cut him off with a gaze cold enough to freeze hell. Scram. The reporter froze, terrified. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's aura flared like a white tiger, ready to kill. I have no patience for insects. He left the reporter, trembling in the snow. My God. The pressure. Meanwhile, the media horde descended on Ben Lucy. Guildmaster Ben Lucy, a statement regarding your miraculous victory, an upset of the century. How did you pull off this impossible feat? What was the secret strategy? Back off. Give her some space. Her subordinates tried to form a perimeter. Ben Lucy clutched her head, clearly frustrated. No comment. Go pester that arrogant jerk who just walked away, her vice captain whispered frantically. Guildmaster, please. We just secured a first clear. Think of the guild's reputation, Ben Lucy snapped. I said no. I have nothing to claim. Rage boiled within her. That bastard, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. He ignored the strategy and soloed the dungeon. She whipped her head around. Where did he go? A guild member stammered. He said he was going home to change, ma'am. Ben Lucy looked like she had been slapped. He did what? The media vultures circled desperate for a soundbite. But their target had vanished into thin air. He's gone, Ben. Lucy bristled with fury, teeth grit like a rabid hound. Why would he leave? He did all the work. He earned the spotlight. Does he have no pride? He just walked away like it was nothing. Doesn't he realize he just made history? The crowd stood in stunned silence at her outburst. Finally, a brave soul spoke up. Easy, Guildmaster. Perhaps he had urgent business, but mentioning him only threw fuel on the fire. Urgent business. This interview is worth billions in guild stocks. Does he live under a rock? She stood there fuming. Suddenly, a mana fluctuation erupted behind them. A blinding azure light pierced the snowstorm. A reporter screamed, pointing at the anomaly. Look, the second gate is opening. It's another blue rift phenomenon. The crowd gasped. The scavenger guild emerged, battered and bruised from a hellish battle. Yet Guildmaster Nam Tae-min stood tall, his pride unbroken, scanning the area. The reporters went wild. Nam Tae-min. Over here, a word for the press. Guild Master Scavenger. His eyes were cold, annoyed by the rabble. Then he spotted the Berserker insignia. MBS News here. Congratulations on securing the second clear. Ben Lucy scoffed at the scene. Let them have the scraps. She turned her back on the chaos, dropping a final verbal bomb. Did you catch that? Tell me the mic was on. Later, amidst the heavy snowfall, Scavenger set up camp. Inside the command tent, Nam Tae-min slurped instant noodles watching the playback on his laptop. The headline screamed, Global Shock Berserker takes the crown. And then Ben Lucy's voice cut through the air. Scavenger isn't the only predator in Korea. Nam Tae-min froze. The noodles snapped in his grip. Rage flickered in his eyes. Did she just declare war? Ben Lucy's words were like a dagger to his pride, driving him absolutely insane. I told you, didn't I? She looked at me with eyes full of disdain, as if I were nothing more than a bug. She cleared the rift first, and that arrogant remark was all she had to say to the press. Nam Chan-min tried to calm the situation, insisting they only finished a fraction of a second before us, but his words fell on deaf ears. The only thing echoing in his skull was Ben Lucy's mockery. Gon isn't the only top-tier guild in Korea. You know, Tae-min's rage was boiling over like a volcano. I only had a vague impression of the Berserker Guild before, but after hearing her spout that trash, I'm done. Is there any guild in Korea that can even dare to compare with Gon? Damn it, I can't even swallow these noodles anymore. He shoved the half-eaten cup of noodles toward the man opposite him. The guy's eyes lit up. Seriously, then don't mind if I do. But his joy was short-lived, vanishing like mist. Hey, you already ate all the good stuff. Nam Chan-min spoke calmly amidst the chaos. I think what she meant was that they encountered another Korean player inside that rift. Taemin's ears perked up instantly. Huh? Who those guys from the Mythology Guild? You mean those two who are ranked 41st in the world rankings? Nam Chon-min shook his head. I don't think so. According to the data, they are still currently inside a different rift. Taemin's expression shifted faster than a skill cooldown. From curiosity to pure fury, he roared. Then who on earth could it be? Nam Chon-min fell into a thoughtful silence, feigning ignorance. I'm not entirely sure. A Korean player more skilled than the elite of Gon. There is only one person who comes to mind. Even though he had a suspect, he kept his mouth shut. Meanwhile, at Granfell's apartment, steam billowed from the bathroom like a sauna. Granfell was basking in the relaxation. His physique was sculpted like a Greek statue, broad shoulders, a tapered waist, and 8-pack abs defined to perfection. Lee Hoyle, the soul within, rejoiced. A warm bath is truly the elixir of life. This is what living is all about. Granfell, however, dried his hair with a look of utter scorn. How disgraceful to enjoy such mundane pleasures. Lee Hoyol ignored him, feeling blissfully satisfied. I feel like I've been resurrected. Now it's time to hibernate. Ignoring Lee Hoyol's internal rambling, Granfell stood frozen deep in thought. He stared intensely at the bed, causing Lee Hoyol to panic. What is it? It's not what I think it is, right? Please say no. But as expected, Granfell activated his inner housewife mode. Apron on, mask secured, feather duster in hand, he was ready for war against the dust. Being away for even a short time had allowed filth to accumulate. Lee Hoyol screamed internally, a hopeless void of despair. Please just let me rest, you absolute psychopath. But soon, the dishes were sparkling, not a speck of dust remained, and the aroma of premium tea filled the air. Granfell sipped his tea with the elegance of a noble after his cleaning crusade, while Lee Hoyol was left stunned. I can't believe it. This guy even cooked a meal that tastes like it belongs in a 5-star restaurant. Incredible. Leaving Granfell to his tea, Lee Hoyol opened the system interface. Well, I'm not sleepy anymore anyway, he muttered to himself. Is this really all the loot we got? Nothing useful right now. Level 86. It looks like I leveled up 19 times in one go. In this leveling Manhwa world, clearing the hardest rift should yield better rewards, but the risk was too high. His eyes sharpened as he analyzed the data. Magic consumes less mana than physical skills, so I can spam spells more often. And frankly, they're better than the skills I currently possess. Granfell's voice cut in. However, the mana recovery rate is dreadfully slow. Lee Hoyol rubbed his chin helplessly. Well, that can't be helped, since we don't have any accessories or items to boost mana regeneration yet. And from the start, the Demon Hunter class is a thankless job with barely any perks. I don't have a single passive skill related to mana recovery. If it weren't for that group of players, things would have gone south fast. He suddenly remembered Ben Lucy, picturing her as a rabid dog, biting at everyone. That aggressive woman. I suppose I should thank them if I ever find out who they were. Suddenly, Granfell spoke up. It is because we are lacking. The statement made Lee Hoyol jump, cold sweat trickling down his back as he focused on Granfell. Lee Hoyol was not one to back down. If he was underestimated, he would prove them wrong. If expectations were high, he would meet them and turn fantasy into reality. Why am I suddenly recalling the character settings I wrote for him? Granfell slowly declared. The next rift will be the Count's territory. He stood up abruptly, giving Lee Hoyol no chance to protest. We have no time to relax. We cannot rely solely on magic. We must improve our martial prowess, and I have found the perfect training method for today. Lee Hoyol was surprised as he connected the dots. Right, those players who fought alongside us? And that short-haired girl wielding the twin daggers was the most impressive. If I can mimic that player's movements, his fingers danced over the system. But tension gripped Lee Hoyol's heart. I don't know what you're planning, but stop it. Sweat poured down his face as he watched Granfell. Granfell looked at the system board with genuine interest. The basics are of the utmost importance. Lee Hoyol was crying internally, feeling zero excitement, only impending doom. Granfell wasn't one to give up easily. He tightened his apron and gloves. First, we wash the dishes. The moment the dishes are done, we begin training. Lee Hoyol turned to stone. Then, when exactly do we sleep? Sleep had never felt more precious or more distant. The full moon shone brightly over the city. Although it was late, lights still flickered in some apartments. The streets were empty, save for him, running relentlessly. Bluetooth earphones lost in the grind. The midnight radio host's voice smoothed over the airwaves. Even though it is very late, we still have many listeners tuned in. How was everyone's day? Sweat dripped from his chin, but he didn't stop running. Lee Hoyol just wanted to pass out. Please let me sleep, he screamed in desperation. But before he could finish his thought, a breaking news alert cut through the broadcast, forcing Granfell to halt. The announcer's voice was urgent. Currently, 95% of the outskirts have been conquered. Very soon, the Count's territory will open for the raid. Two anchors discussed the situation with grave faces. According to the information we just received, the destruction rate of the Count's territory suddenly jumped to 60%, even though it hasn't fully opened yet. At this rate, the Count's territory might collapse entirely. Experts are expressing deep concern over this anomaly. A young man in a red hat stared at his phone, shock written all over his face. The members of the Gown Guild were equally stunned. Tie-Min, toothbrush still in his mouth, ran out to hear the news. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This is absurd. It's only been one day, and the destruction progress is already at 60%. How is that even possible? Nam Cheon-min pushed up his glasses, his voice trembling with worry. The shorter the time limit to conquer, the stronger the monsters inside become. Taemin was floored. But why did it accelerate so suddenly? Does this mean the monsters inside have already evolved and become stronger? Nam Cheon-min couldn't give an answer. I'm not sure. I need to reevaluate the data. At the camp of the Akina Daily News, reporters were scrambling, making frantic calls, despite the freezing cold. The director of Akina News slammed his hand on the desk in fury. There must be a reason monsters don't just suddenly power up like that without cause. A reporter, though terrified, pushed back. Even if you say that, how are we supposed to know? Even the analysts from the top guilds are clueless. The director softened his voice grim. We have to find the cause no matter what. This isn't just about our jobs or the company anymore. If that rift collapses, we are all finished. This is a survival scenario straight out of a manhwa recap. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Once those monsters spill out from the rift, every civilian and player in this sector will be slaughtered. Just imagining the beasts breaking loose sent a chill down his spine. There would be nowhere to hide. Granfell stared at the news on his phone, his expression unreadable, but his fist clenched tight. Is this an unprecedented anomaly? It makes sense that no one knows the cause, as this information is hidden deep within the Ark. Just thinking about that cursed place made his expression darken. We need to move fast. Vampires are wretched creatures that possess the ability to transfer dark power through their very blood. Count Escura has fragmented his strength, sharing it with the monsters lurking in the outskirts. But here is the catch. When those beasts die, that power flows right back to its original master. Lee Hoyol furrowed his brow as he realized the tactical nightmare. The Count had deliberately distributed his power to the monsters inside his domain to create a safety net. Granfell opened the door, his sharp mind connecting the dots. That explains why the monsters have evolved and why the destruction rate is skyrocketing. This mechanism is the root cause. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility struck Lee Hoyol. Wait, if we raid the Count's castle directly, there is a risk the entire rift could collapse instantly. Granfell's expression twisted into something so menacing, it made Lee Hoyol shiver. He placed a hand on the wall, his judgment absolute. Count Escura, no. That filth is unworthy of such a noble title. With that verdict, he turned to leave. Lee Hoyol couldn't even grab his coat in time. I will personally execute the trash that dares to stain the honor of the nobility. Granfell radiated such overwhelming arrogance that Lee Hoyol couldn't help but admire him. Okay, that was actually pretty cool, Granfell. But then he paused. What about his beauty sleep? He longed for rest. The door was open, but his soft bed was miles away. Granfell's eyes turned icy. You can sleep all you want once you are dead. The Count's domain. Recommended level 350 to 400. Standing before the swirling rift, a figure in a fur hat cleared his throat. It was Y-Gang, a no-name streamer chasing clout. He adjusted his camera, ready to go live. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the Undying Resolve channel. It is your boy Y-Gang, bringing you a live manhwa recap experience from the front lines. I am currently broadcasting from Russia. The destruction rate of the Count's domain has hit 70%. We have less than 5 hours before this rift detonates. It is already 3:48 in the morning, yet the guilds are still gathered here. Despite the late hour, Y-Gang risked it all for the stream. He was hyped, but his chat was brutal. This is boring, they typed. There is a reason obscure streamers stay obscure. Doesn't look like he is famous, does he? The mocking comments flooded in, but he ignored the haters. He continued his review. Unlike the outskirts, which had 200 rifts, the Count's domain only has about 30 entrances. It is a massive bottleneck. Because of the limited entry points, multiple guilds are forced to pile into the same spatial rift. However, experience points and loot are split based on contribution. That means picking the right gate is life or death. We might actually see the rank 1 and rank 2 guilds clash tonight. Y-Gang was so excited, he didn't notice the gloomy figure looming behind him. Wait, isn't that Nam Cheon-min? Y-Gang read the chat and panicked. Where Nam Cheon-min looked like a walking corpse as he whispered weakly, "Hello everyone." The guild members greeted him. There he is. Nam Taemin turned to him. Hey, have you scouted the area yet? What is the situation? Nam Cheon-min reported grimly, I checked. Competition is inevitable because there are too few rifts. Nam Taemin nodded. As long as we don't run into the Red Dragon Guild, we should be fine. They were too busy talking to notice Y-Gang hiding behind a rock reading chat in terror. Wait, hold on guys. A swordsman appeared, his aura sharp enough to cut glass, making Y-Gang spin around. Nam Taemin recognized the newcomer and let out a cold laugh. Look who it is. It is Inazuma. Seeing the streamer, the swordsman smirked. You guys are here too, his voice dripped with sarcasm. What a coincidence. Guild G is standing right in front of the rift we plan to enter. Why Gang realized the Inazuma Guild had arrived. Yeah, Nam Tae-min didn't back down, his eyes like daggers. You guys are still too stubborn to build a branch in Korea, huh? I guess your plane just touched down, Inazuma mocked. Taking a plane to Russia is still better than building a branch in your territory. Nam Tae-min snapped his patience, snapping. Do you have a death wish? Inazuma looked at him with pure contempt. Guild G, you are nothing but small fry. The tension was thick enough to choke on. A fight was seconds away. Why Gang was stunned. Holy crap, this is huge. Just as he thought he had the exclusive scoop, a crowd rushed in screaming Guild G and Inazuma are throwing down. Over there, the Red Dragon Guild is clashing with the World Unification Guild. It is total chaos. This is exactly what you would expect from a top-tier leveling manhwa scenario. Guild G is at war with Inazuma. This rift battle has gone insane. Y Gang's face was red from the cold and adrenaline as he shouted into the mic. Please someone say something. The roar of the crowd startled Nam Chon-min and Nam Tae-min. Nam Chon-min grabbed Nam Tae-min's arm in fear. Nam Tae-min, I know you are angry, but the rift's destruction rate is a critical issue right now. If our two guilds fight now, we both lose. It is mutually assured destruction. Nam Tae-min gritted his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Inazuma is ranked 4th, while Guild G trails behind at 5th. The rivalry between the guild masters is intense. Inazuma at rank 6, and Nam Tae-min lagging at rank 11. It is a dramatic showdown between South Korea and Japan. Y Gang's commentary hit a nerve, causing Nam Chon-min to crumble. Shut up, Nam Tae-min, called out Nam Chon-min. Hey. But Nam Chon-min cut him off. Fine. We were here first. But if we back down now, we lose face. Let's tear them apart. Nam Chae-on-min smiled like a maniac. Nam Tae-min was ready to fight to the death. As long as we win, nothing else matters. Charge Guild G and Inazuma plunged into the Eastern Rift together. Reporter Akina announced that the two rival guilds had entered the same instance. These two guilds are legendary rivals. Dozens of drones swarmed to capture the footage. Guild G from Korea, Inazuma from Japan. The clash of rankings and nationalities drew the world's attention. Nam Tae-min and Inazuma led the charge. Meanwhile, at the Northern Rift, the #1 ranked Red Dragon and #2 World Unification Guilds were facing off. In the south, the Berserker Guild at rank 30, the Second Sun at rank 7, and the Nomad Guild at rank 3 gathered. With the destruction rate at 80%, the entire world held its breath in terror. Yet amidst this chaotic apocalypse, Lee Hoyol sat elegantly sipping tea like a high-born noble. The aroma of tea, his calm demeanor, it was a picture of absolute serenity. But suddenly inside the Count's Rift, Lee Hoyol held his teacup lost in deep thought. The one thing I learned from the last rift is that running out of mana is a death sentence. Therefore, I must find the most efficient way to utilize mana in this war. The answer lies in magic derived from alchemy. With it, I can reshape reality itself into any form I desire. Step 1. I used a few stray rocks on the ground to transmute them into a teacup and a table. But the more complex and detailed the object, the more mana it consumes. So using this for complex constructs in battle isn't efficient. It is practically trying too hard. He realized the flaw in his logic, but a new revelation struck him. Lost in thought, he barely noticed Count Oscura's soldiers closing in. They looked at him with hungry eyes. Is that all the power the Count gave you? He turned, aiming his focus directly at them. How pitiful. He deployed his magic circle, preparing to wipe them out with a single move. The monsters didn't even have time to react before they screamed in terror. It was a command. Return to dust. Lee Hoyol's eyes were sharp as cold steel. He struck, forcing them back to their original state. The impact was so devastating, it shattered the cliff, yet it cost almost 0 mana. Regression, that is what I call this power. Lee Hoyol shook his head with a heavy sigh. Did we really need to come up with such a flowery and dramatic name? Elsewhere, the battlefield was a chaotic mess of destruction. Taemin's squad had just finished slaughtering the monsters, but he fell into deep thought. Something felt wrong in the deepest part of the Count's territory. Why are there so few of them? I only killed a few stragglers on the way here. The scarcity was completely illogical. Suddenly, a shout broke his concentration. Guildmaster, I've scouted the perimeter. The seductive green-haired scout reported. Inazuma's side is doing the same. I don't think they've killed even 10 beasts since they entered. Is their situation the same as ours? We started at the same time and went in opposite directions, yet both guilds have barely seen any action. Does that make any sense? As they debated, a group approached. Inazuma called out, Tae-min. He turned around. Inazuma smirked. Awfully peaceful here, isn't it? The girl on Taemin's team frowned. Were they tracking us? Taemin's temper flared. Why do you keep acting like we're friends? Inazuma didn't fear the provocation one bit. I really don't get why Taemin hates me so much. Does he want to kill me or something? Is that it? Taemin looked ready to throw hands. Taemin, are you there? Nam Chon-min's breathless voice crackled through the Bluetooth. Taemin turned away to take the call. I've almost finished analyzing the dungeon structure. Where are you right now? The video feed isn't working. Right now, I'm in some kind of ruins. Looks like a city square, I guess. You don't know your exact position. Nam Chon-min's voice spiked with panic. A square. The city square. Yeah, so what? Taemin didn't grasp the catastrophic danger. Nam Chon-min screamed, "Get out of there, right now." Before he could process the warning, a gale of wind erupted, blinding them with dust. Taemin froze as he spotted them. The Count's Knights. Level 350 aura users. These weren't just foot soldiers. They were elite knights. Someone cursed aloud. Not just soldiers, but level 350 knights. We are so screwed. We're completely surrounded. Taemin roared in panic. Everyone battle positions. Prepare for impact. Taemin's heart pounded with anxiety. Damn it. On an open plain like this, the destructive power of a cavalry charge is multiplied tenfold. Even if Hanthan stands on the front line, they'll take fatal damage instantly. What do we do? Inazuma, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. Listen, Taemin. I hate this idea too, but you watch my back. Suddenly, a desperate scream tore through the air. Guildmaster enemies approaching from the rear. A horde of monsters rushed toward them at breakneck speed. Oh God, enemies on every side. Panic began to set in as the circle of beasts tightened around them. Even if they grew wings, escape was impossible. Taemin, are you listening? The World Unification Guild took heavy casualties from a cavalry ambush just like this. Do not engage on the plains, retreat and lure them into a narrow alley. Nam Chon-min's warning pulled Taemin's scattered wits back together. Retreat. Looking at the wall of monsters closing in, he felt helpless. Retreat to where? Suddenly, a massive magic circle appeared out of nowhere, devastating everything around Taemin. Taemin and Inazuma stood frozen in shock. The spell annihilated the monsters instantly. As they regained their senses, Taemin couldn't help but curse. What the hell was that? A stone wall? No, is that a pillar? They stared in awe at the scene before them, while the monsters could only let out agonizing screams as they were crushed. Taemin was beyond words. At that moment, a silhouette emerged from the dust, causing the entire group to turn their heads in unison. Nam Chon-min, watching from his room via the screen, gasped in disbelief. That person, it has to be. But that's impossible. Meanwhile, Taemin's group didn't recognize the newcomer. He stood there cold and arrogant, offering no introduction. Someone whispered, "Is that Lee Hoyal?" Finally, the man glanced at them just as a cheerful voice cut through the tension. Yes, hello everyone, it's Y-Gang here. Y-Gang was continuing his journey to capture the best leveling manhwa content live. He sat by a rock. Sorry viewers, nature called, so I'm a bit late. I'll continue tracking the Gion Guild. Ah, look here. These footprints belong to them. These tracks are from 5 minutes ago. The chat section exploded with mocking comments. What, really? For real? Reading the comments, he decided to switch targets to boost his views. He grinned excitement, written all over his face. You guys know who to watch. I'll track Inazuma instead. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed, making him break out in a cold sweat. The viewers screamed at him to go check it out. All right, I'm going. Meanwhile, Taemin and Inazuma stood paralyzed, unable to believe their eyes. Witnessing the scene unfolding, stone pillars were erupting from every corner of the battlefield. Inazuma couldn't help but glance at Lee Hoyal. Who is that guy? He did that without chanting a single spell. How much mana does he have? And seriously, a suit and dress shoes. He didn't even bring a weapon. Looking at Lee Hoyal, whose expression remained terrifyingly calm, Inazuma thought, just who is he? He felt a shiver of fear. Suddenly, a team member's shout snapped him back to reality. Guildmaster. The enemy is trapped between the pillars. The monsters didn't stop. They charged in even greater numbers. Taemin gasped. Oh. Where the stone pillars had completely halted the horses. Taemin covered his face to hide his emotions and whispered to Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo, "I'll thank you later." Then, his face twisted into a ferocious, threatening scowl. With those stone pillars, this battle is ours to win. Without a second thought, he charged straight into the cavalry. He slashed, cleaving them in two, dropping them instantly. Inazuma's group didn't hesitate either. This is our chance, kill them all. Everyone roared with fighting spirit, diving into the slaughter. Why Gang live streaming the chaos let his jaw drop. What just happened? That support was god tier. Is that guy a mage? The moment he appeared, the chat section went nuclear. A monster, fearless of death, lunged straight at Granfell, Claudio Arpeggio Romeo. He didn't even break a sweat, effortlessly taking it down. Regression magic. He's taking on that cavalry unit all by himself. This was the kind of Manhwa recap moment the internet lived for. Why Gang was stunned. Can you guys see this clearly? I don't even know if what's happening in front of me is real. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo stared at the monsters with eyes as cold as steel. He gripped the dagger in his hand, watching the monster take its final breath. He weighed his options carefully. I don't want to waste the durability of this weapon. The viewers thought he was just enjoying the thrill of the kill. What if I interfere with the mana of this dagger to transform it and then regress it? Wouldn't the durability return to its original state as well? When I turned a stone into a teacup, it had the durability of a cup. If I use regression to the original state, it becomes a stone again with no stats. If the spell, return to original state, truly reverts the object to its base form, then it's possible. Blood sprayed into the air. Return to original state. Granfell was internally ecstatic at this turn of events. Finally, a victory that didn't cost him a fortune in repair fees. Nam Tae Min glanced over her voice, ringing with authority. Excellent work. You all fought beautifully. Now go wild. It's looting time. The squad members erupted in cheers, celebrating their survival, yet Nam Tae Min stood there like a silent statue. Meanwhile, Granfell was the picture of leisure sipping a cup of tea manifested from thin air right in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Nam Chon Min called out, "Hey Nam Tae Min, you." But before he could finish, Nam Tae Min cut him off sharply. I know. I heard everything he said earlier. Now that I've seen him in action, I'm even more determined. I absolutely cannot let him fall into the hands of another guild. Especially since the Inazuma Guild witnessed everything. They are definitely calculating their offer right now. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Granfell's tea time. Excuse me. Hello, I am Y Gang. Granfell's brow furrowed in annoyance. Can I interview you for a moment? The reporter asked, but he was met with a glare so cold it could freeze magma. The livestream comments section exploded at Granfell's icy demeanor. Suddenly, a horde of fans rushed in from nowhere, faces flushed with excitement. Ah, there he is. They completely ignored Y Gang, shoving the poor reporter aside. They showered Granfell with praise, firing off questions like a machine gun. You are absolutely amazing. Are you Korean or Japanese? Do you belong to a guild yet? If not, please come to the Inazuma Guild. Did you attack alone? What is your name? Nam Tae Min stepped forward, shielding him like a tank. Back off. She smiled reassuringly at Granfell. Greetings. I have heard many rumors about you. I am Nam Tae Min from the Jian Guild. I actually sent you a recruitment message earlier. Granfell didn't even bat an eye, tossing out a single devastating sentence. You truly have zero sense of etiquette. Nam Tae Min froze, and the crowd behind him gasped in collective shock. His answer was a ticking time bomb that finally detonated. Therefore, I will not answer a single question. Get out of my sight immediately. The atmosphere turned glacial, and the viewers watching this leveling manhwa-style drama unfold went absolutely wild. Look at him, he is so cool. Instantly, Granfell and Locke hit the trending search terms with the headline, Mysterious Player Rejects Interview Due to Rudeness. The Sin Guild, the first to clear the Count's domain, was resting. At the X-Knighting stronghold, they were watching the news. Locke was reviewing the footage of the monster subjugation. He turned to his elites, his voice low. What is it? What do you all think? Camilla shrugged, unbothered. I don't really care. Who knows? I'm just an archer after all. Dick began to whine loudly. You could ask me 100 times and I still wouldn't know. Locke, a famous celebrity like you, could never understand the pain of a regular guy like me. Do you know how hard I worked to set up this date? And now it's blocked by a meeting that's dragged on for hours? Must I cancel my golden dating opportunity for some random guy? Ignoring the complaints, Locke remained lost in thought. Granfell's image flashed on the screen. Camilla immediately whistled, praising his visuals. He is handsome, isn't he? Why the hesitation? Just bring him in? Dimitri, still salty, pointed an accusing finger at Locke. I knew it. You're jealous of him, aren't you? He thought everyone would be buzzing about clearing the Count's domain, but instead they were gossiping about this new pretty boy. Locke scoffed. Jealous? Are they still yapping about that? We are getting plenty of attention too. The captain is just ambitious. He sighed. The media always make it is standard procedure. It is just to boost their ratings. Anyway, if there is nothing else, I am leaving. I rented an entire hotel lounge for this date, and I cannot wait any longer. I'm out. The man rushed out of the conference room, happily dialing his girlfriend. Hello, baby, I'm on my way. Locke stayed behind replaying Granville's video. Suddenly, a voice gasped in awe behind him. What is this? Whoa, that's a divine skill. It looks like magic, but something is different. It was Hay. Locke glanced at her. Do you know about divine skills? Hay stared at the screen, a sweet, intrigued smile spreading across her face. Interesting. That person. Meanwhile, at the Berserker Guild headquarters, everyone was rendered speechless. Ben Lucy, in a fit of excitement, hurled a blanket at the man next to her with full force. What did I tell you? I told you he wasn't normal, the man sighed. But what are you saying, sister? Calm down and put the blanket back on, or you'll catch a cold. Are you blind? I've been wearing it this whole time. The Inazuma Guild was also in a frenzy, making frantic calls. That silver-haired guy, we must recruit him to our side at all costs. Orders received. The anchor of Akina News began her broadcast. Greetings to all viewing Akina today. We have a record-breaking number of spectators tuning in. The Count's domain has been cleared, followed by the outer regions. In the domain, the Sin Guild and Underworld had a fierce dispute, but with overwhelming power, Sin has claimed the top spot. Now, only the Count's fortress remains. The current destruction rate is at 72%. Players from all over the globe are flocking to this location. The rift is on the verge of collapsing, making the situation incredibly tense. If the fortress rift fails, we might as well say goodbye to Russia. Good luck to everyone. Granville was checking his status window when the reporter's voice cut through. Today's player update. His own face suddenly appeared on the giant screen. Look at this. He carries no weapons, clad only in a suit and trench coat. He truly wears no visible armor or accessories. Does he possess hidden mana gear we cannot see? Or is clearing a rift so effortless for him that his raw power eliminates the need for equipment? Lee Hoyle, watching this, felt his face burn with embarrassment. The truth is, I just don't have any money to buy gear. The reporters continued their excited commentary. He annihilated the enemy with a single snap of his fingers. Is that even possible? Let's ask expert Bei Nam Bong. The expert's voice analyzed the footage. The situation was dire before his arrival. The enemy had superior mobility, so he altered the terrain itself to counter them. His split-second decision saved both Jian and Inazuma. But the truth was known only to Lee Hoyle. I just did the only thing I could do at the time. And then he simply stood and watched. He was so gracious to Jian and Inazuma, as if saying, now is your time to shine. Who else possesses such confidence? He is truly magnificent. Lee Hoyle slumped in despair. I was just out of mana, you idiots. It was a miracle. They didn't label him a fool for standing there. Regardless, the loot obtained was a rare item. His first drop since becoming a player, a cursed item, also known as a demon item. Once the curse is lifted, a random effect is unleashed. In short, it's a gamble. Most players would trash it instantly. It's usually more profitable to hunt for something else than to pay for a curse removal. However, there is a far more effective way to utilize a cursed object, the exorcism ritual. This is one of the two unique privileged skills of a demon hunter. By using this item as a sacrificial offering, the exorcism effect triggers striking the demon directly without inflicting any damage on the host body. Using a medium is like opening a door to the abyss. You invite the demon straight into your soul. It's a gamble for control, but if I can drag that beast into my mental landscape, the battlefield belongs to me. Suddenly, Taemin's name flashed on the screen. Lee Hoyle froze. Why would he call now? 1,000 doomsday scenarios raced through his mind. Could it be? How dare you stain the honor of the Jian Guild? I'll see you in court. Granfell, Claudie Arpeggio. Romeo answered the phone, but his hand was slick with nervous sweat. No, if Granfell, Claudie Arpeggio Romeo speaks, he'll provoke a war. I need to intervene fast. Just a polite text. Please have mercy, don't sue us. That sounds polite, right? Nam Chan-min and Tai-min stared at the message jaws on the floor. Dumbfounded. What is this, a lawsuit? It felt like a terrible case of deja vu. They could only sigh in defeat. The rift wasn't even cleared yet. Taemin's mind raced. He just wanted to apologize for the earlier disrespect and offer proper compensation. But the chat logs left him speechless. The crowd buzzed around them, loud and chaotic as a fish market. Look at his eyes, they whispered. He's absolutely furious. In truth, Granfell Claudie Arpeggio Romeo's piercing glare was just fatigue from mana depletion. Taemin stared at his silent phone. We can't negotiate if he won't even pick up. Status on Count Ascura's domain. Destruction at 83%. Good. Take a 10-minute breather. But fate had other plans. A cataclysmic boom shattered the silence. Taemin spun around in horror. What was that? The earth groaned. Nam Cho-min froze as the emergency siren wailed. The Count's castle had collapsed. Rift stability plummeted. News flashed. Russia was evacuating civilians immediately. Code Red. The demonic fortress had materialized in the real world. 200 innocent lives were trapped in the kill zone. Nations screamed for the borders to close. The players of Jian trembling before the nightmare manifesting before them. It was the Vampire Lord's stronghold. Suddenly, a presence emerged from the shadows behind them. It was none other than Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo. And he didn't look surprised in the least. So it finally fell. The crowd gaped at him. Isn't that the guy from the news? Is he walking in there alone? He must be out of his mind. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo stood tall before the looming fortress. His eyes burned not with fear, but with disgust. That damn stone statue, he scoffed, stepping into the abyss. He stood face to face with a gargoyle possessing a maw of razors and 5 colossal blades. System alert. You have entered the stronghold of Count Oscura. He looked up at the monstrosity with pure sneering contempt. Hideous craftsmanship. Silence reigned. Behind the beast lay a massive gate. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's voice cut through the air. They call a dump like this a stronghold, he sneered. I suppose for filthy vampires this pile of rubble is a luxury. His face twisted in aesthetic revulsion. Li Hoyol thought, the Claudia estate is 10 times the size of this place, even if it wasn't his real home. Suddenly, the statue's eyes flared with a blood-red light. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo and Li Hoyol flinched. Did it hear me? With killing intent exploding from its eyes, the behemoth leaped from its pedestal, charging straight for Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo. The wounded soldiers screamed in panic. What's happening? The statue is moving. Impossible. That thing is over 10 meters tall. He's going to get crushed. We have to help him. But before they could move, the demon swung, its titanic blade aiming to cleave Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo in two. His expression remained frozen in ice. Ignoring the cries to flee, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo watched the blade tear through the wind. With a casual flick of his wrist, he raised his hand. In a flash, the demon's limbs were severed. The monster crumbled into a pile of useless gravel. The thunderous crash caught the attention of the Phoenix Guild. Camilla shouted. What was that explosion? Dimitri pointed. It came from the castle grounds. Camilla frowned. That sound. It's just like the footage we saw online. Before anyone could speak, Jessie shot forward like a bullet. Magic circles blazed beneath her feet as her teammates cried out. Jessie, where are you going? Stick to the formation. Don't be reckless. But the petite mage ignored them, riding her mana currents into the fray. Back at the gate, the soldiers stood with mouths agape. What, he destroyed that monster in a single strike? The demon was nothing but dust and debris now. Li Hoyol smirked internally. It was just a slightly larger rock. In this manhwa recap, breaking stones is basic training. That was barely a warm-up. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo straightened his tie with elegance. A monument to failure. Terrible material execution. Truly pathetic. To display such garbage in a garden and call it art, they should be ashamed. Inside, Li Hoyol winced. Wow, you didn't have to roast them that hard. Suddenly, a war cry erupted from behind. A legion of hunters stormed through the gates roaring. The gatekeeper has fallen. Now is our chance. Charge. Li Hoyol realized the statue's destruction was the starting gun for an all-out raid. Ding. A holographic window materialized before Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo. His class quest had updated. Mission begin the counterattack. A new questline, he mused. Is this the entry requirement? Instill the fear of the hunter. What kind of cryptic objective is that? Without breaking stride, he marched deeper into the enemy territory. Li Hoyol panicked. Hey, where are you going, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio? Romeo replied sharply. We have no time to waste. Li Hoyol's anxiety spiked. Wait, slow down. Use your head. We can't just waltz in there. And how do we scare them? Count Oscura is level 430. In this leveling manhwa, I'm only level 100. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio. Romeo's voice was ice cold. I am a demon hunter. Li Hoyol screamed internally. So what? Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo halted his eyes, scanning a pristine white hall illuminated by candlelight. Is this a banquet hall? Then he saw it. Horror washed over him. The walls were lined with endless portraits of Count Oscura. The eerie atmosphere choked Li Hoyol, forcing him to cower behind his avatar. Meanwhile, a sword was slammed into the ground. Taemin leaned on it, gasping for air, veins bulging. The Jian Guild had breached the castle, but at a cost. Damn it all, Taemin cursed as his teammates rallied behind him. Guildmaster, are you all right? Nam Chonmin asked. While healers worked on him, drenched in sweat, Taemin gritted his teeth. I'm fine. Just feels like I'm suffocating. Ever since we entered this gallery, I feel thousands of eyes on me. He glared at the portraits. Nam Chonmin's voice crackled over the comms. It's a curse. Just like the demon possessing that statue. Nam Chanmin's realization turned into a scream. Those aren't just paintings. They are the demon's eyes. Burn them all to ash. Flames roared as the artwork was incinerated. A soothing green light enveloped Taemin. The pressure. It's lifting. He glanced at the raid data on his laptop. That was a close call. No wonder this place is a graveyard. I kept wondering why the first wave of players retreated in disgrace. Turns out this entire castle is nothing but a death trap. Every statue, every portrait and piece of furniture is cursed with status abnormalities. It's no wonder the X-Guild refused to breach the main gate. Lee Hoyle cursed, damn it, impressed by their caution. His eyes were serious, but my instincts whispered. My resistance to these curses was far superior to anyone else's. And yet just the portraits in the foyer possess such overwhelming malice. If the entrance is this vile, what horrors lie deeper within? The corridor ahead oozed a chilling mystery. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo stared at the artwork, unable to hold back his biting critique. These portraits are an assault on the eyes. How could anyone dine with this trash on the walls without vomiting? Did they possess stomachs made of steel? He strode forward, disgust written on his face. Lee Hoyol sighed. Isn't that a bit harsh, old man? But Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo ignored him, muttering as he scanned the area. I thought the statues were horrific, but this pity the poor stone that endured the chisel, only to become this monstrosity. Why display such hideous, useless garbage everywhere? Now I understand why narcissism is classified as a disease. Even the architectural layout of this castle is purely idiotic. The corridors twist like a chaotic ant nest, leading only to dead ends. What kind of deranged mind designed a structure like this? The architect's head must be decorative, used only for growing hair. He rubbed his temples in sheer frustration. Lee Hoyle was speechless. Are you a real estate agent or something? Suddenly, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's gaze locked onto something. He looked up 3 long staircases leading to a massive imposing gate. His eyes lit up with interest. Is this the place? It reeks of corruption. Cold, dark energy radiated from the door. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Lee Hoyol calculated quickly. This was undoubtedly the heart of the fortress. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's senses screamed the truth. Behind that door lay the master of this domain, Count Oscura. He ascended the steps with purpose, face set in stone. The silence was deafening. No other players had made it this far. Suddenly, Jessie dropped from the ceiling, hanging upside down. Found you. Her golden hair cascaded down, her face beaming. I saw it. Your magic was absolutely incredible. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo remained unimpressed, his expression ice cold. It was you, wasn't it? She chirped. Lee Hoyol gaped. She's flying. What the hell? I struggled just to gather mana, yet hers flows endlessly like a river. Jessie clasped her hands, vibrating with excitement. I'm dying to know. I can't wait another second. What kind of skill was that? I watched the video like a slow-motion manhwa recap a dozen times and still couldn't identify it. And I know every spell in existence. Can we please discuss your super cool magic? Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo stared into her soul. She blinked, confused. He grabbed her shoulder and dragged her down to earth. Mind your manners, girl. When you desire knowledge from another, the bare minimum is to show proper respect first. Do you understand? His gaze was piercing. Jessie froze, genuine fear creeping into her eyes. Suddenly, a chill ran down Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's spine. The great doors burst open. Crimson light flooded the hall. A towering figure emerged, dripping with terrifying killing intent. System alert, natural enemy skill has been triggered. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo turned, his eyes sharp as daggers. Count Oscura stood there, silver hair, blood-red eyes, and fangs bared. Oh my, the vampire sneered. I wondered who dared disturb my slumber. Just 2 measly humans. Truly foolish, you bottom-feeding mortals. His murderous aura exploded outward. Jessie panicked. It's Count Oscura. His presence is absolutely crushing. Mr. Cool Magic, are you okay? Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo scoffed. A count? Don't make me laugh. He raised a blood-filled necklace, his will unshakable. You are nothing but a filthy, low-born vampire. System. The necklace, steeped in the curse of blood, has been selected as the tribute. He crushed the necklace in his fist. I shall teach you a lesson for daring to mimic nobility. His eyes burned with lethal intent. System initiating exorcism ritual. Quest. The counterattack begins. Vampire hunt initiated. As Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo raised the artifact, Lee Hoyle panicked. Right, the exorcism ritual requires a sacrifice. He intends to drag Oscura into his own subconscious to fight, so that's what he meant back then. The memory flashed back. Lee Hoyle had asked. How can you possibly make a monster like that feel fear? Granfell Claude Arpeggio. Romeo had answered calmly. Because I am a demon hunter. But doubt not at Lee Hoyle. Will this actually work? Count Oscura is a level 430 raid boss. If this goes wrong, his soul will be consumed. Oscura laughed, mocking the artifact. What is that filthy trinket? You truly are a pitiful human. Killing intent slammed into Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo before he could blink. Oscura raised a clawed hand, eyes glowing with bloodlust. Delightful. I actually admire that arrogance of yours. However, you remain nothing more than an insect. Jessie screamed, clutching her hat. No, Count Oscura is draining the power of his minions. Lee Hoyle's face paled. This is bad. He was already level 300. But now, the gap is widening, like a broken leveling Manhwa system. Suddenly, the blood pendant pulsed with pale light. Oscura's eyes widened. The amusement vanished from his face instantly. In the blink of an eye, the world shifted. Gone was the castle. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo stood atop a jagged cliff, looking down. Oscura looked around, disoriented. Where is this? Sensing a presence, the vampire turned, flashing a sinister grin at Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo. Oscura gathered his dark energy. A unique parlor trick. You low-born mortal. However, I can simply shatter this illusion and obliterate your soul along with it. He looked up, eyes burning crimson, as magic runes ignited the sky. Hellfire rained from the heavens, triggering a catastrophic explosion. Gazing at the inferno, Oscura smirked with satisfaction. I hoped you would provide some entertainment, but your frail body has already turned to ash. I knew you were merely trash, but from the smoke. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo smiled. Is that truly all you see? Oscura froze. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo stood there completely unscathed. The vampire roared, veins bulging in his eyes. How are you still alive? Granfell Claude Arpeggio. Romeo looked down from his high ground, radiating absolute dominance. Look closely, Oscura. See for yourself who is destined to die today. Oscura flinched. Sudden primal terror gripped him. Cold sweat drenched his back. A vision of his own defeat flashed before his eyes, lifeless and broken. The vampire lord stood paralyzed, trembling as he stammered in fear. Reality crashed back down. Oscura clutched his face, releasing a terrifying wave of murderous aura. He refused to believe his own eyes. This was absurd. Impossible. This must be some sort of cheap trick. Yes, a bluff. Illusions like this are child's play for me to shatter. He tried to reassure his trembling heart. Meanwhile, Jessie stood there completely lost. What is happening right now? The mage remained as still as a statue, but Count Oscura was spiraling into pure madness. Granfell Claude Arpeggio, Romeo's lips curled into an arrogant smirk. Oh my. Oscura, it seems you've finally learned what fear tastes like. Oscura gripped his head, gasping for air. Terror twisted on his face. Suddenly, his power erupted. He blew the castle roof clean off, screaming into the sky. Another insect. Always insects. The wind howled through the shattered ceiling. Yet Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo didn't flinch. Lee Hoyle looked up, his inner thoughts racing. The entire attic just vanished instantly. I almost died just now. I didn't even have time to react. A chill ran down his spine, but Jessie watched him with sparkling eyes. You predicted that attack would miss, didn't you? You looked so comfortable. I need to make shielding a habit just like you. You really are amazing. Suddenly, the system chimed. Skill exorcism ritual. Oscura flinched, throwing up a guard. What is it this time? The system began its explanation. A skill that allows the user to attack a demon's essence without harming their own body. However, a secondary effect can be triggered when a tribute is offered. That effect forces the demon to enter the demon hunter's subconscious. In Oscura's vision, a gigantic Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo loomed over him, reaching out with a titan's hand. The vampire screamed in pure terror. Stay back, get away from me, do not come any closer. Swarms of bats fled from his body in a panic. The system continued. Dominance in this mental space depends entirely on spiritual power, but there is no way a demon hunter would lose a battle of will against a filthy demon. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo simply crossed his arms. Lee Hoyle's eyes widened in shock. I didn't think it would be this effective. Jessie stared blankly at the scene. What an unbelievable sight. What did you do to him? She glanced at Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo, then looked back at the terrified Oscura. She whispered, he's screaming at nothing, and he's attacking empty air. Oscura thrashed around, losing his mind. Absurd, this cannot be real. How can a lowly mortal overwhelm a count like me? The system announced. Count Escura has been inflicted with the fear status effect. In the vision, the giant hand crushed Escura, his face contorted in despair. Lee Hoyol thought to himself, "It seems the fear effect hits demons harder than I expected." Granfell Claudi Arpeggio. Romeo smiled at the notification. Quest complete. A spectral knife materialized. He grabbed it, aiming at the vampire groveling on the floor. "Let's finish this quickly." Jessie tilted her head. "Is that right? Was it the fear effect? Did you do that to him? But how? Is it a new kind of magic? If it's a new spell, could you teach me? I'll pay you handsomely." Of course, ignoring her chatter, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo brought the knife down without hesitation. But then he froze, staring at the blood-stained blade. Escura was still shivering, clutching his head, but his health bar had barely moved. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo realized the truth. It didn't deal a single point of damage. He coolly turned to Jessie. "Dispose of him." She jumped startled. "Huh, dispose of him, but you've already done all the hard work. You want me to do it?" She floated there, utterly confused. "But you can finish him yourself." "So?" Why? Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo looked away, feigning indifference, while Lee Hoyol screamed internally. "I want to, believe me, but my level is too trash to scratch him. Since you were capable of raiding this dungeon, you must be powerful. Figure it out yourself. Damn it. Just kill him quickly." Jessie gasped, covering her mouth as realization dawned. I apologize. I was the one who asked you for a lesson, wasn't I?" She swung her staff, and magic runes ignited the air. As she cast, she spoke. "You mean if I kill him and grow stronger, I might be able to learn that magic on my own right?" Lee Hoyle looked at the sky. A bolt of purple lightning tore through the heavens, crashing down on Escura. The shockwave whipped Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo's hair wildly. Lee Hoyol went pale. What kind of power is that? System alert. Count Escura has been defeated. Calculating contribution points. Due to your overwhelming contribution, rewards will be distributed automatically. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Escura was reduced to a pile of smoking ash. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo kept his arms crossed, the picture of calm. But Lee Hoyol was stunned. Even if Escura was weakened, she one-shot a level 430 count. Is this the power of a high ranker? It's like watching a leveling manhwa protagonist in real life. Jessie pointed excitedly at the remains. "What do you think this is? Why is it still smoking?" She scooped up some ash and brought it to her mouth. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo's eyes widened. Lee Hoyol panicked internally. Is she crazy? Why would you eat that? Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo focused on the class quest notification. Evolution. You have completed the quest. A new class quest is being assigned. The evolution quest line has been generated. He was surprised. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. "Jessie, all our debuffs just vanished. Was that you? Did you defeat Count Escura?" The guild members rushed over. Jessie looked awkward. "Well, about that." Blocks looked at Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo. "That man?" Jessie turned to Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo, confusing him. She bowed. "Forgive me. I'm not used to this formal stuff, but I'll do my best." Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo maintained his icy composure. Jessie placed a hand over her heart. "With goodwill, my name is Jessie Hines. If it isn't too rude, may I ask for your name?" Everyone stared in silence. Jessie faced Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo, eyes full of expectation. He fell into deep thought. She said she wasn't polite, but she's trying to change and learn. "I'll tell her my name. Consider it a reward for her attitude." His voice was indifferent, yet regal. "I am Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo." Meanwhile, in a distant apartment kitchen, the smell of soup filled the air. At the same time, the sound of the TV drifted into the kitchen. A man hurried through the main gate on the screen. The statue instantly moved to attack him. Nearby players couldn't even react. As the statue shattered into pieces, little Arang sat in the living room, glued to the TV screen. Behind her, her mother Lee Yunhee was busy. She was cooking while balancing a phone on her shoulder. "Yes, I'm fine. Lee Arang is fine too. Raising her alone is exhausting enough without you worrying." The TV broadcast continued in the background. Reporters had arrived at the scene of Count Escura's castle. However, the vampire had already been turned to dust. Little Lee Arang ran excitedly to her mom. Mommy, Yunhee answered gently into the phone, ignoring the child for a moment. "Any news?" The news report droned on. "The players who cleared this dungeon are Jessie and Lee Hoyle." Arang tried desperately to get her mom's attention. "Mom, look, it's on TV." The little girl beamed with joy. "Uncle Lee Hoyle is on TV." Lee Yunhee paused, surprised. "Arang, why would your uncle be on TV?" The screen now showed a close-up of Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. Yoonhee froze, completely stunned. On national television, he introduced himself. The camera zoomed in on his face. I am Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. This was a disaster no one could have predicted. She didn't know how to react. But little Orang just cheered, thrilled to see her uncle acting cool on the screen. Moments later, back at the shared apartment, Granfell's phone was under siege, bombarded by a relentless barrage of calls from his family. Holding the vibrating device, Granfell fell into deep contemplation as he stared at the caller ID, displaying his second oldest sister. He took a long, steadying breath while listening to the internet go wild over his recent exploits. Who is the mysterious player Lee Hoyle? He had anticipated this chaotic fallout after defeating Ascura in this leveling Manhwa world, but seeing his face plastered across every social media platform meant it was only a matter of time before his family found out. Staring at the missed calls stacking up from his older sisters, a wave of awkward tension washed over him. Suddenly, the third sister's ringtone pierced the silence, making him flinch. A flood of memories returned growing up with three older sisters who were aggressive, loud, and terrifyingly close. He paused, losing himself in the trauma of the past. Lee Hoyle recalled the unforgettable affection of his beloved sisters, which mostly consisted of them shouting, "Why are you following us? Get lost, Lee Hoyle scram." Those stinging words were etched into his soul, lingering like a ghost that refused to be exorcised. He didn't want to pick up. Who knew what kind of verbal abuse would come flying out of the speaker? Suddenly, a thunderous banging on the front door made Lee Hoyle jump out of his skin. "Hey Lee Hoyle," his sisters roared from the hallway. "We know you're in there. Open this door right now." When Lee Hoyle didn't immediately comply, they issued a terrifying ultimatum that struck fear into his heart. "Why aren't you answering your phone? Do you want to die? Open it while I'm still asking nicely." Left with no choice, Granfell finally surrendered to fate. The visiting party included the eldest sister Lee Yoonhee, with her daughter Lee Arang, the second sister Lee Jinyun, and the third sister Lee Yiram. But the moment the door opened, their jaws dropped. Lee Yoonhee gasped, "Oh my God." The source of their shock was Granfell himself. Their little brother had changed beyond recognition. Granfell stood there dressed in an immaculate suit, as if attending a royal gala. He spoke with calm dignity. "You are disturbing the neighbors. Please compose yourselves first." The sisters were stunned by this sudden transformation. Lee Yoonhee pointed him out to her daughter. "Look, Arang, it's your uncle." She took off her sunglasses to get a better look, while Lee Yiram went pale with confusion. Meanwhile, across the city, in another apartment complex, the news was breaking. The anchor announced the arrival of a superstar player, displaying Granfell's image on the screen for the world to see. A player of unknown origin had suddenly risen to fame in this Manhwa recap broadcast. He had single-handedly taken down Count Ascura, alongside Jess. Watching from his couch, Guildmaster Guan lay sprawled out, glued to the TV. The reporter continued to ramble, mentioning how the player ignored all interview requests, leaving only a single legendary quote, "I am Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo," before vanishing into the night. It wasn't just Korea. The entire world was fixated on this enigmatic man. As the news rolled on, the Guildmaster of Jianchin barked an order, "Bring me a hot cocoa." "Here you go, hot cocoa served." Guan took the cup, looking utterly depressed. "Namtaemin, everyone is talking about Lee Hoyle. Realistically speaking, do you think he'll actually join our guild? Even if we promised him a 90-10 profit split, I doubt we stand a chance." But Namtaemin smiled, trying to boost morale. "Why are you being so pessimistic, brother?" Sipping his own cocoa, Namtaemin encouraged him. "There is a high probability he will come to us. We have his number, and more importantly, we have leverage." Hearing this, Guan sat up straight, his eyes wide with shock. "What leverage?" Namtaemin explained. "The items we looted from the battle at the Vampire Count's territory. We only secured those items thanks to Lee Hoyle," he continued. "So isn't it only polite that we share the spoils with him?" Nam Guan Min's eyes lit up with realization. "You're right. So how much should we offer him?" Namtaemin gripped his empty cup tight. "That doesn't matter. I am deadly serious about this. Even if we fail to recruit him to the guild, we must ensure we leave a lasting good impression." To emphasize his resolve, Namtaemin crushed the cup in his hand with a dramatic crack. "To achieve that, we need to give him everything. Every single item." Namtaemin shouted, "Brother, call him right now." Nam Guanmin was stunned by his younger brother's intensity. But then, reality set in. Looking at the shattered ceramic on the floor, Namtaemin immediately shrank back in fear. He fell to his knees, apologizing profusely, as Nam Guanmin frowned while cleaning up. "I told you to stop breaking my stuff." Back at Granfell's apartment, the phone rang again. It was Jinshin calling. But Granfell was currently powerless to answer. His majestic silver hair had been commandeered by little Li Arang, who was using it as her personal toy. She giggled. Uncle Li Hoyle is so pretty. Granfell sat helpless, while his sisters were left speechless. What is happening? I can't even. Li Uni, the third highest authority in the family hierarchy, laughed. Your new hair color is actually kind of cool. The second sister, Li Jinyun, fourth in command, cackled like a witch. You look exactly like a doll. It's hilarious. Li Yiram, rank 5 in the family, glared at him with annoyance. And what is up with that tone of voice? Granfell, ranking a lowly 7th in the family food chain, immediately folded. The wind is quite chilly today. What kind of tea would you ladies like? He could do nothing but let rank 6, Li Arang, continue to mess up his hair. Uncle's hair is so beautiful like a princess. Seeing this indignity, Li Yiram tried to stifle a laugh. Li Jinyun was crying from laughter, turning to Uni. Sister, I don't think he's acting. He's really into this. Li Uni was amused. Our Li Hoyle has become so gentle, hasn't he? But Li Yiram hesitated before asking. So, you're a player now. Did you assimilate with your game character or something? Granfell nodded solemnly, enduring the shame as Li Arang squished his cheeks. Uncle, show me the Zulo dance. He sighed defeated. Wait a moment, my dear niece. But Arang was relentless. Zoolo, do it now. Watching this scene, Li Uni smiled warmly. This really takes me back to the old days. Li Jinyun agreed. Right, about 10 years ago, wasn't it? Hearing this, Li Hoyle physically recoiled, shrinking into himself. But the sisters were oblivious to his internal screaming. Li Jinyun continued. Didn't this kid call himself Granfell back then too? He begged mom and dad to let him dye his hair silver. Li Uni clapped her hands. That's right, Li Hoyle wished the floor would swallow him whole. Stop it. Did you come all this way, just to torture me with my dark history? Li Yiram remained silent, staring at everyone with a pensive look. The other two weren't done digging up the past. And what was that other thing? Didn't he say he would greet mom and dad like a noble scholar? Oh, I'm so proud. Li Hoyle was weeping internally. Please stop. Are you demons sent to torment me? Suddenly, Li Yiram asked a question that cut through the comedy. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The laughter died, replaced by worry. Yiram led the interrogation. Hey, Li Hoyle, you aren't in any danger, are you? Granfell hadn't expected this shift. He stayed silent, listening. Do you have any idea how shocked we were? I heard players get injured all the time in those dungeons. And when you didn't pick up the phone, do you know how terrified we were that something terrible had happened to you? He was stunned, a warm sensation flowing through his chest. Anyway, we'll break the news to mom and dad. They haven't heard yet, since they went out early to buy dumpling ingredients. But they're going to be incredibly surprised. The sisters softened their tone. If it ever gets too hard, just quit. You hear me? Just remember, we are all here to help you. Granfell offered a faint, genuine smile. He apologized for worrying them, assuring them he was fine. But then Granfell's demeanor shifted back to absolute confidence as he declared, I am. Demon Hunter Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo was born for this job. Don't worry. Your big sisters are right here to support you. Lun giggled at his unexpectedly cute voice. Lion remained stoic. But Lim? Her face was a masterpiece of pure, indescribable despair. Li Hoyle wondered if he should just end it all from the embarrassment. As the sun set and the tea ran dry, the sisters stood by the door. Li Uni held her child, thanking him for the tea. Li Arang beamed with joy. Bye, mister, Li Jun called out. Granfell bid them farewell. Return home safely, ladies. He turned to Li Arang with noble grace. Child, I look forward to the day we meet again. The sisters nagged him one last time. Anyway, Li Hoyle, call us more often. If anything happens, reach out immediately and don't do anything dangerous. Granfell bowed obediently. Yes, sister. Suddenly, Lim shrieked as if struck by lightning. She turned to Granfell, startling him. And remember to save your money. And don't cosign loans for anyone, he thought. Save what I'm broke. Then reality snapped back like a rubber band. Oh right. He remembered the reward from the main rift. In this leveling Manhwa world, the developers of Arcana paid out based on difficulty and contribution rates. Alone at last, Li Hoyle checked his phone with trembling hands. Rumor had it the CEO was paying from his own pocket to save the company's image. How much would it be? He covered the screen, peeking slowly at the digits. 10,120,000. Could it be 100 million? Is that even possible? Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, Camilla hugged Jessie, whining, while the latter held her tablet. Jessie, are you sure you don't know anything? She probed for information. You beat Ascura with that Li Hoyle guy, yet you claim to know nothing about him, Jessie replied coldly. I don't know. Camilla pouted. Don't be like that. Just tell me, you've been watching weird videos on YouTube all day. Suddenly, Jesse's voice dropped an octave, startling Camilla. Camilla felt a chill of killing intent. Do not disturb me right now. I need to focus on this. Camilla's survival instincts kicked in. Fine, I give up. I won't ask anymore. So don't be so cold. She walked away, leaving Jesse alone. How boring. Why's that kid studying Korean etiquette and manners anyway? Suddenly, a notification flashed on the tablet, catching Jesse's eye. The completion reward for the rift had officially been transferred. Back at the apartment, Lee Hoyle froze. His eyes bulged at the account balance. His hands shook uncontrollably. How? How is there this much? He couldn't believe the screen. 11 billion won. Lee Hoyle gasped for air. Just the loot from Count Oscuro was enough, but this? Just how rich was this Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo character going to get? Granfell's persona scoffed coldly within his mind. You find joy in this pocket change? How pathetic. Lee Hoyle snapped back. Shut up, you damn aristocrat. He checked the spoils of war. The Vampire Count's Demon Sphere. System notification rank unrivaled. Level limit 400. Effects sealed. It contained a demon's curse, and its true powers were locked. To understand its true potential, it required proper purification. Granfell looked at the system window with amusement. Oh, an unrivaled rank. A unique cursed item. How interesting. The old Lee Hoyle would have sighed. A cursed item, even if the level is high, the chance of cleansing it is abysmal. Should I just throw this trash away? But then his mindset shifted. Wait, a demon hunter can use this as a sacrifice for an exorcism ritual. Even if people call my class trash, using trash items makes it pure profit. I used to think that way, but things have changed. He recalled the fight with Oscura. He thought the blood curse necklace was lost as bait, but it was still there. System blood curse necklace. Rank rare. Level limit 300. Effect. Low chance to activate an instant barrier when attacked. A necklace designed for those who crave violence, overflowing with immense magical power. It was meant to protect the wearer. Lee Hoyle realized. Wait, the curse is gone. The exorcism skill must have purified it during the battle. The sphere, the necklace, and 11 billion won. Lee Hoyle lay awake, eyes wide like a dried fish, mind racing. He wasn't anxious. He was suffering from success. His brain refused to shut down. 11 billion. What do I do with 11 billion? Term deposit. Should I buy starter gear? But what should I buy? What if I get scammed? Should I tell my family? Silence, Granfell commanded. Right, but every time I close my eyes, I think about buying gear to clear more rifts. But finding gear that matches this character's level is a nightmare. I jumped 34 levels instantly. I'm sitting at level 134. I was level 55 just days ago. Buying level-specific gear is wildly inefficient at this speed, and mana recovery items cost a fortune. Granfell interrupted the spiral. Put the phone away and sleep. My vision is deteriorating from your screen. Granfell mocked. I am glad you are satisfied with the title of billionaire. Lee Hoyle retorted. Excuse me, I'm a multi-billionaire now. Granfell scoffed. Good for you. Meanwhile, at the Arcana Korea branch, a tense meeting was underway with Locks and a junior analyst. The presenter spoke up. Everyone looked closely at this scene. He pointed at the screen. When the debris turned into stone pillars, we immediately concluded this was alchemy. The staff looked bewildered. Alchemy. Suddenly, a senior manager slammed the table, voicing his objection loudly. Fool, alchemy cannot create stone pillars of that magnitude. Does he possess infinite magic power or something? Chaos erupted. The presenter tried to argue, but the manager cut him off. The power of a true alchemist says otherwise. Aren't you from finance? I'm from the magic division and I know alchemy. I am certain Suwon rubbed his temples, his head throbbing. This is exhausting. Where is this conversation even going? It's just Lee Hoyle. A junior colleague trembled, leaning in. Senior, do you know anything? Swan sighed. We're in the same boat. If you don't know, neither do I. The junior sighed. I've been dying these past few days. My friends and family only ask me about Lee Hoyle. He slumped onto the table in defeat. There is no data on Lee Hoyle in the Arcana database. Is it his real name? A nickname Suwon? Stared at his laptop deep in thought. But today is Thursday. If the new update drops, the situation might stabilize. Suddenly, eyes went wide. It was the moment every Manhwa recap fan waited for. A notification appeared, new region update. Greetings players. A massive update has just descended upon our world. The uncharted territory Yusra Island has officially been added to the map. Yusra Island. A mysterious zone known only by its whisper, the Island of Terror. It is a phantom realm, that no soul has ever fully explored. Every creature spawned, there is a living nightmare incomparable to anything else on Earth. And now, that nightmare has been updated into our reality. The news anchor continued, yes, that is the latest regarding the Arcana system and the Dread Island update. We also have a summary of the regular Magic Conference starting earlier this week. Granville watched the screen intently as the report continued. The regular Magic Conference, a battlefield where veteran mages gather to clash and compete. It is a golden opportunity for mages to ascend to new heights. Ever since the Arcana game merged with reality, this event has captured the world's attention. One of our guest players, the B-rank powerhouse Jesse, is preparing to breach the Magic Tower. The player of the day ranker Jesse stepped into the public eye. Fans and reporters swarmed like locusts. Miss Jesse, is the Magic Tower involved with Yusra Island? Are you planning to raid it alongside Lee Hoyle? She is strictly here for the Magic Conference. Bodyguards cut off the interview. Meanwhile, Granville was at home, casually performing one-armed pull-ups while scrolling through his phone. The consciousness of Lee Hoyle screamed within him. What her do you know who that is? She's ranked 4th in the entire world. You better show some respect. Her power is off the charts. Granville merely scoffed. A Magic Conference is a day. System window chimed goal. Complete 500 pull-ups. Lee Hoyle snapped. Is that really what matters right now? Granville replied calmly. Naturally, one goes to the Magic Tower to cultivate knowledge and refine one's magical arts. Lee Hoyle groaned. That was literally the flavor text from when Arcana was just a game. Suddenly, Granville's eyes narrowed. Regardless of the pomp and circumstance, this is my chance. He stood tall, snapping his bright pink rubber dishwashing gloves with intense determination. I shall depart immediately after I vanquish these dirty dishes. Lee Hoyle was dumbfounded. Shouldn't a normal person just leave right now? But Granville marched to the beat of his own drum. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower, hundreds had gathered with their own agendas. A striking girl with pink hair sat quietly observing the chaos. It has finally begun, she thought. This was the Mage Klee, a member of the Magic Tower. I wonder how this will all end, she mused with excitement. I heard Guildmaster Marcello is giving the keynote speech. Suddenly, a man too busy waving goodbye stumbled backward toward Klee. All right, guys, I'm heading out. His friend warned, watch out. The man lost his balance and fell backward. Klee watched with a stone-cold expression. Thud. The man shrieked in pain. What the hell? His friend burst into laughter. Laugh my ass off. Look at you. Even if you're in a rush to get to Yusra Island, try not to smash your face into a wall. Safely behind her barrier, Klee sighed. Simpletons. The man groaned, embarrassed. This is ridiculous. Just help me up. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. You shouldn't speak of people that way. A woman wearing a witch's hat that obscured her face stepped right through the invisible barrier Klee had created, shocking everyone. Wait, one of them gasped. Is this wall an illusion spell cast by a Magic Tower professor for the conference? A high-tier ward that renders the path invisible to those without an invitation. Klee started realizing who it was. That's Jesse. Even high-ranking mages struggle to perceive that barrier. I apologize, Klee stammered. Jesse smiled. No need for apologies. The three men whispered in awe. Is that really Jesse? Did she just walk through the wall? Jesse held out a card. Are you the guide for today? Here is my invitation. Klee flushed with nervousness. Yes, I am responsible for guiding invited players to the Grand Ceremonial Hall. You were the final guest on the list, Miss Jessie. Since everyone has arrived, I will escort you now. Jessie glanced at the clipboard in Klee's hand. Is that everyone? Actually, could we wait just a moment longer? Klee blinked. Pardon, Jessie spoke slowly. I can't explain it, but I feel like this Manhwa recap isn't complete yet. Someone is missing. Every time I come here, it's lively, but this. The crowd was suffocating. Lee Hoyle was being crushed within the mass of bodies. Let me through, Jessie mused. It's usually busy, but is the crowd larger today? Because everyone is desperate to enter the Yusra Island update. Suddenly, a piercing shout rang out. It's Lee Hoyle. The crowd erupted. Lee Hoyle. Where is it really him? That's the guy. Oh my god, it is him. Granville gritted his teeth. Damn it. I forgot I was plastered all over the news. My fame has become a burden. People shoved cameras in his face. Are you heading to Yusra too? Please, one photo. How annoying. This is the real Lee Hoyle right here. An aggressive fan lost all control, rushing forward to bear hug him. Lee Hoyle, I've been your hardcore fan for 20 years. Just one picture. Take the picture, and I'll leave you alone. Granville seethed, his inner nobility offended. You insolent brat. Take your filthy hands off my suit carrier this instant. Did no one teach you table manners? One should chew before swallowing and think before speaking. He stared the man down. Begone. Jesse watched the scene helpless. God telling a fan to get lost is a bit harsh. Lee Hoyle thought. Wait, if they get disappointed by Granful's terrible personality, maybe they'll leave me alone in the future. But the fan looked ecstatic. He couldn't believe he had been insulted by his idol. I received his golden words. A toxic bad boy Lee Hoyle is just too cute. He's so aristocratic, others chimed in. Please insult me too, and me Granfel's face fell in despair. Nothing works against these people. Flashes blinded him as the chant began. Lee Hoyle, Lee Hoyle. He scanned the area. This is untenable. I must find a new route. That wall over there. It looked identical to the others. Yet, to his heightened senses, it radiated a subtle, distinct aura. The crowd was confused. Mr. Lee, where are you going? That's just a dead end. Ignoring them, Granful strode forward and stopped right next to the flushed girl. Amidst the awkward silence, he spoke with icy confidence. As I suspected, illusion magic. Granfell and Klee stood side by side like a destined duo facing the unknown. She stole a glance at the man standing ramrod straight beside her, her heart fluttering with a mix of nerves and shyness. Who is this man? Klee fumbled with her guest list, flipping pages frantically under Granful's silent gaze. Her mind raced. I thought every single guest for this leveling Manhwa event had already arrived. I've checked the list a dozen times. There's no one else. Granfell turned to her. Is there a problem? Klee's imagination instantly spiraled into a romance webtoon fantasy. She pictured Granful slamming his hand against the wall, trapping her, his towering silhouette blocking out the light. Reality snapped back. Her face burned red as a tomato. And no, nothing you. You said you wanted to attend the conference? Transparent magic circles materialized in the air before them. Klee pressed him with questions, leaving Granful no room to reply. It was true. He possessed no invitation. Standing beside him, she shifted awkwardly, but inside, her mind was spiraling into a storm of chaotic speculation. This illusion barrier was woven by the Magic Tower's elite professors. Even the chief mage would struggle to pierce through such a high-tier veil. So how in the world did he breach the perimeter? Granfell. Claudia Arpeggio Romeo silently assessed the striking woman, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. What is the matter? Are you unwell? He asked aloud. Can one not attend without an invitation? She crossed her arms, panic rising. No, that is not it at all. The rules state that anyone who detects the hidden mana signature is welcome, invitation or not. Her voice shrank to a whisper, shyness overcoming her. It is just that. This is the first time anyone has actually pierced through the mana veil with a single glance. It is foreign to me, yet utterly fascinating. I am dying to know your class. She paused, adding quickly. Purely from an academic perspective, of course. Is that so? Granful Claudia Arpeggio Romeo replied with characteristic indifference. And indeed, the mage who cast this deserves praise. I merely passed through by a stroke of fortune. As he strolled forward with hands casually in his pockets, the human consciousness within Lee Hoyle smirked internally. To think he had just walked straight through a magic wall like it was nothing. My magic power must be over 1,000 by now, right? He had a plan. All he needed was for his mana stats to reach the necessary threshold. A warning chimed in Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's mind. Destination reached. He pushed open the radiant golden gates. The sight that greeted him was far beyond expectation, truly magnificent. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stood at the vantage point, gazing down like a king. Below, a young man stood upon a podium, surrounded by emerald stone that pulsed with vibrant life. A booming voice commanded attention. Welcome to the gathering of the intellectual elite. Beside him, the crowd gasped, jaws dropping in sheer awe. The girl stepped forward, beaming as she tugged at Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's sleeve. But suddenly screams erupted. The ceremonial magic flared, flames roaring behind the civilians as panic spread. Some risked their lives to film the chaos, while a couple clung to each other in terror. As the game world of Akina merged with reality, the NPCs were no longer just data, they were living, breathing people. Inside the towering citadel, Marcello wore a haggard expression that could freeze blood, but his presence alone carried the weight of the world. The youngest chief mage, the rumored successor of true magic. Lord Marcello Jesse, the mage muttered, resting her chin on her hand with supreme boredom. A certified genius. He always dominated the conferences, establishing groundbreaking theories to decode how this twisted world now operated. She let out a dry, lifeless sigh. Suddenly, the pointed hat atop her head snapped back. Apologize this instant. Did you not hear me explain how great Lord Marcello is? How dare you call his wisdom boring? Jesse twirled a lock of hair, unimpressed. How should I know? I am bored to death and sleepy. Besides, seeing is believing, right? His speech is even duller than his classroom lectures. Standing at the podium, Marcelo glanced at his magic parchment. To you, this may be just a skill, exploration, interference operation. Terms I assume you care little for. His gaze sharpened as he locked onto a specific figure. Even so, my student, being here at the summit of knowledge is the highest honor a mage can achieve. Jesse scoffed. Says who? If this were not a mandatory quest, I would not have stepped 1 foot in here. A voice beside her whispered, "Are you bored?" Ignoring the chatter, Marcelo continued. For various reasons, the Magic Tower has summoned the world's greatest adventurers, a scene worthy of any manhwa recap. It is not just the flow of mana shifting. We are sensing a collision of worldviews, or as you travelers call it, in this leveling manhwa, an update. A hush fell over the crowd. Even Jesse looked up in surprise. You travelers are unfamiliar with our magic, just as we struggle to comprehend your science and technology. However, we must walk the same path. We must find harmony to re-establish peace in this chaotic world. As he spoke, mana flared from his fingertips, sending dazzling lights dancing across the hall. Thus, this address concerns your so-called science. I have glimpsed the potential for magical evolution within your technology. The crowd murmured in confusion. Science blending magic with science. Raw power erupted from Marcelo's hands. Crimson mana swirled violently as he gazed into a fireball and declared fusion. That is the name of this new formula. An advanced fireball born from the marriage of arcane arts and scientific theory. However, we must tread carefully. When two opposing concepts like magic and science collide, no one can predict the catastrophic side effects. The audience stood dumbfounded. Jesse's hat pondered. Did the chief mage come up with this? The young witch smirked. Now this is getting interesting. Marcelo's expression hardened. We need adventurers who understand both worlds. Whispers swept through the hall. Is this a quest? It has to be a hidden quest, right? Quests like this are legendary these days. The rewards will be insane. Wait, but why is the system window not popping up? Is there a hidden condition? Marcelo scanned the room. Any questions? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo raised a hand, commanding the room. Chief Mage, this new concept of yours seems utterly redundant. How do you justify this flaw? Marcelo froze, caught off guard. The crowd gasped. What is he actually challenging the Tower Master? It is even worse than that. Does he actually understand the theory? Jesse spun around, eyes wide. Ah, it is that man with the strange mana. He is here too. The elders trembled. Marcelo was known as the Viper of the Magic Tower. Crossing him was usually a death sentence. When he was displeased, the consequences were brutal. Murmurs filled the air as Marcelo's face darkened. By the way, who is that guy? Never seen him before. A spotlight seemed to fall on Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo, his tall figure standing defiant with crossed arms. Marcelo's voice dropped an octave. Can you explain why you believe that? The tension was thick enough to cut? Everyone held their breath. How would he answer? Was the chief mage actually listening? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo replied coolly, simple. I sense no harmony between them. He extended a hand towards the podium. Magic and science are fundamentally opposing forces. Forcing them to merge creates dissonance, leading inevitably to overload and rejection. In a flash, he recreated the exact spell Marcelo had just cast. I have witnessed this collision between skill and sorcery before. Marcelo stood paralyzed, his mind reeling in shock. Impossible. How did he effortlessly replicate a spell that took me months to master? He sensed the discord in the mana flow immediately. The crowd erupted in whispers. That incantation. It mirrors Lord Marcelo's perfectly. Don't you think? Hold on. His face rings a bell. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo gazed at the fireball dancing in his palm, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. A scream pierced the air. Wait, isn't that Li Hoyle? You claim that internal mana stabilizes the convergence process. It is an incomplete theory, yet the results. They are undeniably potent. Inside, Li Hoyle hesitated. Should I really be copying Marcelo's signature spell? It guzzles mana like crazy, but with my internal energy circuit. The efficiency is god tier. Doubt rippled through the onlookers. It really is him. Lord Marcelo's expression darkened as he broke the silence. Li Hoyle, heed my words. With solemn respect, the Archmage placed a hand over his heart. I invite you to join me in unraveling the mysteries of this domain. Ding, a system window flashed before his eyes. Hidden quest. Marcelo's fusion magic research. The Tower Master seeks your aid to transcend the boundaries of arcane arts. A classic trope in any leveling manhwa. Decline. Accept. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo accepted without hesitation. Did my modified incantation trigger this scenario? A cunning glint sharpened his eyes. Coming here was the best decision I've made. He smirked, radiating pure arrogance. The crowd recoiled. Look at that twisted smile. He thinks this is a game. Does he have no shame? Meanwhile, on the pristine shores of a tropical paradise, the azure waves of Yuzra Island crashed against the sand. A stunning girl stretched under the sun, shouting in pure bliss. Lee Hoyolni. Doesn't this look exactly like the game graphics? I can't wait for the raids to start. I should have packed my bikini for this. Lee Hoyolni spun around, gnashing his teeth like a feral beast. We are here for war, not a swimsuit competition. But the beach was already swarming. So many people, players and tourists alike, were treating the expedition like a holiday. The pink-haired girl planted a playful peck on Lee Hoyolni's cheek. Why so grumpy, Lee Hoyolni? You're too cute when you're mad, she giggled mischievously. Lee Hoyolni growled. Have you lost your mind? A blonde man watched them impressed. She's got guts. Another adventurer chimed in. Streamers and influencers I expected. But actual residents of Kenna, that's new. Residents? You mean the NPCs are mobilizing? Suddenly, a heavy pressure descended. Giant figures marched forward, led by Enochs of the Lee Hoyolnis Knights. Walking disasters. They're actually here. A portly man leaned against a palm tree, his eyes narrowing. It seems even the Dark Mercenary Corps has sniffed out the loot. Look, the Explorers Alliance has arrived. The pink-haired girl leaped onto Lee Hoyolni's back. Of course, the Island of Terror is the hottest zone in Kenna right now. Lee Hoyolni grunted. Even ignoring the rift trials, these fools just want to taste the despair this island offers. Her eyes flared with irritation. Ouch, get off. Do we have to fight the NPCs too? Ring. Who could that be? Lee Hoyolni glanced at his comms device. Ah, it's our team's little firecracker. He patched the call through. A deafening scream assaulted his ears. Boss, the tournament is over. It was legendary Lee Hoyol. He declared that the Archmage's formula was trash. Lee Hoyolni burst into laughter. What? He challenged the Tower Master of the Magic Tower to his face. He clutched his sides, laughing hysterically. That guy has a death wish. The pink-haired girl slid down, pouting with feigned innocence. I knew you'd still hold a grudge against him. So cute. The bystanders shuddered. She's terrifying. Lee Hoyolni wiped a tear. So, did the Archmage turn him into a pile of ash? No. That's the crazy part. Lord Marcello admitted he was wrong. He actually bowed to Lee Hoyol. He even gave him a hidden quest. The forums are exploding with this Manhwa recap-worthy moment. What Lee Hoyolni roared. Impossible. Meanwhile, within the silence of the Tower Master's office, Granville Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo reviewed a document. Marcello spoke softly. If you require any resources for our research, simply list them. The tower is at your disposal. Inside, Lee Hoyol panicked. Is he serious? Did I bluff too hard? On the surface, he remained the picture of nobility. Anything I want, jackpot. He maintained his icy demeanor. Very well. I require these artifacts immediately. Top floor of the Magic Tower. Marcello stood before the three Supreme Elders. He bowed low. You summoned me, High Mages. One of the elders spoke, his voice like grinding stones. Marcello, our rising star. Rumors have reached us. You intend to conduct sacred research. With a mere adventurer, the Magic Tower does not involve itself in the affairs of players. You have violated our oldest laws. Why would a mage of your caliber stoop so low? Marcello accepted the rebuke, but his eyes remained clear. Traveler Lee Hoyol possesses a profound understanding of the arcane, and his mana capacity, it rivals the legends. In this era of chaos, his talents are not just useful, they are essential for the survival of this world. We cannot remain shackled by archaic traditions. While the world burns silence, the elder cut him off. True mages walk the path of knowledge alone. We bear the weight of our own discoveries. You are a scholar of the tower. You know the price of pride. I will respect your foolish decision. But know this, you alone shall bear the consequences of that outsider's actions. Marcello remained silent. We shall speak of this no more. For now, begone. As the heavy doors sealed behind him, Marcello's expression darkened. Damn fossil. Responsibility. Blind fools, drowning in their own arrogance while clinging to dead ideals. Do they even know the meaning of the word? How long will the Magic Tower hide in the shadows? He slumped in a secluded corner, exhaling a heavy sigh. Lord Marcello Cleo appeared beaming with a stack of documents in her arms. He turned surprised. Cleo, what are you doing here? I've gathered the artifacts Lee Hoyol requested. I was just on my way to deliver them. Marcello's eyes narrowed slightly. He extended a hand. Is that so? Hand them over. I will deliver them personally. Cleo blinked confused. But I can handle it, my lord. You are far too busy for errands. Marcelo's voice dropped an octave. I was preparing to head out anyway. There are matters I wish to verify. Oh. Of course. Here you go. Cut to the Grand Library. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo sat in elegant silence, turning the pages of an ancient tome. Marcelo approached, placing the items on the mahogany table. Your requested items have arrived, Li Hoyol. Neatly stacked grimoires and an exquisite jewelry box lay before him. These are artifacts specialized in mana regeneration. The Tome of Glacial Winds. Item level 550. It restores 50% of mana consumed when casting ice attribute spells. Essence of the Sunday, level 600. Recovers 20% mana for fire attributes. And the Forbidden Knowledge. Level 590. Li Hoyol's soul screamed in shock, but Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo's face remained a mask of indifference. I have also included the grimoires you requested. So tell me, does this meet your standards, traveler Li Hoyol? Granfell remained silent. Deep down, he wondered, is this actually good enough? Clenching his fist, he gazed at the table and declared, Chief Mage, the artifacts you have brought. They are indeed appropriate for my current stature. In his hand lay the Tear of the Sun God, a unique rank treasure. But the restriction, a staggering level 620. His expression remained icy, but internally, Li Hoyol was sweating bullets for Marcelo. He only said that because his pitiful level was merely 134. But Marcelo, completely misinterpreting the situation, let out a heavy sigh. My apologies. I have gravely underestimated your discernment. Inside his mind, Li Hoyol screamed, You're overthinking it, old man. Just give me something I can actually equip. Marcelo continued. When you requested an item for mana recovery, I had little hope of finding a perfect match. However, it seems your wisdom precedes you. You already knew of this artifact's existence. He presented the Staff of Verdant Wisdom. Unique rank. Level requirement, 100. Its effect. It recovers 10% of the mana consumed immediately upon casting a spell. Silence stretched between them as Granfell grasped the staff. Internally, Li Hoyol was dancing with joy. 10% mana recovery on every spell. No cooldown. That was absolutely broken. If only everything was this simple, I would have snatched it instantly. Granfell looked at Marcelo and commanded, I shall take this one. Marcelo placed a hand over his heart and bowed deeply. The moment you noticed the dissonance in my incantations, I knew you were extraordinary. Yet I never imagined your knowledge extended even to this forgotten artifact. Once again, it is an honor to walk this path with you, Marcelo declared. Granfell's face remained an unmoving mask of nobility, while Li Hoyol was just genuinely curious about the stick in his hand. It looks like a twig, but is it really that overpowered? Marcelo continued. However, I cannot proceed with my research immediately. Not after you pointed out such a critical logical error in my formula. A holographic system window flashed into existence. Status calibrating. The quest regarding Marcelo's fusion of magic and science had been temporarily suspended. Please await my summons, Marcelo requested. Li Hoyol realized the situation. I see. I'm time-gated until the next main scenario quest drops. Fastening the artifact to his coat, Granfell stated, I shall await the day you perfect your craft. Marcelo replied, Thank you for your patience. But in his heart, the mage thought, adventurer Li Hoyol, truly a peerless talent of this generation. A silent understanding passed between them. Granfell closed his eyes, his voice solemn. If we combine our efforts, perhaps we possess the power to rewrite the very laws of modern magic. Inside, Li Hoyol was giving a mental thumbs up. Free gear is the best gear, Marcelo. You're the MVP. Hey. Meanwhile, the scene shifted. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Kugong TV. It's your boy Kugong. Thanks to broadcasting Li Hoyol's combat footage, the channel had exploded, boasting 20,000 concurrent viewers. But the chat was spamming one question. Where is he? Give us our handsome Li Hoyol. As people streamed through the warp gate, expectation hung in the air. Surely the star would arrive soon. Sensing the crowd's restlessness, Kugong tried to calm the stream. Guys, relax. You know the main character always arrives fashionably late. Don't be so impatient. I'm staying right here until Li Hoyol shows up. But suddenly, the frame was hijacked. A man with a ponytail and a mask stepped into the shot, radiating menace. The chat went wild. Some recognized him as Kinver, a rising supernova. Others were less impressed. Kinver? That trash. How dare he crash Li Hoyol's lobby? Get lost. Reading the vitriol, Kinver's eyes twitched with fury. That bastard Li Hoyol. Does he never tire of stirring up drama wherever he goes? When the game Akina merged with reality, the supernovas emerged as the new elite. They were ruthless climbers who would stop at nothing for power, and Kinver was the worst of the lot. Rumors whispered of his brutality, linking him to a string of player disappearances. Though unproven, the stories of Kinver hunting other players in this leveling manhwa world were rampant. And now, he had marked Lee Hoyol as his prey. Before leaving, he leaned into the camera, his voice dripping with malice. "Pass a message to that Lee Hoyol for me. Tell him, too much fame can get a man killed." Kugong, despite being a diehard Lee Hoyol fanboy, crumbled before the psycho. "Yes, I'll tell him." As the killer walked away, the chat resumed its frenzy. Why isn't he here yet? Maybe he's scared. Is he dodging the supernovas because he knows he'll get jumped? Yeah, that must be it. The narrative shifted. Lee Hoyol was too cowardly to step foot on Yusra Island. Kugong snapped, shouting at the camera. "You guys are wrong. Lee Hoyol doesn't care about trash like that. When the time is right, he will be here. I trust him with my life." Meanwhile, the main character in question was lounging at home, sipping tea with zero urgency. "Is there really any reason for me to go to that Yusra place?" Lee Hoyol sprawled out on the floor answering his own question. "Nope, not a single one. Yusra region, the Island of Terror. Sounds exciting, right? Wrong. The minimum level requirement is 350, and Lee Hoyol, he was sitting at a humble level 134. More importantly, his class bonuses only applied to demons. And that island, 0 demons. Just golden sand scorpions at level 3, 90 venomous sand vipers at 400 giant turtles, and flying thunder tigers at 420. Look at those levels. What kind of brain-dead demon hunter would grind there? If he stepped 1 foot on that beach, he wouldn't just lose. He'd be deleted from existence. Now, if there were at least a few demons, I might consider it. Suddenly, a system window materialized. Class quest: The Origin. The veil lifts and the lighthouse shines. The last demon hunter must illuminate a world shrouded in evil. Temper your frail vessel. Quest: Type recurring. Objective: investigate the great sin manifesting on Yusra Island. Lee Hoyol blinked. What the hell? The 7 deadly sins: pride, sloth, gluttony, envy, wrath, lust, and greed. In this world, the entities that embodied these cardinal vices were known as the great sins. This was lore Lee Hoyol knew from his days playing Akina. And the system was confirming it. One of these catastrophic entities had spawned on Yusra Island. Granfel's voice cut through his thoughts. Before we lacked a cause, but now we have no excuse to linger. In this manhwa recap of his life, if a great sin existed, it was his sworn duty to annihilate it. There was no arguing with that logic. But there was one massive problem. Yusra was a scorching tropical island, and Granfel refused to wear anything but a formal 3-piece suit. Cut to the azure ocean and the gentle sound of waves. The crowd of streamers and onlookers gasped, cameras flashing. Look, he actually came. A true gentleman always keeps his word. Lee Hoyol stood on the burning sands of Yusra. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, his expression utterly stoic. But inside his soul, he was shrieking. "It's so hot, I'm literally melting in this suit." Suddenly, the heat was forgotten. A chill ran down his spine. He looked down at his hand as dark violet energy began to coil around the island, an ominous presence invisible to others. Passive skill: Natural Enemy activated. Granfel's demeanor tightened his instincts, screaming danger. What is this monstrous power? It defies all reason. It is undeniably superior to the common filth roaming this land. I can feel a colossal abyss of dark energy pulsing right beneath my boots. It seems this entire island is not merely cursed. It is the demon itself. He stared into the dense thicket, his senses screaming, as black miasma coiled around him like a suffocating snake. If my instincts are correct, my passive skill, Natural Enemy, should be screaming for blood right about now. Granfel Claudio Arpeggio, Romeo's lips curled into a sinister, arrogant sneer, his eyes gleaming with a predator's delight, hiding beneath my feet. How quaint. You foolish demons are practically begging to be crushed. Internally, however, he was drooling over the potential loot. While he maintained his noble facade, the scene shifted to Huilang's broadcast, capturing every moment for the masses. Do you see this, guys? The one and only Lee Ho-yun has finally entered the death zone of Yusra Island. The orange-haired cameraman was practically vibrating with excitement. Chat, tell me you're seeing this? Does anyone know my ID? And seriously, does this man ever take off that suit? This manhwa recap is about to get legendary. Rain or shine, heatwave or blizzard, he sticks to the drip. And no, that isn't dye, fam. That silver hair is 100% natural nobility. He's the real deal. Huilang trailed behind his voice, dropping to a whisper. Look at that movement. Calculated, precise. Is he sensing a hidden dungeon? Or maybe he's planning a tactical nuke on these monsters. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo glanced back, his face glowing with divine confidence. But inside his head, pure panic. I started this with hype, but now I'm terrified. I just need to find a weak mob to bully, so I don't die. His mental HUD scanned the threats. Level 400 Golden Sand Cyclops Hard Pass. Level 400 Jewel Turtle, too tanky. Level 420. Flash Thunder Tiger, run away, run away. Finally, his eyes locked on a target. Level 390 Golden Sand Scorpion. Perfect. A nice squishy snack. On the outside, he looked like an ice-cold killer. On the inside, he was shaking like a leaf. I let the ruins fool me. I forgot, this is a high-level zone. He grimaced, trying to maintain his composure. It's just a slightly stronger opponent. No big deal. Suddenly, Huilang looked at him with worshipful eyes. Right, let me set the ground rules, chat. I'm only filming Li Ho Yan if it doesn't mess with his flow. If he looks even slightly annoyed, I'm cutting the feed. We respect the king here. The chat exploded with agreement. Protect Li Ho Yan at all costs. Don't get caught, streamer. I want to polish his shoes. If Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo gets mad, you're dead meat. Don't worry guys, I'm basically a stealth rogue right now. Sometimes dungeon traps don't even trigger for me. Just then, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo whipped around his senses, flaring as a massive surge of killing intent erupted from the earth beneath them. Huilang froze. What was that sound? A sharp metallic clang rang out. A soldier with a high orange ponytail had intercepted an ambush, his blades locking against something monstrous. He slashed wildly at the creature emerging from the ground. It's the pack leader. This damn thing chased us all the way here. Archer, what are you doing? Shoot it before we all die. Another orange-haired man, hair parted down the middle, raised his staff in sheer panic. I can't get a lock. It's too bright. The reflection is blinding me. I can't aim. Damn it, are we helpless? A majestic beast, shimmering with diamond blue scales, prowled forward. Its red eyes burned with fury, and a low growl shook the very air. It bared fangs sharper than obsidian blades. A level 420 Flash Thunder Tiger. The roar alone sent Huilang tumbling backward like a ragdoll. He shielded his face as the chat went into a frenzy. What is that? A Flash Thunder Tiger. If I survive this, you guys better donate. A level 420 boss monster just appeared. Wow. That roar is wrecking my audio equipment. The soldier was knocked back, crashing straight into Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo. The noble frowned, brushing off his suit. This is exactly why I said I do not require a party. You incompetent fools are crowding me. The soldier looked up trembling. What Li Ho Yan? The realization hit the duo like a truck. The mage's jaw dropped. It can't be. Why is a superstar like him in this hellhole? Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo remained stoic. I would like to know that as well. I came here for a scorpion salad, and the universe served me the strongest boss on the island. Just my luck. The beast stalked closer, its killing aura suffocating. This thing is only 10 levels below Count Oscura. Running isn't an option. It would hunt me down in seconds. Damn it, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo raised a hand, his eyes narrowing. This situation is dire. The sunlight reflecting off its crystal hide is ruining my accuracy. I can't see a thing. He extended his palm, gathering mana. If I can't see it, I just need to make sure it can't move. Evasion is useless if you are paralyzed. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo locked the beast in place with invisible pressure. The soldiers stared in disbelief. What? What kind of magic is that, Granfell? Claudio Arpeggio Romeo conjured a massive sphere of swirling flame. Let's test the firepower of this leveling manhwa logic. Fireball. An explosion of biblical proportions erupted, painting the forest in shades of apocalypse. Huilang gasped. What just happened? The monster was consumed by a vortex of crimson fire. The scene was terrifyingly beautiful. The chat scrolled so fast, it was a blur. Is that even magic? Is he a spirit master? That looks different from normal skills. Li Ho Yan is my religion. Didn't they say he was an alchemist? LOL, clearly he's a destructomancer. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo lowered his hand, closing his eyes with the grace of a saint who just swatted a fly. System. You have successfully defeated the Flash Thunder Tiger. Level up. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's inner child cheered. I actually got the last hit. Marcelo's fireball spell is absolutely broken. And this metal, recovering 10% of my mana, overpowered. The ponytailed soldier stood there, brain short-circuiting. What? Impossible. He one-shot a level 420 boss. The scene shifted to a lush part of the forest. A fist slammed into a tree trunk. Damn it all. The system window introduced Fred Runker, rank 3 swordsman and guild master of the Red Wolves. We've been here for hours. If we retreat now, we look like clowns. No, he screamed at his exhausted team. Beside him stood Runker Rank 7, another Red Wolf elite. A guild member stepped up nervously. Guildmaster, I strongly suggest we regroup all the splinter teams. We're bleeding out here. Rumor has it the Silent Guild is piercing the center with a single strike force. Meanwhile, our scattered squads are getting picked off by elite mobs. We're making zero progress. Fred gritted his teeth. I know. Do you think I'm blind? I split us up to maximize loot and stop the Burke Guild from claiming the first clear. I got greedy all right. I underestimated the sheer brutality of the monsters on Yusra Island. He rubbed his chin, swallowing his pride. Damn it. I hate admitting defeat, but you're right. Call them back. Suddenly, a member approached with a phone. Sir, call from the West team. You need to hear this. He handed the device to Fred. On the screen, the mage with parted hair looked like he had seen a ghost. Fred massaged his temples. Calm down. I'm recalling everyone. We're coming to you. The mage cut him off. No, don't come here. We already cleared the route. Fred blinked. What? Explain yourself. How did you clear it? The mage's voice trembled. It was Lee Ho-yeon. Lee Ho-yeon is here. The camera panned to show a burning forest. He's already arrived. Fred's face went pale. Lee Ho-yeon, the rookie. What is he doing here? Another subordinate rushed in, waving a tablet. Sir, urgent report from the Magic Tower conference attendees. He pointed at the data. Lee Ho-yeon accepted a personal quest from Archmage Marcello. He is the first player in history to be granted a private lab in the Magic Tower. Fred froze. An NPC personally allied with a player? I thought the media was just hyping him up. Fear crept into Fred's eyes. Get the analysis team on the line. I want a full dossier on Lee Ho-yeon immediately. We are dealing with a monster. Perhaps he was far more dangerous than I dared to imagine. Lee Ho-yeon stood there, bathed in a strange light. Clutching the azure stone, he let out a laugh that was anything but heroic. Pure lightning crystal system. Rank unique. The highest quality crafting material known to man. Its true efficiency awaits confirmation during the crafting process. Lee Ho-yeon leaped with uncontained joy. Magnificent. A unique rank material. Unbelievable. On the outside, Granfell scowled. But deep down, his heart was doing a victory dance. Who just stumbles upon unique materials like this? Only a handful of legendary craftsmen could even hope to process such a treasure. If I tell the Magic Tower, this is part of my research. He chuckled with anticipation. But suddenly, Granfell froze. The atmosphere shifted. A suffocating darkness began to swallow the space around them. What in the world? Was this his heightened intuition screaming at him? A chill ran down his spine. Granfell stared as a system window materialized before his eyes. Quest: investigate the 7 deadly sins on the island. Startled, he recoiled. A class quest window, why would it appear now, of all times? The earth groaned beneath them. He struggled to stay standing as birds fled the sky in terror. The system interface bled into an ominous crimson. Yusra Island has been tainted by greed. Collapse process initiated. Granfell stood paralyzed. Outside, Fred and the Shin Guild members stumbled as the ground heaved. The collapse meter was rising rapidly. What kind of twisted sorcery was this? Is Yusra Island actually a dimensional rift? No, it is merely a newly discovered zone. This phenomenon was unlike anything seen during a rift break. So what was the meaning of this ominous countdown? Chaos reigned as the tremors intensified. Amidst the panic, Granfell remained stoic, facing the crimson screen. One word stood out: greed. He reached out to the interface. Yusra Island, corrupted by the sin of greed. He straightened his posture, eyes narrowing. It seems the petty desires of humans have awakened a slumbering beast. Lee Ho-yeon clutched his stone, trembling. I have zero desire to fight a boss monster right now. I just wanted the loot. The notification flashed relentlessly. Yusra Island tainted by greed. The air grew heavy with a chaotic, gloomy aura. According to the quest data, this suffocation was the manifestation of the demon of greed itself. A pitch-black miasma choked the world, turning reality into a nightmare. Even the viewers on Y-Gang's livestream sensed the horror. Comments flooded in. What is this collapse progress? Y-Gang, though rattled, tried to maintain composure. Hold on guys, this isn't just a manhwa recap. I am searching for answers right now. The chat moved at light speed. I heard the Shin Guild already cleared that island. The viewers were stunned. Captured already. Every demon hunter in Akina would have their eyes on this prize. Anticipation exploded across the network. What kind of legendary loot did the guild snag? Do you think Shin would actually share that intel? By the way, aren't there 10 islands in the Yusra chain? If Shin only cleared one, does the collapse apply to a specific zone? And if it fully collapses, what then? It will probably turn into a desolate wasteland. If the collapse reaches 100%, the great sin of greed will fully awaken. Granfell received a ping. The class quest initiated, revealing a cryptic hint. Lift the veil, for the lighthouse is shining. The final demon hunter shall illuminate a world shrouded in evil. Like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, he had to temper his weakened body. Investigate the great sin plaguing Yusra Island. Prevent the resurrection of the calamity known as greed. Protect this sanctuary from the corruption of avarice. Just as Granfell surmised, he must seal the beast, not necessarily destroy it. His thoughts were cut short by the arrival of strangers. They looked like rival demon hunters. They were frantic, screaming in desperation. Move it. The Shin Guild already cleared an island and secured the artifact. It is real treasure. Only 9 islands remain. Snooze and you lose. We need to grab the loot before this place falls apart, Granfell observed them coldly. Indeed, that is the typical reaction of a soul consumed by greed. In this precise moment, every player here shared a single dangerous thought, a collective overwhelming avarice. To prevent the treasures from being corrupted, I must stop their hunger. I would have to convince them to abandon their desires. But, reasoning with a mob of greedy hunters? Impossible. The hunters snarled at each other. Get lost. We were here first. Shut your mouth and fight me for it. Granfell sighed at the display. Lee Hoyol looked around in panic. What are we supposed to do? Granfell declared. There is only one solution remaining. Lee Hoyol blinked. Granfell's eyes burned with resolve. I will simply take every single treasure for myself. Lee Hoyol gasped. Are you serious right now? On the second island of the Yusra archipelago, the darkness was already suffocating the light. Inside, the Shin Guild base tension hung in the air. Demichi and Camilla analyzed the collapse protocol. The island's destruction rate. Camilla, what is your assessment? She scoffed arrogantly. It is obvious, isn't it? There are 10 islands in total. This progress bar tracks the entire region, and one notch is already full. That bar filled the moment we secured the artifact. It functions exactly like a countdown timer. Locke offered a mysterious knowing smile. Indeed. But more importantly, have you reviewed Jesse's report regarding the mage conference and that traveler? Demichi stammered. You mean Lee Hoyle receiving a quest from the magic tower and ascending to its peak? Hearing the name Jesse, Camilla's eyes lit up dangerously. Oh, she definitely has a history with Lee Hoyle. Demichi scolded her. Camilla, focus. Look at the crisis we are in. She rolled her eyes annoyed. I am not sure I should take orders from the guy who rented an entire hotel, only to get rejected. Demichi gasped. Excuse me, Locke ignored the banter fixated on one name. Lee Hoyle. It seems he is evolving into a genuine threat to our dominance. Tell me your honest thoughts. If we were to clash with Lee Hoyle today, could we defeat him? Silence fell over the room. Their lack of an answer spoke volumes. Demichi broke the quiet. I would like to test that theory. Camilla hesitated. You are joking, right? Keeping Jesse in line is already a migraine. She will not sit idly by. Do you intend to humiliate him right in front of her? Demichi waved his hands. Let's not be hasty. He hasn't interfered with our guild yet. Locke stroked his chin, eyes narrowing. Is that really so? Let us observe for now. I admit, I am merely envious of his magical achievements. There is no need to declare war just yet. Suddenly a notification shattered the calm. The collapse progress had spiked again. The group froze in shock. Locke cursed. Damn it. Where is it happening? Demichi checked the data. It is that self-proclaimed noble. He has secured another treasure. He is making his move. Locke readied himself for battle, a dark smile playing on his lips. At this rate, he is going to strip the island clean. Excellent. Let's move out. We need to hit the next island immediately. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyle was still reeling from Granfell's insane declaration. Granfell? Wait. What do you mean you'll take them all? Granfell strode forward, his cape billowing with purpose. I mean exactly what I said. I am going to snatch every last one. Lee Hoyle wanted to curl up and hide, but the writing was already on the wall. When the collapse completes, the great sin of greed will awaken from its slumber. Don't tell me the system expects me to wake a catastrophe just by looting some treasure. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo paused, but not because of Lee Hoyle's inner panic. A majestic phalanx of armored warriors had materialized before him. Lee Hoyle instantly recognized the lion crest emblazoned on their armor. The Lee Hoyleness Knights. He never dared to dream he'd encounter the Empire's strongest order inside this game world. That familiar face belonged to the commander. Before he could even speak, a look of intrigued arrogance washed over Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's face as he surveyed the mighty warrior. Commander Harkin remained stoic, but the Knight Lauren bristled with rage at Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's casual disrespect. "You insolent brat. Show some proper manners before Lord Harkin." Harkon raised a hand to silence his subordinate. "Traveler, may I ask for your name, Granfell?" "Claudia Arpeggio." Romeo's expression remained stony. "I am Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo." Inside, Lee Hoyle was screaming, "I never thought I'd run into the Lee Hoyleness Knights in a hellhole like this. It is an honor to meet you." Lee Hoyle felt a headache coming on. "These guys and their archaic speech patterns are driving me crazy. Are we filming a historical drama here?" Harkon narrowed his eyes. "Somehow, you give off a completely different aura than the other travelers I have met." His gaze locked onto the silver insignia pinned to Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's chest. That metal. Suddenly, a blazing sphere of destruction crashed down next to Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. He dodged with a hair's breadth to spare. The ground shook. A meteor Lauren covered his mouth, coughing. "Avoid the smoke, Commander. Are you injured?" Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo realized exactly what this was. The Island Guardian. A colossal nightmare with jagged fangs dominated the horizon. A system window popped up. "Golden Maw Giant Demon. Level 450. Harkon drew his blade. "Prepare for battle." Lauren's voice trembled. "Damn it all. That monster has the highest level in the entire Yuzra Island zone." Harkon shouted, a warning. "Watch out, it's launching another meteor." The beast's eyes glowed with a sinister blue light as mana coalesced around it. A suffocating pressure descended on the battlefield. Harkon roared. Everyone returned to formation immediately. Lauren planted his feet, raising his sword to withstand the shockwave. Panic spread through the ranks like wildfire. This power was purely catastrophic. The monster's assault threw the formation into chaos. A scout reported commander visibility is 0 due to the meteor impacts. We cannot get close to the target. The beast, with its razor-sharp claws and serpentine neck, was the embodiment of terror. Harkin's eyes widened in horror. The monster's massive foot was descending directly onto Lauren. He screamed, "Dodge it now." But it was too late. The foot slammed down, silencing the world. Harkin's breath hitched his heart, pounding in his ears. But then, miracle. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo had stopped the crushing blow with a mysterious power. The knights stared dumbfounded. What in the world? That traveler had erected a massive wall of ice in a split second without even chanting a spell. Harkon supported the shaken Lauren and looked up at Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. "Just what are you?" "Granfell Claudia Arpeggio," Romeo replied coolly, his voice devoid of fear. "We are hardly in a position to have a leisurely chat, Sir Knight." Harkon stood stunned as the monster roared, refusing to give up its prey. The beast shattered the ice. Panic erupted again. "Another meteor volley is coming." Defensive formation. The tank unit raised their shields high. Lee Hoyle's inner voice shrieked, "Are you kidding me? Again?" To maximize the ice wall's durability, I had to burn through a massive amount of mana. If not for this silver metals buff, I would have died from magical exhaustion already. I need to conserve every ounce of magic power now. My only choice is to form a temporary alliance with the Lee Hoyleness Knights to take this thing down. Harkin's sword in hand approached the traveler wearing the Magic Tower's insignia. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo looked at him with skepticism. But before Harkin could react to the gaze, he spoke. "I offer my sincerest gratitude for saving my life and the lives of my knights. If you would lend us your strength in this battle." Harkin drove his sword into the earth, kneeling. "The Lee Hoyleness Knights swear upon our honor that our hearts will never forget this debt." Lee Hoyle imagined Harkon grinning and saying, "If you want a free carry, hop on the bus." Lee Hoyle loved the sound of that, but his character Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo simply scoffed. "Evil must be punished. That is all. If you require my assistance, I am willing to lend a hand." Inside, Lee Hoyle sighed. "God, this haughty roleplay style is exhausting." Hidden in the foliage nearby, the streamer, Y-Gang, had been watching the entire scene unfold. He was vibrating with excitement, witnessing a legendary event in real time. Watching through his camera lens, seeing the legendary Lee Hoyleness Knights conversing with Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. This was gold. This is absolutely insane. This is the content I've been waiting for. He turned to his stream, hyping up the audience with the fervor of a caster doing a manhwa recap. "Did you see that, chat? They just swore the oath of the heart. Can you see this clearly?" The comments section was exploding. "Whoa, the Lee Hoyleness Knights just spawned out of nowhere. Y-Gang, move your face. Your nostrils are taking up the screen. Wait, did they actually use the heart oath? No, that's usually a formal greeting strictly for royalty. What are they doing bowing to that guy? Chat demanded. Get closer. We need to hear what they're saying, Y Gang whispered back. Ah, it's too risky to get closer. With that guardian monster right there, I'm lucky just to observe the battle. You guys have to cut me some slack, okay? Meanwhile, down on the battlefield, Commander Harkin rallied his troops with a thunderous cry. "O soldiers, with the hearts of lions, charge!" The knights surged forward like a golden tide. In the heat of the clash, they identified the monster's weak points. Target the head and the back of the neck. We need to bring it down to our level, break its legs. While the chaos of war raged around him, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo stood perfectly still, an island of calm in a sea of violence. A knight behind him watched Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo with a mix of gratitude and suspicion. I am thankful this traveler saved us from certain death against that beast. But I still cannot fathom why the commander would swear the oath of the heart to him. That oath is reserved for royalty. It makes absolutely no sense to pledge it to a wandering traveler. The knight wasn't the only one confused. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo felt the same way. He thought, why did the commander go that far? He remained silent, pondering. Around them, the chaotic brawl showed no signs of ending. The knights threw themselves at the giant relentlessly. They fought and shouted, "In the name of Li Hoyolness, strike the legs, bring it down." Li Hoyol watched stunned. I have to admit, they are impressive. This is the true power of an elite knight order. But Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo quickly realized they were outmatched. The image of the tiny knights struggling against the titan highlighted a desperate gap in strength. Li Hoyol tried to rationalize it. It's not that the knights are weak. It's just that this monster is in a league of its own. Even with the knights drawing aggro and dealing damage without my magical firepower, their attacks are barely scratching the surface. At this rate, when will we ever kill it? A system alert flashed red. Collapse progress rising. Yusra Island was being corrupted by the sin of greed. This was a classic leveling Manhwa crisis scenario. Li Hoyol panicked. The meter is already half full. The other guilds are clearing the treasure chests faster than I calculated. At this speed, the whole server will descend on this island soon. I have to create an opening so the knights can deliver a fatal blow. The beast's eyes flared with a blinding azure light. A primal roar shook the earth as it stomped the ground. Captain Harkin screamed, "Brace yourselves. It's an earthquake." Suddenly magma erupted like a geyser from hell. The knights were trapped in a sea of fire with nowhere to run. "Watch out," they cried, but death seemed inevitable. But Granfell halted, a spark of memory igniting in his mind. Shimmering stairs of pure mana materialized beneath his feet. He bellowed, "Commander Harkon, maintain the offensive." The knights were stunned into silence. Granfell didn't stop. His voice thundered with authority. "Do not hold back. Unleash your power with absolute ferocity. I shall pave the way." In an instant, the Golden Fang Titan turtle froze, its terrifying aura extinguished, as if its very soul had been suppressed. The knights below gasped. What kind of power is this? Hiding in the bushes, Wygang's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The livestream chat exploded with questions. Is that high-tier noble magic? Commander Harkin couldn't believe his eyes. Those are the legendary manifestation stairs of the Magic Tower. Granfell ascended the stairs of light, sealing the monster's movements. Bode gasped. I've seen this technique in the archives. Enox Lauren. Lauren shook his head. Impossible. How can a mere traveler of this world wield the arcane arts of the Magic Tower? The question echoed in everyone's mind. Who exactly was this man? But beneath the majestic facade, Li Hoyol was running on fumes. My mana is hitting zero, he thought, panic rising. Harkin stared up. What in the world are you doing? Move your feet, don't just stare. The captain regained his senses, his aura flaring as he charged. He risked everything to open this path. Do not waste this chance. The monster recoiled in sheer terror. The commander roared. Annihilate it now. A wave of knights surged forward like a tidal wave of steel. Harkin's blade descended, a single clean execution that severed the beast's fate. As the monster fell, a system window chimed for Granfell. Commander Harkin of the Li Hoyolness Knights rewards you for your contribution in slaying the Golden Fang Titan Turtle. Granfell raised an eyebrow. Before he could react, another chime. Knight Enox Lauren rewards you. The notifications cascaded like rain, followed by the sweet sound of a leveling Manhwa level up. Li Hoyol panicked internally. What is happening? The commander approached reverently. That medal you wear. It is a royal gift bestowed upon the Magic Tower by the Emperor himself. We owe you a debt of blood. In a breathtaking moment, every single knight dropped to one knee, fists placed over their hearts in absolute submission. Harkin's voice was solemn. The Li Hoyolness Knights pledged their loyalty to Li Hoyol, the master of the medal system. You have achieved the highest contribution. Suddenly, a massive azure orb, materialized swirling with ancient mystical energy that illuminated the entire cavern. Lee Hoyul stared, his mind racing. Is that the island's treasure? Should I take it? If I touch it, will the demon seal break? But if I don't take it, someone else will snatch it. But what about the 7 deadly sins penalty? The collapse meter ticked up to 6 bars. The pressure was suffocating. Hey Granful, let's think about this for a second. But Granful's hand was already moving. Lee Hoyul's inner self screamed, jaw hitting the floor. You maniac, stop. We're going to die. But for Granfell, Claudia, Orpheus, Romeo, a true noble, the concept of greed was beneath him. The commander and Bode watched in breathless silence, witnessing a scene that defied logic. To Granfell, an heir to a colossal legacy, the temptation of wealth was nothing more than dust. Weigang trembled, and the chat went wild. Is he immune to the curse? Isn't that the mental fortitude of a grand mage? As Granfell gripped the orb, the insidious whisper of greed tried to claw into his mind. However, such filthy emotions could not exist in a noble soul. A haughty smirk played on his lips. There is a simple way to prevent this treasure from being tarnished. One simply must not be greedy. System, you have acquired the island's treasure. No one could have predicted such a dominant outcome. Lee Hoyul mentally collapsed in relief and shock. That actually worked. Meanwhile, far away, Kinver watched through a scope, a cruel smile on his face. He chuckled darkly. Kinver flashed back to his recent slaughter. Fools, he spat, wiping blood from his cheek. I told them to scramble for the leftover scraps. Behind him lay a graveyard of players. One survivor, an orange-haired youth, gasped in agony, clutching his severed arm. You coward, the boy screamed, tears streaming down his face. But Second Son just stood there watching, as a crushing wave of force silenced the boy instantly. The light faded from the boy's eyes, reflecting Kinver's cold visage. Weaklings, Kinver muttered, cleaning his blade. System, you have killed a player. Your karma level has increased. Kinver's eyes were as cold as ice, as he held up a glowing crystal fragment. This way is so much faster. Loot 32 crystal fragments. Back at the main scene, Weigang wept tears of joy. Chat, did you see that? This is the peak of a manhwa recap moment. Mr. Lee Hoyul took the treasure, and the collapse meter didn't even budge. It's a miracle. You are witnessing the back of a man with zero avarice, true nobility. Inside, however, Lee Hoyul's face twisted in confusion. This rusty thing is the treasure. Item: Crown of Decay. Rank Epic. It was just an ancient worn-out headpiece. The description was pathetically short. Is this a joke? No wonder my greed disappeared. Who would want this junk? He hoped the other treasures weren't this disappointing. While Lee Hoyul wallowed in despair, a notification popped up. The Lee Hoyulness Knights have joined your party. Lee Hoyul froze. Excuse me. A whole squad. Commander Harkin stepped forward, his resolve absolute. Mr. Lee Hoyul, we follow you now. The Lee Hoyulness Knights serve the master of the metal. They bowed low again. Lee Hoyul's brain short-circuited. Wait, seriously? I thought they just meant they wouldn't kill me later. I didn't think they'd actually join me. Harkin explained. You are our savior. And more importantly, you proved your character by claiming the treasure without a shred of greed. Whatever your path may be, we swear to be your sword and your shield in this hellish place. Yusra's jaw dropped. The legend had truly begun. It was unbelievable. Were the Empire's finest, the legendary Lioness Knights, truly following his lead? The level gap between them was essentially heaven and earth. Lee Hoyul felt a rush of adrenaline just picturing the high-level monsters crumbling before him. With this power, it was time to conquer the next island immediately. High above in the forest canopy, Kinv perched silently on a branch, his eyes locked on the targets. His earpiece crackled with his handler's voice. Hey Kinv, word is, Lee Hoyul secured the treasure. So why hasn't the dungeon collapse sequence started yet? It doesn't add up, the voice continued. He has the loot, and he's moving with Heian. More importantly, can you actually handle those Lioness Knights? Hearing the doubt in the other's voice, Kinv let out a cold, arrogant chuckle. Scared, don't make me laugh. I'm just being professional. Unlike those brainless hunters, I don't rush in blindly. His gaze sharpened like a hawk's. Shut your trap. If you've got cold feet, get lost. I've already planted a little farewell gift on their vessel. The second they step onto the deck, to leave for the next island. Snap. He mimicked the sound. The Hydra poison will detonate. I don't care if it's Han or this leveling manhwa protagonist. Lee Hoyul, one breath, and they're all dead. He stared down at Granfell with oozing arrogance. Once I slaughter that guy and loot his corpse, I'll find out exactly what treasure he's hiding. But he had severely underestimated his prey. Granfell's eyes snapped up, locking onto him instantly. The gaze was a physical force, a blade of pure killing intent that felt like it had already severed Kim's head from his shoulders. Is this a hallucination? Kim panic spiraled. How did he spot me from that distance? The pressure was suffocating. It wasn't just him. Even the small squirrel on the branch beside him was trembling in terror. Meanwhile, oblivious to the tension, Lee Hoyle's eyes lit up. "Oh, look, a squirrel!" He pointed excitedly at the cute creature. The captain, however, wasn't looking at nature. "You noticed it too, didn't you?" Lee Hoyle's voice dropped, exuding sudden authority. "That little rat hiding in the tree. Up above." Kim clutched his throat, paralyzed by the misunderstanding, thinking they meant him. The system alarms blared in Kim's mind. "Warning, Haeon is observing you. Your mental strength is critically low. You have entered a state of abnormal terror." Granfell continued to stare upward, his voice deep and serious. That small squirrel, clutching an acorn. Absolutely adorable. Lee Hoyle glanced at his captain, confused by the intense mood for such a trivial thing. What is it? Does he have a vendetta against rodents? Lee Hoyle wondered, seeing the terrifying expression. But Granfell wasn't looking at the animal. A system message flashed before his eyes. The Yusra Islands are being tainted by great greed. Lee Hoyle scratched his head. The meter is at 8 out of 10 already. Forget that old crown. There's only one treasure left. Come on, ignore the squirrel. We need to move fast. Granfell regained his composure, brushing off his coat. Why should I be disturbed by mere vermin? At least we stopped the great sin from fully awakening, Lee Hoyle thought. The collapse rate has stabilized. Without wasting another second, the team pushed forward. Back in the gloomy forest, Kinv was a wreck. His legs had turned to jelly, rooting him to the spot. His earpiece buzzed frantically. Connector to Kinv. Do you copy, Kinv? Why the hell have you gone mute? He couldn't force a word out. He could barely stand. I'm still alive. The realization washed over him. Did he spare me intentionally? Did that monster Lee Hoyle actually take pity on a bug like me? Or was I just too insignificant to bother killing? It didn't matter. Tears of sheer relief streamed down his face. Thank you. Thank you for letting me live. Still shaking, he fumbled to activate his comms. I am out. I'm leaving this island right now. His partner's voice spiked in shock. What are you insane? Park Nam Cheon Min Jun felt a vein pop in his forehead. What kind of gibberish is this? Speak clearly. Kim's voice came through, trembling with dread. Listen to me. If you want to see tomorrow, do not provoke Lee Hoyle. Kinv, hey Kinv. The line went dead. Park Nam Cheon Min Jun stared at the device, silence ringing in his ears, before absolute fury took over. Son of a bitch. He smashed the phone into the dirt, shattering it. His blonde, heavy-set accomplice flinched. Boss, what's going on? Park roared. That coward hung up on me. Do you have any idea how much capital I sank into this park? Paced frantically. Kim swore the hydropoison was the only way I went to loan sharks for that toxin. Seeing his leader unravel, the accomplice raised his hands. Park Nam Cheon Jun, take a breath. Calm down. That was the wrong thing to say. Calm down, calm down. Don't give me that garbage. He lunged, seizing the man by the collar. Easy for you to say, you leech. It wasn't your money on the line. Just then, a red-haired team member stepped in. That's enough, Nam Cheon Min Jun. Why are you losing it like this? This isn't like you. Park laughed maniacally. Losing it? Shut your mouth. Why are you all acting so high and mighty, standing there like statues? Paranoia seized his mind. Wait, don't tell me. You cut a deal with him, didn't you? How much did he pay you to betray me? The crew looked at each other bewildered. What the hell are you talking about? You've lost your mind. Just breathe and we can talk this out. But the voices in Park's head were louder. You're all thieves. What are you planning to do with my money? Miles away, Granfell stopped in his tracks. A disturbance in the atmosphere. The captain noticed the shift immediately. Is something wrong? Lee Hoyle Granfell's eyes narrowed into slits of ice. It's nothing, he lied. But internally, his mind raced. Natural enemy skill activated. It was the same warning he'd received upon stepping onto the island. But this time, the sensation was visceral. It wasn't just a system notification. It was the primal instinct of a demon hunter screaming at him. The evil was close. In the clearing, the sound of tearing flesh echoed. Park Nam Cheon Min Jun had plunged his blade through the red-haired man's chest. Die, you traitor, he hissed through gritted teeth. I know you did it for the money. The victim gasped, blood bubbling from his lips. What? Park withdrew, the blood-soaked blade, eyes wild. Don't play innocent. You and Kinv. You were all plotting against me from the start. Admit it. As the bodies fell, the system rewarded his madness. You have obtained 62 fragments of the golden fruit. Hidden in the bushes, Y Gang watched the slaughter, frozen in horror. Y Gang trembled violently. This is insane. He heard Park muttering to the corpses. I'm just taking back what you stole from me. It's my right. Y Gang turned and scrambled away, legs pumping. It's a massacre. That supernova guy has completely snapped. The dark rumors about players murdering each other in rifts weren't myths, they were real. Please God, don't let him see me. His livestream chat exploded with confusion viewers, demanding to know why the screen was shaking so violently until one user typed out the grim reality of the situation. Y Gang didn't dare look back. If he catches me, I'm dead meat. Panic blinded him to the terrain. Just run faster. His foot caught on a massive tree root. The world tilted as he pitched forward, bracing for the impact. But instead of the hard ground, strong hands grabbed his shoulders, steadying him. Whoa there, easy. The stranger looked at Y Gang's terrified face. Are you okay? Is a monster chasing you? Y Gang looked up, recognizing the insignia of the Adventurers Alliance. The livestream chat went wild at the appearance of the famous NPCs. Seeing Y Gang gasping for air, the adventurer smiled kindly. You look like you're about to collapse. Take a breath and sit down for a moment. As his heart rate slowed, Y Gang's mind cleared. Even if Park Nam Cheon Minjun is a murderous lunatic, he thought, clutching his chest, I can't treat the entire alliance as enemies. Not yet. If you wish to continue as a player of Arcana. Exhausted beyond belief, he nodded in agreement. Yeah, sure, thanks a million. I survived and that is all that matters. High above surveillance, drones buzzed like angry hornets, capturing every angle. Reporters used the zone system to broadcast the chaos live. This is Arcana TV, bringing you the ultimate Manhwa recap experience. We have finally arrived at the endgame, the last island of the Yusra archipelago. Yusra is divided into 10 islands, and each one holds a treasure that could change a player's destiny. There are many ways to claim the prize. Analysts are debating the best strategies to seize the island's loot, like hunting the guardian monsters, known as the Island Lords, or perhaps solving the cryptic puzzles hidden throughout the terrain. But the real question is, has the Sin Guild already claimed it? Or maybe the Explorers Association beat them to the punch? Guilds and alliances have been clawing for these treasures using every dirty trick in the book. Through the zone, a reporter's voice cut through the static. And now behold the final island and the last treasure. A massive crowd of players and top-tier guilds had gathered. Speak of the devil, the Xing Guild has just touched down. The elite members of Xing made their grand entrance on the final island. Their guildmaster is as greedy as they come, though he claims it is all for the guild. The reporter began listing the legendary loot Xing had already snatched up. They have already secured 2 treasures from the western sector. Can you feel that pressure? That is the overwhelming aura of the #1 guild in action. The reporter kept the updates flowing, but the pride of Korea was not about to be outdone. Rumor has it, the Gon Guild already swept the treasure from the eastern island. Taemin's brother called him, his voice crackling with worry. Is everything okay? Taemin, do not overextend yourself. Just grab the good stuff and get out. Taemin smirked, overflowing with confidence. Don't worry about me, the broadcast continued. Standing next to them is the Inazuma Guild. Word on the street is they raided the same island as Gon, but it was Gon who walked away with the prize. The Inazuma members ground their teeth, glaring at Taemin's smug face. Look at that satisfied grin on his mug. A squad member tried to calm the tension. We will get our shot, boss. The reporter analyzed the Inazuma Guildmaster Hisagi, breaking down the rage boiling behind his eyes. That explains why he looks like he swallowed a lemon. Suddenly, the Berserker and Second Son guilds arrived. Ben Lucy looked ready to murder someone right then and there. I am going to kill them all. But his teammates held him back. Put me down. No way, boss. We have to let it slide just this once, okay? Lower your swords, everyone. Ben Lucy sighed, frustrated and helpless, his temper still flaring. The reporter dropped the million-dollar question. Who will claim the final treasure? Stay tuned to Arcana TV to find out. Suddenly, the reporter froze. What is that? The crowd gasped, stunned by the sight. Digi nudged his leader. Look over there. Yeah, I see it. A procession was marching toward them. The Lionheart Knights had stepped onto the battlefield. The reporter screamed in disbelief. It is the Lionheart Knights. Good lord, this is the plot twist of the century. The strongest knights of the Empire had descended upon the players. Everyone stood paralyzed, unable to process what they were seeing. The reporter frantically pulled up the stats on the Knight Captain. They say the level of Captain Harkin is absolutely broken. Level 600. Taemin frantically called his brother. Bro, tell me, I am not hallucinating right now. Ben Lucy looked terrified for the first time. This is insane. Damn it, that is straight up cheating. The reporter's voice trembled. and the man leading them is none other than Granfell. The crowd lost their minds seeing Granfell marching with the knights. The reporter described him as a man of sheer determination, the center of the universe in this leveling manhwa. You can feel his resolve. Look at those eyes. That is the look of a man who knows the treasure already belongs to him. But reality was a cruel joke. Granfell was running on fumes. I am so tired. Lee Ho-yun thought he could slip in unnoticed, but now every single player was staring daggers at him. While Lee Ho-yun panicked internally, the reporter praised his icy composure. He had arrived with Harkon, a level 600 NPC, acting like he owned the place. He stood tall before the major guilds, but inside Lee Ho-yun was screaming, "This is terrifying." A blonde man with a scar near his eye whispered to Inazuma about his past run-in with Granfell. That guy. I met him at the Count's estate. What the hell is that monster doing here? Inazuma warned him immediately. Watch yourself. We cannot afford to make an enemy of him right now. Camilla chimed in, sounding unusually cautious. Let me be clear. No matter what happens, I am not fighting Lee Ho-yun. I only have one life, and I would like to keep it. Lee Ho-yun felt the weight of their gazes. Stop looking at me. He glanced around, thinking, did you guys run out of things to do? Seriously, stop staring. Suddenly, the knight captain called out, Lord Granfell. He flinched, looking forward as the ground cracked open. Lava erupted. Taemin screamed. What the hell is that? Magma surged from the earth like a geyser. Players screamed in panic. Watch out. Fall back. Switch to fire resistance gear. Buff your fire resistance now. If you want to live, run. Panic took over, as someone shouted the truth. It is the Island Lord. A massive creature leaped from the molten sea. It was the giant magma carp level 420. The heat was unbearable. Ben Lucy wiped sweat from his face. Damn it, it is hot as hell out here. A black-haired armored warrior analyzed the situation. Approaching it is impossible. The lava has completely surrounded it. He felt helpless, forced to watch from the sidelines. Seeing the giant magma carp swimming in the lava, the raid leaders could only assess the damage. If you do not have the right gear, get back. Tankers and melee fighters swapped to ranged weapons immediately, but the lava acted as an absolute shield, blocking every attack. That wall of magma is eating all our ranged skills. Damn it. If we cannot even get close, how are we supposed to kill it? The reporter warned Taemin as he tried to engage. Taemin, do not push your luck. The update continued. The giant magma carp has fully surfaced. The monster swam freely in the lava flow. Even through the zone video feed, the terrifying heat was palpable. The lake of fire made it impossible for anyone to approach the boss. Harkin asked with concern. Lord Granfell, are you all right? He sighed with relief when Granfell nodded. Thank goodness. I confidently said I would be your sword, but I cannot even get within striking distance. Lee Ho-yun smiled, projecting absolute confidence as he addressed Harkon. There is no need for concern, Sir Harkon. He raised a hand radiating power. I did not bring you all this way just to watch. El stared at him, bewildered. That guy. He smirked. In this hopeless situation, he was surprised. Why? What could he possibly do? But then Granfell began to chant. Determine. Interfere. Manifest. The lava surrounding the carp was not a skill. It was a natural habitat. The crowd gasped as Granfell targeted the environment itself. Natural lava. Taemin and the others stood frozen in shock. Lee Ho-yul commanded the very magma to ascend into the heavens, but seeing Harkin hesitate filled him with anxiety. Harkin, are you just going to stand there and watch again? Strike now, before it's too late. The spectators watched in pure disbelief. What in the world is happening? The scorching magma armor surrounding the giant magma carp began to disintegrate. It was a scene defying all logic. A path to the island was finally opening up. Harkin let out a boisterous laugh and charged forward. I have no choice. I must answer the call of the magnificent magic you've created. Lee Ho-yul, surprised but focused, immediately issued the next command. Damn it, I spaced out for a split second. Attack, all guilds move out. The path is clear. The Shining Guild roared as they launched their offensive. Jono turned to Nam Tae-min with a grim expression. Nam Tae-min, listen. Even with fighter jet support and Harkin on our side, defeating that giant magma carp is nearly impossible. We have to crush it with the first strike, no matter the cost. Understood. Nam Taemin's eyes went wide. The giant magma carp launched itself into the air. What is that? The crowd gasped in horror. It can jump. Then with a catastrophic boom, it crashed back onto the earth. Lucy's team trembled. That magma carp. Its power is overwhelming. Someone screamed, watch out. It's preparing another jump attack. The reporter analyzed the chaos. The monster is in a frenzy. Approaching it now is a death sentence. This is turning into a war of attrition. But then, confusion struck the villain. Huh, what is that? The liquid magma suddenly twisted into long, deadly stone spikes, piercing straight through the giant magma carp. The onlookers were thunderstruck. Did the magma just turn into stone? The protagonist explained the phenomenon, a change in elemental properties. Ben Lucy, unable to comprehend, asked, "Say, what now?" "It is simple physics. Just as water freezes into ice, the magma was rapidly cooled and solidified into stone. However, to force flash petrification on this scale, that is a feat bordering on the divine. Given the limits of human mana and magical proficiency, executing such a massive transformation right at the mouth of a volcano should be absolutely impossible." Granfel's voice cut through the chaos. Harkon strike the magma carp without ceasing, destroy it. And just like that, one of the giant magma carps was annihilated. The crowd stood in stunned silence. LC laughed, feeling utterly helpless. "The Shining Guild is ranked number 1, yet our contribution here is 0? This is insanity. Let's just go home." The reporter announced with feverish excitement, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have defeated the giant magma carp, the ruler of this island. And the greatest contribution goes to Lee Hoyolny and the Knights of Lee Hoyolness." He was practically vibrating with excitement. "I can't believe it. How could a man with such a comical expression easily dismantle the alpha magma carp?" Before even recovering his mana, Granfell received a notification. He had earned the greatest contribution reward. The reporter declared, "It is the treasure of the island." According to reports, Lee Hoyle had already secured a treasure on a different island. Granfell pondered, "The treasure of the island. This must be the final reward for this raid. This should be the end of it, right?" But suddenly, the reporters and viewers froze behind their screens. The atmosphere at the scene shifted instantly. What is going on? Why isn't the system reacting? Isn't that the legendary treasure? Suddenly, a terrifying dark energy surged toward Granfell. The Yusra archipelago has been tainted by human greed, initiating self-destruction sequence. Everyone stared at the system notification in horror. What is this? Something is terribly wrong. Wasn't there still one gauge bar remaining? The count of lost treasures didn't match from the start. Could it be? Is there another treasure hidden somewhere else? Lee Hoyle stood paralyzed. This is impossible. Granfell felt a tug of greed towards the treasure. No, the treasure I obtained earlier didn't affect the destruction timer. So why is such overwhelming demonic energy exploding across the island now? It is undeniable. Another treasure has been corrupted by filthy greed. Elsewhere on the island, adventurers and gangsters alike trembled in fear. A man ruthlessly slaughtered a fellow expedition member to seize the treasure. A player has been murdered. In addition to the island treasure, 14 spoils of war have been acquired. The adventurers screamed in grief and rage. "That bastard, he killed July. Watch out." Park Nam-chon Minjun panicked the moment he touched the treasure, a splitting headache assaulting him. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it all. What is happening to me? My head feels like it's going to explode. I didn't calculate this." He let out a sinister, twisted laugh. "What did you say? You think you can control me?" He crushed the man's throat with his bare hand. "You want me to spare your miserable life? Let me help you achieve that wish." His mental stability plummeted to 0. The dark energy strangled him like a living snake. "To those who lack the power, I will grant you the desires of your heart." The dark energy threatened to swallow him whole. "Now, it is your turn to help me." In that split second, a figure dashed and stopped this madness at once. A single sword slash severed the tension. Y-Gang stopped his sobbing in shock. The rescuer turned. "Hey, are you all right?" "It's the Knights of Lee Hoyolness." Y-Gang wept tears of joy. Granfell walked forward with a slow, heavy gait. Is he annoyed? Wait. Am I being mentally swayed by the demon's influence? The crowd gasped as he emerged. "It's Sir Lee Hoyle." Y-Gang wiped his tears and fired up his live stream. "You've all been waiting a long time. For this is less than B is greater than Manhwa. Recap is less than B is greater than moment. Haven't you? My live broadcast begins now." Granfell paused. Bodhi screamed in disbelief. You're still alive, you bastard." Suddenly the quest updated. Lee Hoyle's eyes widened. Wait a minute. Park Nam-chon Min-jun had been completely consumed by darkness. He was now the villain of the Yusra archipelago. Granfell was baffled. A villain. Suddenly, the island's treasure glowed intensely and shattered into dust. The treasure has been tainted by greed. Granfell couldn't believe his eyes. Lee Hoyle felt a chill run down his spine. No, this can't be. A new quest flashed. Prevent the resurrection of the 7 deadly sins. Greed. Objective. Stop the treasure from being fully corrupted by greed. The self-destruction sequence paused. A mysterious gaze watched them from the void. Everyone looked up to the heavens. What in the world is that? C gripped Ben Lucy's shoulder in terror. Sister, look up. A colossal hand had materialized in the sky. Is that a hand? The massive appendage began to smash down onto the islands repeatedly. Panic erupted as the earth shook violently. What is this? An earthquake. The hand was forcing the islands to merge into one landmass. Even the reporters watching from afar were speechless. The islands. They are fusing together. This is a complete topographical transformation. As the dust settled on the newly formed island, a radiant golden castle began to rise from the center. There is something there. Harkin stood frozen as the structure pierced the skyline. How is that even possible? As the castle ascended from the depths of the earth, they realized the terrifying truth: it was constructed entirely of solid gold. The reporter's voice cracked. The Golden City, a castle of pure gold, has manifested in the heart of the merged island. No one could believe their eyes. Is that real gold? The entire thing. A fortress of gold. Could that be the true treasure of the island? Even Lee Hoyol was shaken to his core. The Golden City. Then, the memory hit him. That is the Castle of Greed. The lair where the demon of greed resides. The castle's presence sent a wave of nausea through Lee Hoyol. It radiates a gruesome aura that screams, "Stay away." He thought internally, wait, has the Magic Classroom quest been suspended? Magic Classroom quest. The curtain of night has been lifted, and the flames of war have ignited. As the last demon hunter, he had to drag the evil out of the shadows and investigate the atrocities of the Yusra archipelago. Objective: successfully prevent the resurrection of the 7 deadly sins. Status in progress. Stop the corruption of the island's treasure. Paused. Does that mean the mission has failed? Suddenly, Harkon roared. Something is approaching. From the soil beneath their feet, countless grotesque hands burst forth. Plunging, this is less than B, is greater than leveling. Manhwa is less than B, is greater than world into. Nightmare. Battle stations. The radio screamed in panic. Watch your ground. Terror seized the squad. As the earth cracked open, a legion of the undead was clawing its way from the abyss. The reporter sneered, mocking the chaos. Well, from a golden city to a zombie apocalypse, how will this twisted drama unfold? Stay tuned to the Shrimp World channel for the truth. Suddenly, Park Hyun-jun roared. Damn it. He lashed out at the reporter. This isn't some harmless manhwa recap. This is reality. Does this look funny to you? The reporter gasped. What? Hyun-jun slammed the desk and sprinted to Jun Hodeok station. Senior, kill the broadcast? We have to stop this now. Stop this madness, Senior. But Jun Hodeok was glued to his phone, unresponsive. Typical Jun Hodeok, lost in his own world. I just checked the system update for the island. Hyun-jun screamed, terror in his eyes. If this continues, everyone dies. We need a total lockdown immediately. Look at the enemy levels. It's a massacre waiting to happen. A catastrophic notification regarding the Golden Citadel flashed across the screen. As undead horrors poured from the earth, Hoyle gasped. Heavens, the knights are engaging them. Are they insane? What are those levels? Quest: protect the island's treasure from corruption. Quest: destroy the avatar of greed. Is our guild going to be wiped out just like that? This is madness. What do we do? Screams of panic echoed. Evacuate the non-combatants first. Explorers Union move retreat now. Granfell scoffed at the absurdity of this leveling manhwa scenario. A quest must be achievable to be valid. Monster level 500. Boss level 650. Impossible. Harkin fought while barking orders. Knights hold the line and fall back slowly. In that chaotic moment, Granfell's voice pierced through to Hoyle. Hoyle, the monster levels have spiked. Caution is wisdom. But to his shock, Granfell's pride surged. I am serious. A knight's oath is my blade. Does that oath still hold meaning? He had to keep Harkon here. Hoyle asked, stunned by the intensity in the old knight's gaze. Those eyes? Do you intend to slay the boss? Indeed, Harkon confirmed, his voice like iron. But heed my warning. The enemy is a titan of power. You might face your end today. Granfell straightened his back. There is no other choice. We march forward. A noble never cowers in the face of adversity. Harkon grinned, inspired by the display. Your eyes. They hold not a shred of fear. Ironically, beneath the persona, Hoyle was trembling in sheer terror. Why should a true noble fear when I have Harkon beside me? Hoyle wasn't sure if the old man would help, but he had to bet his life on it. Harkon roared to his squad. Lionheart Knights, fulfill your vows of honor, aid Hoyle, and purge these demons in the name of the Order. For our honor, the Double G Guild watched, jaw dropped. What, they're charging in? The viewers were equally stunned by the suicide run. Before the Golden Citadel, a sea of zombies surged. Granfell led the charge. Park Hyun-jun rushed to Jun. Senior, look at this feed. Someone is trying to breach the Citadel. Jun's eyes widened. What, are they crazy? Did they miss the level update? The reporter's voice cracked. Update. Player Lee Hoyol and the Lionheart Knights. They are charging headfirst into the zombie horde, aiming for the Golden Citadel. Is a breach even possible? The chat exploded with questions. We need expert analysis. Switch to the Shrimp World channel. Park Hyun-jun's angle is clearer. The public was glued to the screen. Every news outlet was now broadcasting Granfell's insane gambit. The Hunter Association has ordered a total blockade. Granfell watched the knights tear through the undead. Excellent. The Lionheart Knights are living up to their legend. Truly the continent's finest. Their adaptability is flawless. He focused inward. Mana recovery is proceeding smoothly. Watching the symphony of violence, he calculated. At this recovery rate, I might be able to grace the battlefield with my presence. A teammate urged the guildmaster, if we're going to strike, it has to be now. But the leader remained cold. Going in there now is suicide. He deemed them foolish. No sane guild would join that death march. He expected them to be crushed and forced into a humiliating retreat. But the fallen zombies began to rise again. Resurrection. Granfell frowned. Tisk, my mana isn't fully charged. Suddenly, a streak of light tore across the battlefield. Granfell and the onlookers froze. Other top guilds were diving into the fray. Namtaemin gasped, huh? Even the fierce Berserker Guild was surprised. The reporter screamed, Gaon and Berserker, two titans, have joined the war. They're pushing toward the Golden Castle to back up Lee Hoyol. Namtaemin blinked. What's happening? The Berserker Master scowled. What are you staring at? A teammate whispered, Boss, keep your voice down. The reporter was stunned. Both guilds struck the rift simultaneously with player Lee Hoyol. Hoyol thought, are they here to save us? But Granfell spoke with imperial arrogance, assist me. Oh, brave warriors. Hoyol's soul withered. What? You crazy bastard. You're demanding help. You can't talk to them like that. Have you lost your mind? The Berserker Master sighed, stepping up. I owe you one from last time. I'm here to repay the debt, though fighting a zombie army is bad luck. She smirked. Sis, try to be a bit more polite. Nam Chelman turned to Namtaemin, dead serious. Namtaemin, listen. This is a golden opportunity. We must impress Lee Hoyol today. Namtaemin nodded aggressively. The intense stares directed at Granfell made Hoyol sweat buckets. They seemed agitated. Granfell remained unbothered. The reviving zombies screeched. Enox Lauren shouted. Those wretched things are getting up again. A Berserker member grunted, slashing away. These rotwalkers are a pain. Namtaemin swung his weapon, chanting, Priests, we need blessings. Grant us protection. To purge this filth, we need the light of God. Hoyol gritted his teeth. Damn it. They're going to steal all the glory and XP. If only the Lionheart Knights had those buffs. Granfell turned to the newcomers. The Knights of Lionheart also require divine favor. He spoke as if it were the law of nature. I have no tea to offer you, but grant your blessings upon these valiant warriors. Hoyol wanted to die of embarrassment. But suddenly, holy light pierced the clouds. The support order has arrived. We shall aid you. Fear not. Let your blades sing with valor. Lee Hoyol invoked the divine blessing. Welcome to this intense Manhwa recap. May the Lord be with you. Anti-undead power surged like a tidal wave. Ben Lucy screamed in shock. What in the world is this energy? The reporters went wild with excitement. Excellent, that's a critical hit. Namtaemin clicked her tongue in annoyance. Yeah, we were about to do that anyway. But emboldened by the buffs, the knights charged forward, their morale igniting like wildfire. All right, the flow of battle has changed. Charge slaughtered them all. Granfell Claudie Arpeggio. Romeo stood tall, his voice dripping with noble arrogance. I shall not forget this debt. Namtaemin scoffed. It's nothing really. Then she turned. Lee Hoyol, do you require further assistance? He pointed at himself with swelling pride. Whether it is the Lord's blessing or divine protection, just name it. Our priests stand ready to join your cause at a moment's notice. That is sufficient for now, Granfell Claudie Arpeggio Romeo declared haughtily. Those brave warriors. They have been granted power far beyond their limits. Namtaemin froze in place, while Lee Hoyol felt a vein pop in anger. Why didn't you just ask him for more buffs? Suddenly, Harkon's attention snapped to the side. A voice echoed in his mind. Is Harkon causing you a headache? Harkon's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A shockwave of confusion hit him. What is this presence? I never believed in gods. But within that silhouette, he saw a ghost from his past. What? Your Majesty, a sinister dark energy began to coil around Harkon like a serpent. Everyone froze, paralyzed by the sudden shift in atmosphere. From the city gates, a scream pierced the air. Danger! Everyone back away. Harkon was being consumed by the abyss. The corruption had taken hold. Is this how it ends? They tried desperately to snap him out of it. Harkon, Commander, you're losing control. Get a hold of yourself. But his mind was drifting back to an ancient promise. I promised. His Majesty. Flashback to the era before the dimensional shift. The Emperor had received intel. The commander of the Demon Legion has appeared in the Northwest Canyon. Harkon knelt before his liege. Then Harkon, just give the order, and I shall execute your will immediately. The Emperor remained silent. A heavy, suffocating silence stretched between them. Finally, he spoke. The Legion Commander, you say. You do not wish for thousands of soldiers to perish against the demons, Your Majesty. The Emperor turned his back. When the demons appeared, the adventurers vanished. Harkon recalled the tragic state of their kingdom. Even the magic tower sent to investigate has gone silent. The people are drowning in fear. Why must it be this way? This is the imperial territory. A pillar of light had descended from the heavens. Not even the commoners could escape the coming cataclysm. Every night, I fell to my knees and begged the Lord for an answer. Harkon listened intently to his king's despair. Is this truly the end of our world? Is this truly his divine will? He watched the king crumble into hopelessness. But the heavens remained silent. The sky itself was twisting into something unrecognizable. Has God truly forgotten us? The king asked. What do you think, Harkon? Tell me, Harkon. Have we been forsaken by the divine? But the Knight Commander remained calm. Your Majesty, the culprit behind this tragedy is the demon race. God has not abandoned us. The demons are merely blocking our path to his grace. He made a bold declaration. I, Harkon, shall return only after I have taken the head of the demon commander. I swear to open the path to God for you, Your Majesty. After Harkon's vow, the king fell silent again. But his next words caught the knight completely off guard. It is fine, Harkon. I no longer have much faith in God anyway. The king spoke softly, a sad smile on his lips. But I do believe that you will return to me. Back to the island battle, Harkon roared. Charge. He cheered his men on relentlessly. His Majesty is waiting for us. Do not yield, do not fall. Suddenly, Harkon spotted the enemy leader. That one. That is the commander of the Demon Legion. He thought ending that life would solve everything. He lunged forward with killing intent. I will end you, but the demon only sneered. You are too late. He prepared a magic strike, but the demon vanished into thin air. The soldiers gasped. Harkon tried to stop the ritual, but the target was gone. In an instant, he and his knights were torn from their reality and thrown into the modern world. Harkon looked around in total confusion. Where is this? No, this cannot be. The people of the modern world were equally shocked. What's going on? Who are these cosplayers? What is happening? He tried to find a way back, but the path was closed. I must return to His Majesty. Your Majesty. Harkon saw the vision of his king fading away. His mind snapped. To return to my king. I have wandered through hell itself. Have you finally come to me? The modern hunters were terrified by his aura. Please forgive this unfaithful servant for arriving so late. Your Majesty. Harkon was completely under the hallucination's control. I shall become your sword and eradicate all your enemies. Lee Hoyle was too terrified to speak. Harkon. He's targeting everyone. Oh God, why is this happening now? Bodhi screamed. Captain, are you all right, Ben? Lucy watched in shock. What? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? He's gone completely insane. He tried to intervene. Sister, don't say that. Lee Hoyle was sweating bullets. Damn it. Of all people to get possessed, why did it have to be Harkon? Granfell, Claudie Arpeggio Romeo, observed Harkon's manipulation with a stoic expression. Something is definitely wrong. Depending on the circumstances, mind control can be far more complex than a simple curse. Suddenly, Harkon vanished. He reappeared, launching a lethal strike directly at Granfell, Claudie Arpeggio Romeo. Luckily, Nam Taemin blocked the blow just in time. He turned to look at Lee Hoyle, practically begging for praise. Brother Lee Hoyle, are you okay? But Granfell Claudie Arpeggio Romeo shot him a glare so sharp it could cut glass. Nam Taemin shut his mouth instantly. His brother chuckled, teasing him. Nam Taemin, don't cross the line. Nam Taemin shrugged nonchalantly. I was just worried about Brother Lee Hoyle's safety. Even so, who are you to interfere with my actions regarding Lee Hoyle? Ah, look at that. He's pissed. What do we do now? Seriously, he feels insulted. How do we fix this? Only Lee Hoyle remained lost in thought, fixated on the magic light he saw earlier. He suddenly jolted. That light. If it wasn't for Namchin, I would have died just now. He frantically looked around. Where is Harkon? he spotted him clashing violently with Enoch's Lauren. Amidst the sparks of steel, Enoch shouted, "Captain, please snap out of it." "It's us, your subordinates," Enoch's Lauren screamed desperately. "We have to return to His Majesty together, don't we?" Harkin gritted his teeth. "Silence," he roared like a beast. "How dare filthy demons like you speak of His Majesty Enoch's?" Lauren and Bodhi were stunned. "Demons, Captain? Do you really think we are demons? It's us." Harkon no longer recognized anyone. "Now you dare insult my honor as a knight." He swung his greatsword with devastating force. "I have run out of patience for your lies." Lee Hoyle realized the truth. That light. Harkin charged straight at the group, his eyes burning with madness. "Watch out, he's coming." A shockwave exploded as he struck. Nam Taimin shouted in panic. "Careful, this is exactly the kind of twist you expect in a leveling manhwa." Everyone was forced to fight back against their former ally. But Harkin attacked like a man possessed. Every strike carried the weight of a mountain. They could only defend pushed back by his overwhelming power. He seemed intent on slaughtering them all. Despair began to set in. Harkin's blows cracked the very earth beneath them, leaving everyone battered and bruised. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just a scratch." But after just a few clashes, the team was decimated. "Help, someone save me. I'm pinned under the rubble. Is there a healer? Help us." "I'm fine, go take care of Enoch's Nam." Taemin clutched his head, a splitting headache assaulting him. That crazy monster. He's less of a man and more of a walking natural disaster right now, his brother asked anxiously. "Nam Taemin, are you hurt?" "No." Nam Taemin fought through the pain. "I'm fine." But then everyone froze. Eyes widened in pure shock. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo had stopped Harkon's blade with his bare hand. Enoch's Lauren and Count Escura stood frozen. He had halted the berserk captain with a mere flick of his wrist. What kind of monstrous power was this? Viewers watching this manhwa recap unfold on screen were left utterly speechless. Lee Hoyle screamed internally, "Please don't kill me," but Harkon was paralyzed by shock. What was happening? In the captain's eyes, everyone appeared as filthy beasts, except for Granfell, who shone with a brilliant, purifying white light. Among these 7 filthy abominations, how is your soul so completely pristine? Harkon demanded. Granfell was just as baffled. "How should I know? I can't exactly see what you're seeing," but then a realization hit him. Was this the passive effect of the Demon Hunter class in this leveling manhwa? Harkon's killing intent spiked. "Reveal your true identity, or my blade will answer for you." Granfell had no choice. Silence meant death. He had to weave a narrative, and fast. Damn it all, Lee Hoyle's mind raced in pure panic. "It's over." I was too stunned to speak, but he maintained his stoic facade. Harkon stepped closer, aura blazing. "You refuse to answer." Lee Hoyle trembled. Is he talking to me, or the character? Harkon's patience snapped. "It matters not. I will simply cut the truth out of you." Lee Hoyle mentally shrieked. "Wait, hold on." Instinctively, Granfell raised a hand toward the enraged knight. The gesture gave the old knight pause. What was this meaning? Fury boiled within him. "Are you mocking me, trying to beguile me?" But then his eyes drifted to the man's chest, confusion clouding his rage. His gaze locked onto a specific detail: the button. No, that wasn't just a button. That was the insignia of the magic tower bestowed by His Majesty himself, a symbol of one who had saved countless lives. We, the Knights of Lee Hoyle-Nida, swore an eternal oath to serve the bearer of that crest. Harkon's killing intent vanished. "Lee Hoyle, we shall be your sword and shield." Harkon's memories flooded back. Lee Hoyle blinked in surprise. Did he just snap out of the madness? Granfell remained outwardly calm, though internally relieved. As expected, true nobility resonates. "I bear no arms against you. I am your ally. We are bound by the code of true nobility." Suddenly, a system window chimed. Skill etiquette has increased. The skill actually leveled up just from that. Etiquette level 2 achieved. New effects unlocked. Before he could check the stats, Harkon sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He spun around, roaring, "Lee Hoyle, guard yourself. The demonic energy seeks to enslave you again." Harkon's warning came too late. Lee Hoyle watched as twisted shadows lunged at him. But then, something shifted. What the? Standing before Lee Hoyle was a man exuding catastrophic danger, draped in a suffocating gloom. Is this? Am I seeing his mental landscape? A hallucination born of dark magic? Who was this figure? The man trembled, with apoplectic rage. He wore the exotic garb of a foreign tribe, adorned with priceless golden ornaments, now cracked in dull symbols of a fallen glory. The figure spoke, his voice vibrating with despair. "I only wanted to protect my kingdom." Granfell watched unwavering as the sorrowful phantom began its tale. My precious kingdom of Yusra. The tragic history unfolded, a land once blessed with bountiful seas, fertile earth, and mountains glistening with jewels. We lived in harmony, trading freely. Then came the outsiders. The people and king had welcomed the strangers with open arms, but their kindness was repaid with the cold steel of invasion. A people who knew only peace stood no chance against the dogs of war. The kingdom fell in a single night. Standing before the burning ruins, King Hakuna stared in disbelief. His voice cracked. Why? Why this slaughter? If you desired gold and gems, we would have given them freely. The invader merely laughed, a sound devoid of humanity. Give. Why beg for what we can simply take? As his noble crown shattered on the ground, Hakuna fell to his knees. And in that moment of absolute despair, a voice from the abyss whispered to him, why wait for charity when you can seize everything? Something inside Hakuna snapped. He blackened, corrupted by grief, as a terrifying dark power exploded outward, consuming reality itself. Reality snapped back. The corrupted king, lost in his ancient grudge, lunged at Granfell. Hakuna grit his teeth, eyes glowing with madness. Mine. It belongs to no one else, only me. Granfell faced the berserk monarch without flinching. He accessed his knowledge of the lore. This is Yusra, the legendary island of treasure. Legends spoke of jewels scattered like pebbles, driving countless greedy souls to the island. Men had bled and died in droves, all for a taste of that cursed wealth. The Mad King roared, this island, this sea, the very sky, none of it is yours. It is all mine. Granfell's expression turned to one of patrician disdain. Silence. Your voice is grating, and your manners are non-existent. Hakuna froze. What? Granfell's voice cut through the air like a gavel. Material wealth is dust in the wind. I shall teach you a final lesson. When you leave this world, the only treasure you take is the pride within your heart. Hakuna trembled with fresh fury. What did you say? The shock of the declaration shattered the illusion, and Li Hoyol snapped back to the physical world. Li Hoyol rushed to his side, panic in his eyes. Li Hoyol, what's happening? Is the demon messing with your mind again? Granfell offered no reply. He stared at the magnificent golden castle looming ahead. The foundation determines the structure. He channeled his spiritual power into his arm. I don't need much. Just a precision strike. He released the energy. It wasn't a massive blast, but a calculated disruption. Instantly, spiderweb fractures appeared on the castle walls, spreading rapidly down to the very bedrock. Gasps echoed across the battlefield. The Explorers Alliance and the guilds watched in disbelief. Good heavens. Back at the station, the Akina news director and reporters stared at the monitor's jaws on the floor. Chaos erupted. The city walls, look at the walls, the reporter stammered, trying to narrate the impossible. A voice muttered from the feed. He's drawn the attention of the entire server. Is that a monster? The reporter's voice pitched up in excitement. The fortress is collapsing. Li Hoyol held his breath, feeling the drain. Whoa, that took some mana. But I'm not tapped out yet. I just need a breather. But Granfell allowed no rest. His voice commanded the air. Rise. Then addressing the enemy. You there? Li Hoyol flinched. Wait, what now? Granfell's condemnation thundered. Look around you. Your soldiers died protecting your horde. They lie rotting while you obsess over trinkets, and you dare call yourself a wise ruler. Hakuna snapped. Hellfire erupted from his being as a grotesque shadow demon swallowed him whole. You dare. The abomination screeched at Granfell, who stood with arms crossed, unimpressed. You dare destroy my walls. My property. The demon's voice distorted. Do you not fear the embodiment of greed? One of the 7 deadly sins? Foolish human A. Tsunami of dark energy surged forward, threatening to drown Granfell and his allies. I will devour everything. None shall escape my hunger. Namte Min and Li Hoyolni were instantly engulfed by the suffocating miasma. Namte Min gritted his teeth. Damn, the pressure is immense. Li Hoyolni struggled to stay upright. Hold the line, activate dark magic resistance now. But her body refused to obey. Her breath hitched, lungs seizing up. This is insane. I can't breathe. It's crushing me. I can't hold on. The demon's laughter rumbled like an earthquake. You and your pathetic little soldiers. I will twist you into undead guardians. You will protect my treasure for all eternity. This was the true terror of greed, a sin that consumed the soul. Namtaemin's hands shook as he looked at his greatsword. No, if that's our fate, it would be better to end it right now. His judgment began to fracture under the weight of despair. But then a voice cut through the darkness like a holy blade. That is enough. Granfell's roar shattered the nightmare, snapping the Berserker Guild and the knights back to reality. The crowd watched in breathless silence. The silver-haired warrior, the very man who had snapped them out of their foolish stupor, now stood alone against a living nightmare. The demon of greed roared in disbelief, his voice shaking the heavens. You! How is this possible? How did a mere human infiltrate my psyche? I am the avatar of avarice, one of the 7 deadly sins, but Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo cut him off with cold precision. No, your true nature is neither evil nor greedy. The demon froze. What? System alert. Sacrifice selection complete. Grand exorcism ritual initiated. The skill erupted, shielding allies from status effects and locking the demon into the purification circle. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo raised a blinding sphere of holy energy. Awaken from your slumber. Last king of Yusra. Countless beams of pure white light bombarded the demon, leaving him no room to escape. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo watched with icy detachment, even as the sphere shattered in his grip. It was time to correct the errors of the past. The demon scoffed. Don't make me laugh. Your parlor tricks mean nothing to me. But then, he froze. Deep within the abyss of his mind, Hakuna reached out to the light, his expression filled with infinite sorrow. Is this divine power? Stop it, I beg you. The white light swallowed him whole, burning away the corruption. Through the agony, a heartbreaking memory surfaced. My castle, my kingdom, it has all fallen. Hakuna. With that name, the black demon shattered into 1,000 fragments of shadow and dust. The battle was decided. The Y gang members could only stare, their minds blown by Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's overwhelming might. The reporter and director Akina were equally paralyzed. Eyes glued to the livestream, the entire world gasped at the terrifying scale of Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's abilities. Seeing Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's majestic silhouette on screen, the reporter lost his mind. Did you see that? Success. And from the debris of the fallen fortress, a figure emerged. It was Hakuna restored to his true human form. The reporter went into overdrive, updating the feed. This wasn't just news. It was the highlight of the century for any Manhwa recap channel. Lee Hoyol's achievements were skyrocketing. On the battlefield, Hakuna fell to his knees before Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo. Waking from an endless nightmare, he trembled. Impossible. I was certain I ended my own life to seal the evil away. No, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo corrected him smoothly. You fought against it. Suddenly, the system chat exploded with spam, causing him to pause. What was this chaos? Whatever. He chose to ignore the noise. Time would reveal the truth. But more importantly, where was the loot? Why no drop items? Just then, Hakuna spoke up. I don't know how I survived, but thank you. You saved my soul. Alert, hidden quest triggered. Time remaining 9 seconds. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo froze. 9 seconds. The time limit was insane. The system window flashed urgent details. The king had sought death to stop the sin. His will to live was completely shattered. Objective: remind him of his identity as the sovereign of Yusra. Hint: present the crown to the king. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's composure cracked internally. A hidden quest is great, but a crown? What crown? Where am I supposed to find a royal artifact in 5 seconds? As the timer ticked down, Lee Hoyle's brain went into overdrive. Think. Then a spark of realization struck him in this life-or-death moment. He frantically opened his inventory. There it was. Treasure of the Fallen Crown Island. This was the key item for the quest. It was from that previous quest. A mystic white light enveloped Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo, signaling hope. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Meanwhile, the reporter was vibrating with excitement. He zoomed in on the scene where the NPC Hakuna knelt before the player. Who is that man emerging from the wreckage of the deadly sin? Is he a remnant of the demon, or a new threat entirely? Just as the reporter speculated, Lee Hoyol pulled the artifact from the void of his inventory. Miles away, Square and his lackeys watched the stream jaws dropping. Square trembled, his eyes widening in recognition. That's a crown. As Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo materialized the item, a brilliant flash of light cleared to reveal a majestic jeweled headpiece. With solemn grace, he offered it to its true master, Hakuna. Hakuna stared stunned. He never dreamed he would see his birthright again. As he touched it, a gentle azure aura enveloped him. He looked at his hands, watching his vitality return in disbelief. System hidden quest completed. Lee Hoyle mentally wiped the sweat from his brow. That was close. Didn't I get this junk from hunting that giant turtle? I thought it was just high-level vendor trash, but it was a mandatory quest item all along. Thank God I kept it. System, all conditions satisfied. The secret of the Yusra archipelago has been unveiled. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo blinked. This was huge. And suddenly, every single player in this leveling manhwa world received the exact same global notification. Someone cracked the code of the archipelago high rankers. Nam Tae-min and Lee Ho-yolni were floored. What the hell is going on, Juno? Diom roared in frustration. I don't accept this. Who cleared it? Was the rift conquered? Which guild is responsible? But the whispers began. It wasn't a guild. It was one person. The community was in shambles. A scout from the X-Nin Guild rushed to report. Guild Master L.C. just laughed dryly as the system window hovered before him. The viewers in the Y-Gang livestream were rioting, demanding answers. But the young streamer stood paralyzed, silenced by the magnificent spectacle unfolding before him. The reporter found his voice and screamed, "This is a world message. Do you hear me? This notification is being broadcast to every player on Earth simultaneously." Bathed in the radiant blue mana pouring from Hakuna Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio Romeo squinted. What are they saying? It's too bright to see the chat. Wait, someone discovered the secrets. Are they talking about me? Suddenly, the earth groaned. Massive fissures ripped through the ground as pillars of azure light pierced the sky. The entire island began to quake and reshape. The Night Squad stood like statues, their minds unable to process the grandeur. The legend was coming to life. The ancient kingdom was rising. By the gods, Hakuna whispered, tears in his eyes. The ruins hidden beneath the earth. My home. The great kingdom of Yusra lives again. From the dust and debris, a golden palace ascended, shimmering like a jewel amidst the green forest. It was the kingdom of eternal sunshine, of boundless wealth and peace. System new area discovered. The kingdom of Yusra. The Akina news director dropped his coffee. Are you seeing this? The reporter on the Hakuna and Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo, stood amidst the golden courtyard. The director's instincts screamed this was the scoop of the decade. A massive secret was about to drop. You idiot, stop snapping photos, the director barked through the comms. We need video, live feed now, the reporter panicked. I can't, the system is blocking the signal, then run there on foot if you have to. Move your ass, I'm going. Amidst the frenzy, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stood with the stoic expression of a god. But inside, Lee Hoyle was freaking out. He stared up at Hakuna, who was now floating in the air like ascended deity, and his inner thoughts screamed, What? What the hell is happening now? Suddenly, Hakuna fell to his knees before Granfell. With solemn grace, he declared, I am Hakuna, the final monarch of the kingdom of Yusra. Simultaneously, a system notification flashed. Granfell is recognized as the benefactor of Yusra. His affinity and influence within the Dominion had pierced the heavens. The hidden trait, Authority of Yusra, instantly activated, radiating absolute power before the stunned crowd. Hakuna bowed his head low, his voice trembling. I offer my eternal gratitude to my savior and the savior of this land. Nam Tae-min stared blankly at the kneeling figure. Wait, is that truly the king of Yusra? A female member of the Burke Guild bit her lip, eyeing the protagonist with hunger. Damn, he's a snack. Should I go try to seduce him? Lee Hoyle shot her a glare cold enough to freeze hell. Shut your mouth. Do you have a death wish? The scene was spiraling into chaos. While the livestream chat exploded and adventurers stood frozen, the ancient king remained on his knees. Lee Ho-yol stood there, stiff as a board, completely rendered speechless by the absurdity of the situation. Hakuna spoke with reverence. For the sake of this humble servant, may I ask for your noble name? Hearing this, Lee Ho-yol felt his stomach drop in panic. I need to relax, Lee Ho-yol thought. Even if his kingdom fell, a king is still a king. I must show proper etiquette. But, Granfell, he didn't care. He replied curtly, Lee Hoyle. The crowd gasped. He just dropped the honorifics. Hakuna didn't mind the insolence. Instead, he responded with grace. It is an honor. I shall etch that name into my soul and pass it down for eternity. The onlookers were floored for the second time. This guy is way too polite, Lee Hoyle thought, scoffing internally. Usually Granfell is all high and mighty, but now he's acting indifferent. Truly, a bizarre character. Lee Hoyle silently agreed with the sentiment. Nam Tae-min sighed, feeling helpless. Lee Hoyle, I don't think he cares about royal power at all. Hakuna continued his tale. When the great sin consumed me, my benefactor told me, it is time to correct your mistakes. Hearing his own edgy one-liners recited back to him, Lee Hoyle wanted to crawl into a hole. He tore at his hair in embarrassment. Please stop quoting me, but the king was on a roll. After hearing those words, I resolved to die alongside the sin. But my benefactor saved me and returned the crown to my hands. The image of Hakuna seemed to overlap with a legendary figure from the past. The king gazed somberly at the ruins. He whispered, Why? Why save a weak, incompetent ruler who failed his people? What more could you possibly expect from me? Granfell stood silent, stoic as a statue, listening to the newly awakened king pour out his soul. Meanwhile, deep in the tropical jungle, Square was sprinting like his life depended on it. His minions were confused. Guildmaster, why are we running? Square didn't slow down. Quit whining and move your legs. His eyes gleamed with greed. This is the latest update from Arcana. A whole new nation. Yusra is a literal gold mine waiting to be plundered. A dark ambition took root in his heart. Do you have any idea what a nation is worth in this game? Cities, villages, rare mobs, hidden dungeons, and resources sprouting from the ground. It's Yusra. Once that kingdom is rebuilt, I'm going to swallow it whole. We need to get there before anyone else grabs the opportunity. His subordinate panted, "Wait, 5 minutes ago you said you didn't want to go." Square snapped back. "Well, now I do. Ignore what I said before." Back at the ruins, the atmosphere between Hakuna and Granfell shifted. Granfell finally broke his silence, capturing Hakuna's full attention. "I have an opinion. I believe we must rebuild the kingdom of Yusra." Hakuna hesitated, his voice trembling. "Rebuild? Is such a thing even possible?" The king looked down. Who would trust a ruler who once pointed his sword at his own subjects? Granfell's voice cut through the air like ice. "Then from now on, strive to protect what remains. That is your duty, as the king of Yusra, to help you correct your mistakes and restore your lost honor. I will lend you my aid." The words struck a chord deep within the king's heart. Hakuna smiled, a genuine expression of salvation. "It seems my benefactor has seen right through me." Lee Hoyol forced a smile as a system window materialized before him. Hidden quest. The awakened king seeks to rebuild Yusra to redeem his pride. Completion conditions were hidden. Lee Hoyol laughed bitterly. "Even this Manhwa recap system is playing games with me." Hakuna bowed his head. "If that is the will of my benefactor, then Yusra shall." Suddenly a loud voice sliced through the emotional moment. It was him. Square arrived panting but grinning like a hyena. "A beautiful kingdom like Yusra deserves to be rebuilt. We, the Second Sun Guild, volunteer to help." The crowd erupted in whispers. "What the hell? Is that Square trying to steal the spotlight? Talk about thick-skinned?" Ignoring the insults, Square approached with a fake smile. "Let's help each other out," he spotted Granfell. "Ah, you must be Lee Hoyol. I've heard so much about you." Despite his beaming face, his inner thoughts were calculating. Looking at the situation, this Lee Hoyol guy is the key player here. I need to get on his good side. Square lunged for a handshake. "The Second Sun Guild is a huge fan. Lee Hoyol, I'm Square. Pleasure to meet you." Those who knew Granfell's personality snickered. "Oh, this is going to be good." Square received zero reaction. His instincts screamed danger. "Uh-oh, he looks cold. Did I mess up? Crap, why is he looking at me like I'm a bug?" The silence was deafening. The awkwardness was palpable enough to choke a dragon. Hakan tried to ease the tension. "Hey, you're being a bit too rude." Namtaemin nodded. "That guy is definitely getting the silent treatment." Lee Hoyoln sighed, looking bored. What did he eat to be that audacious? Square froze, unsure how to proceed. Square stammered, "My apologies, I was too excited and grabbed your hand." Granfell frowned, but not out of anger. "Ugh, so sleepy." Square braced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Square rank 7 on the individual rankings and Guildmaster of Second Sun." But Granfell had already tuned him out. His vision was blurring. "Is it because I overused my magic? It makes sense. I destroyed a castle, performed a purification ritual, and dealt with all this drama. Suddenly I'm exhausted. If I stay here, I'm going to pass out standing up. I need to wrap this up and find a bed immediately." Granfell completely ignored the rancor and turned back to the king. "Lord Hakuna, king of Yusra." Hakuna waited breathlessly. Granfell declared, "I have a proposal for you." Everyone held their breath. The online viewers were on the edge of their seats, while Square stood there forgotten. The executives and reporters were ready to feast on this gossip. At the Berserker Guild HQ, news of the rebuild Yusra quest was flashing on every screen. But the headline Square getting blatantly ignored was trending number 1. Lee Hoyoln and a female member were rolling on the couch, dying of laughter. A subordinate of Ben Lucy walked in with snacks. "Got the ice cream." He looked at the guy reading the paper. "What's going on? Why are those two cackling like maniacs?" The reader replied without looking up. "Oh, they probably saw the news about Square getting ghosted." The subordinate's eyes went wide. "Say what?" The news of Square's public humiliation had spread like wildfire. Everyone was laughing at him. The subordinate snorted. "Serves him right." The man joined in the laughter, while the guy reading the paper just ate his ice cream unfazed. The sound of mockery echoed through the guild. Square's shame was now a hot topic on the forums. Back at the scene, a bear hug occurred. Lee Hoyle laughed loudly. I did it. He ruffled his younger brother's hair. Nam Tae-min, you did great. You're truly my pride and joy. I can't believe you triggered the quest to rebuild Yusra. He was so happy he was babbling. Nam Tae-min smiled humbly. I just followed your lead, brother. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo leaned in a playful glint in his eyes. Let me steal just one kiss. Nam Tae-min recoiled instantly. Absolutely not. The sheer bromantic tension made the other guild members want to crawl into a hole. Why was the analyst grinning like a loon? Was the mission that Legendary A? Member whispered. Legendary doesn't cover it. This is the first kingdom to manifest since Akina merged with reality. The rewards waiting inside. They are beyond anything your mortal mind can comprehend. Ignoring the awkward comedy of the duo, the team focused. Every guild was scrambling to build a connection with the king of Yusra. Even Squall had tossed away his pride for a chance. Have you been living under a rock? Yusra isn't just a kingdom. It is a national level update. It's the holy grail of every leveling manhwa enthusiast's dreams. Yusra was famous for infinite resources and growth potential that defied logic. A paradise where monsters granted insane experience points. Rumors spread like wildfire, help with the reconstruction, and a title is yours. Now the entire world was on a manhwa recap-style hunt for Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo, and Lee Hoyle. Please let us join the reconstruction of Yusra. Our guild is just around the corner. We are excavation experts. Lee Hoyle, where are you hiding? The mob crashed through the cracked walls, causing more debris to rain down. From the dust, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo emerged. But inside, Lee Hoyle was screaming, I am so done with this. He peeked outside. Trapped. There was no escape from the fanatics. Maybe the laboratory at the Magic Tower is my only sanctuary, he mused. Suddenly, long curls cascaded from the ceiling, catching his eye. Jessie appeared in a gravity-defying pose, hanging upside down like a bat with her hair sweeping the floor. She grinned. I have been waiting for you, Lee Hoyle. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo's face remained stone cold, but Lee Hoyle's soul left his body. A ghost. In my private office? No. He had to correct this behavior immediately. A proper aristocratic greeting requires grace. Step 1. Remove your headwear in the presence of elders. Step 2. Hands at your sides. Step 3. A perfect 90-degree bow. Step 4. Politely inquire about one's health. Jessie attempted the pose looking like a broken puppet. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo was speechless, maintaining his noble facade while screaming internally, I just want to sleep. He sighed, I have no tea to offer, but take a seat. Now that we have established order, speak. Jessie sat concerned, filling her eyes. Are you well? The battle at the archipelago. Surely it took a toll on you. Do I look okay? Lee Hoyle's mind was a fog of fatigue. State your business. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo commanded, fighting the urge to pass out. Jessie launched into a rapid-fire lecture. I analyzed your magic. You have completely mastered the trinity of exploration, interference, and manifestation. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo rubbed his temples. This day will never end. Jessie chirped on. You even debated new theories with the Tower Master himself. Master Marcello called you a talent that transcends generations. But Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's consciousness was fading fast. His mind drifted to the sin of greed. How could such a powerful demon fail to recognize its natural predator, its absolute enemy? A demon hunter, Jessie's voice blurred in the background. So, that power, was it a form of advanced magic? She paused. Silence filled the room. Lee Hoyle, the hero, had collapsed into a deep slumber. Jessie blinked, realizing he had reached his limit. Even in sleep, his brow was furrowed. She climbed onto the desk, gently brushing the messy hair from his eyes. Suddenly, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo's eyes snapped open, blinded by the afternoon sun. Was it a dream? He blinked. When did I drift off? A note lay on the desk, I will return later. Your hair is getting quite long. The fatigue was real. He had passed out right in front of a guest, a disgrace to his noble standing. Suddenly, a blue system window flashed before him. Quest Marcello's research. The Tower Master requested his presence to discuss the next tier of advanced magic they were co-developing. Condition win over 20 senior mages. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo rubbed his eyes. Right. He paused. Why is it so quiet? The Ivory Tower elites would never easily accept a wandering adventurer into their inner circle. Since Marcello himself invited him, the scrutiny would be intense. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stood tall, but Lee Hoyle let out a massive yawn. Why today? I just want a nap. A knock echoed through the room. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo straightened his posture. Enter. Marcello stepped in looking grave. I have something to discuss. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo cut him off. I know why you have come. Marcello blinked in surprise. They demand proof of the utility of the advanced magic we discussed. Marcello noticed Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's disheveled hair and sighed. I apologize. It is my lack of authority that has caused this disrespect. The mages of the tower doubt your capabilities. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo rose, smoothing his vest. Do not apologize. Inside he was screaming, so sleepy. Marcello paused. Pardon Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo gestured to the door. Lead the way. If they lack faith, I shall simply force them to see the truth. The system demanded total domination. Attend the High Council and silence the skeptics. At the head of the chamber sat Yuria, a high mage of the academy, looking down her nose at him like he was an insect. Her voice dripped with disdain. Traveler Li Hoyol. It is unfortunate. You have failed to prove your qualifications before you even began. A triple-layer seal, crafted by 3 high mages bars, your entry into this sacred hall. It seems I overestimated you. You cannot even cross the threshold to stand before us. Seeing Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo hesitate, her smirk widened. He does not even perceive the hidden entrance. How pathetic. She thought to herself, he failed the moment he arrived. If he cannot finding the hidden door, he is worthless. Suddenly, Yuria's eyes bulged. The entire council froze, jaws dropping in collective shock. Impossible. The triple seal. Annihilated in an instant. How Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo strode through the shattered magical debris, radiating pure dominance. Yuria's mind raced in panic. Not even Marcello, the father of modern magic, could shatter the barrier with such ease. Eyes shifted to the entrance, finding Yusia lost in grave contemplation. But then, Granfell strode. In his aura blazed with fury. Someone had dared to play a fool's game with him. A shiver ran through the entire room at his words. Yusia froze, rattled by the sudden pressure. What was this sensation? A suffocating sense of impending doom. He marched straight for her. I am here because it seems you wish to greet me. Yusia's mind raced. How did a mere adventurer breach their sanctuary so easily? Click. Clack. Every step he took echoed on the floor like a judgment. If you waste my time with childish pranks, you must pay the price. He leaned in, trapping her against the chair. Do you have the resolve to bear the consequences? His icy gaze pierced through her, heavy with intimidation. But inside, he was fighting a losing battle against sleep. So sleepy. Meanwhile, Yusia trembled, completely overwhelmed. Yeah. Li Hoyol screamed internally. He is falling asleep, standing up. No, we need to go home and crash. But his body moved on its own. Granfell turned, adjusting his tie with elegant precision. I shall overlook this slight. Do not be so rude again. Yusia stared at his retreating back, her mind unable to process the encounter. A disbelief laugh escaped her lips. Just a prank, he calls, shattering a sealing spell even I couldn't break. A mere prank. Suddenly, realization struck one of the mages like a bolt of lightning. Ha! Wait, I remember now. That silver hair. He is the adventurer who crashed the Magic Tower's law discussion uninvited. Oh my god, the rumors are true. If that is true, then Marcello inviting him to research makes perfect sense. Yusia's eyes widened as she pieced it together like a plot twist in a manhwa recap. Is he the rookie who saw through the illusion? The memory of the towering spire resurfaced, crowned by a brilliant blue mana light piercing the night sky. Back in reality, Li Hoyol looked like a walking corpse, drained of all life. But something caught Granfell's attention. A system window popped up. He scanned the mission updates typical of a leveling manhwa. Did the number of mages acknowledging my power increase because of that little scene? Only 3 people. Pathetic. Li Hoyol let out a massive yawn, his face screaming that he was done with this nonsense. He sat down, fixing his tie again. However, they are high-ranking mages, scholars at the pinnacle of their fields. As a start, this is acceptable. I am a demon hunter, not a mage. There is no need to rush. His eyelids grew heavy. Just a quick nap. Then I will send the loot from the Yusra Islands to the appraisers. Suddenly a voice called out Li Hoyol, but his exhausted brain filtered it out. He was busy contemplating learning basic magic when the voice nagged him again. Finally, he looked up to see a piece of paper floating right in front of Granfell's face. A giant question mark popped up in his mind. Both Li Hoyol and his noble persona stared at the object. What is this sorcery? It is I, Marcello, the paper announced. This is communication magic. We mages use these sheets as messengers. Simply bring the paper to your lips to reply. Granfell held the sheet, observing it in stoic silence. The paper seemed oddly satisfied to be in his grasp. It practically beamed with delight. Suddenly, Granfell brought his face uncomfortably close, squinting. What is it doing? You do not need to be that close. Before it could finish, Granfell tossed it into the trash can. How irritating. The paper lay in the garbage, stunned. Actually, I came to apologize, the paper cried out. Lee Hoyol, I heard what happened. I speak for the senior mages in apologizing for their disrespect. High-ranking mages are those who have reached the absolute zenith of magic, regardless of their school. To maintain their status, they must constantly prove their worth. Granfell stroked his chin, musing. In short, they are the elite among their peers. Exhausting, is it not? The paper continued sincerely. Because of their insecurities, they ended up bothering you. It is quite embarrassing for me. Granfell pondered the old mage's words. From a veteran's perspective, having a newcomer claim to be the strongest and pushing them down to second place is a bitter pill to swallow. Granfell glanced at the trash can. No one is at fault. Even nobility must constantly prove their virtue. I am accustomed to such envy. The paper drooped sadly. But because of my negligence, you were underestimated, Lee Hoyol. Lee Hoyol froze, thunderstruck. His face went pale with disbelief. Wait, old man, do not say it. That is impossible. The paper looked lifelessly depressed. A heavy silence descended upon the room, suffocating the air between man and magic stationary. Suddenly, a smirk curled Granfell's lips. If they dare look down on me. His gaze sharpened. Then I shall simply force them to witness the reality of my power. Internally, Lee Hoyol crumpled in despair. I knew he would say that, but outwardly, Granfell stood tall. To be recognized, one must simply demonstrate superiority. The paper rallied. Precisely. If you display the overwhelming strength, they doubt they will have no choice but to submit. A genius of your caliber need not worry about the opinions of sheep. I have been discourteous. Instead of a paper messenger, I should have visited you in person. Granfell crossed his arms. There is no need. Suddenly, a snail crawled leisurely across the table, nature taking its course. Granfell flinched internally, but maintained his haughty facade. My thoughts were shallow, the paper declared. I am coming to your location immediately. Granfell waved a hand, dismissively. Do not trouble yourself. Really, I am fine, Granfell insisted gently. But the paper cut him off with terrifying enthusiasm. Give me 10 minutes, I shall be there. Wait, the magic cut off before he could protest. Lee Hoyol's soul left his body. I said I was fine, damn it. Granfell buried his face in his hands, defeated. I just wanted a nap. If this kept up, he would die of exhaustion before any monster killed him. He lifted his head, staring at his hand, mind racing. Convincing high-ranking mages, while I'm just beginning to learn magic. Man, I'm not even a proper mage yet. Isn't this quest totally impossible? My level is only 226. Meanwhile, every high-ranking mage here is at least level 600. The difference in power is suffocating. To them, I'm just a greenhorn. A nobody. But I can't let that stop me. If I want their respect, I have to prove my worth. I need to shatter their doubts and turn the impossible into reality. With a fire lighting up in his eyes, he steeled himself. For the pride of Lee Hoyol, and for the dignity of Granfell. He rested his chin on his hands and let a confident smile play on his lips. But suddenly URH nausea hit him like a truck. What the heck? On the outside, he looked the picture of elegance, but on the inside, he was puking his guts out. Is this mana exhaustion? Just from using light? That doesn't make sense. That's a basic tier 1 spell for beginner mages. Why is it draining my life force? A knock echoed through the room. Lee Hoyol, are you in there? It is Marcello. May I enter? Granfell instantly clasped his hands, straightened his posture, and gave a stoic nod. Enter. His ability to maintain a perfect poker face was truly Granfell's greatest weapon. Meanwhile, elsewhere on a construction site, a system notification popped up with a voice. Bro, did you see this? The forums are going wild. Nam Chon Min and T Min appeared on screen looking stressed. Why is everyone suddenly questioning Lee Hoyol's power? This doesn't add up. Back in the room, Marcello stood frozen, eyes wide, as he scanned the area. Internally, Lee Hoyol was panicking, practically clinging to Granfell's spirit. Yet the noble body simply nodded calmly. Is something the matter? Marcello spoke slowly, his voice trembling slightly. Did you just cast a spell in here? Granfell felt a flicker of surprise, but he didn't rush to explain himself. Inside, Lee Hoyol sniffed the air like a confused puppy. Is there residual magic in the air? Does something smell? Burnt. Granfell ignored his inner panic. He casually waved a hand through the air. I was merely practicing some elementary magic techniques. Do not worry. I have no intention of burning down your laboratory. Marcello's jaw practically hit the floor. Oh no. I didn't mean that. But his mind was racing. That was basic magic. Marcelo looked up. A massive magical signature, shimmering like an aurora, floated in the air. He whispered to himself, how could he leave a mana scar this terrifying? Marcelo thought, every spell leaves a trace after it is cast. We call it a mana signature. It reflects the complexity of the process and the purity of the energy used. If the spell is intricate. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out behind him. My God, it's beautiful. Marcelo spun around. Wait, when did you all? Before he could finish, a horde of mages flooded into the room, their eyes glued to the ceiling. Did you create this masterpiece? Head mage Marcelo, were you attempting to summon a dragon inside the lab? Marcelo weakly shook his head. No. This belongs to the adventurer, Lee Hoyle. He claims it was merely basic magic. The other mages gasped. What? That is impossible. How could a tier 1 spell leave behind such a majestic and terrifying signature? The room erupted into chaos. Everyone was mesmerized by the floating lights. It's breathtaking. One mage confessed. I couldn't resist. I had to break in just to see it with my own eyes. A bald mage, bursting with intensity, grabbed Marcelo. Marcelo, was this truly your work? What level of sorcery did you use to create such art? Meanwhile, Lee Hoyle stood there completely dumbfounded. What is happening? Why are they freaking out over a light bulb spell? Outside the door, the hallway was packed. People were shouting, this way, the legendary signature is in this lab. Look at that flow, this could easily win the 823rd annual Magic Beauty Contest. A former champion stepped forward sweating. I won the last contest. But against this, I don't think I stand a chance. Marcelo, please tell us the secret. Marcelo sighed, stiff as a board. As I said, I did not do this. It was the adventurer Lee Hoyle overthought. He pointed to the corner, but the spot was empty. Granfell had vanished. Huh, where did he go? Far away. Granfell was already sprinting for his life. Lee Hoyle was hyperventilating internally. What the hell is a mana signature anyway? These mages are absolute lunatics. I need to get out of here now. Desperation was written all over Granfell's face. Lee Hoyle knew one thing for sure. If they catch me, I'll never get a moment of peace again. But his escape was cut short. A strange group blocked his path, a girl with pink hair flanked by a stout bald boy, a spiky-haired blonde, and a giant wearing a monster head hat. They looked at him like he was a rare item drop. The pink-haired girl beamed. There he is, Lee Hoyle, oh my gosh, we finally found you. She pointed a finger right at his nose. You were amazing at the Crystal Palace. Then she whipped out a 6x6 puzzle cube. But let's see if you have the brainpower to handle this. This is the sage's pastime. It is known as one of the 3 great impossible puzzles of the Magic Tower. The current record is 9 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 7 seconds. She smirked. And here's the kicker. The more mana you use, the harder the puzzle becomes. Even head mage Marcelo took 10 days to Granfell, didn't even break stride. He walked past them, snapped his fingers, and cast reversal. Click. The cube solved itself instantly. The group stood there, jaws on the floor, tears welling up. No way. A new record. 1 second. But Lee Hoyle was already halfway down the stairs. A system window popped up. Recognition from high mages? 7 out of 20. He grinned. Nice. 7 down. This leveling manhwa quest is easier than I thought. But suddenly, a blinding light hit him. Granfell blinked, shielding his eyes. Below him, a swarm of reporters waited like hungry wolves. He's out. Get the camera. Granfell froze, totally confused. Microphones were shoved in his face. Mr. Lee Hoyle. Is it true you defeated the archvillain of the archipelago single-handedly? Another reporter shouted. There are rumors circulating that you merely stole the credit from others. The public is demanding answers regarding this controversy. What do you have to say? Both Granfell and Lee Hoyle were blindsided. They had no idea a storm was brewing. Lee Hoyle thought, what controversy? What are they talking about? But Granfell's expression turned icy cold. How utterly boorish, Granfell declared, his voice dripping with disdain. I have no obligation to answer those who lack basic etiquette. Lee Hoyle screamed internally, but suddenly, the mob of mages caught up from behind. There he is. The mages pushed through the reporters. Adventurer, we must know about your mana signature. In this manhwa recap, we've never seen anything like it. Was that truly just basic magic? An elderly mage, clutching a Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo doll, with fanatical devotion pressed forward. Is it true you only cast spells in the laboratory? I have studied magic my entire life, yet I cannot touch your level. Inside, Lee Hoyle clung to Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's consciousness, screaming, good heavens, what is this madness? Ahead, a wall of reporters fired off accusations like machine guns. Was it really Lee Hoyle who dealt the final blow? Was Skull actually there? Panic seized Lee Hoyle's heart. I'm going to die. Mages behind, reporters in front. There was nowhere to run. Tears of despair pricked his eyes. I'm trapped like a fish in a net. Is there no way out? Suddenly, a strange ripple of magic caught his attention. He traced the energy source. The wall beside him shimmered with a beautiful pink mana flow. Lee Hoyle analyzed it instantly. The mana structure within that wall just shifted. A redhead thrust a phone toward him. Just one word, Mr. Lee Hoyle. Overwhelmed by the frenzy, he made his choice. I have no comment. Swiftly, he slipped into the glowing wall, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. The reporter's jaw hit the floor. The crowd erupted. Where did he go? The mage with the doll cried out. My adventurer friend. My magic tower idol. The reporters looked around wildly. Mr. Lee Hoyle, did he just vanish into thin air? Beyond the wall lay a hidden sanctuary. A stunning noblewoman sat with crossed legs, exuding elegance. She looked up, genuinely surprised. My, what a shock. Sunlight framed her silhouette against the window, creating a romantic atmosphere. The moment I opened the door, you saw right through the illusion and stepped in. As expected of the one who deciphered the Tower Master's illusion, it was her, the woman he met at the Crystal Palace. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo analyzed the situation cold logic. Did she open the path to help me? No. I merely sensed the interference in the wall's mana. It was just like the Tower Master's illusion. I felt the mana vibrating, distorting the space within the wall. I simply hunted down the altered magical signature and returned it to its original state. Such magic is child's play. She paused, then covered her mouth to hide a giggle. Her laughter rang out, making Lee Hoyle's face burn. What's so funny? Is she mocking me? Or does she want gratitude for saving me? Her expression turned serious. Indeed, if one feels undervalued, one must prove their worth. Was that it? Lee Hoyle wanted to crawl into a hole and die of embarrassment? How did she know that line? Her expression remained solemn. Adventurer Lee Hoyle. She placed a hand over her heart with aristocratic grace. You are likely the only mage to call the Tower Master's illusion simple. I suppose my greeting is late. She bowed slightly. I am Yusia, a senior mage of the healing school. Her gaze locked onto his. Under Chief Mage Marcello's authority, I officially approve your participation in our joint magic research. A system window chimed success. He had swayed the majority 8 out of 20. Back home at 8 a.m., Lee Hoyle scrolled through the news. Top headline, Lee Hoyle, not the hero of the archipelago. Third article, Yusia's mixed review of his performance. Lee Hoyle's eyes widened. What is this trash? What do they want me to explain? The internet was a cruel place. Please stop teasing me. The comment section was a battlefield. I saw it with my own eyes, one user typed. Another defended him. If you weren't there, shut up and sit down. Others remained skeptical. Honestly, I'll believe it when I see the full video. The more he read, the stranger it felt. What kind of game are they playing? But Lee Hoyle had bigger problems. He looked at his reflection. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo was already doing pull-ups. Why am I not resting yet? The system showed no mercy. Train your weak body 500 reps. He wept internally at the notification. Can't I just go to sleep? Did Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo know nothing of work-life balance? He checked his status. Level 226. Not bad for a leveling manhwa protagonist. However, thanks to these endless daily quests, my strength and agility have skyrocketed by over 30 points each. I'm 10 to 20 points ahead of anyone else at this level. He mentally liked Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's discipline. Just from repeating daily tasks, the gap is truly massive. Yes, absolutely wonderful. While Lee Hoyle marveled, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo calmly began slicing carrots with surgical precision. Of course, for a demon hunter, physical stats aren't the main focus. We lack melee skills and wide-range combat abilities. But at least we're efficient at errands. He sighed, accepting his fate. I wish I got more magic points though. He slumped near Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's feet. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo's talent allows him to master magic instantly. If only he had that same genius for close-quarters combat. He watched the carrots fall rhythmically. Like that sword move Harkon used. It felt different. Special. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo paused, visualizing Harkon's fluid strike. A sensation of weightlessness. Unseen by him, blue mana began to swirl around the blade. Lee Hoyle gasped. The kitchen knife seemed to extend and an earth-shattering power exploded outward. Carrots and water suspended in midair. The wall split open. One cut two. Halves 100 wind. / Lee Hoyle's eyes nearly popped out. What on earth? In a single strike, You learned a legendary sword art while chopping vegetables. Outside, the water spray created a magnificent rainbow across the sky. Mom, look, water fireworks. A passerby smiled. What a beautiful rainbow. Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters construction site in the Uzia archipelago, Ben Lucy, dressed for construction work, stared at her phone with an intense predatory gaze. Her subordinates trembled in fear. One whispered, "Why is the guild master here again? And what is she watching with that terrifying look?" He peeked at her screen. "I have no idea." On screen, a reporter was making excuses for the Shining Council regarding the island incident. Therefore, the council claims the bug was handled by their knights. We ask for your understanding. Before the man could finish his lies, Ben Lucy swiped to the next video, her interest already gone. The W Clan fanatics were losing their absolute minds online. They screamed about Lee Hoyle's greatness, claiming their idol soloed the entire monster wave. I was there and the pressure was suffocating. You have no idea how close we came to total annihilation. The moment that deadly sin manifested, fear froze every single hunter in place like statues. The noise from the video grated on Ben Lucy's nerves. She scrolled to another clip. Some random nobody analyzing the fight like a cheap manhwa recap, claiming the top ranker Scar was the real hero, while everyone else stood paralyzed. They refused to believe a player with no background like Lee Hoyle could take down a deadly sin alone. The forums were buzzing with denial, insisting Scar carried the raid. Ben Lucy snapped. Rage exploded in her eyes, and she hurled her phone at the ground. It shattered into 1,000 pieces. Damn it, why do these ignorant keyboard warriors talk so much trash? Her two subordinates watched the meltdown with very different expressions. The older man looked concerned, thinking, with a temper like a volcano and a mouth like a sailor, where can we even use her diplomatic skills? He mourned the innocent phone that just got obliterated. The younger guy, however, was used to this chaos. He sipped his drink and shrugged. Obviously, we use that temper when we go to war with other guilds. A pink-haired girl arrived just in time to see the aftermath. She didn't even flinch, smiling brightly. "Oh, my big sister, Ben Lucy. What triggered the explosion this time?" The old man nodded at the younger guy's wisdom. True, against rival guilds, that kind of fiery passion was actually a strategic asset. Ben Lucy was still fuming, venting to the smiling girl. "It's these brain-dead idiots online. They keep saying the deadly sin kill was a fluke or that Scar did it. It was clearly Lee Hoyle who captured it solo. They say he just stole the kill, or that the knights did all the work. They don't know anything." As she ranted about Lee Hoyle, the pink-haired girl noticed a suspicious pattern. "Oh my. So, are you feeling indignant on behalf of Mr. Lee Hoyle right now?" The question hit the mark. Ben Lucy's face turned bright red, and she started stammering frantically. "What? No, why would I? Am I crazy? It's just business. He helped us with the first quest, and he helped this time too. It's purely because of the debt we owe him." The pink-haired girl giggled at Ben Lucy's desperate defense. Sure. But you're furious because people are insulting Lee Hoyle, yet you refuse to admit you care. It's adorable." "Ben," Lucy screamed, "I told you that's not it." The two male subordinates decided to poke the bear. The guy with the soda smirked. "Looks like our guild master is stuck in a romance webtoon." The old man feigned sympathy, but joined the teasing. "Oh dear, what crime did young Lee Hoyle commit to deserve such a fierce punishment?" Instantly, Ben Lucy summoned magic and buried both of them up to their necks in the earth. The pink-haired girl guided the fuming leader away, leaving the buried men behind. "Come on, sis, calm down. Those internet trolls will shut up soon enough when the truth comes out. Stop stressing. Let's talk about something exciting." She suddenly remembered a key detail about the rewards. "Sis, remember in the old game Arcana, when your national influence rose, you could receive a title?" Ben Lucy paused, her anger fading as she fell into deep thought. The girl continued her analysis. "After we finish this massive reconstruction quest, your relationship with the Yusra Kingdom will max out. That means huge influence points. With high enough friendship and influence in Yusra, you'll be granted a noble title and your own territory. Even the kingdom's officials will have to bow to you." The memory of the knighting ceremony washed over Ben Lucy. She imagined the look on Locke and Scar's faces when they had to bow to her. A satisfied, sinister grin spread across her face. The pink-haired girl saw the mood shift. "Oh, are you smiling now, Ben?" Lucy blushed and instantly denied it. "I am not." But the girl ignored the denial. "See, our big sister looks so much cuter when she smiles." Ignoring the two men still buried in the floor, they played around the girl, pinching Ben Lucy's cheeks. Ben Lucy struggled, signaling for a timeout. But amidst the playful chaos, her mind was racing. The reconstruction of the Yusra Kingdom was a golden opportunity. She thought about the abundant minerals. This wasn't just a quest. It was a natural treasure island that could provide resources Arcana desperately needed. Even without entering a dimensional rift, just securing the mining rights would be worth a fortune. This was a chance anyone would kill for. Why did Lee Hoyle hand it over to them? She recalled the moment Lee Hoyle proposed the alliance to Hakuna. She couldn't figure out his angle. She sighed. I guess I owe him another massive debt. I wonder when I'll ever get to drink tea with him properly, she muttered, while fixing her hair. The pink-haired girl perked up. Huh, what was that? Ben Lucy quickly waved it off. Nothing. Meanwhile, Granfell was walking past the construction site, looking like the epitome of cool. But his phone buzzed with a reality check, a text from his landlord. Young man, I rented to you because you seemed honest, quiet, and clean. But what is this? You completely trashed the apartment. Seeing the landlord's fury, Granfell replied calmly. It was my mistake. I used a power I couldn't fully control yet. Please bill me for the repairs. The landlord, feeling the lack of sincerity, exploded. What kind of excuse is that? Granfell put the phone away, checking the time. He looked calm, but internally he was sweating. That was close. I awakened sword chi, but I nearly died because I couldn't control the output. He remembered the scene holding a kitchen knife that erupted with blinding sword chi. Panic set in as he thought about a solution. How do I reduce the intensity? He recalled his HP bar draining so fast he was bedridden for 6 days just from one burst. He screamed internally, my stamina is dropping in real time. Granfell walked with purpose, calculating his next move. Even if I search for sword chi guides on a leveling manhwa forum, all I get is useless fantasy novel lore. I came to Yusra Island on a hunch. I don't know if Harkon will teach me, but I have to try. As he approached the entrance, a guard blocked his path. Halt, stop right there. Granfell stopped, confused. Excuse me, the guard explained. The kingdom is currently under reconstruction. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. He demanded a permit. Do you have proof of Yusra citizenship or a certified entry pass? Granfell replied with his usual stoic demeanor. I do not. Internally, he was impressed. They set up the administrative system this fast. The guard's eyes lit up with a power trip. Then you cannot enter. I am terribly sorry, but please leave. The guard smiled, but it was dripping with condescension. Granfell thought, did the people of Arcana migrate here? That explains the bureaucracy. Despite the rejection, Granfell pressed on. I came to meet Harkon. Is there no way? The guard paused, stunned by the name drop. Huh, are you referring to Lord Harkon? Yes. The guard looked at Granfell like he was a lunatic, his expression shifting from politeness to open disdain for this commoner. Granfell sensed the attitude shift. Okay, now, I'm getting annoyed. Still, he tried to be diplomatic. Could you at least pass a message to Harkon or Hakuna? Before he could finish, the guard scoffed loudly. Denied. This is absurd. Who are you to casually speak the names of Lord Harkon and His Majesty the King? The face-slapping moment was about to begin. You think pretending to be my friend will save your skin? I have seen 1,000 two-bit adventurers like you. Benefactor of His Majesty, don't make me laugh. You are just Lee Hoyle, a man full of hot air. Just as the guard spat his venom, Hakuna burst onto the scene, waving like an excited child. Sir Lee Hoyle. The guard's jaw dropped at the display of familiarity, while Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo cleared his throat, a sharp warning to maintain dignity. The soldier froze his soul, leaving his body. A holographic interface materialized, a system window displaying the protagonist's legendary status within the Yusra Kingdom. The poor fool began to tremble like a leaf in a storm. On the surface, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo remained an ice-cold statue of nobility. But inside, Lee Hoyle was freaking out. Does dropping a name trigger a status effect now? This is just like a cheat code in a leveling manhwa. Hakuna bowed low. Oh, benefactor, are you here on personal business, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio? Romeo replied coolly. I intended to speak with you, but apparently I require a permit. The guard's face drained of all color, looking like a corpse. Hakuna's aura flared with rage. A permit? Do you have any idea who stands before you? This man holds authority equal to my own in the Yusra Kingdom. The guard shook so hard his armor rattled. Have you ever seen a king ask for permission to enter his own land? Hakuna roared. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo felt like a 5-star general stopped by a rookie private. He simply raised an eyebrow. Is that how it works? Internally, he smirked. Apology accepted. Ignoring the terrified grunt, he realized his standing in this world was far more terrifying than he had calculated. With the nuisance dealt with, Hakuna turned back, eyes sparkling. So did you really come just to see me, my lord? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo hesitated, then explained. Meanwhile, at the coast, the Lee Hoyonhart Knights were in hell. Jessica, their commander, barked orders like a demon instructor. Pathetic. Straighten your backs. Lift those blades higher. Do you think the demons will show you mercy? Louder, the soldiers roared, swinging their steel, but Jessica wasn't satisfied. I can't hear you scream until your lungs bleed. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was calm. Hakun lowered his tea. You wish to learn the way of sword aura. Outside, the screams of tortured trainees provided a brutal soundtrack, but agonizing cries echoed from the drill grounds. Lee Hoyol took a sophisticated sip of tea. Correct. I wish to master the control of the aura that coats your blade. Hakun's eyes widened. So you possess the eyes to see the invisible light. But listen, even after a decade of blood and sweat without innate talent, one cannot even sense the aura. You always defy common sense, Hakun marveled. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio. Romeo set his teacup down with elegant precision. It is hardly a surprise. Greatness recognizes greatness. Zero humility as always, Lee Hoyol thought. Hakun sighed heavily. But I must refuse. Sword aura isn't a parlor trick you can pick up on a whim, even for a master swordsman. Furthermore, are you not a mage class? Even if you see the energy, you need 10 years of physical conditioning. Do you think this is some generic manhwa recap, where you get strong overnight? Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo cut him off cold. I have already awakened it. Hakun blinked confused. Lord Lee Hoyol, surely you jest. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo's gaze didn't waver. I do not joke. The power is already mine. What I require is methodology, not permission. Hakun gasped. Commander Jessica. The shout made the fierce instructor flinch outside. Yes, sir. Bring the sword. And the lion's oath immediately? Jessica hesitated at the strange order but bowed. Understood. Lee Hoyol sat there, the picture of absolute tranquility. Moments later, a massive stone slab carved with a lion's face was hauled before the Lee Hoylenhart Knights. Lauren watched sweat forming on his brow. What is this? A mere iron plate, he whispered. The lion's oath, Jessica muttered. Why are you trembling? I have no idea what the commander is planning, Lauren stammered. Hakun stepped forward, voice filled with reverence. This iron wall is the lion's oath, a relic passed down through generations. It is forged from star metal, a material that does not exist in this realm. Its durability is absolute, like an unbreakable vow. Only 2 scars exist on its surface, one from the first commander and the other is the mark I carved myself. Even Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo raised an eyebrow at the history. Hakun drew his blade, the steel singing. Well, Lord Lee Hoyol. He pointed the weapon at the mage. If you truly possess the sword, or approve it, become the master of the 3rd scar. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo stared at the legendary blade. Lauren panicked. Commander, how can an outsider? Silence, Jessica hissed. There is no way a casual adventurer can do this. The commander has a plan. Lauren opened his mouth, but Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo smirked. I cannot wield that sword. The knights exchanged confused glances. Was he backing down? Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo strode past the legendary weapon and grabbed a chipped training sword from a grunt. This blunt piece of scrap will suffice. Hakun and Lauren looked like they had seen a ghost. A training sword? That blade will shatter on impact, they thought. But the moment Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo gripped the hilt, the atmosphere changed. Boom! Terrifying golden aura erupted, engulfing the rusty steel. Jessica gasped. The soldiers forgot how to breathe. With a casual swing, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo unleashed a storm. The lion's oath didn't just crack, it was obliterated. Lauren's mind went blank. Impossible. This is absolute insanity. That was Grandmaster level aura. From a filthy mage, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo lowered the sword, looking bored. Is that sufficient? In reality, his HP bar was plummeting, and he was seconds from passing out. Hakun beamed with pure admiration. Lee Hoyol. You never fail to exceed expectations, Hakun praised. My curiosity about your potential has just reached its peak. Hakun noticed Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo's hands trembling violently. Look at him shaking, Hakun thought tenderly. He is overcome with emotion at the prospect of learning. In truth, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo was just out of stamina. Hakun turned to his subordinates. Listen up, Jessica Enoch's Lauren. He joins the training starting now. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo tried to stop his hands from vibrating. The knights shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Hakun smiled paternally. We start from 0. These 3 are elite aura masters. You need a body that can handle that power. Prepare for physical conditioning hell. And absolutely no swords until I say so. Hearing this, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo almost cried tears of joy internally. Thank God. My arms are jelly. Hakun, you are the real MVP. Outwardly, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo nodded stoically. Acceptable. And so the grueling regimen began. Lauren analyzed the situation as he ran. A mage learning the sword. The captain adores him. Yet he refused the captain's relic to spare the blade. He actually respects the hierarchy. I misjudged him, Lauren decided. I must treat him with honor. Suddenly, a shadow loomed. I am Jessica, the instructor announced, her voice like a cracking whip. Welcome to the Lv.390 meat grinder. Go change into your gear. As he walked away, Jessica narrowed her eyes. He may have aura, but he is still a fragile spellcaster. Without stamina, that power is useless in real combat. I am going to break you, pretty boy. But then Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo changed. As the shirt came off, Jessica bit her lip. Her sadistic glare turned into a hungry stare. Sweet mother of system windows. Look at those abs. That is high-tier loot. Lauren whispered. Did you just gulp? Jessica flushed red. Silence training begins now. She regained her composure. First lesson, the grip. She barked the order, hiding her blush. Everyone, extend your blades and hold. Lauren observed with a hawk's eye, dissecting every flaw. You're leaning too far forward. Place your left hand at your navel and shift your weight. Jessica roared her corrections. Lock that thumb, and don't let your right foot flare outward. The instructor continued the barrage. The right hand drives the destruction. Everyone execute a vertical slash. Lauren watched, thinking to herself, that woman is absolutely possessed by the sword. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo followed the command, his mind racing. How did Sir Harkin wield his blade? It was fast, concise, overwhelming. Visualizing the Grand Knight's aura, he closed his eyes and raised his weapon high. Suddenly, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's eyes snapped open. Like this, with a flash of enlightenment, he brought the sword down. Boom! Sand and stone exploded outward. Lauren and Jessica stood frozen, their hair standing on end as if struck by lightning. Lauren approached, frantically smoothing his wind-blown hair. Wait a moment, Sir Lee Hoyle. How in the world did you do that? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo replied calmly. I merely attempted to mirror Sir Harkin's movement. Lauren's jaw dropped. Mirrored. That's absurd. That is the commander's signature swordsmanship. The pinnacle technique. Every Lv.390 knight spends a lifetime chasing. Jessica recalled Harkon's devastating power. She had doubted this mage could handle a blade, yet here he was perfectly recreating a legendary art after seeing it only once. With that level of sword aura, Jessica realized this was no ordinary manhwa recap moment. I thought he was just an eccentric mage, but this is a monster of talent. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo simply weighed the sword in his hand, smiling. Not bad at all. Watching from a distance, Harkin nodded with absolute conviction. A prodigy sent by the heavens. He possesses the potential to far surpass even me. What a tragedy that such a man chose magic. Harkin smiled with proud determination. I must instruct him properly, before the mage tower monopolizes his potential. Just then, a voice called out. Captain Harkin. Your Majesty. Harkon bowed. King Hakuna grinned mischievously. I heard my savior wish to walk the path of the sword, so naturally, I had to see it for myself. The king frowned at the ground. This beach. There is far too much sand. I fear the dust might damage my benefactor's delicate health. Hakuna's gaze darkened, terrifying the knights standing behind him. Panic ensued. The knights grabbed brooms and began sweeping frantically. Is he afraid Sir Lee Hoyle will catch a cold from dust? Don't leave a single grain. Sweep for your lives. Hakuna wasn't finished. And this sun. It is mercilessly bright. What if my savior faints from heatstroke? Harkon began to sweat nervously. Under that deathly glare, the knights scrambled into the forest. Moving like a swarm of desperate locusts, they uprooted fully grown trees and replanted them on the beach in seconds, creating an instant oasis. Harkin nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, your attention to the finest details of training is inspiring. Truly, a shining example for the people. Hakuna beamed, eyes crinkling with joy. Is that so? Harkin continued, his voice trembling with emotion. I had no idea your Majesty carried such deep concern. As captain of the knights, I cannot stand idly by. Jessica and Enoch saluted. Understood. But then, to everyone's confusion, Hakuna excitedly tore off his royal armor. It seems I have too much free time, the king declared. I shall join the training. Do not feel burdened by my rank. Treat me exactly as you would a raw recruit. Enoch broke into a cold sweat. Excuse me. What is the commander saying? Jessica felt the pressure multiply by 100-fold. Please, your Majesty, compose yourself. We must consult the other trainees, the instructors cried. The crowd nodded furiously. Yes, absolutely. Confident Hakuna pointed a finger straight at Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. Let us ask him. May I join you, Sir Lee? Hoyle Granful Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo felt the murderous aura radiating from Enox and Jessica. If I agree to this, he realized I'll become public enemy number one. Outwardly, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo remained the picture of nobility. Of course, your majesty is always welcome. But internally, he didn't care. However, King Hakuna, my training is complete for the day. Perhaps you could train with Jessica. And Enox Hakuna clapped his hands. A brilliant suggestion. Sir Lee Hoyle, Jessica, and Enox backed into a corner, felt their blood boil. That magnificent bastard. The king's voice boomed. Now, begin. Attack me until you are satisfied. A thunderous yes, sir echoed, marking the start of the most uncomfortable training session in history. While the knights suffered, the scene shifted. The Mage Tower, a monument of arcane power. A knock resonated on a heavy door. Enter. Inside the dim laboratory, a hooded figure approached a man buried in research. This was Matthew, a high mage of the dark magic faction. You are the one who elevated the ridiculed dark magic to its current glory. If not for Marcello, you would undoubtedly sit upon the throne of the Mage Tower. Matthew's eyes were cold abysses. Speak. The messenger presented a collection of artifacts. I bring these because Sir Lee Hoyle submitted items for appraisal that radiate dark energy. Matthew's brow furrowed. Lee Hoyle. Are you referring to the adventurer currently collaborating with head mage Marcello? Examining the table, Matthew's mind raced. These are not common trinkets. Impure crystals, carp scale silk, and the centerpiece, the vampire count's orb. A normal human couldn't possibly possess these. Just who in the hell is this Lee Hoyle? After a heavy silence, Matthew's expression turned grim. Send a message scroll to Lee Hoyle immediately. I will appraise these personally. Meanwhile, night had fallen over Yusra Island. The mighty warriors collapsed on their beds, crying for their mothers. Yet one man continued to grind. A blue holographic screen flashed. System alert. Daily quest. 20-kilometer run. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Complete pull-ups. 465 of 500 300 sit-ups. Complete. Granful Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's body moved like a machine, while Lee Hoyle's soul screamed in agony. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's muscles screamed. I'm going to die. I've reached my absolute physical limit, thanks to Harkon's insane boot camp earlier. He recalled the morning's torture. Harkon had run like a man possessed. Ha ha ha. It has been ages. 100 more laps. 20-kilometer. Run complete. Lee Hoyle's soul raged. Harkon, you damn battle junkie old man, read the room and get lost. Ding, you have exceeded your physical limits. Hidden conditions met. Rewards available. Lee Hoyle's eyes widened at the status screen. Stamina 35, agility 37, mana 126. This was the essence of a leveling manhwa. The fatigue evaporated instantly. Yes, but Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's body was shutting down. I need sleep. Suddenly, a magical carrier bird descended. A scroll unrolled, projecting a voice. Greetings. I am High Mage Matthew Dinka, of the Dark Magic faction. I am contacting you regarding the appraisal results for Sir Lee Hoyle. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo blinked. Ah, right. The items I left at the tower. Composing himself, he spoke. Proceed. Matthew continued. First, the Vampire Count's Orb. Rank unique. Level requirement, 400. A sphere condensed with the essence of a vampire. Detonating the blood within causes catastrophic area damage. This is a demonic artifact extremely rare. I wish to lease it for research. Lee Hoyle calculated rapidly. Level 400, I can't equip that yet anyway. I can use this favor to reclaim my medallion later. This works out perfectly. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo's voice remained icy and regal. Very well. I grant you permission. What about the other artifacts? Matthews continued his appraisal. A unique grade unrefined crystal. No level restrictions attached. It maintains the pristine purity of a high-grade emerald. Analysis confirms a life recovery effect when under attack. It is perfect for crafting the island treasure jewelry set. And here, unique grade radiant carp silk. Again, 0 level restrictions. When used in crafting, it amplifies fire attribute consistency and boosts evasion rates. It even unlocks the hidden aesthetic stat. Truly a material for legendary creation. Could I perhaps lease this silk? Granfell crossed his arms, deep in thought. Aesthetics. I've never heard of such a stat in any leveling manhwa. What does it even do? Inside, Lee Hoyle's soul was burning with curiosity. I need to verify this myself. But on the outside, Granfell maintained his noble facade. I cannot allow you to merely rent the radiant carp silk. I intend to use the unrefined crystal for jewelry, and the silk shall be fashioned into a handkerchief. Matthews kept a poker face. I understand your request. However, if you wish to pursue mass production, the profits would be astronomical. Lee Hoyle stood firm. Time to unleash the ultimate negotiation technique I mastered as a corporate slave. Since this is my inaugural commission, I must assess the quality before making further decisions. I am yet to witness the Mage Tower's true capabilities. Impress me with your utmost efficiency. Granfell thrust the scroll toward Matthews, catching the mage off guard. He wore an expression of supreme arrogance, a smile that wasn't quite a smile. I demand absolute perfection, regardless of the cost. Inside, Lee Hoyle was screaming, "Who asked you to answer? That's my money." But seeing the unlimited budget, Matthew's eyes sparkled with greed. Staring at Granfell, the mage thought Marcello didn't choose this man at random. He is truly intriguing. After a pause, Matthews bowed smoothly. As you wish. Internally, Lee Hoyle felt as withered as a 90-year-old man. Good. Conversation over. I can't keep this act up any longer. It is time for slumber. Lee Hoyle collapsed onto the bed, instantly snoring in sync with Granfell's dignity, leaving Matthews talking to thin air. Wait a moment, Sir Lee. The mage grit his teeth. Damn it, he actually fell asleep. I dare not disturb his rest. He turned to leave, scribbling a message on a scroll. I shall await you at the Sky Garden. The note read, I will await your presence at the Sky Garden. I humbly invite you to a dialogue with me, a high mage of the dark magic school. Dawn broke over the island. While the world slept, a solitary figure sprinted along the coastline. Granfell was relentlessly crushing his physical conditioning routine. Lee Hoyle felt a surge of pride. I'm finally getting the hang of this Manhwa recap life. Suddenly, an owl swooped down from the heavens, clutching a note, its face uncannily human. It squawked, Sir Lee Hoyle. The letter read, I was concerned after hearing nothing since last night. My deepest apologies if this message disturbs your peace. Lee Hoyle blinked. Huh? What message? Granfell remained icy calm. A message. It turned out a missive had arrived at dawn. Granfell sighed with feigned regret. I missed that correspondence entirely. The ignored message had read, I await you at the Sky Garden. Join me for a discussion. Signed, High Mage of the Dark Magic School, Matthews. Matthews' voice projected from the paper. It is fortunate you did not see it as my schedule has shifted. I formally invite you to the Sky Garden tomorrow afternoon. Granfell's refusal was instant. Difficult. Matthews faltered. Are you occupied? Then perhaps noon. Granfell didn't blink. Still difficult. Matthews gasped. Good heavens, you must be buried in work, rebuilding the kingdom? Then surely the morning. Granfell cut him off. Also difficult. Matthews paused, a realization dawning on him. This is a test. Lee Hoyle was the first research partner of a high mage in the tower's history. He is testing the patience and decorum of a high mage. Matthews yielded. But Granfell didn't wait. It is excruciatingly difficult. Granfell clarified. I must dedicate myself to the way of the sword. I have no time to squander on clandestine meetings. Matthews sounded desperate. When will it not be difficult? I am always at your disposal. Granfell mused. The morning after tomorrow. I can spare 1 hour. Matthews exhaled. Finally. Thank you immensely. Lee Hoyle looked at his Granfell persona helplessly. We were planning to go to the Mage Tower at that time anyway. Why is Matthews acting so grateful? The owl took flight, carrying the mage's final words. I shall see you then. I will be waiting. Beneath a nearby tree, Commander Harkon watched the exchange, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Later, the Yusra Island training grounds bustled with the sounds of steel. Instructor Enox barked orders. Stabilize the blade tip, channel all your power into your arm and strike. The trainees roared in unison. Sir, yes sir. In a secluded corner, Harkon approached Granfell with measured steps. Granfell raised a brow. What is the meaning of this? Harkon spoke gravely. I will repeat myself. I cannot teach you. Explain yourself, Granfell demanded. Harkon's eyes gleamed. I mean it literally. Sir Lee Hoyle, you have already reached the threshold of enlightenment through the fires of real combat. Granfell remained stoic, but inside, Lee Hoyle was trembling. Real combat. What is he talking about? I've only been training for 1 day. Granfell narrowed his eyes. Do you truly believe that? Sir Lee Hoyle Harkon pressed. You are woefully underestimating your own potential. Why not verify your mastery with that blade right now? Very well, Granfell replied coldly. I don't know what delusions he has, but if I lose control like yesterday, my stamina will hit 0 instantly. Focus. Granfell closed his eyes. I need to understand what sword key actually is. It feels distinct from the magic circles I studied before. They say anyone can learn it. Deep in meditation, he grasped a profound truth. I can feel it. a torrent of energy, completely different from mana, coiling within my core. If I manipulate this flow, just as I manipulate mana, I can harness it. Seeing his stance, Harkon smiled. The commander's instincts were sharp. Granfell was no ordinary man. With a thunderous whoosh, azure light exploded from Granfell's blade. Manifested sword ki. I see now, Lee Ho-yol realized. Sword ki is just another form of magical energy. By applying the principles of exploration and interference, the erratic energy stabilized into a perfect blade. Harkon stepped forward, awestruck. Such stable swordsmanship comes only from relentless effort. You may have missed yesterday's drill, but your solitary morning practice speaks volumes. There is no reason you cannot control the Kai. Suddenly, he grabbed Granfell's shoulders, his face flushed with excitement. However, the theory of sword Kai is a long conversation. You are a natural-born genius of the blade. He leaned in uncomfortably close, cracking Granfell's composure. Sir Lee Hoyle, or should I say, disciple. Will you join me on the endless path of the sword? Lee Hoyle's soul shrieked in terror. Ew, why is he looking at me like that? It's terrifying. He spun around immediately. Run away. I need to escape now. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo stood his ground before Harkon. Forgive me, but I have no intention of dedicating my entire existence to the way of the sword alone. His resolve was sharper than the finest steel. If a blade arises on the path I must walk, then I shall wield it. That is my way. Hearing these pretentious words tumble from his own mouth, Lee Hoyle wanted to crawl into a hole and die of second-hand embarrassment. Oh God, please, just stop talking. But Harkon's face lit up with delight. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo had truly exceeded the old master's expectations. He waved a cheerful goodbye. I look forward to seeing you at the end of that road, young man. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo turned away. It was time to change his attire. Meanwhile, the other trainees overheard the conversation. To them, the secret to reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship was clear, unyielding spirit, and hard work. It was like a shot of adrenaline straight to their hearts. Their fighting spirit roared to life. Enox, Lauren, and Jesse watched with wry smiles. The others had definitely misunderstood something, but perhaps it was better to let the misunderstanding stand. Jessica lowered her head, a shadow of gloom crossing her face. Come to think of it, I have never heard of anyone mastering sword aura in a single day. Lee Hoyle is truly a genius, existing in a realm far above us. She worried that the gap in their power was an abyss they could never cross, no matter how much they trained, until their limbs fell off. But then steel hardened in her eyes. No, I am a swordsman of honor too. The day will come when I stand proudly shoulder to shoulder with those two. Enox Lauren shared the same heavy thoughts. The distance to Lee Hoyle seemed infinite. A peak too high to reach, even if he ran until his legs shattered. Yet because they were warriors who carried pride in their hearts, the flames of determination ignited within him as well. I am also a swordsman of honor. I swear I will one day fight beside them. Harkon smiled with deep satisfaction, closing his eyes to savor the moment. Everyone's spirit had been forged anew. A single genius had the power to shake the world around him. It had been a long time since Harkon felt his own blood boil with such excitement. Meanwhile, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo wandered through the dense forest, drifting without a clear destination. Lee Hoyle observed anxiously from within. Harkon said I could use this place for training, but something feels off. He scanned for a low-level mob to test his new skills. Is there maybe a demonic deer, something simple, like a Class E monster? Suddenly, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's instincts screamed danger. From the shadows of the brush, a white beast with ink-black spots emerged. Its eyes burned with a primal thirst for blood. It was a platinum Lee Hoyle part level 300. Lee Hoyle tried to use his detection skill, but it failed to identify a demon. The natural enemy trait did not activate. Panic seized him. Damn it, I asked for a deer, not a predatory cat. Looking at Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's status at level 226, despair crashed over him. There was a 74-level difference. Are the devs insane? But fear was a word absent from Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's dictionary. He faced the beast with icy arrogance. Do you think your teeth are so magnificent that you must bear them, you immoral beast? He drew his blade, sword, aura, flaring to life. The noble's dignity activated. I shall teach you a lesson in manners, you wretched creature. The situation had spiraled out of control. Lee Hoyle mentally screamed. What the hell kind of buff is that? That's not even the right skill for this. In another corner of the forest, monster corpses littered the ground, blood painting the path red. They had all been slaughtered by a single person. It was Kiss, captain of the Dark Mercenary Squad. Her team had 10 members, but 9 were currently missing. Kiss looked around confused. Where did everyone go? And why are there so many monsters here? Did we take a wrong turn? she spotted Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo facing off against the beast and immediately concealed herself. That's a platinum Lee Hoyolpard and a human using sword aura. She assessed the situation and cursed. Shit, this looks bad. If he can wield sword aura, he's a promising player in this manhwa recap, but his opponent is a platinum Lee Hoyolpard. That thing is practically a field boss of the Yushra Island region. Seeing the overwhelming disadvantage, Kiss made a ruthless decision. Forget it. She felt a wave of relief. Walking slowly had saved her from facing that beast herself. My best bet is to hurry to the kingdom, while that guy keeps the monster busy. Kiss smirked. Sorry player, but I have a promise to keep with my own comrades. She recalled the pact of the dark mercenaries gather at the rendezvous point in 3 days. After being summoned from Arcana to Earth, their miserable lives were finally supposed to be over. We're going to start over at the gold mine. Seeing an opportunity to escape, she hummed a tune as she ran. If I can secure a territory here on Yusra, I can go back to living like a noble. Just wait for me. My noble life is just within reach. Back on the battlefield, Lee Hoyle was losing his mind. He tore at his hair in desperation. It's over. We're absolutely done for. Even with Sword Aura, the level gap was 74. Unlike the battle with the 7 deadly sins, the natural enemy trait refused to trigger. He whispered a desperate prayer. Akshan, please. I need you to treat this thing as a demon just this once. He pushed his senses to the absolute limit. One careless step meant being devoured instantly. Granfell, Claudie, Arpeggio, Romeo, and Lee Hoyol were wound tight as a spring, but they couldn't stand there forever. My stats are better than before, but maintaining Sword Aura is draining my stamina too fast. A spark of inspiration hit him. That's it. Just like with the Flying Tiger, if I use magic to restrict its movement path. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo made his choice. There was no time for hesitation. This is the perfect moment to test everything I have been taught. Therefore, accept this sword of justice, Lee. Hoyol's heart bled with embarrassment. Does anyone even talk like that anymore? Who are you trying to impress? The platinum Lee Hoyolpard lunged, aiming straight for the silver-haired man. Come Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo stood ready to clash. Lee Hoyol cowered internally. Impossible. I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die. Oh God, I won't even get the insurance payout for this. Tears streamed down his soul. Mom, Dad, sisters. I'm sorry. Your ugly son Lee Hoyle is leaving this world first. But suddenly he froze, staring at the scene. Huh, why was the leopard lying defeated on the ground in an instant? He was baffled. Why? Why was that leopard moving as slow as a turtle? Lee Hoyle stood stunned before the beast's corpse. No attribute advantage, a 74 level gap. Yet it ended in a single strike. He realized the truth. Is this the overwhelming power of Sword Aura in a leveling manhwa? Having dispatched the formidable foe Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo scoffed. Hardly enough to even warm up my muscles. Seeing his energy bar depleted, Lee Hoyol was speechless. You sure talk big for someone running on fumes. We need to rest, you idiot. Later, at the Sky Garden. It was the day of the meeting. Mattis was waiting for his VIP guest, anxiety simmering beneath the surface. Lee Hoyol, the player acknowledged by Marcelo. I wonder what kind of man he truly is. Thud. A heavy sound announced his arrival. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo emerged, his steps slow, and weighted his presence imposing. His voice was low and commanding. Are you the High Mage? The wizard responded immediately. Indeed. I am Mattis Dean, Senior Mage of the Dark Magic Circle. And you must be Lee Hoyol. Mattis silently observed him. It feels as if the earth itself trembles with his every step. He is truly a unique existence. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo bowed with perfect etiquette. Yes, it is an honor to meet you. Though Mattis Dean appeared calm, his internal mana was trembling. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyol was recalling the insane battle, with the beast feeling his energy bottom out. Fate is cruel. My muscles are screaming in agony. I went too far practicing the sword swing and unleashing aura. Now my body is trembling so hard it's a miracle I'm even standing upright. Summoning every ounce of willpower to suppress the pain, he stepped forward. So what business do you have with me? Mattis gestured formally. Please sit first. Suddenly, the black ring on Mattis's finger began to emit an eerie glow. The mage gasped. It was the artifact of resonance, capable of measuring sensitivity to dark magic. It turned pitch black in a fraction of a second. I have never seen a darkness this profound in my entire life. He stared in absolute shock. What kind of monstrous entity was lurking within this man's soul? Disbelief clouded Mattis's eyes. While Lee Hoyle struggled to keep his composure against the exhaustion, he thought, Why is he looking at me like that? I need to sit down before I collapse. Suddenly, a memory surfaced for Matus, a time before his glory, when he was shoved into the dirt by a malicious peer. The bully sneered, "Oh, Mr. Matus, so sorry about that." Even as Matus lay humiliated in the dust, the scorn from his classmates was relentless. "Why are you so clumsy? Don't tell me you plan to waste all these precious materials. Why are you so obsessed with that primitive, cursed magic? Even my dog could use that trash. What a pathetic excuse for sorcery." But Matus refused to break. Determination burned in his eyes. He would achieve greatness. A common spell mocked as a unique curse. Would a true scholar deny its potential? I will prove the true value of this magic to those fools. The day finally came at the Academy's Grand Hall, where Matus presented his life's work on dark magic. He explained the theory and demonstrated the practice. With just enough mana, one can animate a corpse as if it were alive. Because it utilizes a different energy source than existing magic, it solves problems that traditional spells cannot touch. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. Preposterous. The high-ranking professors in the front row erupted in fury. What is this abomination doing in our sacred academy? How dare you bring such filth to this conference? Get him out of here. Get lost. Matus, you've finally lost your mind. Matus tried to plead his case. Don't just reject it on impulse. Look at the essence of the formula. This solves the dimensional interference issue that standard magic can't handle. I have found the solution to the world convergence. Seeing Matus persist with what they deemed madness, they turned to the headmaster. Sir, you don't need to listen to this garbage anymore. Please make a decision. No matter how much you value diversity, this crosses the line. Ignoring the noise, the headmaster smiled gently. Matus, have you given a name to this magic yet? The professors were restless, but Archmage Matus froze. Only the headmaster was willing to listen. He straightened his posture, dignity returning. Trembling with excitement, he spoke of his spiritual child. From now on, I shall call it dark magic. And so dark magic was adopted by other mages, but the glory was fleeting. Matus fell into despair. I thought dark magic could fix the dimensional interference. But a year has passed, and my research hasn't progressed a single inch. 1 year later, when the Demon Tower appeared on Earth due to the interference, Matus hit a dead end, starving for a breakthrough. There must be a way to stop this, but I cannot do it alone. I was just drowning in hopelessness, destroying myself because I couldn't stop the worlds from merging. It was a pitiful state. But meeting Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio Romeo changed everything. He never expected to find someone possessing such a colossal amount of dark magic. With this boy, he hoped to shatter the limits of his research. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked coldly, High Mage, does the light on your rings have anything to do with today's topic? I can only spare you 1 hour. My tea is getting cold. Matisse realized his rudeness and bowed his head. Forgive me. These rings measure sensitivity to dark magic. In other words, your aptitude for the dark arts. However, this is the first time they have turned such a deep abyssal black. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo raised an eyebrow. Dark magic. Somehow that sounds familiar. In a leveling manhwa like this, such terms were common, Matus explained. It operates differently from the magic you are used to. He began to demonstrate the energy flow, right there in the room. If standard magic is power manifested through discovery and mana manipulation, dark magic uses the darkness within as fuel. It is a strange alien energy source. He looked intently at Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. This magic is fueled by the subject's mind, specifically their past. The deeper and darker the trauma, the more devastating the power becomes. Matisse trembled as the realization hit him. But if you are this sensitive to the dark arts, then your past, Mr. Lee Hoyle. I am terrified to even imagine the horrors you must have endured. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo fell into deep thought. The darkness within the past. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyle was screaming internally. I knew it. He's talking about my dark history. So embarrassing. This is basically social execution magic. Upon reflection, Lee Hoyle realized Matus couldn't possibly know Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's character settings. Yet the cringe was unbearable. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo frowned, his aura imposing. Digging into someone's past at the first meeting. Is this your idea of manners? Matisse looked horrified. Forgive me, I was terribly disrespectful. In my carelessness, I committed a grave indiscretion. He bowed low. I will report myself to the Council of Elders for formal disciplinary action. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo was speechless. You're taking this way too far. But unexpectedly, he accepted the apology. I accept your remorse. He offered a faint, arrogant smile. The spirit of inquiry is the virtue of a true scholar. I do not detest a scholar who is so loyal to his craft. Matisse was stunned. No one had ever spoken such words to him. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's curiosity about the mechanics surprised him. The silver-haired noble asked, however, if dark magic uses a different power source than existing magic, can it be utilized even when one's mana is completely depleted? Matisse grabbed Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's shoulders in excitement. Are you interested in the dark arts? Then, would you like to accompany me on this path of research? Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo fell silent. This feeling, this situation. Wait, I've seen this scene somewhere before. He recalled Hakon asking the exact same thing. Do you want to join me on the endless journey of a swordsman? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Number of high mages convinced, 9. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo was surprised. The count went from 8 to 9. Does that mean Mattis counted? He turned to leave his cape swirling. My time is up. I will contact you later. Lee Hoyle sighed in relief. All right, objective complete. Let's get out of here. If I stay any longer, I might get arrested and locked in the tower. Mattis didn't stop him. Thank you. Back at Granfell Claude Arpeggio, Romeo's lab in the magic tower, he returned to work immediately. Lee Hoyle was exhausted. I have to share a body with this workaholic. He opened a book the moment we got back. I'm so tired. Suddenly messages from the high mages flooded in, expressing goodwill and welcoming him to the magic tower. The quest to conquer the mages was a success. Lee Hoyle felt a surge of dopamine. All the high mages have recognized me. As expected of a man with such legendary influence, the system chime echoed through his mind. Rewards granted. His influence within the magic tower had skyrocketed effectively, unlocking hidden administrative features. Lee Hoyle couldn't hide his delight. The magic tower wasn't just any organization, it was a national power. And now, he had them in the palm of his hand. First the Usra Kingdom and now the Tower Granfell. Claude Arpeggio Romeo scoffed, deleting the notification with a flick of his finger. Meaningless. Inside, Lee Hoyle screamed, hey, can't we just enjoy this for once? Why couldn't they ever be on the same page? Still, the loot called to him. New features. He opened the status window only to freeze. What the hell is this? The news cycle was exploding. The First Nation from Arcana had manifested in reality. Capital was flooding into the kingdom of Usra, like a tidal wave. Even the Shin and Berserker guilds are going all in, the anchor stated. Professor, what's your take on this leveling Manhwa phenomenon coming to life? The expert adjusted his glasses. A stroke of genius. They aren't just buying land, they're buying the future. And that future is already here. Taemin watched the screen intently. Wait, didn't the Shin Guild jump from rank 5 to rank 3 recently? Nam Chonmin remained silent, lost in thought. His mind was consumed by one thing. How do we repay Lee Hoyle? It was the only thing that mattered. You're right. Taemin nodded, sensing his brother's mood. We wouldn't be standing here without him. The shadow of their dark past flickered in his mind. If Lee Hoyle hadn't stepped in, you'd still be. He trailed off. And he was the one who told Shin to invest in Usra. He saw this coming. The news ticker was dominated by two names, Usra and Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo. It's all about him. Taemin clenched his fist. Fine. Then I'll make sure the reconstruction is legendary. We have to live up to his expectations, Nam Cheon-min. We can't be a burden. He nudged Nam Cheon-min, snapping him out of his trance. The Shin Guild's rise was cause for celebration, but the comment section was toxic. Why aren't they working with the Mythology Guild? The netizens demanded. Nam Cheon-min's eyes narrowed. Taemin scoffed. Here we go again. Mythology is trying to drive a wedge between us. Typical. Media manipulation wasn't enough, Chulmin sighed. Mythology's dirty tricks are old news, but this time, they've dragged the National Assembly into it. The Assembly. Taemin frowned. What can a bunch of politicians even do in this awakened era? Mythology might be a business titan, but buying off the government, that shouldn't be possible even for them. That's what worries me, Chulmin replied darkly. This goes beyond bribery. How exactly did Mythology get the lawmakers on a leash? Meanwhile, a golden badge glinted on a suit lapel. But the man wearing it was foaming at the mouth, his fate unknown. A sinister purple miasma swirled around him. Watching this with a cold smile was Queen Jian, the guild master of Mythology. She lifted her phone. Secretary Kim, clear my schedule for tomorrow. Ma'am, but you have the summit with Senator Choi, the secretary stammered. Jian didn't answer, her eyes locked on a photo of Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo. The silence on the line was an order in itself. Understood. Shall I send your apologies to the senator? Jian licked her lips. In a flash, her hair turned purely silver and demonic horns pierced through her temples. A predator's smile formed. No need. I'm going to the Usra Kingdom. There's a certain man I'm dying to meet. Back at the magic tower, the sunlight was blinding. Suddenly, a hologram materialized. New feature unlocked. Lee Hoyle's spirit avatar floated behind Granville Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo eyes wide. A new feature, finally, but the moment was ruined by a violent buzzing. Granville Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo flinched, eyeing the vibrating smartphone like it was a cursed artifact. Make it stop. Lee Hoyle groaned internally. Who keeps calling at a time like this? Lee Hoyle peeked at the screen. It's my sister. Again. What does she want now, Granville Claudia Arpeggio? Romeo simply sipped his tea, maintaining his aristocratic indifference. Whoosh! A piece of parchment flew through the air, hovering right in front of him. Granville Claudia Arpeggio Romeo set his cup down. A missive from the tower. The paper animated a voice echoing from the script. Greetings, Lee Hoyle. Granville Claudia Arpeggio Romeo raised an eyebrow. I am the chief mage, the one who has been messaging you. Since you ignored my digital attempts, I took the liberty of sending this scroll. Do forgive the intrusion. Granville Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo's expression soured. The scroll didn't care. As a co-researcher of the tower, you hold a rank equivalent to a chief mage. You are family now. I have prepared a pledge of. Suddenly, the voice warped. Adventurer Lee Hoyle. An honor to meet you. I am Bengram. I have a gift for you. Hello, I am Nader Adventurer. Please notice me. The scroll became a chaotic radio of desperate mages. Lee Hoyle felt his soul withering away. What is this nightmare? Spam mail in real life. His survival instinct kicked in. Run. Just run. Granville Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo didn't hesitate. He turned on his heel and speed-walked with maximum elegance, fleeing the chorus of fanboys. Scene change. The royal palace of Yusra. Gold and marble shimmered under the sun. Harkon chuckled, seeing the exhausted mage. Seeking sanctuary, are we? It must be burdening. Harkon grinned. So how does it feel to be the idol of the magic tower? Granville Claudia Arpeggio Romeo remained stoic. Harkon waved a hand. Don't be too harsh on them. It's just their way of showing respect to a superior intellect. Steam curled from Granville Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's tea. I have no interest in flattery, he replied coldly. Especially when it disguises itself as sincerity. Harkon roared with laughter. That is exactly why you are you. Even the demon of greed crumbled before that unshakable ego. Speaking of which, Harkon leaned in. Have you seen the footage the Shin Guild released? It captures your battle perfectly. Granville Claudia Arpeggio Romeo froze. The teacup rattled. Footage. Buzz. The phone again? It was his sister. Ah, Lee Hoyle realized. I totally forgot to text her back. Is something wrong? Harkon asked. Excuse me for a moment. Granville Claudia Arpeggio Romeo answered the call. Sister. The screen exploded with rage. Stop it. Lee Ye-im screamed, her face filling the screen. You aren't a demon hunter. You aren't a noble. Snap out of it, you Chunibyo. The final monarch of the kingdom of Yusra. On the screen, Lorang appeared with a bright smile, followed closely by Unun. Lorang, don't climb on your aunt. It is time to repent for your sins, the trio shouted in unison. Lee Yim held up his phone, comparing Granville's stoic face on screen to reality. Bursting into laughter, Lee Yim mimicked the pose perfectly. Spot on right, he cheered. Your battle was legendary. You've already hit 1 million views on YouTube. Granville sighed the praise about him defeating the sin of greed, solo ringing in his ears. It was a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa, but he just swiped the screen off and set the phone aside. Hakuna rested her chin on her hand, silence filling the room. Granville bowed his head, his voice low and exhausted. Is there somewhere, anywhere I can rest? Hakuna smiled warmly. Of course. In fact, would you like a position here? I was thinking of a dukedom for establishing the kingdom's foundation. Or perhaps the special privilege of ruling a territory. Granville replied flatly. A simple room will suffice. Inside, Lee Hoyle was screaming, I'm going to die of embarrassment. The scene shifted to a secluded wooden cabin, bathed in sunlight and fresh air. He threw open the door, letting the light flood in. His suit jacket was neatly stored, but as he frantically loosened his tie, a tea bag tumbled to the floor. Collapsing onto the sofa, his eyes were glued to the screen. His expression darkened with pure mortification. I'm going to die of shame. Why are the view counts skyrocketing like this? Glaring at the search results, Granville's blood boiled. Who gave the Xenon Guild permission to upload this? I should sue them all for illegal filming. Suddenly, his thoughts halted. Outside nature was peaceful, but his senses flared. He froze, eyes widening. What is this signal? A sensation he knew all too well. As dust motes danced in the light, a face mask snapped into place over his nose and mouth in an instant. With disheveled hair, he muttered. Filth. Lee Hoyle scratched his head sheepishly. I guess I forgot to clean. Meanwhile, at the archipelago construction site, chaos was brewing. Outside, a red command tent guard stood watch. Inside, Taemin pointed a trembling finger at his phone screen. What the hell is this crash? Why are our stocks tanking? He screamed at Nam Chon-min, who sighed deeply. It is the Mythology Guild. They are spreading rumors again. Taemin gasped. Again. Ever since they got Parliament's backing, those bastards have been treating us like dirt. Nam Chon-min rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I suspect they want to secure the reconstruction rewards for themselves before they crush us completely. Since when did they have this much influence? Suddenly, Taemin's voice cracked. Xenon Guild merging with mythology. What kind of insane headline is this? The title says merger, but the content says, the Xenon Guild Master proposed to Baek Jian, that I chased her and begged. Just then, a pair of long legs strode toward the tent. Halt, you cannot enter, the guards warned. Inside, Taemin raged. I could start rumors too. Everyone knows I hate Baek Jian's guts. Why? Because she has a massive, hairy rear end. Taemin threw his hands up, face red with fury. Suddenly, Baek Jian leaned in close, wrapping arms around herself. Oh my, is that really true? Where exactly did you hear such a thing? The sudden intrusion froze the Xenon members. Taemin's rage vanished, replaced by a horrified stare. Nam Chon-min bolted upright in shock. Baek Jian brushed her hair back, a mocking smirk playing on her lips. You know secrets about my body even I don't know. Do you have a crush on me? Cold sweat drenched Taemin. How did she get in? My men are outside. Nam Chon-min rushed to the entrance. Impossible. He yanked back the red flap and froze. 3 bodyguards lay unconscious in the dirt. Nam Chon-min's face hardened as he turned back to the intruder, the gravity of the situation sinking in. You do realize what attacking our members means, don't you? Baek Jian waved a hand dismissively. Attack? I didn't touch them. They just decided to take a nap. Her gaze sharpened, slamming into Nam Chon-min like a physical blow. Panic surged. This pressure, it is familiar. He looked at the woman, Baek Jian, heiress of Korea's top financial group. The woman who took a no-name guild and dragged it to rank 41 single-handedly. Taemin pointed a shaking finger, shouting, Hey Baek Jian, what the hell are you doing? You are crossing the line. Baek Jian remained silent, but Nam Chon-min was drenched in cold sweat. She has Parliament's backing. But how? The realization hit him like lightning. It is mind control. Terror flooded his veins. That shouldn't work on awakened players. He tried to warn Taemin, but his body refused to obey. He was paralyzed. No need for violence, Baek Jian purred. Behind her, a demonic entity manifested its malicious aura, plunging Nam Chon-min's mind into absolute chaos. The demon twisted into Nam Chon-min's own likeness, laughing maniacally as clawed hands ripped at his sanity. Pure horror consumed him. Suddenly, Granfell stepped into the clearing. Seeing the fallen guards, he sighed, loosening his collar. Inside, both guildmasters turned toward the new presence. Taemin's finger was still pointing, trembling in the air. Granfell stepped into the tent, ripping off his mask in irritation. I just finished cleaning, yet filth surrounds me everywhere. Unbearable, Taemin gasped. Brother Lee Hoyle. Granfell ignored him, his razor-sharp gaze locking onto Baek Jian. You are a demon. He pulled up a file titled, Secret Video. It was the raw footage of his pride quest. On screen, Granfell stared into the camera with absolute authority. It is time to correct your mistakes. He replayed the clip, eyes burning with indignation. Only a true demon would relish in broadcasting such humiliation to the world. Taemin froze, unable to process the situation. Baek Jian blinked in confusion. Facing Granfell's sudden interrogation, Taemin stammered, sweat pouring down his face. The video that. Well, Granfell thrust the phone forward, unwilling to let the perceived slight go unpunished. Baek Jian watched him, a sinister smile creeping onto her face. Well, I planned to extract intel from Xenon, but the target walked right into the trap. Oblivious to the predatory gaze, Granfell waited. Taemin desperately tried to explain. That video. We just wanted the world to see your greatness. No bad intentions, Baek Jian scoffed internally. They call this guy the Light of Yusra. He looks painfully average up close. Did he really defeat a 7 deadly sins solo? She stepped forward, voice dripping with skepticism. Hey, you said your name is Lee Hoyle. Granfell turned to face her. Baek Jian smirked, thinking the sins were overrated. She locked eyes with him, a predator viewing prey. I am Baek Jian. Baek Jian stepped into his personal space, her fingers trailing seductively down Granfell's tie. You've heard of me, haven't you? You've certainly caught my interest. Her doe eyes looked up with feigned innocence, but her inner thoughts were venomous. What a letdown. but he's just a pawn. Using him will make conquering Yusra a walk in the park. Before her scheme could take root, Granfell swatted her hand away with cold indifference. Beak Jian froze, staring in disbelief at the stinging red mark on her skin. Granfell didn't even spare her a second glance. He turned to the frozen guildmaster, Nam Chun Min. "Guildmaster, you look like a statue. Care to explain the situation yourself?" Nam Chun Min flinched, beads of sweat forming. Right, he stammered, desperate to save face. "There have been malicious rumors circulating about you, claiming you only grant privileges to guilds you're friendly with. We couldn't just stand by and watch your reputation be tarnished by these lies. So we released this video clarification." He bowed his head, voice dripping with feigned remorse. "I apologize deeply. My only intention was to clear your name, but perhaps my methods were short-sighted." Granfell crossed his arms, his sharp gaze assessing the apology. He prepared to deliver his verdict on Nam Chun Min's actions, but Beak Jian shattered the tension. "Excuse me, Li Hoyol, how dare you treat me like invisible air?" She tossed her curls back, a flicker of madness igniting in her eyes. "I don't recall this being proper etiquette. How am I supposed to interpret this disrespect?" Granfell's expression darkened with annoyance. "Oh, so you are familiar with the concept of etiquette." Beak Jian's eyes narrowed into icy slits. Granfell continued his voice, commanding absolute authority. "I am currently speaking with Guildmaster Shin Nin. Who taught you that interrupting a conversation was acceptable?" Beak Jian flared her aura, refusing to back down. "Technically, you were the one who interrupted my chat with him first," she retorted. Internally, she smirked. "He's got a backbone. I like a challenge. It doesn't matter." Her eyes began to glow a sinister crimson. "Every man is just prey for a succubus like me." An invisible wave of charm magic surged toward him. "Not even the great Li Hoyol can resist my allure." She placed a delicate hand on Granfell's cheek, purring, "Don't you agree?" Suddenly, a system window flashed before Granfell's eyes. Warning: natural enemy detected. Combat capabilities significantly increased against demonic entities. Granfell's mind raced. A natural enemy. She's a demon. Beak Jian's pupils constricted into reptilian slits. A suffocating purple aura exploded from her body as she stroked his hair. Granfell braced himself. This killing intent. It's escalating too fast. Over there, a shout pierced the air, shattering the moment. A horde of cameramen stampeded toward the tent. "That's the Shin Nin tent. Keep the cameras rolling. Don't miss a second." "Wait, are those guild members?" "No, look, it's Beak Jian," one streamer yelled at his screen. "Guys, you won't believe this. We are live right in front of the Shin Nin Guild's base." Another shouted, "It's Li Hoyol. Is that really him?" Beak Jian's face drained of color. What nearby Nam Chun Min adjusted his glasses with a wicked smirk. "Finally, the stage is set." Beak Jian panicked. "What is the meaning of this?" Nam Chun Min flashed a middle finger, his eyes gleaming with cunning triumph. "Hey, little Miss Beak, did you think you were the only one who knew how to play the media game? Buying up print media won't save you now." He whispered to himself, watching the greedy, hunger-filled faces of the streamers, zooming in on the scandal. The reporters went into a frenzy, Beak Jian and Li Hoyol together. "Is this real? Look at the viewer count skyrocketing. What exactly happened inside that tent?" Breaking news, donation alerts pinged endlessly. They turned their lenses on her. "Miss Beak, why did you leave the Burker Guild to associate with mythology? And now you're targeting Li Hoyol too." Granfell stood amidst the chaos, analyzing the situation. What is this? Has the natural enemy trait triggered a trap? Granfell looked at the cameras with utter disdain. Beak Jian sighed, covering her mouth to hide a mutter. Noticing Granfell's gaze, she quickly flipped her hair, regaining composure. "Well, it seems we can't have a proper conversation here anymore," she said, sliding her hand onto his shoulder with a gaze full of false affection. "Shall we go somewhere more private?" Mr. Li Hoyol Granfell ignored her touch, focusing on the whisper he had just heard. His expression turned glacial as he delivered a response that would silence the crowd. Beak Jian's eyes widened in horror. Granfell stood like an immovable mountain. "I have no time for those who do not understand the basic courtesy of making an appointment." He continued, his voice cutting through the noise. "If you wish to speak with me, return only after you have relearned your manners." The crowd gasped. What? Did he just reject Beak Jian? "Oh my god, look at her face. This is gold. Best Manhwa recap moment ever." The streamers laughed. Beak Jian, heiress to the massive mythology group and guild master of mythology. She had over 10 million followers. The sheer icon of the era. Whatever she wore, drank, or held became an instant trend, selling out in mere minutes. She was the face of the Mythology Guild, a living legend within the Korean Hunter Association. Everyone adored her. Everyone craved her validation. Everyone wanted her. But a video titled Baek Jiyeon vs. Lee Hoyle, who would win? The internet was already flooded with comments mocking her. Bang! She slammed her fist on the table, eyes burning with hatred. Why? Why didn't my charm work on that bastard Lee Hoyle? Her screams echoed in the dark room. Unforgivable. I can't forgive him. I won't forgive him. Lee Hoyle, you piece of trash. You dare make a mockery of me. She shrieked like a banshee. I'll kill you, Lee Hoyle. Lee Hoon suddenly. She clutched her head. Stop it. The mirror before her shattered. In the jagged shards, her reflection stared back, but the eyes were glowing a demonic red. The reflection sneered, shut your mouth. Baek Jiyeon, you were the one who begged for my help. And now you want to play the master of this body. A ghostly arm with razor-sharp claws materialized from the darkness. How pathetic. Do you need me to lend a hand? Memories flooded back, a dark abyss filled with corpses. A grotesque entity lifted her chin. You asked me to save you. You wanted to be number one, didn't you? The demon's face pressed close eyes, dripping with bloodlust. You said you wanted revenge on everyone who looked down on you. You said you would do anything. I gave you everything you desired. So what is the problem now? Baek Jiyeon stared into the broken mirror, her voice trembling. I never wished for this. She stomped on the glass shard. No, it's not Lee Hoyle who should die. It's you. The demonic persona laughed, yanking at her messy hair. What are you babbling about? Who do you think got you this far? Even your own father called you a mistake. You ungrateful little wretch, you should be thanking me. Suddenly, a shard of glass flew up. Baek Jiyeon drove it straight into her own neck. Blood sprayed across the room. The demon voice faltered. Huh. The body is moving on its own. Is she crazy? Slitting her own throat, Baek Jiyeon's hand gripped the bloody wound. Are you insane, Baek Jiyeon? You're trying to resist me. Her hand trembled violently, the glass digging deeper as terror filled her eyes. Know your limits, you foolish girl. You nearly severed your own lifeline just now. Jiyeon stomped on the ground, confused. Are you mocking me? Is my control somehow lacking? I granted you wealth and glory. I gave you every desire of your heart. I did it all so no one could ever look down on you again. Jiyeon stood motionless in the blood-soaked room as the other personality hissed. Ah, so the real Jiyeon finally decides to show herself. I did this for us. The alter ego recoiled in horror. Why Jiyeon's expression remained dead calm as she gripped the shard of glass tighter. Everything you achieved, I could have done myself. I am the daughter of the mythology guildmaster. That is the only reason you fear losing me. You are nothing if you possess anyone else. You know, deep down, you are worthless without my vessel. You're just terrified of being alone. The demon inside panicked. This is too dangerous. I've lost too much blood. My power is fading. She screamed internally. What are you saying? Stop this madness. At this rate, we will both die. The scream echoed through the void. Jiyeon drove the glass shard into her own stomach, sending blood splattering across the floor. You may be insane, but I am not. Suddenly, the memory of her hand touching Granville's face flashed through her mind. He had looked straight at her. Jiyeon's eyes widened in shock. In Granville's piercing gaze, he hadn't seen a monster. He had seen the shadow of a woman. The image of the real Jiyeon standing behind the demon as she tried to seduce Granville appeared. Her eyes trembled. He saw my true self. He was looking at me, not you. The memory surfaced. Granville, turning his back, waving goodbye to the real Jiyeon. Farewell. Jiyeon snapped back to reality. The demon clutched the wound on her neck, thoughts racing. If I don't act, I'll die. No, I can't die here. I must take revenge on Lee Hoyle. She stumbled forward, hands drenched in crimson, grasping the doorknob. Why are humans so fragile I can't regenerate? I don't have enough mana. I need to consume something. Anything will do. Jiyeon pushed the door open. The bodyguard saw her covered in blood and panicked. Young miss. The blood. Wait. We must get you to a hospital immediately. Before he could finish, a demonic shadow on the wall lunged at him. Meanwhile, at the wooden cabin, silence reigned. Granville held a cup of hot tea as the system interface flashed. Natural predator skill activated. He startled, his eyes sharpening instantly. Damn it. Sneaking in at this hour without permission. You truly are as rude as the rumors say. He set the tea down, maintaining his noble posture. Enter. Demon. Granville's face was cold, lips curling into a smirk. You aren't the guest I was expecting, but I shall show you proper hospitality regardless. Lee Hoyle, a faint spirit behind him, swallowed hard, avoiding eye contact. He looked at the door, exhaling as if escaping prison. Thank God. It seems even demons in a manhwa recap follow a schedule and sleep eventually. Under the moonlight framing the window, Jiyeon appeared. Arms crossed, leaning casually against the wall, her voice was dangerously even. Your senses are sharper than I gave you credit for. Lee Hoyol's relief vanished. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest. His eyes widened in terror. He screamed internally, looking like a frightened cat peering from the window of his soul. Granfel's expression didn't shift an inch. He turned his head slowly, his aura dark, breaking into a gentleman's room through the window in the dead of night. Is this your concept of etiquette? Lee Hoyle silently thanked Granfell for keeping him alive. Bayon stepped onto the floor, walking toward him with a loose, challenging posture, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, etiquette, you're lecturing me on human morals. The killing intent, radiating from her, grew heavier. She touched her lips, a wicked smile, forming eyes glowing with madness. But wait, what was I supposed to do again? I seem to have completely forgotten. Lee Ho-yol realized with a chill that he could no longer see the shadow of the human Bayon within her. Granfell narrowed his eyes. What happened? Is she asleep again? I don't see Bayon anywhere. The creature's eyes glowed blood red, her face mocking as she whispered, What do you mean? I am right here. Lee Hoyle's eyes widened in anxiety. That girl is dead. She suddenly grabbed a weapon and stabbed herself. She probably died from the shock. Since then, I haven't felt a single trace of her life force. The demon covered half her face, unable to hide her frenzy. Well, what more could I do, stupid bitch? She sneered. Did she really think she was important? Cold sweat drenched Lee Hoyle. Bayon is dead. How did it happen so suddenly? The demon leaned in close. Do you want to hear a joke? She stood next to Granfell, a head shorter, arms crossed, voice dripping with irony. Her death is entirely your fault. Her eyes burned red, her smile filled with contempt. She kept spouting nonsense about how you were the only one who truly saw her. A dark, long-haired shadow placed a hand on Granfell's head. The demon whispered in his ear, his face twisting in surprise. She was the illegitimate daughter of the Mythology Guildmaster's mistress. When that scandal broke, the chairman was pushed to the brink of ruin by public opinion. The news cycle was relentless. The public was divided, arguing fiercely on social media. A memory surfaced, a woman kneeling, gently patting a head. Little girl. These were articles from when Bayon was just 8 years old. The innocent girl with the bright smile withdrew into herself because of malicious posts and the judgmental, piercing stares of the world. Even though she did nothing, her face was plastered all over the internet. Harassed at school, called trash by neighbors. When her mother finally collapsed from depression, the father held a press conference script in hand. Even if this child was an accident, I cannot leave her alone. I will take responsibility and raise her. The demon laughed maniacally in front of Granfell, her voice reaching a shrieking pitch. And so years later, when she awakened as a player, that bastard simply used her. He forced her to clear rifts, relentlessly grinding levels, like a tool in a leveling manhwa. He didn't care if she lived or died, and she obeyed him like a dog. Why? Because she craved her father's approval. A photo flashed of the father, smiling deceitfully, next to a beaming Bayon. He acknowledged her as his proud daughter. Let me introduce the one you all ignored and hated. My daughter Bayon. The demon screamed in rage. I will proudly take revenge on everyone who killed my mother. Her face twisted as she leaned into Granfell, her voice dropping to a whisper. But in the end, that girl did absolutely nothing. The demon continued, I can't believe she once said she would make them pay. How boring. Sounds completely idiotic, doesn't it? And finally she died in vain. Granfell's fury exploded. A lowly demon dares to speak to me like this. Your arrogance knows no bounds. System alert player, Lee Hoyle has focused on you. Your mental stability is critically low. The demon began to tremble in fear, sweat pouring down. What the hell? What is this pressure? How can a mere human possess this kind of aura? The system flashed again, warning. You are in a state of extreme terror. Sensing the anomaly, Granfell's shadow loomed over her, his voice deep and raspy. Step aside. I have no interest in conversing with rude filth. Lee Hoyle felt Granfell's killing intent and gasped. Huh, what is this? Did an exorcism ritual just start? Strange, there's no altar. So, why? The scene shifted. Lee Hoyle found himself standing in a castle, watching a noble boy who looked like a young Granfell. Seeing that innocent smile, he realized this was Granfell's subconscious world. Suddenly, Lee Hoyle clutched his chest, screaming in agony. What is happening? My heart feels like it's being crushed. Granfell's subconscious shifted again. The boy was now a tall man, the building gloomy. As he approached the Great Hall, a horrific scene revealed itself, piles of corpses and a sea of blood. Lee Hoyle stood in a daze. Was this grandstanding all part of his act? The memories flooded back, merging with Granfell's past. As their consciousnesses fused, he felt those ancient emotions as vividly as his own. A vow echoed in the chambers of his mind. He would dedicate the entirety of his remaining existence to the absolute eradication of every demon. In the physical realm, Granfell appeared to lose his sanity. Bion's eyes went wide with shock. Her pupils constricted in terror. How dare a filthy demon insult the grandeur of humanity? Massive energy surged from Granfell's hand, yet she had not abandoned her pride. Despite her underhanded tactics, she refused to mock the noble sacrifice made to honor her trust. Hundreds of swords made of pure light materialized, controlled by Granfell's will, and aimed directly at Bion. She trembled uncontrollably. How could someone like her ever challenge a being of his magnitude? Granfell delivered his verdict. For the sin of ignorance, Bion collapsed to her knees in terror. I will atone for my disrespect with my life. The judgment ended. The rage vanished. The altar faded away as Granfell returned to his icy demeanor. He approached and gently lifted Bion up. Do you hear me? Your pride. I saw it clearly. You did well. Bion looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Lee Hoyle thought, oh boy, she looks like she's been through hell. She really needs to go home and rest. Granfell reached out his hand. It is late. Go home and cry there. He thought whatever, as long as she gets the point. Huh. Bion fainted dead away. He caught her feeling helpless. He whispered to himself, ah, right, she mentioned stabbing herself earlier. No visible wound, but fainting is expected. I guess I'll let her sleep here. Suddenly, a voice shouted, Lee Hoyle. Jessica burst through the door in full armor, leading a squad of soldiers, her face grave. We were patrolling Yusra when we detected a demonic presence. We came to ensure you were safe, Lee Hoyle. Jessica froze her face, turning a deep shade of crimson as she saw Granfell tucking a blanket around Bion. Jessica stammered apologies. We had no idea your girlfriend was here, Granfell quickly retorted. You are mistaken. He was speechless inside. I was just giving her a blanket. Jessica continued, but of course, it would be stranger if a handsome man like Lee Hoyle was not dating anyone. Lee Hoyle wondered, why is she attacking me with compliments? Behind her Enoch's, Lauren's face was beet red. Jessica broke into a cold sweat. Anyway, sorry for disturbing you, my lord. We are leaving now, Enoch's Lauren. Lauren ran away, tears and snot streaming down his face, screaming, Lee Hoyle, you big dummy. Jessica and Lee Hoyle stood there, jaws dropped, faces pale. Wait, Enoch's Lauren, what was that about? Let's just leave together. Granfell sank onto the couch, utterly drained. Lee Hoyle felt the weight of a long day. Honestly, hunting the 7 deadly sins would be less exhausting than this drama. Suddenly, a class quest notification chimed. He frowned. Huh, a quest out of nowhere. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Meanwhile, at the A.O. Korea branch, the staff buzzed with excitement over a new announcement. Hello everyone, Akina is expanding. A new region is coming. The new zone, the northern city of Frost, has been added. The employees cheered. Wow, this is amazing. Frost is a major metropolis in Akina lore. There will definitely be new shops and smithies. He checked the comments. Yes, I knew it. This update is exactly what we needed to keep things fresh. On the Wow Gang Gang channel, the host was flushed with hype. Have you guys heard about the Frost update? Finally, a major city expansion. This is going to provide tons of interesting content. The comment section exploded with varying opinions. The reporter beamed with joy. Akina emergency broadcast news has broken that Frost, the northern city, is being updated. The chat went wild. This is the start of humanity's counterattack. It feels like we are living in a leveling manhwa now. Update it already. Hurry up, we can't wait. Lee Hoyle read the notification. This is a quest to hunt a brutal demon king. The claws of the demon king's evil have begun to emerge. The last demon hunter must take action to stop the demon king's forces. Wait, a demon king is in Frost. Lee Hoyle's soul turned pale. He was in shock. Damn it. A demon king right in the middle of a city. Impossible. A lord-class monster is one thing, but a demon king, that is a catastrophe. He frantically tapped his phone. I have to warn everyone. I need to post on the Akina homepage or something. Granfell, do it right now. Meanwhile, Granfell sat calmly on the couch, lifting his teacup for a sip. A demon king. That reminds me of the evil god. Memories surfaced. A hooded figure once explained that demon kings are the mortal enemies of demon hunters. Back when Akina was just a game during the Demon Hunter training tutorial, the instructor spoke with a venomous tone. Demon kings are strong. After a pause, the instructor corrected himself with regret. No, not just strong, they are overwhelming. And there are countless numbers of them with their own hierarchy. Granfell sat on the stone steps, listening. Very few demon hunters have ever survived an encounter with even the lowest-ranked demon king. Suddenly, the instructor handed him a tattered notebook, filled with colorful markers. Granfell looked surprised. The instructor continued. You better prepare yourself. These are the names of the demon kings we know of, and our records on them. His voice pitched high with intensity. Remember this well, Granfell Claudi. The system notification popped up. Acquiring knowledge about demon kings allows you to kill them. I will return to test you in 2 hours. Lee Hoyle groaned, recalling the book. It's been so long, I don't remember the details. I had to spend 10 hours memorizing that junk, just because I kept failing the test. Granfell exhaled a soft breath of admiration. That was a meaningful time that helped me acquire precious knowledge. Experience from the past is never wasted. Lee Hoyle mentally cursed. Well, at least it's useful now. Fate really has a twisted sense of humor. His phone dinged. A new comment notification. He opened the alert to see a community post. Please prepare fully before entering Frost. There is a threat of a demon king waiting for us. Be wary of the NPCs as well. Below the post, a user commented, Demon King, what is this fake news? Some idiot trying to stir up drama. Lee Hoyle sighed. You really can find anything on the internet. He tossed the phone aside in frustration. Whatever. He jumped onto the bed, trying to look relaxed. Well, Frost is a metropolis. Surely nothing that bad can happen. Even if a Demon King wanted to, they couldn't just destroy everything. I'm actually looking forward to the update. The restaurants in Frost are supposed to be top tier. Maybe I should send a request. Granfell remained lost in thought, enjoying his tea. Lee Hoyle crossed his legs, hands behind his head. I should check on the items I ordered from the Mage Tower first. Wait, the Mage Tower charges insane prices for custom orders. But it should be fine. It's late. I should just go to sleep. Suddenly, he felt restless. This isn't good. I'm annoyed. That stupid post is making it hard to sleep. Lee Hoyle tossed and turned. Why do people have to be so toxic? Just then, a bird flew toward Granfell. He was startled. A cute little bird, but its face looks incredibly grumpy. The bird grumbled. Delivery from the Mage Tower here. You are Lee Hoyle, right? Yeah. Granfell took the package as the bird chirped a curse. Nowadays, everyone buys things online, making my life so hard. Goodbye. Granfell thought even delivery staff are lazy these days. He tore into the package. Let's see if these items live up to my demands. No need to visit the Magic Tower personally just yet. Time to witness their craftsmanship. A ring of pure emerald lay, resting in a box of exquisite design. System alert: pure emerald ring detected. A unique artifact, created through a secret method, maximizing the emerald's natural properties. Impressive. But wait, there were no complicated conditions. Health regeneration activates upon taking damage. Just as expected, the Magic Tower had forged a truly magnificent treasure. But inside, Lee Hoyle was sweating bullets. He chewed his fingernails in sheer terror. This has to cost a fortune, right? In any standard leveling manhwa economy, a healing item with these stats would easily cost 1 billion gold. How much is the commission fee for a custom order? I need to check my bank balance immediately. But Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo remained calm, turning his attention to the final item. Dragon Scale Handkerchief. A masterpiece-grade artifact, imbued with transcendent effects, surpassing the limits of its original materials. Crafted from resources so rare, they were deemed priceless. The blinding golden light of the item rank nearly gave Lee Hoyle a heart attack. He froze. I think I just saw the word masterpiece. My eyes must be playing tricks on me, right? A masterpiece. In this world, that word meant perfection. An item of the highest caliber whose value defied all calculation. Even legendary blacksmiths spent their lives dreaming of creating just one. The price could be billions or even hundreds of billions. But Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo's voice echoed in his mind. Money is trivial. I only desire the absolute best. Lee Hoyle's eyes bulged, his hands trembling as he held the imaginary invoice. I'm finished. What happens if I can't pay the bill? Will they repossess the items? Suddenly, the system chimed. Stat unlocked: aesthetics. Current level low. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo smiled with cold satisfaction. The masterpiece Dragon Scale Handkerchief is now your possession. Aesthetics. I rather like the sound of that. But Lee Hoyle was mentally screaming. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio. Romeo loves it, but I'm the one who has to pay for it. Desperate, he pulled up his status window. He scrolled through the points he had hoarded from purifying the lust demon that possessed Beyond. I was saving these for an emergency, but this is an emergency. He dumped every single point into his luck stat. Now the only thing left to do was pray. Lee Hoyle fell to his knees in desperation. Oh, God of fortune, please. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo raised an eyebrow. Oh, a suitcase. It seemed Marcello had sent a suit as a gift. It matches the handkerchief perfectly. I got lucky. Lee Hoyle screamed internally. That's not the kind of luck I wanted. Another system notification rang out, draining the color from Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's face. There was a quest, still pending. Yes, in Japan. At the Inazuma Guild headquarters, Inazuma was facing a storm of wrath. A stack of documents slammed into him, paper slicing his cheek like a knife, leaving a red line of shame. A shrill voice screamed, "We lost to the Sin Guild on the rankings. Is there any greater humiliation?" Inazuma gritted his teeth, speaking to himself. Inazuma swear to restore our honor once we reach Frost. The superior pointed a trembling finger. If you fail again, you will slice your own belly open and die. Do you understand? Yes, a subordinate whispered nervously. Guildmaster Inazuma, the gate to Frost, has appeared near the Heidel Sea. He apologized profusely. It is still classified information strictly for the Inazuma Guild, he continued. The Japanese government will try to stop us. We must expand our influence and conquer Frost before anyone else. The subordinate panicked. Are we going to physically block other players from entering? We don't even know if Frost is safe yet. That was the wrong thing to say. Inazuma punched a hole straight through the wall, terrifying his men. His glasses fell, veins popping on his forehead. Frost is a city built for berserkers, and Namin of the Sin Guild is a first-rate berserker. Inazuma retrieved his glasses. We already lost to Sin in the Escura territory and Yusra. There will be no next time. We will crush them at Frost. The subordinate trembled. You understood. Shall I summon all guild members to Hito? And one more thing. Inazuma pointed to the bleeding cut on his face, his voice deadly quiet. Mr. Analyst, if you don't commit seppuku for me, watch your back. Everyone acted normal, relieved they weren't the ones in the crosshairs. The analyst turned pale but nodded. I will keep that in mind. He secretly sent a text message. The coordinates have appeared near Hito. The reply came instantly. Thank you. Payment will be sent after verification. When will you return to help me? At the seaport, a man ran up shouting. We have a report from Inazuma Post, the news immediately, and let's move. Where is it? The man opened his laptop. Hito, move fast. I bet he sold that info to everyone else too. The news exploded on social media. Frostgate, located in Hito Monsters, appearing near the Hokkaido seas. Let's go. En route to the airport, Dimitri received the intel and spoke to Locke. We just got the call from the analyst. I see it. Hurry, we depart now. The Sin Guild gathered in a chaotic uproar. You'll freeze to death in a swimsuit, you idiot. Are you stupid? We're bringing ski gear. You're insane. Emotions were running high. Look everyone, the whole world is gathering at Hito. The comments today are cute. What about that poster, Lee Hoyle? No nose hair today. Frost. The northern city of berserkers and a major base in the continent of Arcana. Back when this was just a game, it housed NPC blacksmiths and the infrastructure of a metropolis. It wasn't a coincidence that people called Frost the starting point for humanity's comeback. If the city remained as it was in the game, it would be a goldmine for players. At Hito, a massive wave of people surged across the snow heading for the Frost Gate. Namtaemin marched with murderous intent, carrying a massive blade. What the hell? Have you all lost your minds? Armed soldiers blocked the path. Taemin shouted confused. Bro, they're asking for passports. Since when do players need passports to enter a dungeon? Nam Cheon-min stepped forward, waving his hand. There must be a mistake. Hello, I am Nam Cheon-min. The soldier cut him off cold. Apologies, but entry requires a passport. Taemin gaped. The soldiers formed a human wall. Taemin raged. They aren't letting anyone in. They're locking the whole place down. Before the snow-covered forest, not just them, but everyone was barred from entry. But high above, a group skied down the slopes. Inazuma led the charge, shouting, Faster, we have no time, we must arrive 10 minutes early. I can see the frost gate ahead. Inazuma was drenched in sweat, grinning with the thrill of victory. At last, but as they skidded to a halt, the color drained from their faces. Sharp mechanical spikes impaled the ground. Inazuma's pupils constricted in horror. This is Frost. He turned to his teammates, screaming, Dodge it. But it was too late. Steel pierced through flesh, blood spraying across the snow. There was no chance to survive. A massive dark shadow with horns and fangs materialized from the mist. Panic erupted. A demon. Run! The shadow swallowed Inazuma whole. He froze, unable to speak. The crowd below screamed in terror. Run! Save us! It's a demon! Glowing red eyes charged forward. Damn it. Committing seppuku isn't my biggest problem anymore. Back at the guild headquarters, a sudden voice broke the silence in shock. What did you say? Taemin pulled at his tie, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. An archmage from the magic tower. Goad? has gone missing, Nam Chan-min announced with grim certainty. That's right. This report comes directly from a guild member who attended the conference. A heavy silence fell as he processed the intel. But the mages from the Magic Tower are bound by oath not to leave. Correct. Could this anomaly be a backlash from the recent player summoning ritual? Nam Cheon-min frowned, confusion clouding his face. Summoning, the man nodded grimly. Yes. A dimensional fracture has just torn open at the association's branch in Wang, but something feels wrong. Nam Cheon-min's confusion turned to dread. A new rift. But today isn't a scheduled update day, the man replied instantly, his voice razor sharp. Exactly. That makes this unprecedented. Nam Cheon-min's gut twisted with anxiety. The air felt heavy with impending doom. Meanwhile, at the construction site, the workers began to retreat, their instincts screaming danger. The guide's voice cut through the gloom, urgent and sharp. Watch your heads, the cave mouth is just ahead. But as they emerged, the two officials froze, their eyes widening in sheer terror at the scene before them. What in the world? A massive, jagged tear in reality loomed before them, pulsing with ominous crimson energy. Is that really a rift? The junior official stammered, checking his device. Unknown shape, unknown coordinates. This isn't in the system logs. His superior barked a desperate order. Hurry up, measure the threat level and the collapse rate. Now, panic set in as the junior cried out. What is this? Why is it reacting like this? Is the machine broken? The superior snatched the signal detector from his trembling hands. Give it here, he stared at the screen before shouting. What about the request for the great guild leaders? The junior replied, voice shaking. Griffin and Zion have already mobilized. Suddenly, the superior's face drained of all color. Evacuate the civilians immediately, and send a code-red emergency request to the Player Association headquarters. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, overwhelmed by the horror on the screen. The detector flashed a deadly warning. Power, immeasurable. This rift, it's at least level 1000. It's a catastrophe-class event. Meanwhile, in the ethereal cloud garden of the Magic Tower. This way, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo scanned the surroundings with a critical eye. Where are we? I thought we were hunting for the missing mage. Marcelo gestured calmly. Despite his immense mana, Bennett Tom suffers from low self-esteem and a passive nature. Suddenly, a pulse of emerald energy erupted, catching Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo off guard. A man like that would never break the tower's laws on a whim. Lee Hoyle watched in awe. So you are attempting to track his mana signature? Outside, the green wave of magic exploded, sweeping across the entire city. It passed through pedestrians, flowed through buildings, and expanded until it enveloped the entire globe in a spiritual embrace. Marcelo closed his eyes, his consciousness merging with the mana. I have located every single dimensional rift currently existing on Earth. However, I cannot pinpoint which specific rift Archmage Bennett Tom is trapped inside. Lee Hoyle's jaw dropped in disbelief. You scanned the entire planet in a heartbeat. I knew you were a monster, but this defies all logic. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo furrowed his brow, sinking into thought. We have already located Bennett Tom. Marcelo spun around, his composure cracking. How? How could you possibly find him? He fell silent, waiting for a revelation of ancient magic. Did you sense the magical residue within the rift, Lee Hoyle? Marcelo pressed, desperate for answers. What forbidden tracking technique did you use? Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo stared at him with dead fish eyes, completely unimpressed. No, I just got a text message from Nam Cheon-min. He adjusted his tie and turned to leave, cool as ice. Anyway, the location is confirmed. I'm heading out. I will contact you once I've secured Bennett Tom's safety. Marcelo panicked, reaching out to stop him. Wait, are you certain you can handle this alone? Lee Hoyle's image flashed in his mind, a warning of the danger. No. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo's voice was steeped in arrogance and duty. The disappearance of Senior Bennett Tom is an internal matter of the Magic Tower. Relying on outsiders would be a stain on our honor. Marcelo was struck dumb by the statement. He bowed his head, voice trembling with emotion. I have incurred a debt to you that I can never repay. To think Lee Hoyle cares this deeply about the Magic Tower's reputation. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo looked confused by the elder's dramatic gratitude. Debt. What is he talking about? Well, I don't know, but if it helps with the quest rewards, I'll take it. He waved it off. Don't mention it. Marcelo rubbed his forehead, making a decision. I am coming with you. Lee Hoyle stood there, mouth agape, in a classic Manhwa recap moment of shock. What? Back at the chaotic rift site, a female officer rubbed her chin, analyzing the situation. A rift exceeding level 1000, appearing off schedule. It looks as if someone deliberately tore the fabric of reality apart, sending the system into a frenzy. She glanced at the reports of the missing mage. If the monster who ripped this open is that mage, then this nightmare scenario makes sense. This scene felt like the climax of a leveling manhwa gone wrong. She continued her deduction. Rumor has it that a senior mage once failed a mana experiment, and an entire island in Aina simply ceased to exist. The official gasped. Oh, that old legend. I heard it wiped out a whole continent. Either way, it's a disaster. Nam Chon-min looked at the data, sweat beading on his forehead. Bad news. We can't see inside. The probe is being blocked. Something is interfering with the signal. The official rubbed his temples, realizing the grim truth. It seems our only option is to physically enter the lion's den. A loud voice boomed from the back. What? Nam Chon-min snapped back. Are you insane? The recommended level is 1000. This isn't something we can raid. Even if we gathered the top 100 guilds, our survival rate would be single digits. But the confident voice retorted unbothered. So what? We just sit here and rot. If this mutated rift collapses while we argue, everyone dies anyway. The construction workers froze in place. Huh? Nam Chon-min tried to mediate. No, I mean, we need a strategy. Or at least wait until Mr. Lee Hoyol arrives. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the gloom. It was him. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo frowned, his aura demanding obedience. Everyone stepped back. The two walked forward, the crowd parting like the Red Sea. The magic tower will take jurisdiction over this rift. The worker's jaw hit the floor. The official squinted. Mr. Lee Hoyol. But the female officer focused on the second figure. Is that Marcelo? The crowd couldn't believe their eyes, whispers erupting everywhere. The senior archmage of the tower entered a rift. And he's with Lee Hoyol. The man who never leaves the tower, no matter the crisis, is actually here. Seeing the commotion, Granful Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo spoke up to assert dominance. Nam Cho-ming-jun. It's Lee Hoyol. He analyzed the anomaly. Space-time fracture. Recommended. Level 1000. Collapse imminent. A figure inside stumbled and collapsed, biting his finger, until blood flowed to stay conscious. We have to find him. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo, and Marcelo stepped into the swirling vortex. Marcelo surveyed the interior. What a desolate landscape. Are all rifts this chaotic? Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo looked around, his instincts sharpening. Spatial distortion. I've never seen a rift this twisted before. He glanced at the eerie light above. The laws of physics here are being rewritten. This anomaly defied all logic. Unlike the chaos of previous fissures, this void held no beasts. His eyes narrowed as he whispered, I see a light beckoning from the abyss. Hearing this, the archmage scrambled forward in a panic. That mana signature. It belongs to Senior Bennett. The sight that greeted them was chilling. The mage was on his knees, consumed by the energy. At the sound of his name, Bennett Tom raised his head, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief to find two high-ranking figures standing before him. Archmage Marcelo and Vice Archmage Lee Hoyol. How trembling, he questioned their presence. Marcelo raised a hand in a soothing gesture. Compose yourself, Bennett. We are not here to pass judgment. Stammering, Bennett replied, I am fine, Archmage. Just tell us the truth. Internally, a wave of relief washed over him. At least they didn't seem to harbor killing intent. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's sharp gaze dissected the formation behind the mage. But realization struck cold. That was no ordinary magic circle. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Bennett Tom, what monstrosity are you concealing? It was a demon summoning array. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo lunged forward, shocking Marcelo, while Bennett, driven by terror, unleashed a defensive spell. Forgive me, Lord Lee Hoyol, but I cannot let this opportunity slip through my fingers. A torrent of raw, unbridled power exploded from his hands. Lord Lee Hoyol, Marcelo cried out in horror, asking if he was hurt. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo remained outwardly stoic, but his inner thoughts screamed, no. If not for the Archmage's defensive barrier, that strike would have obliterated me. He marveled at the intensity. So this is the true potential of Senior Bennett, the master of pure magic theory, spoke with grim resolve. I apologize, but you both must flee this place immediately. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo analyzed the situation. Contrary to the man's frail appearance, his pure magic was a force of absolute destruction, potent enough to reshape the very terrain. Bennett confessed. The elder mage promised that the ultimate truth I seek lies within this rift. Hearing those words, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's pupils constricted in shock. The elder mage Bennett's voice trembled with fury. If I grasp this truth, no one will dare look down on me again. Granful Claudia Arpeggio Romeo realized the horror. Was this the result of magical brainwashing? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo lowered his stance, then roared, "Bennett, get back." But it was too late. A colossal, malevolent eye materialized from the void behind him. A demon was manifesting. The passive skill, Predator, activated instantly. Granful Claudia Arpeggio Romeo gritted his teeth. The fool didn't even sense the anomaly. He had been completely consumed by the brainwashing. "That is a demon?" Marcello gasped. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo charged to interrupt the spell, but Bennett retaliated, firing a massive beam of energy toward them. Marcello screamed, "Lord Hoyle!" Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo strained against the onslaught. This was pure magic, designed to eradicate evil yet used to protect it. He withdrew his hand, his mind racing. How could he neutralize this without killing him? Bennett faltered, trembling in the corner. His attack began to unravel. "I have the solution," Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo realized, utilizing his bubble magic to scatter the concentrated mana harmlessly into the air. Marcello watched as his worldview shattered. "That is elementary light magic." In a fraction of a second, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo had deconstructed Bennett's complex spell and repurposed it. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo tried to reason with him. Bennett ceased this rage. "If the entity crosses over fully, you will lose all control." But the warning only deepened the shadow on the mage's face. "You call this anger?" Bennett hissed. "I am here because of prodigies like you, born into a prestigious family, acting like the hero of a Manhwa recap. Chief Marcello, blessed with God-given talent and mana, the rift widens because of my hatred and you. A mere adventurer who counters my life's work with ease. Damn you, Hoyle." The others watched in horror as Bennett spiraled into madness. "If I had been born with your gifts, I wouldn't have resorted to this." From the abyss, the demon's massive hands clawed the rift open. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's expression darkened. His reaction, his deep-seated inferiority, is amplifying the portal. Bennett's volatile emotions were tearing the fabric of space. The energy density exceeded that of a demon king, a scenario straight out of a nightmare-leveling manhwa. It was highly probable. This is a great demon, one of the 7 deadly sins, envy. If it breached this dimension, catastrophe was inevitable. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stepped forward, demanding, "Bennett, Tom, what exactly are you trying to prove?" The question struck Bennett like a physical blow. "Even if you barter your body to a demon for power," Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo pressed, "will that truly grant you the recognition you starve for?" The great demon's claw wrapped around Bennett, yet the mage was distracted by the ethereal blue flames enveloping Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. "Why is your thirst for validation so consuming?" As the demon hoisted him into the air, Bennett choked out an answer. His mind flashed back to the magic tower, where gossip echoed in the lavishly decorated halls. Pure magic theory, what a joke. He couldn't even present a thesis at the Academy conference, could he? "I heard he sent a manuscript to Lord Hoyle just to ride his coattails." They laughed cruelly. "Senior Bennett, the rumors are true. What could we possibly learn from a failure like him?" Their companions hushed them. "Watch your tongues. Keep it down. If we cause a scene, it will only make Senior Bennett look even more pathetic." As they walked away, the insults lingered. A parasite wasting the tower's budget. Bennett stood paralyzed in the demon's grip, consumed by the bitterness of his own mediocrity. "I drove them to say those things. I am wretched." Despair washed over him. It is too late to run. The demon dragged its torso further from the void. System alert, spatial rift, imminent collapse. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo did not falter. "You can still escape this fate, Bennett." The system window flashed again. The sealed pentagram of corrupt knowledge has selected a tribute. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo withdrew the artifact. "Senior mage of pure magic theory, Bennett Tom. Your absence at the conference will be judged by this very duel." Bennett clutched his face, jolted by the declaration. "Remember, the academic conference is not yet concluded." Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo raised the star, unleashing its arcane power. Skill exorcism ritual activated. "I invite the opponent to the ceremony." The demon stepped forth. This was the domain of a demon hunter. But time was running out. The dimensional tear was rupturing. Observers gaped at the anomaly. What in the world is happening? The system blared warnings as the spatial rift quaked violently, the scenery warping before them. Dimensional rift shattered. Recommended level 1000. Update recommended level 1100. Update recommended level 1200. The difficulty was skyrocketing. Marcello raised a trembling hand. "Against a great demon, do we even stand a chance? If the situation deteriorates, I will teleport Lord Hoyle and Bennett to safety and remain behind to seal this dimension." Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo shielded his face from the gale. The magical storm bleeding from the rift was catastrophic. If I approach the ritual circle like this, the sheer pressure of the mana will crush me into oblivion. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance burst from the great demon's grasp. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo looked around in awe. This is light magic. The crushing pressure has vanished instantly. The great demon sneered, his voice dripping with malice. I have caught a little rat trying to scurry away. Is this pathetic struggle your final act? It looked pathetic, but a confident smile played on his lips. He hijacked the rift's mana, weaving it anew with blinding light magic. Now we can seal it shut. Excellent work, he praised with supreme arrogance. As Britus commenced the exorcism, the system interface flashed open a classic leveling manhwa moment. A pillar of holy fire erupted from his body. Instantly, his consciousness shifted to a silent alternate dimension. But where was the demon hiding? He scanned the void. It was looming right behind him, attempting to ensnare him in a counter-ritual. How foolish, Granfell Claude Arpeggio, Romeo scoffed. Though I must admit, your presence is a surprise. I assumed every last demon hunter had perished in the holy war. The beast cackled, but Granfell Claude Arpeggio, Romeo simply manifested a sphere of radiant energy in his palm. Holy war, spare me the chatter. I do not converse with my prey. The demon rose to its full height, eyes glowing with malice. Many lackeys of the evil god spoke with such arrogance right before my ritual drove them into madness. Let us see how long your sanity endures. Suddenly, Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo froze. What was that tremor? Outside the mental realm, the system blared. A warning. The demon was breaching the dimensional barrier and unleashing its full catastrophic power. The entity surged violently toward the rift's exit. The very fabric of space quaked under the strain. Marcello screamed in terror, the light magic, it is fading away. Yet Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo remained motionless, eyes shut tight, his spirit anchored in the metaphysical realm. Was Senior Banrid's mana reserve critically depleted? Lord Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo was completely vulnerable during the ritual. The circles of light were flickering out. At this rate, doom was certain for them both. I have no choice, Marcello resolved. I must evacuate young Master Li Hoyle and stay behind. But a hand abruptly halted him. Sir Hoyon. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's voice cut through the chaos. Meanwhile, within the spiritual dimension, the demon recoiled in shock. You. Who exactly are you? Even after I unleashed my true form, you still possess the will to strike back. The beast stared at the golden magic circles manifesting before its eyes. What? What kind of sorcery is this? My regeneration. It has halted Granfell Claude Arpeggio. Romeo advanced a radiant artifact pulsating in his grasp. Panic seized the demon. Wait, stop right there. The glowing sigils impaled the creature. It shrieked in agony. How is this possible? It was witnessing the birth of pure, unadulterated light magic, synthesized through perfect adaptation. Though Banrid's technique might not match the raw scale of the Archmage, every single beam of light was a death sentence. Within the domain of the exorcism, even his aesthetic stat was amplified to divine levels. The system chimed aesthetic stat activated. Magic initiated. Automatic effect, divine judgment. Filth of the evil god, Granfell Claude Arpeggio. Romeo declared your execution is guaranteed. Orbs of light surrounded the demon, manifesting as its primal fear. I assumed I had exterminated your kind during the Holy War, the hunter mused coldly. From the magic circle, 1,000 spears of light rained down, perforating the great demon in a merciless barrage. Attempting to flee, outside, the entity clawed at its own throat as the earth trembled. Marcello watched the dimensional rift sealing shut. Desperate, the demon reached out to anchor itself, finally releasing its grip on Tom. Senior Banrid Marcello instantly conjured countless chains to secure the falling boy. Did you think I would let you claim him? The great demon struggled against the invisible force. Release me. Do not look at me with those eyes. The beast shrieked under Granfell Claude Arpeggio, Romeo's piercing hawk-like gaze. The rift slammed shut with a thunderous boom, yet the demon's severed hand remained trapped in this reality. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo grit his teeth. It severed its own limb to escape, like a cowardly lizard shedding its tail. Marcello's eyes widened in horror. No, this nightmare is not over. It still lives. The severed hand levitated, Tom still clutched within its palm. Inside the void, the demon writhed. Agony, I cannot regenerate the limb, but it was the only choice. That man, he is a monster. It gnashed its teeth, enduring the pain. Even he cannot pursue me across the dimensional divide. Suddenly Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo materialized directly before the fleeing entity. And, just where do you think you are going? The demon recoiled in sheer terror. Impossible. How did he breach the dimensional wall? Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo stood there, radiating pure, suffocating, killing intent. Was the activation of the Vortex Tower his doing? The very memory of that machine struck fear into its heart. It means this human can traverse dimensions at will. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo watched the creature retreat, sensing the demon's consciousness fading from his grasp. If he fully crosses the threshold, the exorcism ritual will shatter. I cannot pursue him any further. He called out, his voice echoing like a judge's gavel. Hear me, one-armed filth. I shall remember this transgression. The threat hung heavy in the void. The demon shuddered. Back in reality, a strange wind howled from the sealed rift. He has fled. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo announced calmly. Marcello blinked in confusion. Huh, Granfell? Claudia Arpeggio? Romeo reassured him. It matters not. That severed arm was merely a distraction, a lizard sacrificing its tail to survive. As the words left his lips, the monstrous limb disintegrated into mist, and Tom plummeted toward the ground. Marcello lunged forward, catching the boy. Banrid, are you unharmed? It is me. Marcello, open your eyes. As the mage shook the unconscious disciple, Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo realized something profound. During the ritual, the demon's terror was etched into my very soul. It feared that its entire existence would be erased, just like that regenerative limb. He gazed at the fading particles of the arm. The fear of Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo, remembering him. As long as that terror persists, an image of the fleeing demon flashed in his mind. That wretch will never dare set foot in the human realm again. Suddenly, a holographic window chimed beside Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo. Quest updated, the truth behind the dark power. Target, the demonic force possessing Banrid Tom. Status connection to Magic Tower leadership detected. What is this? He unscrewed his water bottle, glaring at the system window. Progress 1 of 2. What does that mean? Is the root cause not yet eliminated? Is there yet another player in this game? It wasn't over. As Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo took a sip, Marcello fretted over the awakening boy. Banrid, how do you feel? The elder mage explicitly stated, he sent you here on a mission. Tom rubbed his chin, dazed. Yes, Elder Karim Jeva was clear. He said the truth lay in this place. He even personally authorized my departure documents. But upon arrival, a strange force hijacked my mind. Tom's eyes widened. Why would Lord Karim Jeva orchestrate a demon summoning Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio? Romeo's answer was blunt and cold. Because he is a demon worshipper. Shock rippled through them. There are those who, despite their humanity, willingly become slaves to the abyss. I witnessed their foul traces back in Frost. He recalled the blood-inscribed formation on the wall. We returned to the tower immediately. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo commanded. We have an appointment with Elder Karim Jeva. The quest log flickered ominously. Quest, the truth of the possession. Current objective, confront the Archmage within the Magic Tower's High Council. Objective, identify the demon worshipper among the elders. Meanwhile, at the highest pinnacle of the Magic Tower, a secret chamber known to none, 3 thrones stood in silence. It appears the summoning has failed. Karim Jeva rose from his seat, his voice dripping with disdain. I expected little from that disappointment, Banrid. Pathetic. He could not even manage to die properly for the sake of his clan. Another figure spoke from the shadows. What now, Karim? If the boy confesses everything, the elder laughed darkly. Before that happens, I shall make the first move. Do you still not comprehend? He tore open a portal, his magical aura flaring. Summon every high mage in the tower. It is time to execute the fools who dared to violate our sacred laws. Moments later, Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo wiped sweat from his brow, his face a mask of suppressed rage. Damn it. Damn it all. Marcello looked at him confused. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo, why are we marching straight to Karim Jeva? What's the point of meeting him now? He shook Granfell's collar violently. He is a tower elder. You saw Bennett Tom's power with your own eyes. If a high mage is that terrifying, imagine an elder. Marcello projected his voice via magic. This space is completely severed from reality. Opening a portal from inside is impossible. The moment we exit this rift, I will tear open a portal straight to the Magic Tower. Marcello moved toward the exit, but the man screamed, No, I don't want to go out there. It's suicide. Give me time to come up with a plan. Suddenly, he froze, spotting a bizarre violet mana flow. He shouted, Wait, my lord, don't go. He spun around. A forced summoning spell will trigger the moment we leave the rift, he gasped. What, a forced summon? Before they could react, the external magic swallowed him whole. Where on earth were they being taken? The destination materialized. It was Kareem Java casting the Force Summon. The scene cleared, revealing the grand hall packed with high mages. He stared in shock. Every single high mage. They've all gathered here. Behind them stood Tom and Marcelo, fists over their hearts in salute. 5 brilliant stars. The most noble mages. We greet the elder mages. A booming voice echoed. High Mage Bennett Tom, the fledgling star of our tower. You left without permission and disrupted our order. The mages stared coldly. The tower's laws are absolute. I hereby sentence you to the abyss. His jaw dropped. The abyss, Tom scrambled to explain. Please wait, Your Excellency. This is a misunderstanding. Elder Kareem Jeva sent me there himself. My exit permit is valid. Suddenly, the gathered mages raised their hands, aiming spells directly at the boy. Kareem Jeva sneered. You Bennett Tom. That permit was granted because you claimed to seek truth outside the tower. Tom clutched the paper, his face draining of blood. A strange symbol flickered in the elder's eye. But didn't you actually perform a demon summoning ritual? The protagonist flinched. That energy. It's demonic aura. He pointed an accusing finger. How would you know a demon ritual happened inside that rift? He unleashed his magic pressure. Unless you were there, you are Kareem Jeva, aren't you? Fury blazed in his eyes. The hall fell deathly silent as everyone turned to him. Whispers erupted. A demon summoning ritual. Is Bennett Tom a demon worshipper? But the elder's eyes glinted dangerously. Oh, foolish adventurer. It seems you've been deceived by the silver tongue of Bennett Tom. Do you truly believe? Lies spun by a man fearing punishment. I will overlook your rudeness, just this once. The protagonist ignored the threat. I will ask you one more time. Tower mages cannot leave without the approval of the majority of elders. The mages listened intently. Which elders approved Bennett Tom's departure? Karim Jeva, who else besides you? He furrowed his brow. Another elder defended him. Arrogant fool, you dare suspect us. As stated, we approved it because Bennett Tom sought truth outside. Another elder suddenly spoke up. Is that so? How strange. For a mage to leave isn't the principle that it must pass through a meeting of all 5 elder mages. She continued, her voice cutting like ice. The 2 conspirators flinched. Yusra declared, Yet, I heard absolutely nothing about this. Isn't that right, Sinios? He nodded. The protagonist smirked. The truth is out. Stop hiding and show your true faces, you demon-worshipping trash. The corrupt elder screamed. Absurd. What are you all doing? Your stars are being insulted. Throw that adventurer into the abyss immediately. But the mages remained dead silent. Matus stepped forward. The mages will deliver their own judgment. And we will bear the responsibility. The elder gasped. What? The mages turned their aim toward the podium. The 2 corrupt elders froze in shock. If this judgment is an error, we will accept the consequences to the bitter end, Matus vowed. The corrupt elder gritted his teeth. You traitors! Then he covered his mouth and laughed maniacally. He looked at Kareem Jeva. It seems the prisoner for the abyss has changed. I must flee. The protagonist gasped. What? The elder cast a spell that stunned the entire hall. Tom stared at the energy. Teleportation. You can't use that in this conference room. Marcelo shook his head. No, that's not teleportation. It's a forced summoning ritual, triggered by specific conditions. Kareem Jeva looked at Lee Hoyol. I will remember your name. We shall meet again. As he vanished into the void, a system window popped up. Quest Truth of the Magic Tower. Objective. Identify the demon worshipper among the elders. Success. A cascade of rewards and completion notifications flooded his vision. Lee Hoyol screamed internally, my influence is skyrocketing. Ah, this is the jackpot of a leveling manhwa. An elder spoke solemnly. That escape confirms the suspicion. Elder Yusra stepped forward to address the room. Effective immediately, excluding Kareem Jeva, the 2 elders who approved Bennett Tom's exit are dismissed. The remaining 2 will be imprisoned in Mung forever. The meeting is adjourned. She turned to Marcelo. May I entrust the subsequent matters to you? Marcelo bowed deeply, while Lee Hoyol stood proudly beside him. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, the game system flashed a new quest. Rebuild the tower from its foundation. Lee Hoyol panicked. Another magic tower quest. He trembled, realizing the weight of his authority. I've already exploited this tower enough. Confusion was written all over his face. If I stack up more relationships and influence now, just how much more can I milk from this place? Suddenly, Lee Hoyol's face shifted to confidence. But first, something more important. He clicked through a list of repeatable body training quests. Granfell began sprinting around the estate park, his mind racing with calculations as he returned home. 2 massive benefits this time. a huge spike in tower influence, and the loot purified by Decarabia's exorcism ritual. He recalled one specific trophy, the Pure Sense of Knowledge. It contained data on every herb and mineral in Aina. Granfell dried his hair, admiring the blue gemstone. I expected something good, since it's a top-tier epic item. But this exceeds all expectations. Beyond knowledge of thousands of herbs, it amplifies magical efficiency for mineral detection. His gaze sharpened as he pulled out the second item from Decarabia's remains. Lee Hoyle held the treasures, replaying the battle in his mind. Hidden Sense of Knowledge. He glanced at the item glowing with blue light in his left hand. An item that opens a portal to a level 250 hunting ground upon use. The Predator's Hunting Ground. A brutal arena where beasts slaughter beasts in a never-ending symphony of violence. Granfell surveyed the carnage. Barbaric, yes, but efficient for rapid growth. With cool indifference, he tightened his tie. He donned his suit jacket with elegance. The sheer density of monsters promised an explosion of experience points. Level 250. The perfect difficulty setting. Lee Hoyle gripped his weapon. The night was young, and the hunt was on. The system chimed, signaling his entry into the Predator's swamp. A thick demonic fog choked the air filled with the screech of insects. Suddenly the silence shattered. A mantis clashed violently with a pack of wild dogs, but the food chain had a bigger player. A colossal brown bear erupted from the shadows, its roar shaking the very earth. In a flash of brutality, the bear massacred them all. But then, a voice cut through the carnage. The beast turned to see a man approaching with utter calm. A cold smile played on his lips as his blade ignited with blinding blue light. How uncivilized, he scoffed. Allow me to teach you some proper etiquette. Granfell charged. The beast roared, swiping with razor-sharp claws. Meanwhile, deep within the magic tower, Marcello stood before Elder Mage Yu. The two traitorous elders have been imprisoned, Marcello reported grimly. However, the slippery rat Karim Jeva remains at large. Elder Yu nodded. Understood. Excellent work, Marcello. The mage hesitated before continuing. Elder Yu and Elder Senios, as the last remaining pillars of the tower, I have a humble request. Please grant the mages permission to operate outside these walls. Marcello's voice grew urgent. Demon worshippers have infiltrated our ranks. We can no longer afford to remain passive observers. We have committed unforgivable sins against the demon hunters. He pressed on, seeing Yu deep in thought. At the very least, allow us to repay the debt we owe to Lee Hoyle. The name made Yu pause. Suddenly, Elder Sinios's voice echoed in the room. Elder Sinios votes in favor, the voice declared. Yu sighed, a small smile appearing. Well, I suppose I cannot refuse. Yu also approve this motion. Marcello could barely believe his ears. But before he could celebrate, the elder raised a finger. However, there is one condition. Back in the swamp, the battle was over. Granfell stood victorious over the massive bear. Golden light bathed him as the system announced his growth. This Manhwa recap shows just how broken his grinding speed is. He slaughtered beast after beast, levels soaring, until a swarm of mosquitoes descended. Without flinching, he unleashed a wave of fire, incinerating the pests instantly. Another level up chimed in the air. He exhaled softly, uncorking a flask amidst a mountain of monster corpses. Tougher than expected, Granfell mused, sipping elegantly. Thank heavens I prepared this herbal tea. The brew instantly revitalized Lee Hoyle's fatigue for 3 hours. Scanning the swamp, Granfell's eyes narrowed. With flora this dense, there must be rare ingredients hidden here. His gaze locked onto something. Mistletoe of contemplation. A transparent, ethereal flower bloomed high atop a tree. Jackpot. A rare herb that grants 4 stat points. Without his enhanced senses, he would have walked right past it. Holding the treasure, Lee Hoyle's inner gamer screamed with joy. 4 free stats equaled 4 levels of grinding, but then, the flower vibrated. Is this? Granfell glared. The flower snapped. Put me down, human. Do you wish for punishment? Seeing a spirit without a contract required immense mana sensitivity and a soul of absolute purity. A realization struck Lee Hoyle. Does this mean Granfell's mind is actually pure? He stared at the creature. I am taking this mistletoe. Find another bed. The tiny spirit clung tightly to the plant. No, my mana is critical. I have been cut off from the great forest. I can only survive by leeching off this herb. Lee Hoyle realized the truth. The rift had severed the connection between this land and the main continent. Lee Hoyle asked calmly, is there no other way to restore your power? The spirit huffed. A contract with a human would work, but I refuse to lower myself to that. Lee Hoyle froze. A contract? Wait. If this spirit is from Arcana, it will vanish when the rift closes. His mind raced. but a contract binds us. I could summon it in other rifts. The potential was limitless. This wasn't just a pet. It was an information hotline to the Arcana continent. Lee Hoyol adopted his haughty persona. I am an acquaintance of the one who contracted the great Kareem Jeva. The spirit's eyes popped open. The Archmage Fan Rotor. You know him, the spirit gasped. And above him stands the chief researcher, Marcelo. The tiny spirit trembled. Even higher. Granfell looked down imperiously. I am his peer Lee Hoyol. I offer you a contract. The question is, are you worthy? The spirit instantly prostrated itself in midair. Forgive my insolence, I am a lesser dryad. Then it paused. But, may I ask one question? You are the equal of Marcelo, superior to Fan Rotor, the dragon contractor. This sounds like the plot of a generic leveling manhwa, but the hierarchy was real. Get to the point, Granfell sighed. The spirit stammered. Why would such a supreme being want a contract with a lowly spirit like me? Before he could answer, a massive serpent lunged from the gloom. Its maw snapped shut, swallowing man and spirit whole in a single gulp. Darkness consumed them. Trapped in the crushing throat of the beast, Granfell kept his cool. What sort of creature is this? A serpent. Digestion will be rapid. His eyes flashed. I didn't scour this swamp just to become snake poop. That herb is mine. Lee Hoyol initiated the ritual immediately. Ha! Here, the spirit shrieked. Sign it, Granfell commanded. Unless you want to be digested. The little spirit hesitated, trembling in the air. This is too difficult. Your standards are impossible, she stammered, asking if there were specific conditions required for the pact. No, it's not that she confessed, her voice, barely a whisper. I always dreamed of making a pact, with a handsome human amidst a field of blooming flowers, whispering eternal vows while exchanging rings woven from herbs. But Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo had no patience for daydreams. He commanded coldly, I said do it. A ruthless thought crossed Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's mind. Should I just abandon her here? The spirit shrieked. You're so mean. Fine, I'm starting. Instantly, a blinding light enveloped her small form. System alert, spirit contract. Ritual initiated. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's eyes widened. This sensation, the lesser spirit's form, is evolving. Watching the metamorphosis, he realized the truth. A contractor's personality shapes the spirit. Her appearance and nature are shifting to mirror my own noble bearing. The light faded, and a new voice spoke with elegance. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am the lesser spirit of the verdant forest. To my contractor Lee Hoyol, I pledge eternal loyalty. In the name of the Forest Spirit King, I swear this oath. Internally, Lee Hoyol screamed. Wow, she transformed from a blob into a super cute high-class noble spirit. Realizing her new master was currently inside a monster's stomach, the spirit spoke up. However, this location seems rather undignified for our first meeting. Lord Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo, if you permit, allow me to escort you out. But Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's gaze fixed on a glowing plant. Why is the pondering mistletoe shining like that? Boom! A massive branch tore through the giant serpent's belly. System, you have defeated the predator anaconda. Level up. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo and the spirit stepped out of the carcass. Staring at the massive roots surrounding them, he thought, wait, is this Titan that tiny mistletoe from before? The lesser spirit fluttered gracefully before him. This is the inherent authority of our kind, the spirit's blessing. Any vegetation we bless can take root and flourish anywhere. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's eyes sparkled. Anything, anywhere. That's a cheat code for herbal research and farming. Yet outwardly, he maintained his stoic facade. I see. A power distinct from mana, the raw force of nature itself. Suddenly Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo felt a drain on his body. Hold on. This spirit, his inner self screamed. She's guzzling my mana like it's free tap water. Oblivious to his pain, the spirit cheered. My contractor's power is bottomless. No matter how much I use, it overflows. Grow strong, little tree. With this power, I'll turn this place into a jungle. Granfell Claude Arpeggio, Romeo groaned. I think that's quite enough growth for now. System spirit contract, complete. The marsh has received the blessing. Granfell Claude Arpeggio, Romeo nodded. So, contracting a spirit grants these kinds of passive buffs as well. I don't know exactly what Pliaght's blessing does yet, but right now, I need to recover my mana. System EXP gain and item drop rate in the marsh have increased. Time remaining 59 minutes 59 seconds. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's expression turned icy sharp. It is time to hunt. Looking at those drop rates, my hands are itching for loot. This is a prime manhwa recap moment. where the grind begins. Gazing at the beautiful flower, he planned his next move. First harvest the pondering mistletoe, then head straight for the monster dens. This new item granted knowledge of every mineral and plant on the continent. Instantly, Grandful Claudia Arpeggio Romeo felt the information flow into his mind like a river of wisdom. The spirit pointed toward a chaotic zone below. That must be the heart of the swamp. The beasts are locked in an endless battle over that location. Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's pure knowledge detected something else. No, it's not the monsters. His gaze locked onto a stone-like object emitting a faint glow. Could that be a seed of the world tree? He turned to the spirit. Can you use your blessing to make a world tree sprout? The spirit flinched in shock. The world tree, the heart of the continent, the origin of all life. I've never tried, but seeing the monsters circling the rock Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo knew he was right. The five senses of pure knowledge confirms it. It may look like a stone, but that is undeniably a world tree seed. But why is a divine seed in a wretched place like this? Suddenly, a notification rang out for every player on the server. World quest initiated. Even Jiang, busy searching for a rare snail, froze as the alert appeared. The global chat exploded with confusion. But here Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo and his spirit stared at the objective with deadly seriousness. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. I understand now. The wisdom from the pure senses is actually magic theory. Long ago, demons used forbidden knowledge to threaten the world tree. Sensing the encroaching darkness, the world tree scattered its seeds across the continent to survive. This is one of those lost children. He readied, his magic voice steady. The spirit blinked, confused. Huh. As roots surged forward to distract the beasts, Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo declared, "We are going to make the world tree bloom, right here, right now. Make the world tree bloom, controlling this vessel to do that. It's as easy as breathing." Massive roots erupted from the earth, binding the monsters in a wooden prison. Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo drew his blade and dove into the fray, invoking Liat's blessing. Experience gain increased by 20%. With fluid, grace, and lethal precision, Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo danced through the horde, striking down beast after beast. Level up. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter was over. Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo downed a flask of herbal tea, panting. Swinging a real sword, it drains my physical stamina too fast. If I didn't have these herbs, I'd be dead meat. He wiped his mouth, gazing at the dormant seed. I have just enough tea left. I conserved as much mana as possible during the fight. I pray it's enough to wake the tree. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. The air grew heavy with a crushing pressure. The spirit trembled. Something is coming. The earth split apart, and a colossal form rose from the depths. A giant stone turtle loomed over Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. The spirit screamed, "It's the master of the forest." Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo cursed under his breath. That damn forest, guardian, is its job to protect the seed or hoard it. Of course, a leveling Manhwa world quest wouldn't be this easy. Anxiety tightened his chest. This is bad. My mana is low. He gripped his hilt until his knuckles turned white. There is no other way. Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo steeled his resolve. I have to take it down with nothing but cold steel. He dropped into a combat stance, roaring at the Titan. I dare you to try and swallow a lion. Time for my ultimate move, mimicking a Dark Souls finish. But the Guardian didn't move. Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo paused, bewildered. Standing before the behemoth, sword raised, he felt a wave of confusion. Why isn't it attacking? Lesser descended gracefully to Grandfell's side, her voice carrying the weight of ancient lore as she began to explain. The Guardian of the Green Forest. It has always bowed before those with radiant souls and unyielding honor. Her gaze softened upon the stone turtle before them. Tragically, its natural lifespan ended eons ago. Yet it clings to this mortal coil, as if guarding a treasure more precious than life itself. Grandfell remained silent, his hand resting gently on the ancient shell. A realization struck him. Is it possible? Has it been shielding the world tree's seed from the demonic scourge all this time? His voice dropped to a solemn whisper worthy of a noble. Rest now. I shall inherit the pride you have defended for so long. Responding to his vow, the Guardian erupted in blinding golden light. Grandfell watched the brilliance unfold. The Guardian was not just dying. It was offering its very essence as nourishment for the awakening. He turned to the spirit, his command absolute. That stone soul is the seed itself. Lesser cast. Bless immediately. The fairy gasped. I understand. Lesser ascended, weaving her magic over the fading Guardian. Golden rays pierced the gloom, illuminating the desolate swamp with holy radiance. The shell cracked. From the ruins of the old new life surged upward. Granfel's eyes widened, witnessing a miracle that defied logic. This is the World Tree. The system window materialized before him. You have entered the secret garden of the World Tree. A new legend had taken root in the continent of Akina. As Granfell surveyed the notification, a global message shook every player in the world. The continent welcomes the birth of a new World Tree. Meanwhile, on Gung's side, the moment the wave of life energy swept across the land, he clutched his head in disbelief. What the hell is this, a World Tree? The chat logs exploded. While HVI Gang was busy hunting snails, someone else just triggered a world-class event. Rio Hun gritted his teeth. I bet my life it's Granfell again. Back at the swamp, the rift collapsed. Granfell smirked. The distortion has vanished. He commanded his spirit companion without looking back. Scout the situation in Akina and report back. The mechanical tower shall serve as your base of operations. I will repay your trust, Lord Hoan. As Granfell teleported back to his quarters, he couldn't help but think, that little spirit sure is intense. She used my mana as if it were her own. Terrifying efficiency. But then Granfell froze. A realization hit him like a truck. His achievements were echoing across the continent. A new title unlocked. You have received the title, The Last Adventurer. Then, consciousness slipped away into total darkness. This is the peak of a leveling Manhwa experience. His eyes snapped open. He scanned the familiar ceiling. Where am I? My house. Did I fall asleep? Was it all just a dream? Li Hoan frantically pulled up his status window. His eyes locked onto the glowing text, The Last Adventurer. Adrenaline pumped through his veins. It wasn't a dream, it's real. Obtaining a title in Akina is nearly impossible. Curiosity burning, he tapped the screen. What kind of buff does it give? Suddenly, a green parrot wearing a hat materialized, screeching from the interface. Co-chief researcher Li Hoan. Li Hoan flinched. What? The parrot squawked. There you are. I'm here to drag you back to the regular meeting. Regular meeting. Then it clicked. Right. It was postponed when Ban went missing. I need to get back to the mission. He asked the bird, when is it? The answer was sharp. 2 hours. You've been missing for 3 whole days. We were worried sick, but thankfully you're alive. On the outside, Granfell remained an ice-cold statue. Inside, Li Hoan was screaming like a volcano about to erupt. While aggressively brushing his teeth, he replied to the bird. Understood. I shall make my appearance. The bird saluted. Yes, sir. As he prepared, he thought. 3 days unconscious. Manifesting that spirit drained more than I thought. Scene shift to the assembly. Bangris stood before the council. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all. Amidst the polite applause, Yuzra leaned over, whispering, did Senior Bangris really prepare all of that himself? Marcelo nodded approvingly as the young mage returned to his seat. Excellent work, Brit. The boy blushed. Thank you. Next to him, Granfell held a stack of papers, his presence commanding. Next up, Granfell announced Head of Curse Magic, Kiko Amin. The room erupted in murmurs. Curse Magic, that archaic discipline? Li Hoan analyzed the shift in atmosphere. Curse magic is rare, sure, but why do they call her the black hole of the magic tower? As she approached the stage, Li Hoan realized something. Even the elders aren't exempt from the ruthless judgment of the Golden Hall. I have a bad feeling about this. The purple-haired mage adjusted her glasses, her voice dripping with gloom. I am a parasite. Granfell stared blankly. Marcelo jumped up in panic. Oh no, Senior Paranoia's episode is starting again. She won't be able to finish. Get her back to her seat, Paranoia shrieked, as 2 mages dragged her away by the arms. I'm a black hole sucking the tower's budget dry. I'm trash. Absolute garbage. The mage on her left struggled. Please calm down, Senior Kiko. Let's go, Senior. Her wails of trash echoed down the hall. Marcelo sighed, closing his files. Well, that was the final presentation. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Li Hoan watched in disbelief. They actually consider this a successful meeting. Suddenly, a voice broke his trance. Lord Hoan. Marcelo smiled warmly. Shall we have some tea? I have excellent news. Li Hoan raised an eyebrow. Good news in this Manhwa recap universe. That's rare. Certainly. I have matters to discuss as well. Cut to the Hanging Gardens. PFFT Marcelo sprayed his tea everywhere. The World Tree Granfell wiped a drop from the table unfazed. Correct. Marcelo stammered. And you obtained information regarding the continent? Granfell nodded with absolute composure. Precisely. Granfell sipped his tea elegantly, reviewing the system data in his mind. It's merely one of many seeds. But aloud he declared, the energy of life shall always rise to defy extinction. Marcelo couldn't hide his trembling hands. The World Tree was the legendary sovereign of Akina. When it fell, the demonic forces surged in power. But with the seed you planted, the scales of power will tip once more. He scratched his head, laughing nervously. This is truly miraculous news. I don't know how the tower can ever repay you. Is it really that big of a deal? Li Hoan wondered. Granfell set down his cup. You mentioned you had good news for me. Marcelo hesitated. Compared to your revelation, it's nothing. But he leaned in, speaking rapidly. Mages no longer require an elder's permission to leave the tower. On the outside, Granfell sipped his tea with the elegance of a noble, but deep within Li Hoyol's soul was doing a spit take out of sheer shock. Marcelo continued his report with grave seriousness. Currently, access is restricted to those investigating Karim Jeva. However, once resolved with the Chief Mage's aid, the tower will grant you full authority over the dimensional rifts. He dropped the bombshell. Naturally, that includes you, Li Hoyol, as my co-chief mage. Inside, Li Hoyol's inner eyes practically turned into dollar signs. This is insane. They said it was just a convenience, but for a player like me, this is a free pass, unlimited entry to the Magic Tower's rifts. In this manhwa recap of my life, I just won the lottery. Thank you, system. Granfell remained stone-faced. Is that all? Have you located Karim Jeva? Inside, Li Hoyol was screaming. Is that all? That attitude is everything. Keep it cool. Marcelo clasped his hands tight, his expression darkening. No. The two captured elders refused to speak. But no one can withstand the Hmong prison for long. We will have answers soon, Granfell mused. I think I've heard of that place. Suddenly, a desperate shout shattered the calm atmosphere. Lord Marcelo, a young mage, burst in, gasping for air. Forgive the intrusion, but it's a code-red emergency. The two elders in Hmong. The news struck Granfell and Marcelo like a physical blow. The scene shifted to the Magic Tower, a fortress built upon infinite layers of mana, rooting deep into the source of all magic. Unshakable, for centuries, a realm where time stands still. The Abyssal Void, also known as Granfell and Marcelo, stepped into the oppressive darkness of Hmong, guided by the trembling novice. Granfell scanned the void. So this is Hmong, and we're only at the entrance. A single second here feels like a century. Li Hoyol's inner geek couldn't help but marvel. Wait, isn't this basically the room of spirit and time? Suddenly, the young mage let out a blood-curdling scream. Look, before them lay two charred corpses consumed by a fire that refused to die. Marcelo's voice wavered. Are you telling me these things used to be the elders? What in the world is happening? The novice recoiled in terror. I don't know. I sensed a mana anomaly, came to check and found this. Granfell analyzed the carnage with cold logic. Did they try to escape and fail? Impossible. Humans cannot channel mana inside Hmong, and this is merely the threshold. He stared into the inferno. They couldn't have hidden this power easily. So how? Suddenly the flames lashed out into the air, startling the trio. Marcelo lunged forward, roaring. Where's this coming from? I'll erect a barrier. A shimmering green shield materialized to contain the blaze. But in a heartbeat, the crimson flames devoured the protection like it was paper. Granfell's eyes widened. It melted Marcelo's barrier instantly. Boom! A staff slammed into the ground with the weight of a mountain. A wave of absolute zero magic exploded outward, snuffing out the raging fire in a single breath. Granfell was stunned. One strike, and the fire is gone, replaced by ice. The young mage dropped his jaw, completely awestruck. Lord Sinios, a hooded figure, stood amidst the frost, radiating immense power. It is the magic of Karim Jeva, he stated, calmly, revealing mystical blue eyes and a faint, bitter smile. He sought to silence them before his secrets could leak. Leaving such a trap behind, he truly looks down upon the Magic Tower. Granfell immediately recognized the aura. This was the mysterious hooded man from the council meeting. This is the first time I've seen an elder class mage in action. Marcelo and the novice bowed deeply in reverence. Lord Sinios, I have no excuses. You entrusted the prisoners to me, and I allowed this catastrophe. Sinios shook his head. Raise your head, Marcelo. How could you possibly contend with the cunning of Karim Jeva? His mana signature has vanished. Tracking him will be arduous. Sinios suddenly turned his piercing gaze to the protagonist. Li Hoyol, there is a matter I must discuss. Will you speak with me privately? A system window pinged. Quest. Received Sinios' request. The elder led Granfell to a secluded chamber. Sinios began, his voice heavy with history. Karim Jeva. He was the very reason I entered the Magic Tower. An image of a mage cloaked in devastating flames flashed in his mind. They called him the Karim Jeva. And for me, who sought the pinnacle of ice magic, he was the mountain I had to conquer. A voice echoed from the past. I wish to freeze even fire itself. Granfell listened, intently absorbed in the tale of rivalry. I pushed myself to the brink, and eventually, I reached his rank, an elder. Cineos recalled standing behind Jeva forever in his shadow. But in the end, I could never surpass him. Cineos admitted with a sigh. Truthfully, I never believed I could. But seeing this outcome, I am left only with regret. His tone hardened, tension filling the room. Lee Hoyol, he said slowly, what I desire now is something only you can achieve. Elsewhere, amidst a wasteland consumed by hellfire, a mage bathed in blood-red aura stood triumphant. A sinister grin twisted his face as the world burned around him. Visions of Earth, shrouded in crimson magic, danced in his laughter. Finally, everything is in place. Karim Jeva raised his hands, channeling a demonic ritual. The sky tore open and a demon king descended. A voice whispered through the chaos, I have finally reached the truth. Meanwhile, in the real world, the game operations center erupted into panic. What is that? What the hell is going on? One admin screamed. Sirens wailed, piercing the air. Emergency code read. This is not a drill. Back in the tower, Cineos looked at Granfell. Will you accept my request? Granfell remained silent. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating his imposing silhouette. He walked down the corridor, weighing the Elder's words. He recalled his ultimate mission, rebuild the magic tower and eliminate the traitor Karim Jeva. Clarity washed over him. This isn't just about duty or protecting the tower. This is a main quest scenario. Granfell opened the door, a sense of grim determination settling in. It feels like the calm after a storm, a strange liberation. He sat down, his mind racing. But more importantly, the tower's elder, the Karim Jeva, info on him is scarce. He's a super rare NPC, but every player who's faced him says the same thing, there is nothing his fire cannot burn. And I have to fight that monster. Inside, Lee Hoyol was tearing his hair out, his face purple with terror. That guy's fire melted a high-tier barrier. Panic began to set in as he tallied his own meager survival chances in this brutal, leveling Manhwa world. Depression washed over him. Even if he upgraded his Predator pack, they were nothing compared to a Chief Mage's power. And these rewards? Useless garbage. No matter how much he prepared, the situation seemed hopeless. Just as he was drowning in frustration, his phone buzzed, cutting through the silence. Nam Chungmin. Why did he send 15 files? He tapped the screen and headlines from KSB exploded before his eyes. The North Pole was on fire. A crimson star eclipsed the sky. Scientists were baffled, terrified by the anomaly. What the hell is this? The report showed chaos in the forbidden zones. Molten lava gushed from glacial peaks. Recon planes were being swatted like flies. This was no natural disaster, it was a catastrophe. His eyes were glued to the screen, mind racing to process this leveling Manhwa scenario, when suddenly, a scream shattered the air. It was Hoyon Marcello. His face twisted in sheer terror, flickered onto the crystal ball communication link. Abnormal mana spikes at the North Pole. Get to the Topaz Hall now. At the tower, the atmosphere was suffocating. A red-haired mage voiced the horror everyone felt. This energy signature. There's no mistaking it. It belongs to the Chief Fire Mage Karim Jeva. The output is off the charts, Matt has confirmed grimly. He specializes in fire magic, so it matches. But then, Brit Tom cut in with a darker observation. But what about the corruption laced within it? We sensed this same vile aura when we investigated Karim's estate, the lair of a demon. It feels darker, ancient. Just then, the doors swung open. Granfell strode in, flanking Marcello. Karim Jeva is attempting to tear open a dimensional rift. Dimitri gasped at their sudden entrance. Granfell didn't waste a breath. His goal isn't just destruction. He intends to summon a high-ranking demon lord. The blonde mage recoiled. A high demon lord. But the purple-haired mage scoffed. What does a rift have to do with summoning a demon? Granfell's shadow loomed large as he delivered the cold truth. A summons requires a vessel, and the fuel for that vessel is human life. Corpses. To harvest death on a global scale, he needs the rifts to collapse simultaneously. Karim has already engineered 11 unstable points across the Earth. Total collapse begins in 13 hours. Granfell slammed a photo onto the table. The room erupted in hushed panic. So Karim really fell to darkness. 11 rifts. Others stared at the device. And that glowing rectangle. The resolution is God tier. What kind of artifact is that? Granfell mentally sighed. It's a portable projector, you medieval nerds. Out loud, he commanded focus. We need to address the threat. Time is a luxury we don't have. I will now assign teams to intercept Karim Jeva and neutralize the rifts. When the rifts tear open, every senior mage Marcelo, included, will deploy. Granfell was about to continue when a hesitant hand shot up. Excuse me, Ben, William stammered. Kareem is a traitor to the tower. As senior mages, it is our duty to execute him, but honestly, I'd rather sit this one out. Granfell stepped closer, his gaze piercing. Senior fire mage Ben William. William flinched. It's not cowardice, but as a fire user. Against him, William looked up, dread written on his face, expecting a reprimand. Instead, Granfell nodded coolly. I know. The hierarchy of flames is absolute. A weaker fire will always be devoured by a superior blaze. If you engage Kareem, your flames would only fuel his power. The mages watched in stunned silence as Granfell broke down the elemental disadvantage. However, Granfell's voice cut through the tension. There is one mage here who can completely nullify that elemental weakness. The room buzzed instantly. Who? Marcelo, maybe Master Matis? Cutting through the speculation, Granfell pointed. Senior mage of curse enigmatology, Kiko Amen. Kiko froze her soul, leaving her body. Every pair of eyes in the hall snapped toward her. The whispers turned to gasps of disbelief. Kiko, the tower's budget black hole, the delusional shut-in. Her Kiko trembled. Yes, Granfell smiled, a predator's grin. Kiko Amen. Your presentation flunked the board review, but I read every word of it. Panic seized her throat. He wasn't going to. She screamed internally as reality dragged her into the spotlight. I'm a parasite, a leech, a waste of tower funds. I'm literal garbage. Ignoring her internal meltdown, Granfell announced. Her research is the key to bringing down Kareem. We will now review Kiko Amen's thesis, along with her private research diary. Kiko's jaw hit the floor. This was it. The ultimate execution method for an introvert public exposure. Meanwhile, at the frozen ends of the world, crimson light tore through the sky. Kareem Jeva stood atop the unreachable peaks. The demon Akim Patem knelt gazing at the destruction, the lava flowing over the ice. Isn't it magnificent? Lord Kareem? The traitorous mage glanced down. Akim Patem is it. The demon grinned, a twisted expression of malice. If you keep leaking mana like this, the magic tower will sniff us out. Kareem scoffed. Let them come. Those rats won't change anything. This sacrifice is the price of truth. Is it not? Akim Patem's smile widened until it looked like his face might split. Of course. The demon lord will be very pleased. 11 rifts are primed. Suddenly, Kareem's expression faltered. The air shifted. Something was wrong. The demon sensed it too. What is it? Kareem's voice dropped to a growl. Just now, one of the 11 rifts vanished. The demon's eyes bulged. What? Impossible. Those filthy adventurers can't touch a rift that hasn't even fully formed yet. Kareem's mind raced. Is it the tower? No, they shouldn't be able to mobilize this fast. There are few beings alive capable of manipulating my mana. Then the truth hit him like a lightning bolt. They aren't just interfering. They're dismantling them, one by one. The demon shrieked. What? Above them, the sky tore open, blinded by a radiant light. They looked up in horror. Akim Patem hissed. A warp gate. Space warped and Marcelo stepped through. The strike team surrounded the area, locking eyes with the traitor. Brit Tom's voice rang out like a judge delivering a verdict. We found you, Kareem Jeva. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo, issued the command with absolute authority. Excellent. Bennett, secure the apparatus immediately. Benit responded with frantic urgency. Understood. Meanwhile, Kareem Jeva stood paralyzed, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. He stood alongside the demon Akim Patem, witnessing the impossible. Kareem Jeva's voice trembled with disbelief. That radiance, it is the blinding light of pure undiluted mana. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo continued to orchestrate the flow of battle-barking orders to Matis before pivoting to the next caster. Kiko, trembling with anxiety, pressed her magical quill against her grimoire. Will this truly work? Azure sparks crackled wildly around Kiko's notebook, surrounding her in a storm of energy. As the pages turned, Kareem Jeva's eyes widened as he finally realized the nature of their strategy. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's theory cut through the chaos like a blade. Standard enchantment binds magic to physical objects. Suddenly, the ominous glow of dark magic manifested. But consider this. What happens if we enchant magic into magic itself? On the flank, Marcelo unleashed his own arcane arts, his silhouette bathed in a brilliant, ethereal blue aura that illuminated the darkness. The structure is stable. Using Marcelo's theoretical framework as the base and Bannett's pure mana as the catalyst, we fused the spell directly into the dark magic of Mattis. Kiko's eyes went wide, tears streaming down her face from the overwhelming pressure. Steady Granfell, Claudio Arpeggio, Romeo, directed the Symphony of Power. Next, Natro now. One by one, the mana of the veteran mages was woven into the spell. Hearing the command, Natro roared. Yes, the combined magic birthed a torrent of devastating power, yet Granfell Claudio Arpeggio. Romeo did not pause, signaling the next wave of mages to join the formation. Next, Rotor, then Baruja. Finally, if we amplify this core with fire magic, something already volatile and vast, the reaction will be catastrophic. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo signaled the finale. Ben William responded instantly. It is done. Karim Jeva could only stare blankly as the laws of magic were rewritten before his very eyes. I realized that no matter how potent Karim Jeva's flame mastery was, it paled before this convergence. A beam of absolute energy tore through the air, hurtling straight toward the traitor and his demon. A violet cataclysm wreathed in sparks slammed into Karim Jeva's position. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo knew the truth. There was no evasion. The enemy had to take that first strike head-on. As the white smoke dissipated, a demon emerged from the debris. Karim Jeva lunged forward, eyes burning with hatred, shrouded in hellfire, capable of incinerating existence itself. He let out a manic, mocking scream. Through the dimensional gate, the mages' faces twisted in terror as they watched. Impossible. He survived that unscathed. Surging through the portal, Karim Jeva unleashed his maximum thermal output to incinerate the mages. Bannet and Marcello threw everything they had into their barriers, desperate to repel the inferno. Bannet groaned under the crushing weight. This heat is insane. The shields are cracking. Marcello gritted his teeth in response. What did you expect? This is the breath of a Karim Jeva. The entire tower was being consumed by the sea of flames. A robotic warning echoed. Critical alert. At this rate, the magic tower will melt into slag. Karim Jeva threw his head back in triumphant laughter, his face twisted with glee as his power surged through the gate. I see now. Your tower is merely putting on a circus act. Let's see how long you insects can last against true sorcery. Suddenly, razor-sharp glacial shards shot from the other side, countering the flames. Karim Jeva paused, confusion flickering in his eyes for the first time. Boom! A figure emerged from the rift while Karim was still channeling his spell. The mages screamed in unison, "Senior, watch out!" It was Sinios, wearing a calm, predatory smile. You lowlife Karim Jeva, your arrogance has blinded you. Karim seethed with rage as the onlookers buzzed about the breach. The Archmage is joining the fray. This was the peak of a Manhwa recap moment. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo turned to Marcello. In this operation, I will accompany Lord Sinios. Marcello's face drained of color. What? Don't tell me. Just the two of you are entering their domain? Marcello stepped forward frantically. Absolutely not. It's a suicide mission. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo remained unfazed by Marcello's panic. You know the reality. We all have our roles to play. Marcello, I entrust the defense of the tower to you. Without looking back, he stepped into the dimensional gate, leaving the terrified mages behind. Voices erupted in the hall as the realization hit them. Wait, just the two of them against Karim Jeva. Shouldn't we provide backup? No, we have our orders from Guild Master Lee Hoyle. Do you remember the mission? But we are talking about Karim Jeva, the calamity of the magic tower. Forget it. Seal the gates immediately. We cannot let other players get dragged into this. Meanwhile, in the real world, a blonde woman and a bespectacled man stared at the news in disbelief. What is this? Players worldwide gasped as the tower's gate was bound by golden chains and heavy seals. The tower gate. It's been locked down. Just what in the hell is happening inside that instance dungeon? Inside the inferno, Karim Jeva smirked, his voice dripping with condescension. Damn, Sinios. You brought a rookie adventurer to his death, or perhaps you've finally grown curious about the truth I hold. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo and Sinios strode forward through the heat, their steps steady, showing zero fear before the tyrant's brutality. Sinios scoffed, "Traitorous wretch Karim Jeva, your arrogance has crossed the line." Veins bulged on Karim Jeva's forehead as he ground his teeth. What did you say? Sinios remained icy cool. Just because the world calls you Karim Jeva, do you truly believe you've ascended? Did you sell your soul to the demons just to grasp that illusion of omnipotence? Karim Jeva exploded with rage. A pillar of crimson flame pierced the heavens, generating massive vortexes of heat. His eyes glowed red, hungry to devour his enemies. He whispered venomously, "I thought you were different. Only that you would understand. But I was wrong, Sinios. You are just as small-minded as the rest. Fine, I will show no mercy. Absolute power is the only truth in this world. I will teach you, and that brat, the despair of true magic." Watching the monitor, Sojun felt a chill run down his spine. The mana readings. They're spiking off the charts again. What? This mana signature. It's a rift? Parallel dimensional fractures are opening all over the globe. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo scanned the area. Space-time was twisting. The world was warping into a nightmare classic leveling manhwa territory. A system message flashed error. You have entered a fragmented rift. Suddenly, Kareem barked an order. Akeem Padam, open the gate. The demon grinned wickedly. As you wish, Lord Kareem. A void of darkness tore open, bleeding crimson light like an open wound. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's eyes darted to the threat. Cineos commanded Lee Hoyol, can I trust you to handle this flank? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo smirked. No problem. Skill activated natural enemy. His combat efficiency against the demon race skyrocketed instantly. He unleashed a shockwave of mana, flipping the demon horde into the air. Kareem Jeva screamed in frustration, you little bastard, and hurled a barrage of firebolts. The inferno roared toward Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. But suddenly, Cineos stepped in blue aura flaring violently. He shouted, you malicious scum, your opponent is me, Karim Jeva. Suffocating killing intent rolled off him in waves as he wove his dark magic. Kareem Jeva didn't just attack. He wore a twisted mocking grin that promised pain. Cineos, you deluded fool. Do you truly believe you are worthy to stand against me? Fire and ice were natural enemies. How do you plan to stop me? With that pathetic magic that melts before it even freezes. Thick steam swallowed the battlefield, blinding everyone. Granfell's expression was tense, but his eyes remained razor-sharp, locked in combat mode. Inside that blinding white haze, locating Kareem Jeva was next to impossible. Just as he analyzed the situation, a menacing voice boomed from behind. It was the demon Akimpata, wreaths of hellfire dancing in his hands. Eyes on me, human. The demon unleashed a torrent of flame directly at Granfell. In an instant, the inferno seemed to completely consume him. Akimpata cackled, pathetic human, reduced to ash before you could even twitch. Fighting you is boring. But his victory was short-lived. As he turned to bark orders, a hand shot out from the smoke, seizing him in an iron grip. Demon army advance. Go support Lord Karim Jeva immediately. Suddenly, Granfell's fingers crushed into Akimpata's skull. He whispered coldly, it's not that I couldn't fight back. I simply didn't need to. Cold sweat broke out on the demon's forehead. Impossible. How are you unscathed after taking a direct hit from Akimpata? The great Granfell smirked. Please. A little spark like that isn't even enough to itch. Good thing I asked Senior Kiko to buff me with high-tier fire resistance beforehand. Amidst the roaring flames, Kareem Jeva sensed the disturbance. He glanced over, a thought sparking in his mind. Akimpata was struck, his expression hardened. It seems that Brad isn't just some ordinary rookie. He fights like a protagonist from a leveling manhwa. But this ends now. Nearby, a frantic shout from a unified guild member pierced the air, drawing everyone's gaze. The rifts are destabilizing. The Demon King's resurrection is imminent. The collapse rate is skyrocketing. At this speed, total destruction is unavoidable. System windows popped up frantically as Kareem Jeva tightened his crushing grip on Cineos' throat. Air became a luxury Cineos couldn't afford, while hordes of demons poured endlessly from the gates. Kareem Jeva declared, soon the ultimate truth and power I crave will be mine. You never stood a chance. Meanwhile, outside the tower, a red-haired man violently forced the doors, cursing. Damn it all. Open the gates. The rifts are collapsing. What are you bastards in the tower doing? At least let us access the teleportation gates. I don't care if I die, but let me die fighting on the battlefield. Back inside, the situation was grim. Kareem Jeva continued to strangle Cineos with lethal force, showing zero mercy. Cineos clung to consciousness by a thread. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he gasped out a final explanation. Apologies, Kareem. I never intended to defeat you in a direct clash. Kareem Jeva's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What are you babbling about? Suddenly, San's monitor flashed dimension fragment restoration complete. He froze, eyes wide with disbelief at the miracle unfolding. The rifts. They've suddenly been conquered. Say what? Marcelo wasted no time barking orders to the mages to handle the emergency. Split into pairs and spread out. One team per rift move. We follow Commander Lee Hoyle's directives. Bangris May A take Rift 1497. They responded in perfect unison. Sir, yes sir. Matisse Team B, Rift 1498. Understood, Marcelo continued. Bellier, Ucia, and I will handle Rift 1500. The system continued to bombard them with urgent alerts. Meanwhile, Kareem Jeva's fury burned hotter than his flames. Yet Cineos remained unflinching, a taunting glint in his eyes. Let me show you a final masterpiece, something you'll wish you never saw. Suddenly, massive pillars of water crashed down from the heavens, leaving Karim Jeva stunned. A blurred silhouette materialized within the cascade. Sinios's form sharpened as he manipulated the water to encircle Karim Jeva. The fire mage visibly struggled against the sudden deluge. A water prison. Is this your cheap trick? Karim scoffed. A terrifying crimson aura erupted from his body as he gritted his teeth. Utterly useless. The blinding crimson flare caught Granfel's attention. His gaze turned icy cold, his mind racing through tactical calculations. He's making his move. Before Granfel could finish, the thought demons began to manifest from the red light, each one radiating bloodlust. Granfel clicked his tongue in annoyance. Shh. He quickly formulated a plan. The demons are active again. Fine. Don't waste my time. Come at me all at once. He thrust his hand toward the sky, unleashing a surge of raw power that rippled through the air. With godlike speed, Granfel decimated the demon horde in a single strike. His thoughts were a blur of efficiency. I don't have the luxury to duel these trash mobs individually. This is bad. If I stop now, the rift collapses. I need to assist Sinios immediately or he's a dead man. His expression darkened with the gravity of the situation. On the other side, Karim Jeva launched a brutal counterattack. Amidst the dancing sparks, he sneered, "You truly are pathetic, Sinios. Did you think your insignificant ice could ever freeze me?" He unleashed a barrage of strikes. Fortunately, Sinios used his agility to barely weave through the deadly assault. Karim Jeva grew manic, his breath coming out in scorching waves. Look closely, your ice simply evaporates in the face of my supreme flame. Suddenly, realization struck like a lightning bolt. He slapped a hand over his mouth, confusion swirling in his mind. Steam? Wait. What is this? It's impossible. In this inferno, the ice should have vanished instantly. No, this sensation is wrong. Despite the sea of fire surrounding him, Karim Jeva fell into panic. Hand clamped over his mouth, eyes bulging in terror, he felt a bone-chilling cold spreading from his very core. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Sinios appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice devoid of warmth. If the ice magic was merely a diversion to trick your eyes, then what's truly freezing is the air you breathe. You've been inhaling my trap this entire time. Your internal organs are turning into icicles as we speak. Sinios looked down at him with a triumphant, icy glare. Only then did Karim Jeva realize he had walked into his own grave. He glared back with pure venom. You treacherous bastard. How dare you? If you do this, you'll be caught in the backlash too. He cursed internally. Damn it, I knew it was going too smoothly. This feels like a twist in a manhwa recap. He wasn't fighting me head-on. He was weaving a hidden spell to assassinate me from the inside out. An arctic chill swept through the battlefield, carried by the wind. Sinios's voice cut through the silence. I told you from the start. I never intended to win a battle of strength. The frost began to claim Karim Jeva's body, choking the words in his throat. You. As Sinios stood before him, the intent was clear, triggering a flash of memory from long ago. Granfel's gaze locked onto the scroll, hovering before him while the elder mage's voice echoed through the space, calm and steady. This is a magic scroll I have cultivated for centuries within the magic tower. It holds enough power to obliterate an entire dimension. Sinios cast his gaze toward the exit as he spoke, sparking confusion in Granfel. Why entrust such a thing to me? The old mage merely offered a faint, cryptic smile. My frost is the worst possible match against Karim Jeva's hellfire. Elemental compatibility dictates that my ice will melt. At best, I can force a stalemate. Even so, the probability of defeat is overwhelming. If the situation spirals into a catastrophe, do not hesitate to unleash it. He turned back to face Granfel. Granfel clenched the scroll, hesitation heavy in his eyes. You mean, eradicate both him and yourself? A request like that is. Before he could finish, Sinios's voice cut through. Adventurer Lee Hoyle. The name struck Granfel like lightning, his eyes widening in shock, yet Sinios remained colder than the ice he wielded. As I said, I have walked this earth for centuries. I can feel my hourglass running empty. Consider this the final request of a dying old man. Back in reality, Karim Jeva reached out with a trembling hand, prepared to drag his enemy into death with him. Seeing this, Sinios delivered a chilling provocation. How does it feel to have your very senses shattered by the absolute cold Karim Jeva? The mage's silhouette began to blur in Karim's vision, a reality his pride refused to accept. My movements, stiffening, the frost has penetrated my very core. Am I dying? No. How could a being like me fall? Opposite him, the light began to fade from Sinios's eyes. I've done it. His breathing slowed to a halt as the frost claimed him as well. Karim Jeva. Karim Jeva. Let us sink into an eternal slumber beneath this blanket of white. Two massive pillars of ice erupted from the ground, sealing their fate. Suddenly, a roar tore through the silence. Karim Jeva's eyes flashed with crimson fury. How dare you! A massive dragon avatar forged of pure flame ripped into the sky, unleashing the kind of power you only see in a high-stakes leveling manhwa. The explosion of light forced Sinios to recoil in shock, shielding his eyes from the blinding radiance. Seeing Karim Jeva engulfed in flames, Sinios cried out in disbelief. Karim Jeva, you're incinerating your own internal organs, just to melt the ice. The response was a display of overwhelming dominance. I am Karim Jeva, the immortal Karim Jeva. Meanwhile, Granfell watched in stunned silence as the surrounding demons collapsed en masse. Every single demon dropped dead. What is happening? Their life force? Their mana? It's all vanished. He looked up to see streams of crimson energy streaking across the sky, flying straight into the maw of the Karim Jeva. Karim Jeva was devouring them. Karim Jeva roared with insanity. I am a demigod, the undying flame sensing the situation, spiraling into chaos. Sinios screamed, stop it. You'll lose your mind completely. But the entity opposite him had already transcended humanity, taking on the form of a dragon wreathed in hellfire, chanting mindlessly, I am Karim Jeva. Sinios sank into despair. No, I have nothing left. Suddenly, a hand pressed against his back, and a surge of fresh power flooded into his veins. Sinios gasped in surprise. Granfell stood behind him, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Apologies for the delay. Sinios glanced back, panic rising in his voice. This is too dangerous. Pull back immediately. But Granfell didn't flinch. Yes, I am certain this battle is a death trap. My mana reserves are nowhere near enough to challenge a demigod. Yet a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. An aura of dominance enveloped Granfell as he stepped forward, radiating absolute confidence. But the equation changes now that he has tainted himself with demonic energy. The system window materialized before him. Skill activated natural enemy. Combat power increases significantly against demon types. With that, he unleashed a devastating strike, launching himself straight at the Karim Jeva. I will end this with everything I have. Granfell's attack engulfed Karim Jeva, tearing screams of agony from the dragon's throat. Layers of ice began to seal him away as he shrieked in denial. No, you insignificant brat. The screams were abruptly cut short. Where the Karim Jeva once stood, only a silent, towering statue of ice remained. Sinios suddenly lurched forward, coughing up a spray of bright red blood. Granfell rushed to his side, panic setting in. Hi, mage. He stared at the angry red burns on Sinios' arms. He's suffering from severe burns and hypothermia simultaneously. He pushed his life force far past the limit. Sinios struggled to force the words out. Mage Li Hoyle. Activate the scroll. Granfell flinched, looking at the frozen statue. But the enemy is already completely sealed. Sinios shook his head weakly. I have merely delayed the inevitable. Use the scroll. Ensure his destruction once you escape. Damn it. I have less than a minute of life remaining. To think I cannot fulfill my lifelong ambition with my own hands. What a tragedy. Yet a peaceful smile settled on his face. Granfell cut him off, his voice heavy with regret. Do not speak such words. You are the tower's greatest cryomancer. Sinios slumped, whispering his final regret. If only I had achieved the realm of absolute zero. Perhaps I could have frozen him for eternity. But that is a fool's dream. I would need Mug and every drop of mana in existence to cast a spell of that magnitude. However, that I was able to seal the Karim Jeva at all is thanks to you. Mage Li Hoyul. I have no regrets, burning my life away for this moment. Granfell's expression hardened. He untied the binding on the magic scroll. In that case, if your resolve is that strong, then I shall bring Mug to you. Sinios' eyes nearly bulged out of his head. What did you say? The scroll unfurled, unleashing a blinding pillar of azure light that warped the very fabric of time and space, manifesting pure mana into reality. It would be impossible with my mana alone. But with this scroll containing the centuries of power you accumulated, I can bridge the gap. A dimensional rift tore open, transporting the three of them into a completely different realm of existence. Sinios raised a trembling hand, pointing into the void. You have actually realized my life's greatest desire. How can I possibly repay this debt? Disappear from this world, Karim Jeva. The moment the words left his lips, a majestic ice phoenix engulfed the frozen enemy. But to understand this sacrifice, we must rewind to their final conversation. Sinios held out the magic scroll toward Granfell Claudio Arpeggio, Romeo causing the younger man to hesitate. This was a burden no ordinary mage could bear, a task reserved for the chosen. You ask why? Only you can do this for me. A gentle knowing smile tugged at the corner of the old mage's mouth. As I speak, visions of my happy family fill my mind. Marcelo and the other children, they simply cannot do this. They would weep and beg me not to die. They would hesitate to save the life of a foolish old man. And in that moment of weakness, Karim Jeva would awaken and death would claim them all. Memories of joy are flashing before my eyes. Cineos turned locking eyes with Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. That is why you, an outsider with a steel heart, are the perfect candidate to activate this magic scroll. I know it is a heavy burden, but can you do it? I ask, not as a high mage, but as an old man terrified for the safety of his grandchildren. Sorrow etched deep lines onto the elder's face. Silence hung heavy in the air until Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo finally broke it, his voice steady. I will do it. Hearing the answer he desperately needed, Cineos beamed with a radiant smile. Now standing at his funeral in the solemn chapel, those final words still echoed in the air. Thank you, you magnificent villain. And so in the battle against Karim Jeva, the eternal snowflake archmage Cineos had fallen. His funeral was held in secret, a quiet affair filled with stifled grief. Bennett Tom clenched his fists in injustice. A legend like Cineos deserved a grand state funeral, not this humble send-off. Matus insisted there was no choice. Only senior mages could attend. Bennett Tom's lips trembled, guilt consuming him. If I hadn't been deactivated by that demon worshipper, Master Cineos wouldn't have died. As the boy sobbed, squeezing his eyes shut, a commanding voice cut through the sorrow. Raise your head. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo stood there, his presence imposing and undeniably noble. The crowd gasped. It's the adventurer Li Hoyol. He walked forward, his aura sharp. Excessive mourning shatters true dignity. Marcelo silently bowed and stepped aside to let him pass. Bennett Tom watched him puzzled. Marcelo whispered, pulling him from his thoughts. That man. He is likely the one grieving most of all. Yet, look at his composure. Marcelo clutched his head. He is suppressing a storm of emotion. He knows that with the tower now empty of its leader, he cannot afford to waver. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo finally spoke. In his final moments, Cineos smiled. He proved his pride by accepting mutual destruction with the enemy. There was no regret on his face, only peace. Bury the sorrow in your hearts. Now focus on what must be done. What is the duty of the magic tower? Marcelo's expression darkened with resolve. The tower has suffered an irreparable wound. But because of this tragedy, the face of our true enemy has never been clearer. Please allow us to lead the vanguard in purging the demons alongside you, Marcelo cried out, hand over his heart. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo closed his eyes, offering a silent, satisfied smile. As he walked away, Li Hoyol felt the exhaustion hit him like a truck. Great, now we're actually responsible for the magic tower. Meanwhile, news of the battle spread, and this Manhwa recap spotlight shifted to Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. Elsewhere, a hand crushed a paper cup in pure frustration, a voice trembling with rage. Damn it, so he was the one who sealed the tower entrance. The memory resurfaced, crowds banging on the magical barrier. Open the door, the rift is collapsing. You magic tower bastards, what are you doing? At least let us use the teleport gate. Nam Tae-min had pounded on the door until his knuckles bled. His hands shook now. They clearly thought us players were useless trash in that battle. Once again, we were powerless. Nam Chon-min approached the brooding guildmaster. So, are you just going to sit there and wallow in disappointment? It's fine. From now on, let's just grind until we actually matter. Nam Cho-min waved a file folder, his smile beaming with optimism. Nam Tae-min sighed. You're right, brother. Suddenly, a system alert chimed for every player in this leveling manhwa. Scheduled update complete. A new region is approaching. The Goddess Church. A religion holding massive influence across the continent, despite its notoriously strict dogmas. With over a third of the continent's population as followers, their holy land Murion has now been added to your world. The player base exploded with excitement. Comments flooded in about holy buffs and healing. But Li Hoyol's inner thoughts were far less optimistic. Sure, normally, this is good news. But why the hell is the Goddess Church attacking players? Li Hoyol screamed internally in despair. While on the outside, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo calmly sipped his tea. Cut to the scene of chaos, people fleeing the main gate screaming. A masked figure with glowing red eyes watched them. Just a few hours prior at the Murion main gate, someone called out Sir Weaver. Weaver turned to face a barrage of camera flashes. The press had swarmed him the moment the Murion update dropped. The Bohemian Guild is the first to attempt entry. Sir Weaver, why the rush? And what is your objective? Weaver placed a hand on his chest. as a rank 4 guild in the EU server. We haven't been very active lately, failing to meet our fans' expectations. But this time is different. He thumped his chest armor confidently. My class is a knight. Historically, we have the closest ties to the temple. This time, I will surpass everyone. The crowd erupted in applause. Weaver basked in the applause. That's right. Until now, I just watched Lee Hoyle's achievements from the sidelines. But here, knights are the vanguard. This is finally my stage. But Weaver's arrogance didn't last long. Standing before the massive gates, he froze, panic creeping in. Wait, something is terribly wrong here. A subordinate whispered nervously. Guildmaster, are you sure this zone is friendly? The atmosphere is suffocating. Forget a welcome. Those holy knights are aiming bows right at us. Weaver was screaming internally, but he forced a stuttering greeting. Greetings, members of the temple. I am Knight Weaver. We have come to offer our supthwip. An arrow grazed his cheek before he could finish. Weaver's eyes went wide. A holy knight with glowing red eyes bellowed from the walls. We have been awaiting the day of judgment at the holy temple of Mirion. This is the will of Saintess, Saint Frieza. We need no help from filth like you. Weaver trembled. Guildmaster, get a hold of yourself. The holy knight continued. Any outsider approaching Mirion will be punished in the name of the goddess. Arrows began to rain down like a storm. The reporter screamed, fleeing the scene. Breaking news, Mirion has initiated a hostile attack. We are all in grave danger. Screams echoed through the Holy Land. Meanwhile, at the AU Korea headquarters, 3 figures watched the broadcast grimly. The center figure clutched his head. The Mirion territory has just declared war on the players. Suho's fingers danced across the keyboard in a silent, rhythmic blur. Suddenly, a voice broke his concentration. Senior I have acquired the satellite imagery of Mirion. Lee Hoyle rushed in with the report. You were right. The numbers are abnormal. The sheer volume of paladins is terrifying. He slammed the photo down. They have constructed a perfect fortress, fully capable of self-sufficiency from within. It is as if they have been preparing for this very day for years. Could this truly be the grand design of the Saintess? A powerful voice cut through the air, draining the color from Lee Hoyle's face. Suho stroked his chin, eyes narrowing. I monitored the paladin frequencies and scoured every database for this so-called Saintess. If she were an artificial creation, her origin would be logged in my system. A shadow of fear flickered across his face, but then the realization hit him regarding the creator of Saintess Freza. 0 results found. Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's expression turned icy. As he declared a demon, perhaps Lee Hoyle, looked like he was losing his mind, clapping a hand over Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's mouth. The Saintess of Mirion is a demon. Do you have any idea how powerful the Church of the Goddess is? Do you want to be executed for blasphemy? Shut up. Meanwhile, Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stared at the system window, the truth caught in his throat. It reads, Saint, clearly, masculine, not Saintess. The system interface flashed an urgent class quest. Eradicate Askin, destroy Ask and hunt down the demon hunters. The last demon hunter must uncover the dark truth buried beneath the holy war and temper his weakened physique. Identify the shadowy forces behind the ongoing crusade and confront the false saint of the goddess church. Lee Hoyle was paralyzed with sheer terror. This wasn't just a leveling manhwa. This was a death sentence. That bastard causing all this chaos. Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo furrowed his brow. We need intel from the inside. He issued a cold command. Go. Observe the situation in Akina and report back to me. The Namte Mini Nymph bowed. I will not betray your trust, Lee Hoyle. Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo solemnly initiated the contract with the spirit. The nymph looked up as crystal particles drifted down like glittering snowflakes. Entranced by the breathtaking beauty, unable to look away, her eyes sparkled with pure delight. Amidst the ruins lay a dimensional fracture from the dungeon. It was a learning moment as Cleo gasped. So, this is what a rift actually looks like. While Cleo was busy wandering like a tourist, Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo's stern voice, snapped her back to reality. Focus, Cleo. She scrambled to attention. Yes, my liege. Staring at Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo's imposing back, Cleo felt the weight of her own mediocrity crushing her. Why did Guildmaster Grandfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo choose me? She recalled Ben sobbing and begging, asking why he wasn't chosen. Even he had wanted to enter the rift, despite his insecurities. Everyone applied for this expedition. Yet, he rejected a high wizard like Ben and chose a mere skilled mage like me. Her confidence was plummeting by the second. Does he value me that much? Or am I just becoming delusional? She feared she was reading too much into things and setting herself up for heartbreak. Cleo whispered weakly, I don't know. She shook her head violently, refusing to let negative emotions consume her. She had to pull herself together. No, focus on the mission. The guildmaster needs those herbs. She threw herself back into the search with renewed vigor. Fate seemed to smile upon her. She stared blankly at a cluster of white glowing herbs. Joy exploded in her chest as she sprinted toward the discovery. Found them not wanting to waste a second, Cleo reached out to harvest the bounty. But before her fingers could touch them, Granful Claudi Arpeggio, Romeo's voice rang out. Stop, Mage Cleo. But the warning came a split second too late. Ghostly mercenaries began to materialize from the thin air. They swarmed around Cleo, who stood frozen in terror. Refusing to let his subordinate fall, Lee Hoyle instantly cast a debuff to stagger the spectral enemies. In moments, the ghosts were neutralized. Cleo, shaking like a leaf, stammered, Gee, ghosts. More importantly, that ice magic. It resembles Lord Cineos's technique. Seeing she was safe, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo lowered his hand and began his lecture. After witnessing a spell of that caliber, I had no choice but to analyze it. It is imperfect, but I have learned to replicate the essence. Pointing to the glowing white flowers emitting a hazy mana mist, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo explained. That is demon root. It only grows near rare ores known as demon killers, and it acts as a beacon for spirits and ghosts. Cleo hung her head, shame burning her cheeks as she swallowed her fear. She trembled. I apologize. I understand. I should have been more vigilant. My inexperience caused you trouble, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio. Romeo cut her self-flagellation short. Cleo. He didn't wait for a response. Why are you inside this rift? The question caught her off guard. She answered instinctively, to gather herbs for research. No one had ever looked at her with such intensity. Her heart skipped a beat as Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo declared. Then focus solely on that. Turning to leave, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo glanced back with a vow that sounded like a knight's oath. I will freeze any ghost that dares to approach you. However, contrary to Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo's noble exterior, Lee Hoyle's inner thoughts were twisting into a greedy grin. I'll use this chance to master the cultivation method and mass-produce these babies. A demon herb factory. Just the sound of it makes me drool. He was losing himself in fantasies of wealth. Cleo, unaware of the greed, looked at Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo with teary eyes as if he were a descending god. Strength surged through her limbs. She jumped up and screamed, I will do my best. I won't let you down, sir. Mana levels are critical. Granfell, Claudi Arpeggio, Romeo, and Lee Hoyle's expressions instantly darkened, the comedy vanishing. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo commanded, treat those frozen monstrosities as training dummies. True to his word, Cleo began her assault. Under their watchful eyes, she unleashed torrents of flame magic upon the statuesque mercenaries. Lee Hoyle nodded in approval. Her magic. It has a unique kick to it. Lee Hoyle was emotional, like he'd found a diamond in the rough. A skilled mage with a talent for healing just obliterated a level 560 monster. Bringing her along was the ultimate strategic move. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo agreed, not bad. Suddenly, Lee Hoyle raged internally, remembering their past suffering with cheap herbal tea. Lee Hoyle's mind raced. We can harvest the demon roots ourselves. But now, it is time to address the greater reason for our presence here. Returning to the original plan, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo casually waved his hand, channeling magic without a catalyst. He whispered the summons. It is time. Come forth. Answering the master's call, the elemental spirit materialized instantly from the void. Nymph floated in ecstasy, carefully cradling the levitating tea set. She spoke with a sickly sweet voice. By our sacred contract, I answer your call. Lee Hoyle shuddered. The cringe was absolutely lethal. Why does this feel worse than death? Lee Hoyle muttered under his breath. Nymph flipped her hair, radiating pure narcissism. As expected, my lord noticed my elegance. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo maintained his aristocratic facade, but Lee Hoyle was fed up with Nymph's ego trip. Stop learning weird stuff, he snapped. However, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo remained laser-focused on the mission. What is the current state of the continent? Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo asked, his voice calm. Nymph's expression darkened instantly. She felt the heavy weight of her own inadequacy. Forgive me, she confessed mournfully. I know little, but the magic tower you awakened, it is under siege. Chaos reigns in the skies and on the earth. She described the hellscape vividly. Advanced airships dominate the heavens, while below a horde of starving beasts screams in a frenzy of destruction. Then she dropped the bombshell. The Droff and their airship fleet are uniting to slaughter the demon army. The name hit them like a physical blow. Droff, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo, and Lee Hoyle shouted in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Seeing their intense reaction, Nymph continued. Yes. They sensed the tower's activation. Their combined firepower has dealt the demon army a catastrophic blow. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo didn't let her finish. His eyes narrowed, cutting her off with a voice like ice. We are going there. Now. As they prepared to charge toward the continent, Lee Hoyle sighed. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo was posing again. Is he doing that on purpose? Or is it a passive skill? Without realizing it, Lee Hoyle mirrored the stance perfectly. Wait a minute, he thought, his mind racing. The magic tower is fighting the demons. This changes the meta. A greedy savage grin spread across Lee Hoyle's face. If they interfered, he could steal the kill. I can hog all that sweet experience points for myself. This was the essence of a leveling manhwa. Lee Hoyle buzzed with excitement, chirping in Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo's ear already counting his unearned rewards. Let's hit Akina right now. Grab the loot and meet Claudia Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo ignored the noise, turning back to Nymph. And what of the Holy Temple? Nymph slumped, her disappointment visible. Silence. Not a single whisper regarding the temple. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo sensed the gravity of the void. I see. Lee Hoyle's instinct screamed. A faction that massive, just vanishing from Akina without a trace. It smelled like a trap. Highly suspicious. That concludes my report. Nymph bowed, her loyalty absolute. Do you have any further commands, my lord? Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo rose, his coat fluttering like a cape. Take us to the end of the rift. Nymph obeyed instantly. As you wish. Lee Hoyle panicked at the sudden decision. Wait, the rift boss is still Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo adjusted his tie, cool as a cucumber. We finished this first. Information secured. Now, we hunt. Meanwhile, in the second shaft of the mantra mine, a tragedy was unfolding. A man was taking a brutal beating. It felt as if his internal organs were being pulverized. Powerless, broken, he collapsed, accepting his grim fate. His executioner wasn't human. It was a colossal nightmare. The dungeon boss had awakened, and it was merciless. It slaughtered his team effortlessly. Watching from a safe distance, Chang Sun felt nothing. Sir, it's too strong. We must retreat, a subordinate begged. Chang Sun's face twisted with cruelty. He didn't hesitate. Retreat? Absolutely not. He was obsessed with Jessie's fame. She's shining at the top, he thought bitterly. We need this clear to boost the guild's ranking. Blinded by jealousy and selfishness, he barked a death sentence. I don't care if you all die. Charge, bring it down. He was a coward hiding behind dying men's screaming orders. Destroy that scrap metal, he yelled, desperate for glory he didn't earn. But back at the mantra mine, shaft 660. How much time had passed? Lee Hoyle stood there, arms crossed, exuding confidence. He stared into the abyss. The boss monster loomed before him. Lee Hoyle spoke, his voice cutting through the silence. The beast's voice grated like grinding stones. O noble, one of infinite potential. I have waited eons for a master like you. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo, and Lee Hoyle stood their ground. The monster's eyes blazed with ancient light, weary of its own bored invincibility within the dungeon. It didn't want to fight. It wanted a purpose. Please, the boss rasped. Forge me into the peak of perfection you desire. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo obliged. Mana erupted from his fingertips, enveloping the giant. The massive form condensed, transforming into a single radiant ore. Lee Hoyle blinked at the glowing stone in Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo's hand. That's the boss's true form. It's smaller than I expected. Demon steel. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo lectured. A living metal with a consciousness. The material required for an ego sword. The giant was merely a test. If the legends were true, he had found the answer. He shaped the metal with magic, forging a blade of pure, cold steel. It wasn't about violence. It was about dominance. He gripped the hilt. The myths of the hidden route were real. He had successfully claimed the demon steel. Lee Hoyle exhaled, his knees weak with relief. Thank God. I was tapped out on mana. A real fight would have ended me. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo smirked, his arrogance shining brighter than the sword. I never lose. System alert. The dungeon was collapsing. Exit via the cracks immediately. The trio Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo, Lee Hoyle, and Claudia reassembled in a flash. Claudia beamed, her energy high. You're here. That means the rift is cleared. I have secured the asset. Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo stated, dusting off his impeccable suit. Suddenly, a rude voice shattered the moment. Lee Hoyle. It was Chang Sun and his guild, battered and bloody. He sneered arrogantly. So you managed to clear a mine too? Ignoring his own wretched, pathetic state, Chang Sun barked. But what a shame. My guild cleared it first. Lee Hoyol looked at him like he was a bug. Lee Hoyol scoffed internally, thinking it was beneath him to be gathering demon roots and blood at this stage. He had expected this victory to bring him glory in this leveling manhwa, not manual labor. Reporter Chan Sok was vibrating with adrenaline, shouting, "This is it. Our channel is going to be the star of the show." But before he could finish his sentence, the swarm of other reporters buzzed past him like a hive of angry hornets. They stampeded straight toward Lee Hoyol and Granfell, screaming, "It's Lee Hoyol, get the cameras rolling. Move it." Swept aside like a grandstanding chicken, Chan Sok spun around completely dizzy from the chaos. He stumbled, looking utterly pathetic. Lee Hoyol watched the sorry sight with a mix of pity and amusement, thinking, well, that's just sad. But the press corps was already ramping up the noise again. "Mr. Lee Hoyol, I have a question." "Hey, stop pushing me." Watching the paparazzi descend into a brawl, Lee Hoyol felt his irritation rising like a tide. Why are there even more vultures than usual? He wondered with a scowl. But they didn't give him a second to breathe, their voices booming with excitement. "Player Lee Hoyol, congratulations on conquering the rift." But then, a single question cut through the noise like a blade. "Is it true that you personally ordered the intervention at the Murion territory?" Lee Hoyol froze, unable to believe his ears. "Say what now?" His composure cracked. Shock turned to instant rage as he roared, "What kind of nonsense are you people spouting?" Meanwhile, at the exact same moment at the gates of Murion Square, Night Weir, bandaged and bleeding from fresh wounds, stared in absolute bewilderment. "What the hell is this? What is going on here, Knights? What do you think you are doing?" Unable to stomach the shameful sight of her comrades kneeling in submission, Night Weir screamed in frustration. "Why are you bowing?" But ignoring her defiance, one of the trembling knights whispered back, terrified, We apologize. We failed to recognize his honorable presence and acted rudely." Sensing the sheer terror radiating from the knights, Marcelo slowly pulled back the hood of his cloak. He spoke with a bone-chilling calm. "Lift your heads. The one deserving of your respect is not me, but the Grand Mage Lee Hoyol." Back in reality, Lee Hoyol was tearing his hair out over Marcelo's dramatic entrance. Why is that guy over there causing trouble? He panicked internally, the situation spiraling out of control. However, that wasn't the only issue. Captain Talram tried to stick to the rules, demanding, "You must present valid identification papers." But Marcelo cut him off with arrogant authority. "If you truly believe in the goddess's charity and the church's doctrine, there is absolutely no reason to blockade the gate. Your behavior is highly suspicious. Therefore, the Magic Tower demands an immediate one-on-one meeting between Grand Mage Lee Hoyol and the Saintess." The demand hit Talram like a physical blow, leaving him frozen. Marcelo calculated coldly in silence. The situation is clearly fishy. Since Master Lee Hoyol can sense demons as long as he meets the Saintess, he will instantly expose the truth rotting within the church. Not long after, deep within the main hall of Murion, a strange voice echoed from the shadows. "Enter." Talram bowed low following protocol. "Greetings, Saintess." But she skipped the pleasantries, her voice sharp. "Lift your head, Captain Talram. Why did you disobey my direct order and open the gates of Murion?" He stammered in explanation. "Forgive me, Saintess, but a mage from the Magic Tower arrived. Those monsters have the power to wipe out this sanctuary with a mere flick of their wrist. He claimed he only wanted to speak with you. I thought it best to comply with their terms first and assess the situation." She stared at him in silence, judging his soul before asking, "So, are you saying your faith is wavering?" Talram panicked, waving his hands. "No, that's not what I meant at all." Suddenly, a splitting headache assaulted him, burrowing into his brain. While he writhed in pain, the Saintess began her twisted brainwashing. "I understand. The sanctuary has suddenly become a strange world, and you must be confused. Now listen closely, Talram. What does the goddess say?" His eyes went hollow as he repeated robotically, "The goddess says, the mages of the Magic Tower are nothing but arrogant bastards." Then, as if possessed by a demon, he grinned manically. "Excellent. We will open Murion wide. We will spread the greatness of the church to the entire world, so that even those dogs from the Magic Tower won't dare look down on us. Praise the goddess. Praise the goddess. Praise the goddess." The Saintess smiled, satisfied. "That is the Talram. I know the goddess's most faithful servant." Meanwhile, at the front gate, Streamer Park was live and hyping up the crowd. "What is up, guys? I am here live at the famous Murion territory that everyone is talking about. Since the Magic Tower dropped Lee Hoyol's name, everyone is expecting him to show up any second now." The chat was scrolling so fast, you could barely read it. User Gorilla and Goddess commented, "Oh my god, did they open the gates just because the mage arrived? Is this the power of the Magic Tower?" Immediately, user Hammin replied Lee Hoyol ordered it. It's the Lee Hoyol effect streamer Park grinned continuing his tour. While we wait for the legend, let me introduce you to this place. Word is the Saintess is locked in the main hall, and civilians are banned from entering. This is a live broadcast from the front lines. Viewer count 682. Another comment popped up. Hey, look over there, it's just as crazy. Momisa Gorilla begged for a look, so Park spun the camera. Alright. Instead of the boring hall, let's check out that famous spring over there. He muttered, sheesh, look at the crowd already. Then he switched to his clickbait voice. That water is known as the miracle of the goddess. Legend says drinking it makes you younger. I'm going to head straight there and chug some myself. The veteran viewers just rolled their eyes at his antics. Momisa Gorilla commented, look at that goofy grin on his face. Goddess added, is he really just here for that? Dude, don't be reckless. Park feigned seriousness. Listen up. If anything happens to me after drinking this water, all my ad revenue goes to my mom and Lord Lee Hoyol. The comments section exploded in chaos. What the heck typed? Stop being dramatic. But then, La Killer screamed, oh my god, behind you. Suddenly, the entire chat was a wall of text screaming the same thing. Behind you, look. Behind you. Park turned around, and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Lee Hoyol. It wasn't just him. The entire crowd recognized the hero and surged forward. It's Lee Hoyol. The internet and the real world went absolutely feral. North Star screamed in all caps. Hoyon, Park shouted. Why am I standing here? I need to follow him. A viewer joked. Give this man a Nobel Peace Prize already. On the outside, Lee Hoyol looked icy cool, but inside, his mind was racing. Why are there so many people here? They opened the entire fortress after a total lockdown. This reeks of a setup. He recalled Marcelo saying the Saintess was a political player. This so-called miracle water. It was the perfect trap in this manhwa recap. Rumors spread that the elixir granted eternal youth. A sweet lie that swelled their ranks to terrifying numbers. Connecting the dots. The sudden shift in behavior. It all made sense now. As Marcelo predicted, this wasn't a gathering. It was a harvesting ground for new puppets. The stench of corruption was unmistakable. But suddenly, cold steel barred his path. Halt beyond lies the sanctuary of Saintess Freyja. Outsiders are forbidden. That aura. His gaze turned icy. Fools. The truth was already staring them in the face. Ding, natural enemy activated. His suspicions were confirmed instantly. So, that's your true nature. Demon. He didn't need to attack. Open your eyes and see for yourselves. First, amassed a spell to shatter the illusion. The knights collapsed, clutching their heads in agony. Arg, my head. It's splitting apart. What? What have we been doing? Amidst the chaos, she emerged. Graceful. Unbothered. The knights were still reeling from the mental backlash. The fog. It's lifting. But the pain. Yet despite the pain, they couldn't look away. A twisted captivation took hold. She's breathtakingly beautiful. Look at the Saintess. She's a goddess. I'd join her cult in a heartbeat. Even the livestream chat was falling under her spell. Pure blasphemy in real time. Lee Hoyol watched in disbelief. Damn, she's actually legit, but the Saintess feigned righteous fury. How dare you harm my knights? She prepared to weave her web of lies once more. A pathetic attempt. Like a gnat trying to fight a dragon. Thanks to his natural enemy class trait, all mental status effects were nullified. This is what happens in a leveling manhwa when you mess with the wrong MC. Her mask cracked. Then, maniacal laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, I see now. The stench of Akshan clings to you, the last survivor. The sky turned red as meteors began to rain down. Panic swept the crowd. Is that really the Saintess? The illusion melted away like wax. Slimy tentacles burst forth. Razor-sharp fangs glistened in the light. A monstrosity born of nightmares. So this is your true form. Freyja dropped the act entirely. The demon stood revealed. Poohoo-hoo. To think a demon hunter would crawl all this way. She sneered, locking eyes with him. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Thanks to you. I've had a truly entertaining day. These sheep. These followers of the goddess. They are truly pathetic. They obeyed my every word, as if it were divine law. Infiltrating the continent was child's play. We slaughtered them. Over and over again. A banquet of death, right under their noses. And you helped make it happen. The truth hit the Knight Commander like a physical blow. He crumbled to his knees. We were puppets. The demons played us for fools all this time. We turned a blind eye to the suffering. For this, we sealed the gates. Only to aid the enemy. Amidst the despair, A cold voice cut through. Stand up. Is your conviction made of glass? A few cheap tricks and your faith shatters? Was your loyalty really so shallow? Ironically, I'm the least religious person here, he thought. The knight froze, the words sinking in. But Granfell had bigger problems to solve. This situation is dire. Can I solo this boss? Maybe I should have called for backup from the magic tower. Ding, system alert, command rights, transferred by the authority of Commander La Ptolemeber. 48,800 knights are now under your command. Current status awaiting orders. Wait, me. Commanding an army. Before he could process it, a roar of voices erupted. Thank you, sir. If we fall here, we truly betray the goddess. We were blind. Fools, used by a monster. Please let your sword be our beacon. Lead us to redemption. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the streets. AAHH. But the battle for the goddess was far from over. Your orders, Commander Granfell, paused, the weight of the moment settling on him. Knights of the Order, the time has come to prove the weight of your faith. Will you let the beast that mocked your goddess walk away? Or will you join me and send it back to hell? Their roar shook the earth. The demon clicked her tongue. Ch. Futile resistance. But this was the climax of a Manhwa recap. Granfell raised his blade. Believers of the goddess advance. Slaughter the demon and reclaim your lost honor. The broadcast cut to a trembling news anchor. Breaking news. This is an emergency alert for all citizens. A high-rank demon has materialized in the Mulan district. The screen showed a scene of absolute apocalyptic horror. Monsters were overrunning the city. Details are scarce, but the area is packed with civilians. The casualty count is rising by the second. Evacuate immediately. I repeat, boom. A massive boulder hurtled through the air, crushing the camera feed. Debris rained down on the screaming crowd. Faces drained of color. Terror took hold as the stampede began. Survival was the only instinct left. Run, don't look back. Granfell slashed through a beast, his breath ragged. Holy Knights, listen up. Our priority is the civilians. Protect them at all costs. A voice echoed from the vanguard. Sir, yes, sir. But Freya, the demon, only threw her head back and laughed. How precious. Look at them scurrying like ants, protecting the weak. In this situation, it's suicide. Li Hoyal grit his teeth, his mind racing. This demon, she's forcing us into a corner. We're stretched too thin, fighting the boss while evacuating the city. It's impossible. Crash. A knight was sent flying, armor, shattered, blood spraying. Freya licked her lips, her hunger growing. Boring. So boring. How long do you plan to hide behind your metal dolls? A demon hunter cowering behind a meat shield. Pathetic. Granfell remained stoic, his expression unreadable. Is this how you survived, Akshan? By letting your comrades die in your place? The words struck a nerve in the young knight nearby. He glanced back at Granfell, doubt clouding his eyes. Is it true? Is he a coward? Granfell let out a heavy sigh. You truly understand nothing. Slowly, he raised his blade, pointing it at the heart of the darkness. I am merely granting them a chance. A chance for these fallen knights to wash away their shame with steel and blood. The knights paused, the realization dawning on them. He's not hiding. He's letting us redeem ourselves. Freya snarled, her demonic aura flaring. Arrogant brat. She lunged. Granfell's grip tightened on his hilt. Stay back. The air screamed as her power peaked. Behold my true glory. My true name is Nephet. I am a demon god. And this sanctuary has been feeding my power for centuries. Defeat. That word does not exist in my dictionary. Saintess Freya struck her chest with arrogant pride, proclaiming, I am the true heir of the great evil, the Lord of Sloth. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo strode forward with the grace of a king, casually sweeping aside the debris, blocking his path. Witnessing this sheer dominance, Saintess Freya froze her face, twisting with sudden anxiety. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo dusted off his chest and scoffed. You dare call yourself a great demon king with such pathetic power? His words were sharper than any blade, dripping with devastating sarcasm. A lucky little minnow hiding in the goddess's church has grown far too conceited. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo continued his verbal assault, ignoring Freya, as she ground her teeth in fury, veins bulging across her distorted face. You arrogant fool, you don't even know your place. She lost all reason, unleashing a chaotic blast of energy straight at him. How dare a mere mortal? But Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo remained unmoved, his expression as calm as a still lake. This is nothing but a crude imitation. But for a bottom feeder like you, this is more than enough. He extended his hand, summoning the biting chill of the abyss. Absolute zero. Freya tried to retort ferociously. True name demon god Nephet is froze, weight numb, but in an instant the trap sprung. Her face turned deathly pale. What is this? Release me at once, you insolent worm. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo replied with a smirk of absolute superiority. You are just a foolish demon trapped in the tiny world you created. He clenched his fist, signaling the end. With a gaze colder than the ice itself, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's mana surged. His clenched fist manifested into jagged spears of white frost, all aiming for Freja's heart. Learn your place, trash. The arrogance vanished, replaced by primal terror. She trembled violently. Impossible. This cannot be happening. A scream tore from her throat, shaking the very foundations of the area. Do you have any idea what I endured to get here? Her mind flashed back to a dark memory, an image of a demon lounging in apathy. You summoned me. My master, the Lord of Sloth. One of the 7 deadly sins. Back then, Freja was still naive. I entrust my fate to you. Do I truly deserve such a grand honor? The demon lord waved a grape, lazily bored out of his mind. Yeah, holy war or whatever. Even dealing with those demon hunters is a drag. Just handle it however you want. Freja bowed deeply, hiding her face. Thank you, my lord. But when she looked up, a twisted, ambitious grin stretched across her face. How foolish. Abandoning Mirian and its countless believers just because hunters are annoying. In the shadows, Freja celebrated her luck and began to hatch a treacherous conspiracy. I will absorb all the negative emotions of these humans and become the next great evil. Back in reality, she raised her cracking hand to the sky, screaming, I was wrong, my master, Lord of Sloth. But her hand began to disintegrate into nothingness. Fear consumed her. I beg you, please spare me, my master. Moments later, her existence was wiped from the air, leaving not even a trace. The darkness lifted as the first light of dawn broke through. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo walked away, casting a brief glance behind him as a holographic window popped up. True name Demon God Nefbit defeated. Level up. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyle's face was purple with shock. Good heavens. And he's just acting calm. I almost died of a heart attack. That was genuinely dangerous. Terrifyingly so. He shuddered, recalling the chaotic hellscape of flying boulders. Internally, however, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo was just relieved his timing was perfect. Thank God I used absolute zero in time. I really learned a lot from Seus. Suddenly, a reverent voice broke his train of thought. Oh, last descendant of House Ascan. The entire Holy Knight Order dropped to their knees in worship. Somewhere, a confused voice shouted, Lee Hoyle defeated the Saintess. He killed the demon. Junu jumped from his chair trembling. A character not even in the game data, just got soloed. He swallowed hard. This whole situation could have turned into a max-level nightmare. Lee Hoyle just saved the entire server. He wept openly, pressing his face against the monitor. Did you guys see that? This is peak leveling manhwa content right here. Lord Lee Hoyle defeated the demon goddess. Amen. He's strong as a gorilla. He is the physical embodiment of light. A massive crowd rushed over phones in hand. Lord Lee Hoyle's grace, you're standing in the spot. Let me get a selfie. Lee Hoyle was kneeling on the ground when Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's voice cut through the noise. As for the details, let us discuss them inside the sanctuary over tea. Lee Hoyle blinked confused. But the sanctuary was obliterated by the demon's rampage. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo simply chanted, Restoration magic. Instantly, the laws of physics reversed. Massive stones lifted into the air, swirling together with purpose. Lee Hoyle and the crowd watched with jaws dropped, eyes popping out of their skulls. In mere moments, a magnificent, pristine sanctuary stood tall before them once again. Lee Hoyle muttered in disbelief, the ruined sanctuary of Murion. Restored instantly to its original glory, he stared at Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo's back trembling. Just what kind of monstrous power does this man possess? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo breezed past the stunned crowd, urging them on. Come, let us enjoy some tea and talk. It seems we have a long story to unravel in this manhwa recap. The Holy Knights remained kneeling, their voices uniting in gratitude. For protecting Mirian, we thank you. Inside, the sanctuary was peaceful, as if the battle never happened. The hall was majestic and whole. Mana has slightly increased. A steaming cup of tea was placed gently on the table, accompanied by a heavy silence. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo took a sip and cut to the chase. So the reason Murion did not participate in the Holy War was because a demon was pulling the strings. The Knight Commander standing beside him answered solemnly. That is correct. He lowered his head in shame. At the time of the Holy War, we were told to stand down. The memory of Saintess Freja's voice haunted him. Retreat at once, he had protested weakly. But House Ascan is still fighting. Freja had glared with demonic fury. Are you defying the direct order of the Saintess? Her face had darkened with malice. This is a truth only now revealed. She made the decision that the goddess's church would withdraw completely from this war. Lee Hoyol nodded in sympathy. I guess it's like the Magic Tower. When the higher-ups order a retreat, what choice do the grunts have? Granfell, Claudie, Arpeggio. Romeo, however, looked intense. I understand your position. House Askin simply maintained its noble pride until the bitter end. The knight clenched his fists, tears forming. I am truly sorry. He slammed his fist against his chestplate, eyes burning with renewed resolve. But from this moment on, the church will keep its promise to Askin. Will you permit us to join the holy war? Granfol Claudie Arpeggio, Romeo's voice rang out with authority. If that is your will, then bring me all the so-called miracles of the goddess. He began to explain the dark truth behind them. At the bottom of Mirian's fountain lies a rare herb called Ziria. The effect of that herb is the true form of what you call miracles. The demon used it to hallucinate and enslave the people, expanding her influence. Granfell Claudie Arpeggio, Romeo's eyes narrowed sternly. Protecting believers from falling for such cheap tricks is also the sacred duty of a holy knight. The commander stammered, awestruck. You had already deduced that much. Suddenly, he spun around and sprinted off, shouting, I will send men to retrieve it immediately. The pentagram of pure knowledge materialized in all its glory. Just a single glance at the fountain revealed the hidden secrets of every herb in existence. This pentagram was undoubtedly a god-tier item. Equipping this artifact granted absolute mastery over every mineral and plant on the entire continent. Granfell elegantly lifted his tea, analyzing the goods they brought. Lee Hoyol wondered, for research materials. But his alter ego remembered the others and delivered a line that froze the air. I shall present these as a birthday offering to Elder Choi. Lee Hoyol panicked internally. What? Why not show that kind of respect to your own mother instead? Inside, Lee Hoyol was flailing like a wacky inflatable tube man. Outside, the Granfell persona remained a stoic nope sipping tea, while his inner self danced a chaotic jig of embarrassment. Granfell unfurled a golden missive, his brow furrowing instantly. A message from the Magic Tower. The contents screamed of a catastrophic emergency. Can you return to the tower immediately? Fran, a terrified young mage, trembled as he thought. This is the worst disaster in recorded history. Lee Hoyol muttered to himself, realizing this was a calamity. He mentally screamed at the man controlling his body, please just stop. If you do this, there is no turning back. But Granfell was cold and unyielding, striding forward without a single word of reply. The memory of his decisive decree came flooding back to him. From this day forth, you are the Leaf of 4 Seasons Kadath. The system screens flashed wildly. The name of the spirit, Leaf of 4 Seasons Kadath, had been registered. The spirit immediately evolved to a special rank. The legendary name echoed across the spirit realm Akina. The tiny spirit blushed overwhelmed. Such intense power. It is such a gentle name. Thank you, Master. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyol wept imaginary tears of shame. I'm going to die of embarrassment. The scene shifted back to the Magic Tower hours ago. Granfell had coolly confirmed, naming the spirit. A red-haired girl replied sharply, yes, rumor has it, you are the contractor of a nameless goddess. Lee Hoyol's soul gasped. Are there no secrets in the spirit realm? She explained calmly. Contracted spirits ascend to a higher plane when gifted a formal name. Furthermore, your spirit is a sprouted seed of the world tree. It has the potential to become a special rank entity, far surpassing ordinary limits. Standing before him was none other than Pantera Rot, a high-ranking spirit mage of the tower. Pantera continued her lecture. I thought you should know. Lee Hoyol analyzed the situation. I get it, I just need to name it. But then a realization struck him. Wait, hold on. Granfell was a character created during his edgy teen phase. That meant his naming sense was even worse than a middle schooler's dark fantasy. But Granfell spoke softly. The Leaf of 4 Seasons, Kadath. Lee Hoyol clutched his chest in phantom pain. I knew it. Why is it so unnecessarily flowery and long? Now every soul in the spirit realm would know that cringy name belonged to his contractor. Unbothered, Granfell shifted the topic. Very well. What is the current situation in Akena? Hien Kadath bowed respectfully. As reported from the Manhwa mine, the Overlord Magic Tower has activated and is unleashing its full power. She whispered, it is raining mana destruction upon the demon hordes. Memories of the villagers flashed through Lee Hoyol's mind. The spirit whispered a conclusion. The innocent civilians in the vicinity are safe under its protection. The spirit continued her report. Even the world tree is manifested. Akina is undergoing a miraculous transformation, and it is all thanks to you, Master. Suddenly, Hien hesitated, her voice trembling. However, the demons are retaliating with ferocity. The three demon kings. They have erupted in simultaneous rage. Lee Hoyol's mind raced. Three monsters on the level of Decarabia from Frost City. A chaotic war is about to break out right here. He realized with dread, that means the three demon kings' rift is opening on Earth too. Granfell stepped forward, commanding the scene. I understand. Hyen, clear the perimeter. Hyen Kadath responded instantly. Yes, my lord. Magic surged as she cast her spell, leaving Lee Hoyle stunned by the display. Wait, all these fallen leaves were monsters. Granfell's voice deepened with resolve. Let us return. It is time to prepare for war. System update, in progress. 3 Demon Kings Rift 1 added. Rift 2 added. Rift 3 added. The internet exploded. Comments flooded the screen in a leveling Manhwa frenzy. What the hell? 3 Demon Kings at once. Are we doomed? In the control room, an official watched the monitors, sweat beading on his forehead. This is a code red emergency. His face went pale. All 3 rifts are upgrading simultaneously. The collapse rate is faster than anything we've ever seen in a typical Manhwa recap scenario. Collapse progress, 3%. The official stammered as the system projected the terrifying stats. Recommended, level analysis complete. Rank 67, Demon King Amusius. Recommended, level 820. The screen shifted to the next nightmare. Rank 66, Demon King Kamaris. Rank 64, Demon King Floris. Recommended, level 850. The numbers were impossible. The black-haired rookie beside him began to panic. Senior, what do we do? Can the chief really stop them? These are the legendary 72 demon gods we're talking about. The brown-haired senior remained deadly silent. He grit his teeth, eyes wide in horror. The glasses-wearing analyst shouted, Chief Akina's update has completely shattered our predictive models. The chief typed furiously, his decision made. There is only one person capable of facing this calamity. Lee Hoyle. The rookie went pale. But even Lee Hoyle can't solo 3 Demon King rifts at once. The chief didn't stop. Then we will force him to face them. The screen flashed with data transfer. The rookie screamed, Did you just send classified enemy data to player Lee Hoyle? Giving special intel to a player violates the fairness doctrine. The chief replied coldly, I will take full responsibility. He looked back, eyes burning with desperation. Earth's survival hangs by a thread. Who gives a damn about rules now? The room fell into a heavy silence. The chief whispered a prayer to the digital void. Please, save us. No, save all of humanity, Lee Hoyle. Elsewhere, the sun bled into the horizon as darkness approached. Granfell studied his phone, his mind sharp. Detailed enemy data. This will be useful. A news broadcast played in his ear. He breathed heavily, I must move faster. The anchor announced, thanks to player Lee Hoyle, the Ma'an incident was resolved safely. The voice continued. Citizens have returned to their daily lives, enjoying this fleeting peace. Little did they know the real nightmare was just beginning. The ominous voice continued its broadcast, but the update regarding the Demon King ignited a wildfire of anxiety across the globe. The news anchor questioned everything. Could humanity survive another catastrophe? Meanwhile, Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo had been honing his body in silence ever since the announcement dropped. Suddenly, the holographic system interface blazed to life. A penalty quest for his weakened state, run 20 kilometers, 1,000 push-ups, 300 jumps completed. Daily target achieved. Lee Hoyle gasped for air, his body screaming, but he had successfully pushed his stats to the absolute limit for this leveling Manhwa scenario. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo rose slowly, his voice commanding. Status window. The blue screen flickered into existence, revealing his current power. Lee Hoyle analyzed the data coldly. Level 390. He was within the ranking range, meaning rapid leveling was over. But he wasn't just grinding for experience points anymore. A pristine white coat materialized behind him. The system chimed with a high-tier alert special grade white coat level requirement 350. On his finger, a special grade vortex signet ring level 350 began to glow. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo stood in full glory, eyes burning with resolve. With this, I am ready. Let the hunt begin. Without hesitation, he strode forward, radiating confidence. Moments later, the sky above Frost darkened, not with clouds, but with a swarm of messenger owls. Below in the fields, workers paused their labor, looking up in sheer awe. The atmosphere shifted heavily as everyone witnessed the spectacle unfolding in the heavens. Elsewhere, a door burst open. A messenger rushed in, clutching a piece of paper containing urgent orders to stop the creation of yet another fortress. Over in the Yusa archipelago, Kiss and Lois caught a scroll from the air. The message was clear. The battlefield was prepared. The time for war had come. At the magic tower, silence reigned until Marcelo, deep in thought, felt a shift. His expression darkened as he spotted the owl waiting outside the window. The letter unrolled, glowing with magical text. The time for vengeance is now. Step out of the tower. The words faded, signaling the start of the Great War. Marcelo's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Finally, shortly after, an army of armored warriors materialized at the rendezvous point. Kiss and Lois arrived swiftly, standing silent as shadows, observing the gathering storm. Marcelo joined them, a formidable entourage of mages trailing behind him. A voice boomed, "We have been waiting for you." The system flashed a red alert. Three-dimensional rifts were tearing open. On the news, the anchors reported that the association's threat predictions were useless. "We admit our limits," the anchors confessed. They debated the breaking news heatedly. This wasn't just a monster wave. It was an apocalypse. This rift was something even the association couldn't handle. It wasn't an emergency patch like before. This was a main update. Does this mean constant updates from now on? What are those levels even real? The game balance is officially broken. In Northgang, the cameraman filming this manhwa recap moment froze. Suddenly, he spun around, eyes widening in shock, completely ignoring his broadcasting duties to stare at the horizon. The chat went wild. Why did he stop moving? The cameraman, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears of joy. They are here. The other crew members dropped their jaws. Approaching them was a procession of legends, figures that every single person in the world recognized. Leading the charge was Lee Hoyul. Behind him, the Lee Hoyulnhart, Knights of Frost, the Shadow Mercenaries of Yusa, the Holy Paladins of Onan, and the Mages of the Tower. The most powerful forces of the Arcana continent had united, and they were all marching behind one man, the player Lee Hoyul. The comment section exploded. "Whoa, am I seeing things? Are those NPCs moving together? It must be Lee Hoyul's command. I can die happy now. Wake up, staff. Film Lee Hoyul Nim immediately." Everyone calm down. I knew Lee Hoyul could mobilize this kind of military might. The Korean branch office was in chaos, everyone scrambling. Except for Seo Eun-hyun and Jun-sa, who stood calmly watching the monitors, their eyes fixed on Lee Hoyul. Eun-hyun felt a wave of relief seeing him there. Jun-sa murmured, "With that kind of power, sealing the rifts isn't just a dream anymore." No, he corrected himself. It's more than that. Lee Hoyul is aiming for a victory far greater than we imagined. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyul arrived at the objective. From this moment on, he commanded we exterminate the Demon King according to the strategy. So Eun-hyun gasped behind the screen. Right now, inside the dark, terrifying rift, the Demon King's castle loomed. The system displayed the raid roster. Metistium of the Magic Tower. Shadow Mercenaries Ben, William, and Sharon. Holy Knight Commander Talum Ever and 18,000 knights. Ferocious monsters roared, hungry to devour them all. But the mages of Metistium launched their assault, turning the battlefield into a kaleidoscope of destruction. The first boss emerged, visibly enraged Demon King, rank 67 Amusius. Level 800. "Why are the tower mages here?" he bellowed. Inkari looked down on him with cold disdain. "I expected this. Tower-high mages are not to be trifled with." A subordinate smirked. "Our master Lee Hoyul stands even above them as the commander-in-chief. Did you expect anything less? Now I see why the commander made this call." Ben William laughed, reveling in the chaos as he unleashed his magic. "It has been ages since I could cast spells this freely." He turned to the mages. "Shall we move to support the next rift?" Metistium shook his head. "Do not be hasty, Senior Ben." He pointed to the map. "The Castle of Depravity. Locket and Harkon are already bathing in monster blood there." The raid list for that sector flashed Tower Mage Busha Shadow, Mercenary Lit, and others. Lee Hoyulnhart, Commander Harkon, and 100 knights had just completed their mission, slaughtering Demon King, rank 66 Kamaris, level 820. Locket roared in a frenzy, "Don't steal my prey, you filthy bastards." Harkon stood aside, watching the berserker with a mix of worry and awe. Harkon's thoughts drifted to his liege, Lord Lee Hoyul. He realized that after this battle, his master's overwhelming presence would be stamped into the history of Arcana forever. His very existence is the anchor of our peace. If he wavers, the world crumbles, echoing the heavy burden the Emperor once carried in the past. I tried to imagine the worst-case scenario, but he simply closed his eyes, refusing to let history repeat itself in such a tragic loop. I cannot fathom him being crushed by that destiny. Even after their private council days ago, the Emperor remained blind to Lee Hoyul's true objective. Victory over the demons is inevitable, but total annihilation. Why was he so obsessed with erasing their very existence from this world? He offered no excuses, only a chilling decree, "It is necessary." His frozen expression was not just a warning, it was a silent declaration of war. Meanwhile, at the hunting castle, the roster was short: Lee Hoyol Commander, Marcelo, and the Shadow Mercenary Key. Even Ho Young's soul trembled in fear at their meager numbers. Lee Hoyol dropped a bombshell order: "Bring me the Demon King's head before my tea gets cold." Lockhart and the Soul gasped in sheer terror. "Excuse me, is he serious? We are absolutely doomed." Suddenly, a sound cut through Lee Hoyol's internal screaming. He knew that presence. "So, you have finally arrived." The others looked up in confusion as massive shadows eclipsed the sun. Lockhart pointed a trembling finger at the sky. "What in the world is that Leviathan?" Marcelo's eyes narrowed. "Airships." He recognized the design instantly, the undisputed masterpiece of dwarven engineering. "Dwarves," Lee Hoyol pondered. Even after dismantling the goddess church, the system refused to mark the quest as complete. Class quest updated: The Fall of Azkan and the Demon Hunters. The final hunter must uncover the dark truth of the Holy War. This is the core mystery of this Manhwa recap. This implied a third party had manipulated the Holy War. Lee Hoyol harbored a suspicion, and if he was right, the dwarves were the key. They were the architects of Azkan's ultimate weapon, the final Machina Tower. They had stood toe-to-toe with the Demon Kings, even the strongest of the Triad. A blue system window pinged, confirming his theory. The system had finally generated the quest he had been hunting for. Class quest: The Azkan Frontline. Objective: ratify the Dwarven Treaty. Current conflict: Demon King Floros versus the Dwarves. Mission: join the faction and lead them to glorious victory. And just like that, another heavy burden was added to Lee Hoyol's quest log. Lockhart pointed at a battered vessel. "That airship looks like it's seen hell." It bore the scars of a brutal war, causing Ho Young's soul to writhe in agony. "Grandpa, look at our ship. We are stuck hitching a ride on the Dwarf Express." That vessel represented decades of painstaking research. To a dwarf, an airship is as sacred as a mage tower is to a wizard. They staked their entire civilization on fighting the Demon King. The proof was right there. Lee Hoyol smirked and pressed. "Except, I haven't forgotten the Ancient Covenant. Notification faction selected Alliance of Iron." He finally let his guard down. "I will never question your pride again." But suddenly, a crimson warning window flashed, draining the blood from his face. "Alert, Demon King Floros has marked your faction for death. A horde of monsters descended. Everyone scramble. I will clear a path through this nightmare." It was time to claim a demon general's head. Marcelo unleashed his magic, obliterating a swarm of beasts with a single devastating spell. Lee Hoyol stood amidst the carnage. He was watching us through these weaklings. The air grew heavy. The aura of a true king had arrived. He began the sequence. Skill activated Natural Predator. Item selected Corrupted Priest Robes as tribute. Skill activated the Grand Exorcism Ritual. He was forcing a summon of Demon King Floros flashback to a few hours ago at the Mage Tower's legendary Garnet Hall. The Keeper announced team leader Lee Hoyol, "You are the last one." Ho Young's soul gazed in awe at the Garnet Hall, the vault of the tower's most god-tier artifacts. Usually, they just ship materials to his lab. This was the first time he had stepped foot into the Holy of Holies. "I hope there is still some legendary gear left." He checked the logbook. Everyone else had already stripped the vault of its most terrifying weapons. Ho Young's soul drifted toward the leftovers: the illusion gold idol, the miniature Mana-san, the sage's staff. Being stuck inside for so long made even these look exciting. Was there anything useful? Lee Hoyol grabbed a simple piece of cloth. "I choose this." The soul doubted him, but Lee Hoyol grinned. "This is more than enough." The soul wept in despair at the garbage loot. It was tragic, but the sad truth was that the other artifacts far exceeded his current level cap. The miniature Mana-san required level 820. Attempting to wield it now would only result in instant death. Even the idol required level 800. Back in the present, Demon King Floros materialized. "A demon hunter, I applaud your arrogance in summoning me directly." Rank 64. Demon King Floros. Level 850. Does a fragile human truly believe he can hunt a king? He scoffed at their weakness. "That machine tower is a nuisance for my minions, but before a demon king, everything is merely prey." Floros roared with laughter. "Now I shall show you what a true apex predator looks like." But Lee Hoyol remained unmoved. "You are ugly, and you talk too much," the demon snapped. "You insolent wretch." Floros raised his bow, dark energy crackling. "You will regret facing me alone." Lee Hoyol recognized the skill Storm Arrow. He dodged effortlessly. "I know this is insane." His ring flashed. That is why I stacked every buff in the game. System alert seal of the wind activated. Cooldown 24 hours. It was time to unleash everything. Affect all magic damage doubled for 1 minute. With the stored elemental spells, he could bypass the chanting phase completely. Lee Ho-yul focused his mana. The masterpiece White Feather Cloak allowed him to unleash a barrage of stored elemental magic instantly. Item effect activated. Thanks to the masterpiece aesthetic stat, his luck attribute skyrocketed. Floros froze stunned by the sudden energy spike. What is this power? Floros stammered. Lee Ho-yul's mana was draining fast, but it was enough. For a low-tier king, this is overkill. Now pay the price for your arrogance. Pure white wings exploded from his back. Ho-yeon steeled his mind. Granfell Claudi Arpeggio. Romeo's lofty pride would never allow him to tremble before a mere demon. I've chugged every miraculous elixir in my inventory. Magic power boosted for an hour. Minor mana regen for 3. And a massive mana surge for 30 minutes. 100 elemental spells fully loaded and locked. I feel absolutely invincible right now. Get ready, because I'm about to rain a century of destruction upon you before unleashing my personal domain. This was a warning. A declaration of war. The only reason I kept this a secret? Because Marcelo is currently on his knees bearing the weight of penance in the sanctuary. In memory of the enigmatic elder mage Sinos, Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo, the last scion of the Escan bloodline, now stands as a pillar of the magic tower. One of their own was slaughtered by a demon's hand. Remembering that tragedy, the fires of battle roared within him. He truly understood the crushing weight of that loss. His gaze sharpened fiercer than ever before. His lofty pride would tolerate no failure. Suddenly, the Demon King Floros launched another desperate assault. Ho-yun scoffed at the Demon King. You've made a fatal calculation. The demon, beaten into the dirt and trembling in fear, stammered, Impossible. I've never heard of a demon hunter like you, even in a Manhwa recap. He didn't hesitate to correct the beast. This isn't a hunt. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. My absolute rule is total annihilation. For Granfell Claudi Arpeggio Romeo, this was simply absolute dominion. Flesh crumbled to dust as layer upon layer of bombardment rained down, without mercy incinerating the Demon King Floros in a hellscape of agony. Poison ravaging his veins, frost biting his soul, hemorrhage draining his life, agony shattering his mind, paralysis locking him in place, darkness consuming his vision, absolute confinement. And with one final strike, the very fabric of space exploded around them. That power didn't just break his body. It pulverized his very will to exist. The Demon King's scream echoed like a dying curse, before being swallowed whole by the blinding light. The shadows writhed in pain as the Demon King's soul disintegrated. No matter how madly he struggled, he was swept away like dust before a divine storm. High above the castle, witnessing the breathless onslaught, Locke could only whine in disbelief. Good grief. Our master is absolutely heartless. How in the world is anyone supposed to dodge a combo like that? Elsewhere, amidst the encroaching danger, Marcelo let out a breath of relief. As expected of them, I can rest easy knowing the rear guard is in their capable hands. The sky bled crimson as a colossal steel beast roared to life. Engines whined and chains clattered a symphony of death, heralding the arrival of an ancient airship piercing the clouds. Urgent announcements echoed through the impregnable iron fortress. Lord Treo Walker, the repairs are complete. We can finally rejoin the fray. The air crackled with excitement as the order was given, his eyes gleaming with fierce pride. Well done, lads. Now steer this iron beast out of the thunder and into the heart of the storm. Suddenly, a scream cut through the noise. Hold your fire. The helmsman froze, pointing frantically into the distance. Look over there. What in the blazes is happening down below? Divine judgment struck from the heavens. The fortress of darkness didn't even have time to scream before it was vaporized into invisible ash. The entire continent shuddered. Where the stronghold once stood, only a void remained, witnessing the moment the Demon King lost everything. It was a sight that defied logic. Treo Walker's subordinate roared in pure ecstasy. The Demon King's castle. It's crumbling to the ground. Before anyone could breathe, Treo Walker stood up to witness this historical miracle. The entire dwarf clan gasped in unison. What? The Demon King's fortress has fallen? Hesitation was for the weak. The dwarves scrambled into action. Is that true? All hands on deck. Prepare the siege weapons. Paratroopers stand by. Catapults at the ready. Get me a situation report now. Treo Walker grabbed the helm himself. Amidst the chaos, a subordinate choked out words, trembling with pure awe. No, it can't be. But there was only one being capable of crushing a Demon King. Every eye turned toward a familiar silhouette. As they gazed at the young man's back, the question trembled on their lips. Could it really be him? Not the great dwarf king, not a dragon, but the one they once called a little imp. In the chaos of the past, a twisted little demon was trying to whisper poison into his master's ear. Humans fear our craftsmanship, master. But their fear is matched only by their jealousy. They are filthy creatures. And do you know what else my eyes perceive? The air grew heavy with tension. While the king's loyal subjects trembled, one brave soul dared to speak up. Your Majesty, I beg you, do not listen to the serpent's tongue of a demon. But their king silenced them with a sharp wave of his hand. News from the outside world rarely reaches our secluded halls. The story of a majestic mountain being corrupted began to unfold. That great peak withered under malicious intent until only a hollow shell remained a puppet on strings. Until he became nothing more than a plaything for the devil. In the deep shadows, the king's eyes flashed a sickly yellow burning like the fires of hell itself. A raspy, distorted laugh echoed, signaling the awakening of a nightmare. As his people trembled, the corrupted king delivered a decree as cold as the grave. Treason. What a convenient word. If anyone offends my sight, brand them a traitor and slaughter them all. But amidst the blood and ash, a miracle pierced the suffocating despair. A lone demon hunter materialized out of nowhere, standing defiant before the fallen king and his manipulator. The demon shrieked in madness, its blood-red eyes promised annihilation, veins bulging as if to burst, unleashing a fury that shook the very foundations of reality. Pure hatred hissed through its teeth. You're from the Ascon lineage, damn you all to hell. Watching that earth-shattering battle, a voice recounted the legend. That boy defeated the demon and restored our king to his true self. From that moment on, a new chapter in the history of the dwarves was carved in stone. Since that fateful day, the dwarf clan has been bound by a sacred blood oath with the House of Ascon. This wasn't just ink on paper. It was forged in steel. Towers of machinery rose across the continent to honor that legacy. But peace is fragile, and darkness soon returned with a bitter message. When the Holy War erupted, the dwarves received the crushing news House Ascan had been wiped out. Disbelief turned to rage. Impossible. How could the heavens allow this? We thought, we finally had a chance to repay our debt. But the Church of the Goddess and their allies turned their backs on us overnight, just like a tragic plot twist in a leveling manhwa. The stain of Akshan's betrayal has been washed away. We can no longer blindly trust the human race. A sigh of grief echoed, accepting the cruel reality. Can the gods even distinguish man from monster anymore? As the gates slowly closed, the dwarf race faced the threat of total extinction once again. Yet, in that abyss of despair, a silver-haired figure emerged. To the dwarves, his back was a beacon of salvation. Tears blurred their vision. They had found him at last. Demon Hunter Schweizer shed tears of blood and sorrow for his people. He thought the savior of his clan was lost to the sands of time. But not all eyes were filled with gratitude. A survivor of Akshan gazed up with naked greed. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's airship was a prize waiting to be plundered. He was practically drooling at the sight of such magnificent engineering. Suddenly, Locke approached, giving him a puzzled, side-eyed glance. She smirked, half warning, half teasing. You know whose ship that is, right? You're asking for a beatdown. Is it really wise to stare like that? His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. Of course, it's dangerous. He hastily wiped his mouth, forcing down his avarice. Heavy boots struck the dust, kicking up a haze in the flickering light. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo spoke with absolute authority. Fear not. I have prepared for every outcome. Amidst the howling wind, his mana hit rock bottom. Yet he walked with the grace of a king, his gaze cold as ice. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo whispered, time to return. I am completely drained. Even as a walking corpse, he commanded the room. Let us rest. Meanwhile, frantic reports echoed like alarms from the Lust Demon King's castle. Over at the Hunting Demon King's castle, a rookie's innocent voice trembled. Senior, what exactly am I looking at right now? Shock and terror collided. The senior pinched the rookie's cheek hard. This is no dream. If even one of those castles falls, Earth is finished. Even with the tower's aid, the speed was impossible. Terrifying news flooded the channels, suffocating the entire server in silence. The Demon King's castle fell, in 10 minutes flat. Total annihilation. They wiped out the hunting castle with a party of only 3 people. Heartbeats synced with the chaos until a sigh of relief shattered the tension. A grown man sobbed uncontrollably like a newborn child. I thought it was game over for us. The director was right. Player Lee Yule was the answer to our prayers. I really thought we were going to die. He moved like he saw the future. Even the supercomputer AI couldn't predict this outcome. The atmosphere was heavy with awe and admiration. Cheers erupted like a volcano. Hands raised high, witnessing a miracle. Papers flew like confetti in a storm of victory. We survived. Humanity lives another day. Lee Yule. The name was whispered with newfound reverence. We severely underestimated him. Akshan. The sky split open. Holy light pierced the clouds as the lone airship sailed into the infinite blue. A scene straight out of a legendary leveling manhwa. Schweizer and his kin watched the mysterious messenger, their eyes wide, with a mix of curiosity and primal fear. She is the demon hunter's emissary. Who knew the last survivor of Akshan was an adventurer? The messenger materialized glowing with celestial light. He sees the threads of fate. When the stars align, we shall meet again. Someone clenched their fist, trembling with intensity. He soloed the Demon King and commands high-tier spirits. We aren't even worthy to judge a being of his caliber. The world was shifting gears. Schweizer gazed out the window, lost in thought. Thanks to your actions, the destiny of the continent has been rewritten. When we meet again, I will deliver the victory speech myself. But in the real world, the news spread faster than a virus. Every screen flashed with the miracle. Demonic beasts weakened, spawn rates plummeted, the Demon King is dead, the minions of hell scattered in terror, vanishing into the void. Players collapsed in relief. We can finally breathe again. The news anchors beamed their voices light for the first time in years. The host turned to his colleague joyfully. Players can now enter rifts without signing their death warrants, all thanks to the Demon King raids. This isn't a prediction, folks. It is the absolute truth. But amidst the awe, a panicked voice broke the trance. Wait, the demons are gone from the rift. It was clearly Brother Ji-hoon's doing. Long live Ji-hoon, the Demon King has fallen. The Akshan momentum crushed the demon army. The butterfly effect had ceased. The nightmare invasion of the real world was finally over. The scene shifts to a danger zone. A level 370 Bear King roared only to be silenced by a single devastating slash. Murderous intent flooded the forest. No mercy, no survivors. With the demons gone, relief washed over the hunters. The beast collapsed behind the red-haired warrior. No demons means no debuffs. Leveling up is a breeze now. Brother Ji-hoon saved us again. But beneath the joy, a dark cloud of inferiority loomed. Nam Tai-min clenched his teeth in sorrow. I was useless. Again. The bitterness of the past resurfaced. Just like back then. It's unable to join the party. It's obvious. My level is trash compared to him. A bitter question cut his soul like a knife. He gripped his blade until his palm bled. Is my skill truly too weak to stand beside Brother Ji-hoon? Suddenly, the atmosphere cracked. A familiar voice shrieked. Ben Lucy dashed in. What the hell? She sighed, eyeing him with a playful smirk. Thought you owned the place. Nam Tai-min blinked. The Nam Tai-min, he took a deep breath, feigning nonchalance to tease her back. Why are you solo grinding in a rift? This dangerous Ben Lucy puffed up like an angry cat, unleashing a torrent of nagging. Excuse me, you're walking around, hitting monsters alone too. Sparks flew as neither backed down. All right, all right. Into the dust and blood walked another figure. Inazuma approached with a bloody blade resting casually on his shoulder, grinning like a maniac. Looks like we have guests. Lee Hoyelni and Tai-min froze. Ben? Lucy screamed, disbelieving. Inazuma of Inazuma. This manhwa recap just got intense. Nam Tai-min let out a heavy sigh, the weight of unsaid words pressing on his chest. As they say, those who chase the same peak eventually cross paths. Inazuma stared at his friend, bewilderment written all over his face. What are you babbling about? Inazuma's gaze sharpened, like a blade piercing through his two comrades. You both hunger for power, do you not? The foolish duo Nam Tai-min and Ben froze in their tracks. Inazuma's voice dropped thick with frustration. Because standing on the sidelines, watching from the shadows. It's a wretched feeling. In a world reeking of death, a voice echoed, torn between self-loathing and resolve. I feel the same. After all, the debt I owe to Ho-yeon is a weight I cannot shed. Another name hung in the air, charging the atmosphere with steel-willed determination. Even Jessie had poured her very soul into the mission at hand. Ever since the Archmage left the circle, the petty jealousy had evaporated, replaced by something far more dangerous, pure, unadulterated loyalty. The three of them stood in silence, exchanging awkward glances. It wasn't just about keeping up with their peers anymore. I'm a player too. I simply wish to stand tall on the battlefield by his side. That is the truth. We must seize the opportunity Ho-yeon carved out for us with his own blood and sweat. Their eyes locked onto the towering structure piercing the heavens, the magic tower. A slow, deliberate voice broke the silence, marking the end of a long, arduous chapter. The elder declared himself the final guardian. The senior mages have surrendered their artifacts. It feels as though an era has ended in the blink of an eye. Thank you both. for your endless dedication." The deep voice resonated, acknowledging the superhuman efforts of the collective. Senior Lee Hayoung worked harder than any of us. Another mage nodded with grave seriousness. Indeed, without the senior, the magic tower would have remained a stagnant, silent tomb. The tension finally broke, allowing them to breathe. Yes, I feel a weight lifted as well. Suddenly, their gaze shifted to a familiar figure, yet one drastically altered by time. Senior Marcelo. His voice carried a trace of nostalgia, though his frame was gaunt and weary. As the pristine snow-covered landscape unfurled before them, Marcelo signaled quietly, "We have arrived." The air grew heavy once more, as the mystic gates groaned open. "Since this marks the tower's first counteroffensive, we must send a report immediately." But in the next heartbeat, a sudden realization put them all on edge. The three of them froze statue still. Confusion washed over their faces like a cold tide. Marcelo offered a faint knowing smile. "It seems we have guests." The scene shifted to an endless expanse of white where a legendary elder slept beneath the eternal frost. With a heavy heart, Hoyan placed a single white chrysanthemum on the tombstone. "The great elder archmage has found his peace." It was a silent message from the living to the dead. Inside, he was screaming without a sound. "I told you to include your name on the list, you stubborn old fool." The scenery warped instantly. A cold, urgent location stamp materialized: South Korea, Seoul. A voice dripping with disdain echoed through the shadows. A group of shadowy figures gathered around a drinking table. "Those demon kings are utter fools. Pure brute strength isn't everything in this world." Another voice interjected, laced with sinister logic. "We have a reason for hiding amongst these humans, do we not?" The conspiracy deepened in the quiet dark. Across the table, a couple's eyes gleamed with a ravenous, predatory hunger. "Regardless, we must remain in the shadows a little longer." The final voice sealed their fate with a calculated whisper. "Honestly, everything is proceeding perfectly. We shall continue this charade of silence and rebuild our strength." A name heavy with destiny was dropped like a guillotine blade in the night. The man stared at the monitor, his eyes locked on Ho-Yan with twisted amusement. He licked his lips, looking at the protagonist with a gaze that would make skin crawl. The question hung in the air. Just who is this Ho-Yan? This scene defines the peak of a leveling manhwa genre. Experts predict his level to be at least 900. Meanwhile, in a magnificent castle piercing the azure sky, Ho-Yan's pale face appeared. A devilish cunning grin stretched across his features. The spoils of war began to materialize before him. 3 items of corruption, grade epic. The blood-stained map of oblivion, grade epic. The eye of burning evil, grade epic. Nice. His internal voice cheered. "This time, I've struck a veritable gold mine." Ho-Yan's smile widened, shedding the last traces of humanity. "To think I'd loot the spoils of Blurus and 2 other demon kings." But Granfel's persona was reacting poorly to the corruption. A wave of dark soul energy was flooding the area. Ho-Yan finally shook off the Granfell persona's influence. He pulled up his status window to calculate the gains. His level had skyrocketed to 425. 35 levels gained, just from clearing a single rift. Yet a pang of regret stung him. The results were decent, but paled in comparison to slaying a true demon king. Worse still, after unequipping his gear, his aesthetic stat plummeted. The system board mocked him. Level 4, 125. Name Granfell. Title, The Last Adventurer. Age 27. Race human. Heir to a fallen noble house. Class Demon Hunter. Strength, 57. Agility, 73. Magic 350. Luck 6. Aesthetics low. Attribute points 35. He steeled himself. The road to the apex is still long. Granfell sipped his tea with elegant grace. Now is the time to build a foundation for growth. System alert magic has increased by 1 point thanks to herbalism. He continued his monologue. Herbalism is the bedrock tool we cannot ignore. Ho-Yan pondered for a moment. Damn, Granfell is actually right. Since I chose the Demon Hunter class with its mediocre stats, I was forced to master magic, dark arts, swordsmanship, spiritology, herbalism training. There are too many disciplines to handle in a single day. Just thinking about the grind brought tears to his eyes. Staring at the tea bag swirling in his cup, Granfell spoke with composure. It is time to review the metrics. He picked up a piece of parchment, his gaze intense and serious. It was an application form, a reasonable objective. To Senior Fred, request for leave from the tower. Purpose: to gather and exchange continental intelligence through spirit contracts. Applicant high-ranking spiritologist Von Roeder. The scene cut sharply to a wind-swept field of reeds. This was the TEP barrier. Recommended, level 450. Clear progress. 3.8%. Suddenly, everyone's jaws dropped at the spectacle unfolding before them. What in the hell is that? From within the roaring inferno, a massive silhouette stirred. As it emerged, terror gripped the onlookers. It was colossal, absolutely titanic. Is that a new species of boss monster? The chat log exploded with panic. Comment 1. Is that a dragon? Comment 2. Impossible. It has no wings. Comment 3. That beast isn't in the patch notes. Then orb after orb of energy descended from the sky. Look, it's not alone. The crowd gasped, realizing the true nature of the anomaly. Those weren't monsters, they were spirits. And the mages of the tower, everyone rushed to check on their own contracted entities. Xiao, are you all right? You worked hard, Knicker. It was a magnificent sight, something rarely seen in this world. Even in the arena, the comments went wild with this Manhwa recap moment. My god, it's beautiful. Why isn't there a spirit summoner class yet? Broadcasting. Now tune in, guys. Amidst the chaos, only one figure stood silent, turning her back on the crowd. A low groan escaped her lips. This was the high-ranking spiritologist of the spiritual school, von Roter. She shoved a piece of cake into her mouth, whining in despair. The pressure was suffocating. Von Roter had felt relief when the tower departure request was approved. But looking back, wasn't this excessive? Why was the entire spirit faction tagging along? The approval letter had a loophole. If the objective is valid, personnel count is unlimited. As she chewed nervously, her eyes darted behind her. She stared at his unbothered silhouette. Does Tower Li Hoyle always exist in this realm of absolute tranquility? His composure was inhuman. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo whispered the command manifest. My spirit. Helka Sathlip. Inside, Li Hoyle screamed. Stop. Don't say the full name. But the sight before them left von Roter stammering in shock. Li Hoyle could summon spirits too. This aura was different, regal, divine. Cut it short, Hoyun thought desperately. The name is too long. Just call her Heel Jr. Light coalesced into a stunning form. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo's spirit, materialized, her voice like wind chimes. You summoned me, my liege. Li Hoyle's internal expression twisted. Look at her. She looks just like Li Hoyle. But Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's persona snapped silence. He turned, his voice icy. Has Kratos sent the communique? The spirit bowed gracefully. Indeed, my lord. The dwarf chieftain has also transmitted a message to Li Hoyle. We offer eternal gratitude for honoring the pact and awakening the mechanical tower cornbox. We pledge to repay this divine favor. The world tree is reborn, breathing life into all realms. Victory sweeps the continent. The demon army crumbles. The dwarves and arcana rise as one. Heian Crucius placed a hand over her heart, bowing in deep reverence. This miracle is all due to Li Hoyle's influence. Hearing the praise, Li Hoyle's mind began to race with calculations. Rumors say the demon race has vanished from nearby rifts. Destroying the demon lord's castles turned the tide. Yet Arcana must have suffered. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo calmly adjusted his tie. His expression hardened. I cannot overlook this. His eyes burned with resolve. But first, I must address the reason I descended to this place. Inner confirmation. Correct. I must verify if the wells I excavated are functioning. That will reveal the path to salvation. The outskirts of the Tepern barrier. A peaceful breeze swept through the lands. Suddenly, Weigang the streamer screamed, "Oh my god, chat, this is not a drill. Li Hoyole is actually here." The chat exploded. Glory has arrived, oh Hoyun. It was like a scene from a legendary leveling manhwa come to life. I'm serious, the Lord is here, he whispered to the camera, stealing glances at the figure. With Li Hoyole's god-tier level, this can't be a normal hunt. What grand scheme brought him to this rift? He's moving, I have to follow. But before he could react, a horde of players rushed toward Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo, leaving Weigang stunned. Heavens, where did this mob come from? I need to tail him, without becoming an obstacle. The chat went wild. Let's go. Oh Minhyuk Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo FTW, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo, moved with calculated grace, his footsteps barely crushing the reeds beneath him. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo halted before a cluster of scarecrows deep in the field. Chat laughed. Fake straw, lame it, was just a level 1 monster. Finally, a front row seat to Hoyun's magic hearts pounded in anticipation. But the scarecrows, their eyes glowed crimson, their expressions twisted into demonic grins. He stood motionless, a statue of judgment. The chat flooded with question marks. Huh. Then Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo drew his blade. The steel hummed with overwhelming aura. Haya? He gripped the hilt with both hands. Muscles coiled. He brought the blade down in a devastating arc. Pressure exploded from the strike, suffocating the onlookers. Whoa! Isn't Hoyun a mage class? In a flash, he passed through them. On screen, the scarecrow split perfectly in half. Y-Gang ascended to Cloud 9, witnessing the artistry. Oh my god, swordsmanship lord. Hoyun just used high-level swordsmanship. The chat went nuclear. Insane top tier. What is happening, Hoyun-holic? His stance was perfection. The undeniable signature of Lee Hoyle. He's better than actual swordsman classes Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo's eyes were razor-sharp, filled with cold absolute decisiveness. He locked eyes with a hulking, nightmarish monstrosity. Sword in his right hand. In his left, a sphere of destructive flame ignited. He launched himself forward, a blur of speed crashing toward the beast. Every strike was a symphony of magic and blade aura. Hein Crucius materialized in his shadow. Now Heel's nature power vines erupted from the earth, binding the scarecrows instantly. One slash. That was all it took. The enemies were bisected before they could even twitch. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo skidded to a halt, debris falling around him. Not bad for a warm-up. The system notification chimed. You have defeated the Tepern Strawman. A faint smile touched Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's lips. He glanced at Hein. Nature is a formidable power indeed. I sense potential in this hybrid combat style. Hein bowed low. I will redouble my efforts, my liege. The great sword of the nameless blacksmith vanished into his inventory. The audience stood frozen brains, unable to process the spectacle. Oh my god, why were the mobs so weak? It wasn't a raid, it was just target practice. A grand mage, moving like a sword saint. He's in a league of his own. Rumors swirled he had to be at least level 900. Insane. Lee Hoyle uses level 450 mobs as warm-ups. Inside, Lee Hoyle panicked. He glanced nervously at the crowd. What are they whispering about now? When did this crowd get so massive? Frustration bubbled in his chest. If not for this humiliating persona, I would have shown my real status window. Level 425. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. It was embarrassing. How could he reveal that? Just mark me as F rank and be done with it. He turned and walked away from the devastation. He straightened his vest, mind racing. They say demon hunters are only useful against demons, but today proved it. I can dominate monsters of my own level. The endless grinding. The repetitive quests. The gallons of energy potions. It had all finally paid off. If my reputation is exaggerated, I just have to make it reality. Time to return to the magic tower. Suddenly, a single drop of rain struck his shoulder. He froze. The sky turned a suffocating gray. Unease rippled through the crowd. Storm clouds swirled violently. His spirit began to tremble. Nick, the girl asked, voice shaking. What is it? Nick, what's wrong? Suddenly, a terrifying dark aura tore through the heavens, and in that abyssal sky, a catastrophic fire ignited. Pan Rotor's eyes went wide with pure terror as she stammered this malevolent energy. Damn it, I recognize this signature. Desperation clawed at her throat as she screamed his name. Master Lee Hoyle. She sprinted to Granfell Claudia Arpeggio. Romeo's side panic written all over her face and reported urgently. We have made a grave error. We need to evacuate everyone immediately. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo blinked, genuinely caught off guard. And here I was just planning to return to the magic tower. He held up a hand. Compose yourself first. What on earth is happening? She gasped for air, trying to find the words to explain the chaos. Yusalson, you know this, master. Spirits usually merge seamlessly with nature. Normal humans can't even perceive their natural state. But that thing, it is a formless void of gloom. It is hovering above us, radiating a suffocating pitch-black aura. The crowd below began to tremble with anxiety. They couldn't identify the anomaly. What the hell is that shadow? The horrifying answer soon became clear. It was a dark spirit. Pan Rotor was on the verge of a breakdown. This was an alien entity. Yet, as Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo looked at the frantic girl before him, his expression remained as cold as ice. Her final warning was chilling. Communication is impossible. Suddenly, a system window shattered the silence. A dark spirit has descended. Meanwhile, at the rift's entrance, a reporter spoke into her microphone with electric enthusiasm. Greetings, everyone. Akina here, reporting live. I am standing right at the precipice. She turned to her cameraman. This is currently one of the highest-ranked rifts in existence. The two titans, World Unification and Red Ning, have both arrived. The recent rank reversal has caused quite a stir. The co-anchor nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Let us get an aerial view with the drone cam. The camera zoomed in on Lu Zhenchun. He was burning with intensity, roaring to his troops. "Charge forth, my soldiers." The reporter kept the commentary flowing. China's World Unification Guild recently snatched the #1 spot from Red Ning. The drone then panned over to the rival guild members. While they fought with everything they had, the reporter analyzed the scene. It seems Red Ning is struggling to find their footing after losing Jesse. Both guilds are desperate to clear this rift. I can practically feel the pressure from here. Suddenly, a massive storm front rolled in, shocking everyone. Camilla gazed at the sky, puzzled. What is this? Just thunder? The World Unification Guild halted their assault. Genshin cried out in disbelief. What is happening? Is the Celestial Realm responding to my summons? His subordinate immediately shot that down. Impossible, my liege. Amidst the confusion, a system window appeared to answer their questions. The members of World Unification read it and froze in shock. Lu Zhenchun gasped. What, the Red Ning Guild was in no better shape. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was a complete twist. Locke stared at the system board, muttering helplessly. Is it you again? The notification confirmed a dark spirit. His mind flashed to Li Hoyol. Meanwhile, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stood face to face with the entity in this manhwa recap. Even as it radiated a crushing pressure enough to flatten a normal man, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stood immovable as a mountain. Y-Gang wasn't faring as well. The gale force winds made it nearly impossible to hold his camera steady. Is that creature facing Master Li Hoyol really a dark spirit? It is definitely a special class monster. We just got the notification. 2 other girls huddled nearby. The one with short hair shivered. I have a very bad feeling about this. In this critical moment, Pan Rotor tried desperately to reason with Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. Grand Mage, please step back. Do you understand what a dark spirit is? It is too dangerous. When he didn't respond, her voice rose in terror. This is unlike any spirit we have ever known. It is an entity born from the abyss itself. Most humans cannot even communicate with it. Rumors say they only manifest in places steeped in evil and mystery. With a face pale from fear, she pleaded, Tep is one of the 10 most mysterious zones in Aina. I think the sheer density of spirits here caused this. It is unheard of to summon so many spirits in one location simultaneously. So please, sir, this is my fault for not having the data beforehand. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo cut her off before she could finish. Contrasting her panic, he remained perfectly calm. It is not your fault. Inside, Pan Rotor felt the weight of guilt. She was the one who requested the mass summon. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo gazed at the dark spirit. Besides, he thought this sensation is familiar. He turned to Pan Rotor with a question. Grand Mage Pan Rotor, continue your report. Is it truly impossible to communicate with it? Snapping out of her daze, she stammered, Ah, well, and began to explain further. Dark spirits are fundamentally different entities. To speak with them, you need a power of a completely different nature. While she yammered on Granfell, Claudia Arpeggio, Romeo had already begun absorbing dark magic, the only mana compatible with these creatures. Unaware, Pan Rotor continued her worried ramblings. In my opinion, only Grand Mage Mattis could possibly. She looked up, saw the swirling darkness, and gasped. Grand Mage. Ignoring her shock, he maintained the black flame dancing on his hand. So this is dark magic, he mused. He looked at her coolly. Then there is no problem at all. A confident smirk curled the corner of Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's lips. I possess the exact mana required. He silently noted a crucial detail of this leveling manhwa. Dark magic is a resource I can utilize, even when my standard mana is completely depleted. His sword, now imbued with pitch-black sorcery, clashed against the spirit. The pressure was catastrophic. Y-Gang's stream glitched as he was nearly blown away. Why is this storm getting stronger? A system window flashed target locked on Y-Gang. Finally, the dark spirit opened its eyes and spoke. Who are you? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's pupils turned a deep violet. The scene shifted to a memory in a small library. Dark magic is simple. Mattis placed a compass before Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. The needle spun wildly before stopping dead, pointing directly at him. Matisse nodded, her suspicions confirmed. I knew it. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo looked at the device intrigued. What is that object? It is a tool that reacts to specific mana signatures, she explained, and it is pointing right at you. She sensed the affinity within him. Darkness will always be swallowed by a deeper darkness. Dark magic operates on the same principle. In a sense, you could say it is similar to harmony magic. Witnessing Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's magic dwarf her own, she could only gasp in sheer awe. But Mathis's words snapped him back to reality. True darkness, after all, devours all other shadows. The dark spirit questioned his very essence, asking, "Who are you?" Internally, he was just Lee Hoyol, but outwardly, he raised his head and answered with absolute authority. Lee Hoyol. Before the words fully settled, the spirit invaded his mind, demanding to witness the depths of his soul without a shred of hesitation. It dove into Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's tragic past, a history soaked in blood and agony. The spirit recoiled in terror, screaming at the sheer weight of his trauma. Now the entity was dancing in the palm of his hand. It trembled, overwhelmed by a darkness far more terrifying than its own. Von Roeder, sensing the stillness, called out nervously to Archmage Lee Hoyol. Meanwhile, Y-Gang was stunned silent, even as his livestream chat went nuclear. Confusion reigned in the chat. What is happening? But Qasid merely clasped his hands behind his back, smiling as if he had orchestrated the entire spectacle. The once mighty dark spirit fell to its knees, bowing its head in total submission. "I pledge my absolute loyalty to you," it declared reverently. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo gazed down imperiously as the spirit finished its vow, acknowledging the being born from the deepest void. The guild members stood frozen jaws on the floor. Then chaos erupted. Did that dark spirit just surrender to Lee Hoyol? Von Roeder murmured. His mana might even surpass Archmage Mathis. Y-Gang, overcome with emotion, finally grasped why this titan had entered a lower-level rift in this leveling manhwa. The fan comments were a blur of hype. Lee Hoyol Appa is a god. That killing intent is insane. He really is an entity from the abyss. He's definitely smurfing for rank. Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo remained stoic, accepting the adoration as his due, while the crowd continued to buzz. Infinite, deep darkness. Did you hear that title? The chat went wild. Lee Hoyol is the entity from the abyss of darkness. That is peak edgy cool. On the outside, Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo was ice cold. On the inside, Lee Hoyol's soul was dying of embarrassment. He wanted to curl up and scream, his face burning with shame. Please, for the love of God, stop using that title. He realized this spirit wasn't just a monster. It was basically a Chunabu clone of Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo himself. The spirit continued its poetic praise. Your abyss outshines the blackest night. Lee Hoyol internally shrieked, "Make it stop." Ignorant of his internal panic, the spirit declared, "Only you possess the power to unravel the Labyrinth of Tepes, one of the 10 great mysteries of the Arcana continent." This was a crucial plot point from the game's early stages. The live stream chat instantly caught fire. Wait, did he say Tepes? Is the Tepes mystery finally being cracked? Y-Gang explained this. The update turning Tepes into a rift had been legendary news. Lee Hoyol's eyes locked onto the system interface. A notification flashed. Quest alert. The Great Mystery of Arcana. The Labyrinth of Tepes. The objective was clear. Decipher the labyrinth and reveal its truth to the world. Current mysteries solved 0. He clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle a scream. This wasn't just a quest. It was a Class M hidden scenario. This was endgame content. A global-scale event. Lee Hoyol wanted to cheer, but Granfell Claude Arpeggio Romeo's persona took over to deliver the perfect line. Everything has its time and place. With a gaze of absolute authority, he commanded, "I shall seek you out when the stars align." Lee Hoyol knew he couldn't solve it here. This was just the Rift version. The spirit blinked, surprised. "You will come for me. I understand." With a final bow, the spirit faded away, leaving a vow, "I await your return, O entity from the abyss." Lee Hoyol groaned internally at the title in this manhwa recap. "Just call me by my name, please." Meanwhile, back in Korea, the Lee household was glued to the TV. The headline screamed, "Lee Hoon." Subtitle, "The Entity from the Abyss of Darkness." Lee Yerim went pale with secondhand embarrassment, while Lee Jun slapped her shoulder, howling with laughter. Entity of the what now? Even the calm, Lee Yoon gasped. "Oh my god." Over at the Sin Guild, Camilla froze, water bottle in hand. "Is that his official class title?" Dimitri pumped his fist, eyes shining. "He's always so incredibly cool." Another blonde hunter swooned. "That title is Legendary Arcana." News reporters were in a frenzy. Player Lee Hoyol's power defies logic. He can't be categorized as a simple dark mage anymore. Social media was in a total meltdown. The internet was flooded with threads analyzing this new development. Thread: Lee Hoyol's class debate. The Abyss of Darkness has to be a hidden class. It makes sense. He uses magic, but he also uses swordsmanship and dark arts. It's impossible. Confirmed. Lee Hoyol has awakened a unique class of his own. New post. Forget the class argument, look at this. The comments scrolled so fast, they were unreadable. Everyone tune into the VBC stream right now. While the world fixated on Lee Hoyle, a surprise press conference began. No one had ever cleared the Tepes Labyrinth. A rugged man with a blonde beard spoke solemnly. Even we hesitated to challenge it, given the lack of information. But then a confident smile spread across his face as he stood with his team. However, we are the Explorers Alliance. We live to conquer the unknown. He flashed a trademark charismatic grin and dropped a bombshell. I declare that we will join forces with player Lee Hoyle to uncover the truth. It was Fabian Zalong, the legendary guildmaster of the Explorers Alliance. But Lee Hoyle. His face turned ashen as he stared at the glittering card in his hand. It was a blood-red invitation. To the esteemed entity from the abyss of darkness, we humbly request the honor of raiding the Tepes Labyrinth by your side. Sincerely, Fabian Zalong. Lee Hoyle crushed the card in his fist, tears streaming down his face in pure agony. Why is the whole world using that cringe nickname now? He cursed the spirit. You damn blabbermouth. But the dark spirit just looked on, feigning innocence. My mistake. But this was huge. The Explorers Alliance was the brain of Arcana, a gathering of the bravest souls who could skyrocket the success rate of any Rift raid. These guys are the absolute elite, the core pillars of any high-tier raid team. However, for the majority of low-level squads, they couldn't even dream of hiring legends like them. The reason remains a mystery locked behind closed doors. Locke let out a scoff, taking a wild guess. They're famous for their sky-high service fees, right? That's the catch. Camilla chimed in, shaking her head. Those guys only care about raw data and efficiency. Plus, their roster is stacked with absolute monsters. Looking at Fabian Zalon's eyes sparkling with suspicious enthusiasm, she felt a chill. It was definitely weird. Since when do high rankers volunteer their support for free? Meanwhile, Weaver was scratching his head in confusion. This is totally different from how they treated us. Even as he anchored the show and monitored the screen, Weaver was stunned by the double standard. So even the mighty Explorers Guild has to bow down. They're bending the knee to Lee Hoyle, the man shaking up the entire world. But Fabian Zelen, he had a different scheme brewing in that head of his. The Explorers Guild, working for free. Anyone looking from the outside would think they've turned over a new leaf. But it turns out there's always a hidden agenda behind a free lunch. Mazes are the Explorers' home turf. This was the perfect stage to restore their shattered reputation, especially after being overshadowed by the Mage Tower and the Knights. We can't let another faction steal this golden ticket, Fabian whispered internally to Lee Hoyle's image. We're going to milk your popularity for everything it's worth. Flanking Fabian were Lombit and Aaron, both flashing bright practice smiles. But don't be fooled, they had their own calculations running in the background. This is my chance to build my own legend. Time to prove I'm one step ahead of him. Minu will be the next guildmaster. In front of the flashing cameras, the team wore friendly masks, but inside, they were practically drooling over the potential fame. Meanwhile, back at the Mage Tower inside Lee Hoyle's lab, Granfell was reviewing the proposal with cold eyes. Objective unclear. Rejected. Lee Hoyle's face turned gray, pouting like a child at the decision. He immediately started screaming, practically rolling on the floor in a tantrum. Are you out of your mind? You plan to solo a demon maze. Even if we throw everything we have at it, it might not be enough. You should be thanking them for tagging along. Lee Hoyle's desperate wailing actually made Granfell hesitate for a split second. Granfell looked at the photo of Fabian Zelon, giving a thumbs up with that dazzling smile. He let out a heavy sigh. Their pride in exploration isn't fake. Perhaps they deserve a chance to fight for this world. Hearing this, Lee Hoyle slumped over, breathing a massive sigh of relief. But Granfell realized something strange. Just like the Demon Castle rifts that shift based on the world state, these updates weren't random RNG. The Tep Maze would eventually follow that same law of causality. According to his prediction, this was an opportunity, a chance to unlock new data, a spirit born from darkness reacting to black magic. I might even learn more about Granfell's own dark affinities. With that thought, Granfell signed the paper. I accept. His voice was grim. The time is fast approaching. The next day, out in the scorching desert, a convoy arrived, loaded with modern gear, drones, and heavy vehicles. They set up camp, preparing to film the event of the century. The brutal heat of the wasteland couldn't dampen the director's curiosity. I heard the guildmaster is coming personally. Is he really here? Look at that strange artifact he's holding. Fabian, Zelen, Lombit, and Aaron arrived on the scene, battle ready. The cameraman looked at the trio with trembling hesitation. I get the guildmaster being here, but are those two really that scary? Will I get some secondhand clout just by filming them? The director, a veteran of the industry, shook his head. He shot back. Are you kidding? You don't know. Those three are the real deal. Aaron is the top executive of the Explorers Guild, an absolute beast. And Lombit, he's second in command. The director leaned in, whispering the rumors. Last year, European guilds hired both of them at once, and nearly went bankrupt. Their fees and their efficiency are #1 in the guild. They are the elite of the elite. He was shocked. And now these legends were actively approaching Lee Hoyle. They're here, the director barked orders at the cameraman. Stick to them like glue, record every whisper. The cameraman scrambled off, leaving the director to face Granfell. So you are the one. Fabian Zelen stepped forward, offering a handshake full of practiced goodwill. It's an honor. Mr. Lee Hoyle, I am the guildmaster of the explorers. But Granfell cut him off cold. No time for pleasantries. He went straight for the jugular. Show me your pride. Prove you're worth my time. Contrast that with the stoic Granfell. Poor Lee Hoyle was sniffling, dying from the heat. It's so hot. Let's just go already. Fabian froze, stunned by Granfell's interruption. Fabian internally confirmed the rumors he'd heard. That gaze, he's in complete control. The reputation of this man is no lie. The group began their descent into the abyss. Tep Maze, recommended, level 500 to 777. This is exactly the kind of suicide mission you see in a hardcore leveling manhwa. Granfell took point, followed by the guild members. Lee Hoyle was cowering behind Granfell, looking left and right in awe. So, this is the Tep Maze, one of the 10 great mysteries. But, isn't it kind of empty? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Mr. Lee Hoyle, please be careful. He was worried about sudden ambushes. From here on out, traps could be anywhere. But before he could finish, click, his foot triggered a trap. A system warning flashed red before his eyes. A voice cold enough to freeze hell echoed out. Foolish mortal daring to step into the Tep Maze. There is no glory or treasure here. The warning slammed into them. If you wish to live, leave this place immediately. Lee Hoyle broke into a cold sweat. Did I just trigger a boss flag? Granfell heard it too. He stopped dead in his tracks. The silence that followed was suffocating. Behind him, Fabian remained optimistic. Likely just a default warning message for intruders. Aaron nodded in agreement. Nothing's happening. Lee Hoyle's face, which had turned pale, finally got some color back. Oh God, you scared me. I thought we broke the dungeon. Fabian suggested to Granfell. We should begin scanning the sector immediately. Granfell replied instantly. Leave it to me. Inside, Granfell was analyzing the sensation from moments ago. The energy pulsing behind that wall. 1 hour later, the exploration team had marked every trap. Lombit reported in. Trap neutralization complete. But these traps aren't a joke. The difficulty is insane. If the whole maze is like this, Fabian felt a spike of anxiety. Our disarming speed won't be able to keep up with the rift's collapse rate. But more importantly, a terrifying realization hit him. He turned to Granfell. Mr. Lee Hoyle, most dungeons have an exit mechanism for the raiders. We explorers usually find shortcuts to loot the treasure. But this place? It looks like they didn't even design an exit. Forget an entrance, he hesitated, then voiced his true fear regarding the earlier warning. It looks like that warning might have been real. This isn't a dungeon built to protect treasure. It's a death trap. And that's the classic manhwa recap cliffhanger we all dread. Fabian Zelong's resolve began to crumble. We could push forward while disarming the traps, but the cost in time is too high. And who knows what nightmare awaits at the end? What is this labyrinth hiding? He sought an answer from Granfell, but the man didn't deign to speak. Instead, Lee Hoyle simply summoned his forces. The dark spirit Hyen Kasat materialized from the void instantly. I have awaited your summons, my liege. Master, I have longed for this moment for an eternity. She bowed low, her voice trembling with reverence. O cursed power, origin of ruin and despair, your very presence sows terror. Witnessing this spectacle, Fabian Zelong watched with wide-eyed awe. Is that a legendary spirit? Was that chant just now some kind of buff? Hearing this, Lee Hoyle died a little inside. I wish it was just a buff. He thought, cringing with embarrassment. Granfell issued a cold command. Dark Spirit, recount the history of Tep. The entity obeyed instantly. I have waited for you to ask. Long ago, the citizens of the ancient city Tep sacrificed their very souls for the sake of Arcana. Suddenly, a disturbance rocked the perimeter. That bone-chilling voice echoed once more. Foolish mortals who dare step into the maze of Tep. There is no glory or treasure here. If you value your pathetic lives, flee this place at once. Panic began to set in among the players. Did you guys hear that? I've never seen a dungeon exert this kind of pressure before. Meanwhile, the comment section exploded with chaos. What is that? My spine is tingling. Oh my God. We didn't hear anything but the other Y gang members say it triggered upon entry. Is it a curse? Or a hidden clue? Am I the only one thinking this? Wait, where did Lee Hoyol go? Where is he? He spoke up immediately. Allow me to explain. He revealed a rough sketch, different from the usual riffs. Everyone starts at a different coordinate within this labyrinth. Therefore, please understand that we cannot broadcast Lee Hoyol's point of view for the time being due to the separation. The viewers were impressed. Y-Gang looks like a legit explorer now. Wow, this sounds just like the hidden mechanics in a classic manhwa recap. He continued, his voice laced with excitement. Though the starting points differ, all paths converge at a single destination. I will do my absolute best to capture Lee Hoyol Nim's performance. The livestream chat flooded with support. Good luck. But suddenly viewers noticed something. Fanboy Y-Gang, are you nervous? Your hands are trembling like crazy. Y-Gang, the screen is vibrating. The young man was confused. My hands aren't shaking, but the tremors were undeniable. The viewers were adamant. Yeah, right, you're definitely scared. I don't believe you. You've been exposed as a coward. But as he looked around, he realized the truth. It wasn't his hands. The entire maze was quaking violently. I'm serious. The labyrinth is moving. Suddenly, the massive wall ruptured, leaving a gaping hole. Panic erupted. What the hell is happening? From that abyss, thousands of monsters poured out, a tide of death, swarming everyone. The raid team scattered in terror. As a monster appeared on screen, the chat screamed, "Run! Oh my god, Y-Gang is done for. Oh my god, Y-Gang, run!" But he was too slow. In a split second, a beast snatched him up. Leave this place. We do not kill, we only repel. If you do not wish to die, be gone. Outside the maze, the world remained ignorant. But in the lore of this place, a calamity appeared on a day with no warning. It advanced savagely toward a frozen maiden. Its body was so colossal it blotted out the sun, its obsidian skin radiating a terror that froze the very marrow of one's bones. The fruit slipped from her trembling hands. Instinct screamed the truth to everyone. If this creature fully awakened, the continent was doomed to total annihilation. Humanity united to oppose it. Desperate councils were held. We cannot let it escape Tep and spread across the lands. Is there truly only one way? To save the world, they sacrificed the flesh and blood of every citizen in Tep. They used forbidden magic to seal the creature into an eternal slumber as the unawakened one. Now thousands of souls wailed in the darkness. Let me out, it hurts, I can't take it anymore. Someone please save me. If I cannot escape, then just kill me. Yes, please end my suffering. Lee Hoyol finally realized the grotesque truth. The residents here had become living sacrifices for black magic. He was struck by the horror of it. So, this is the true history of Tep. It was no wonder this place had become such a twisted, mysterious labyrinth. Lee Hoyol's voice cut through the despair. I have heard your plea. I shall be the one to end this tragedy. The creature that must never wake. He would personally eradicate the source of it all. Instantly, the system chimed. Quest: defeat the unawakened form slumbering in the abyss. Status in progress. Outside, Fabian, Zalong, and Lombit were flustered, trying to stop him. Are you planning to charge straight into the maze? That's suicide. Suddenly, Lombit spotted something. Wait, look over there. They turned to see a horde of beasts charging straight for them. The monsters are swarming. These weren't just beasts. They were the victims whose bodies had been usurped by the Dark Covenant. As the horde closed and a hand extended, a majestic purple aura erupted, forming an impenetrable barrier against the darkness. The wave of energy pierced through every single monster, carrying a voice that resonated in their souls. O citizens of Tep! Miraculously touched by that power, the beasts began to shed tears. Their monstrous forms seemed to fade, revealing the humanity within. Then came the agonizing screams for salvation. Save me, I just want this to end. Cutting through the chaos was a voice of absolute authority. Please save us. I understand your pain, Granful declared. Darkness is always bound by a darkness even more profound. A labyrinth run on black arts is no exception. Witnessing this overwhelming power, Fabian Zalong felt a shiver of anxiety. This vibration. Lombit frantically checked the seismic monitor. The entire labyrinth. It's reacting to him. Lee Hoyol, the architect of this terrifying power, spoke with icy resolve. I shall carry on your pride. It seemed the beasts had finally found a master worth obeying. He turned his back, issuing his decree to the creatures he had just subjugated. Lead the way, O Lions of Tep. The system flashed a new notification. You have obtained command authority over the Dark Covenant bearers of Tep. Elsewhere, typical players were struggling desperately just to survive against the mob. If you want to live, get out. What are those monsters saying? Wait, is Y-Gang about to die? Those are level 450 elites. Y-Gang, can you even handle this leveling Manhwa difficulty? Y-Gang, cornered and defenseless, was sobbing uncontrollably. Huh. Suddenly a flash of steel sliced the air. The monster was cleaved in two, leaving Y-Gang stunned. Something incredible had just happened. A warrior emerged from the chaos, descending like a saving hero. You're the streamer filming this raid, correct? You should be more careful. Y-Gang, his brain still rebooting from the shock, could only stammer out a slow, "Thank you." With the stranger gone, the young man scanned the perimeter. The monster horde had paused for a moment. Was it just his imagination? Suddenly a beast turned its gaze, leaving Nam Chonmin completely baffled. Huh. Every single monster turned toward the same direction. He finally noticed the anomaly. Their bloodlust had suddenly vanished. While he stood there clueless about their destination, Y-Gang realized the truth. Only one man could shift the tides of battle like this. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he praised his idol. It's Lee Hoyle. This must be a hidden piece of the quest. If we follow the beasts, we can penetrate the dungeon's core. At the mention of that name, curiosity sparked. Lee Hoyle excitement rippled through the soldiers and the crowd. Just waiting for the maze to be cleared was profit enough. But a free pass to the abyss. For real. Imagine the insane experience points waiting at the bottom. This is perfect viral content, like a live Manhwa recap. I love you, Lee Hoyle man. As they scrambled to see the spectacle, the silent warrior merely smirked. I'm going in first. They descended into the deep. Even without a ruined landscape, the atmosphere was electric. It felt like something epic was about to jump out. The streamer led the charge, eyes darting everywhere. With luck, he could leech off this quest. Suddenly, terror seized him. He collapsed, trembling finger pointing into the dark. Look, over there. The soldier beside him followed his gaze, and his face went pale as death. That thing. Staring into the colossal eye of the beast, they froze in their tracks. No. Is that actually an eye? The soldier stared, paralyzed by fear and confusion. What in the hell is that? If that's just the eyeball, how massive is the body? The girl beside him frantically checked her device for a system update. The information on the screen made everyone shudder. A level 900 boss? Are you kidding me? I should never have come here. Panic exploded. The streamer grabbed Y-Gang by the collar. Hey, is this really part of Lee Hoyle's quest? What if those monsters turn around and slaughter us right now? Despite the fear, he tried to salvage the situation. Wait, look closely. He pointed at the sea of monsters, all flowing in one direction. The beasts were gathering from every corner. It was as if they were being mind-controlled. Their footsteps fell in perfect unison. They all stopped before a single man, who was casually sipping tea. They formed a disciplined formation. It was Lee Hoyle. Cheers erupted instantly. Lee Hoyle, it's really him. They grabbed onto hope like a lifeline. Just as predicted, Lee Hoyle man is controlling the horde. We are saved. On the outside, Lee Hoyle calmly enjoyed his hot tea. But inside, his soul was screaming, we are absolutely doomed. The thought of fighting that thing terrified him to his core. That's not even a normal demon type. How does it have a level 900 tag? I barely defeated the level 850 Floros using the natural enemy buff. Lee Hoyle's soul was shaking like a leaf. This isn't your average leveling manhwa, where I can just pop some doping potions and rush in. Fabian Zelen went ahead to scout. For now, it's dormant. But these signs. Lee Hoyle was still trembling, analyzing the massive scale and texture of the beast. No, wait. With this many players, if we all attack at once, suddenly a voice cut through his desperate thoughts. It looks exactly like a real dragon. The realization made him want to vomit. A dragon. Fabian Zelen explained, his voice grim. Dragons are beings even the tower mages fear to provoke. The apex predators of Akina. Lee Hoyle, we must retreat immediately. Yet Lee Hoyle maintained his composure. Mr. Fabian, your fears are unfounded. He checked the system. Top 10 mysteries of Tep's maze. One of the great enigmas of Akina. Decode the maze and reveal the truth of Tep to the world. Mystery solved, 0 out of 10. Witness the completion of Tep's maze. Complete. Enter the deepest level. In progress. Defeat the unawakened entity sleeping at the bottom. In progress. His mind raced. Dragons are central to Akina's main lore. But Tep's maze is just a standard quest. In other words, he confirmed it wasn't the real deal. Lee Hoyle spoke with absolute calm. That is not the true dragon Imugi. And observing closely, he realized something else. Another uninvited guest had entered his territory. There is a demon nearby. The natural enemy skill has activated. Thoughts flashed through his mind. A demon hiding among the players in this rift. Unbelievable. Thanks to that, I got a power buff before the fight even started. Fantastic. A free bonus. Thanks a lot. I got lucky. Extremely lucky. While everyone else cowered, a dark aura began to radiate from him. It's not your turn yet, so shut up and wait. When did he stand up? His stride was filled with arrogance. Now, behold the successor of Tep's pride. Approaching the giant eye, he shouted, "O unawakened entity," and then, Imugi truly awakened. Its maw opened, revealing a terrifying abyss. Come on, destroy everything to your heart's content. Fear status effect, applied to the unawakened entity. And for good measure, a few more negative status effects piled on. The two soldiers had never seen such a beast. Pure panic set in. What is that? Why is it suddenly moving? Lee Hoyle focused on his system interface. Status standing by. 10,890 contractors of the Dark Tep. He turned to the monsters, as if asking for their permission. You guys want to fight too? Internally, he was thrilled. I can't control you, and I don't have the mana for it anyway, so just do whatever you want. But outwardly, he gave a badass command. Fight however you wish, orders received. The monster horde charged, ready to tear Imugi apart. Even the citizens of Tep and the players joined the fray, but some monsters were instantly crushed beneath its weight. System status standing by. 9,754 contractors remaining. Imugi exhaled a devastating breath. The system updated the casualties. Status standing by. 7,551 left. The army was thinning out. Status standing by. 5,321 left. Screams filled the air. The monsters are attacking the boss. The soldiers, seeing the chaos, debated their next move. Why are they fighting each other? We have to join the fight regardless, but how do we stop something that crushes the earth itself? Watching Imugi destroy everything. Someone recalled a memory from the past. Wait, I recognize that magic circle from the livestream. It is the exact same divine spell Hoyle unleashed during the Yusra Island raid. Amidst the chaos, only Lee Hoyle stood immovable as a mountain. An invisible, suffocating pressure radiated from him as he issued his command. If you possess even a shred of pride left in your souls, raise your weapons. His words struck their hearts like arrows, shaming the frozen players into action. Roars of determination erupted as they charged the massive target, the Imagi. We can't just stand here watching a leveling Manhwa unfold attack. The battlefield became a grinder of flesh and steel, as monsters and soldiers collided. 4,119 cursed souls of Tep clashed alongside the Arcana adventurers. The numbers dwindled to 2,847 survivors. Suddenly, a voice from the abyss whispered to the one bearing the deepest darkness, "Answer the call of their pride, savior of Tep." Granful's eyes snapped open as the ancient will declared, "I entrust all my power to you. I accept your burden." Instantly, a torrent of absolute darkness engulfed the Imugi, tearing through its scales. Exhausted players watched in trembling awe, unable to comprehend the sight. What kind of skill was that? It defies all logic. A golden system window flashed before their eyes. The Colossus had fallen, yet Lee Hoyle stood without a single scratch. The World Quest had been triggered. World Quest Dragon Slayer. The legend of the Zero Mountains is calling for the one who hunts the dragon's kin. Clear notification. You have conquered the Tep Labyrinth Rift. The survivors couldn't believe their luck. I thought the darkness would consume us all. Did he? Did he just solo a dragon? Ignoring the whispers, Granfell walked toward a secluded spot with elegant grace. A new prompt appeared, awaiting command. Only one cursed contractor remained out of the original 10,890 souls. Granfell spoke with solemn dignity. The world now knows of Tep's noble sacrifice. You may finally rest in peace. Tears fell from the spirit's eyes. I understand. The surrounding players bowed their heads, praying for the soul's liberation. As the last spirit faded into light, Granfell's demeanor shifted instantly. Now then. His gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing through the crowd. You there? I believe you have been looking for me. The hidden observer froze in terror. How I masked my demonic energy perfectly. How could a human detect me? He had come only to mock the human, rumored to have slain a demon king. I thought he was just a lucky brat. I planned to possess his body when he was weak. But this monster just slaughtered a dragon like it was nothing. What is he? That isn't just magic. It is a darkness deeper than the abyss. I, a high-ranking demon, am trembling. The demon turned to flee in panic. The players gasped. Is that another monster? If I don't run, I'll be erased. But Granfell materialized in his path like a grim reaper. A system message sealed his fate. The map of forgotten names demands a sacrifice. The demon screamed as the ritual began. Skill-activated exorcism ritual. Get away from me. Meanwhile, at the AA Guild headquarters, tension filled the air. Apologies for the delay. The emergency meeting of the 7 branch managers will now commence. Let us discuss the anomaly in the rift. The scale structure, the mana density, everything points to one conclusion. Even the game designers confirmed it. But the Dragon Lord should still be dormant atop the Zero Mountains. Why would it appear in a low-level dungeon? The Korean branch manager adjusted his glasses. I do not believe that was a true dragon. There is an Eastern legend of a serpent that failed to ascend. We call it the Imugi. So you are suggesting it was merely a degradation, a failed evolution? Precisely. It is a variant outside the original code, but the threat level remains catastrophic. Arcana is no longer just a game. The secrets of the Zero Mountains hold the key. They analyzed the data from the TEP Labyrinth raid. A consensus was reached among the global powers. Breaking news exploded across the internet. Did everyone in the raid really receive a world-class quest? It's confirmed Lee Hoyle triggered it. This isn't just a simple manhwa recap anymore. This is history in the making. Quest Traces of the Dragon. The reporter nodded frantically. Yes, every survivor shared the quest window. Elsewhere, Nam Tae-min grit his teeth in envy. Damn it, I should have been there. A rival shadowed him, whispering, while you whine, I will surpass you. At the Gon Guild, Locke stared at his phone. A dragon? Are you serious? If this is true, that hidden class freak, the Dragon Knight, will make his move. Things are about to get messy. Analysts were baffled. Lee Hoyle soloed a level 900 boss. But he didn't hoard the rewards. He opened the path for everyone. He is literally carrying the entire player base on his back. I have to say, player Lee Hoyle is the lighthouse in our dark world. A solitary brilliance piercing through the infinite abyss. Netizens flooded the forums. He's the true protagonist. I just cleared the rift thanks to his guide. Wait, what exactly happened inside? No comment. That was the general consensus. Traces of a dragon. A single ray of hope piercing through the drought of meaningful quests. Mysterious articles swirled around the hidden Dragon Knight class, while Gao Inazuma Burke made his return to the joint training session. Staring at his own avatar, Granfell plastered across the breaking news, Lee Hoyle trembled uncontrollably. Stop, his inner voice screamed. Please just stop. Wasn't the endless void of the universe enough? Now, he stood as a solitary beacon in the middle of the pitch-black night. Lee Hoyle rolled around in agony. How could he ever show his face in public after such humiliation? But then a cold voice cut through his thoughts. The opinions of others are irrelevant. Lee Hoyle snapped to his senses. That was right. What truly mattered was right here. At that moment, a genuine world quest manifested, and a system notification flashed before his eyes. World Quest Dragon Slayer. The legend of the Dragon Mountain calls out to the one who vanquished the evil dragon. You must set foot upon the peak of the Zero Mountains. He surmised that other players only received the Traces of the Dragon quest. It was undeniable. He had unlocked the Dragon Slayer quest solely because his damage contribution was legendary. Looking back, the lesson from the Dragon Demon War was clear. The devastation that creature left behind was nothing short of catastrophic. Even the mighty Magic Tower could not stand against the immortal entity known as a dragon. Dragons were for all intents and purposes the endgame content. As far as Lee Hoyle knew, the Zero Mountains, the dragon's lair, was the skyscraper of Akina. Average players couldn't even dream of stepping foot there. Terror filled his face as he thought, just imagining it makes me dizzy. If the monster in Teapon had been a genuine dragon, I would have been wiped from existence long ago. If even the Magic Tower couldn't defeat a dragon, how was I supposed to fight? I only took down that level 900 thug because my natural enemy skill activated. It was a miracle. Therefore, Lee Hoyle forced himself to stay cool. Regardless, it was time to calm down and inspect the loot. He received the Fang of the Earth Dragon, rarity unique, requirement level 800, effect none. A sword forged from the fang of an Earth Dragon possessing peerless destructive power. Lee Hoyle groaned. Oh God, another level restriction. Even so, its power must be devastating. Should I just hold it for a second? But the moment he grasped it, the system slapped him with reality. Your level is too low to equip this item. Seeing Lee Hoyle sulk, Granfell coldly remarked, what matters is how you utilize it. He sighed internally. How can I use something I can't even lift? Finally, Lee Hoyle reassured himself, forget the sword, the map of all things. That is the true treasure sent from the heavens. According to the notification, the map of all things was epic rarity requiring level 0. It displayed the locations of hidden, lost, or secretive items. It allowed you to teleport to one of those locations a single time. After that, all effects would vanish. However, the moment the teleportation effect was used, every other function would disappear immediately. He grinned internally. Does that mean I can find rare herbs or any item I desire? What should I search for first? Lee Hoyle weighed his options. He had snagged quite a bit in the maze, leveling up 15 times. The menu offered strength, agility, magic, and luck. I guess I should dump all my stat points into magic. He made a silent decision. I will invest exactly 1 point into luck. Lee Hoyle felt a surge of excitement. Lucky number 7. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? Oh fortune. Oh treasure map. Grant me high-tier loot. After making his choice, he was pumped. This was the thrill of a leveling manhwa. Done. Now back to work. There were too many exploration applications piled up while he was away. But upon seeing one specific file, Granfell froze. This. In a room stained with gloom and losing the breath of life, Marcelo stared at his palm with a pale complexion. He was panicking, his voice trembling with anxiety. Oh my, it seems he does not have much time left. The magic orb offered comfort. The magic tower will be fine. Archmage Lee Hoyle is doing an excellent job. He will continue the research we once worked on together. It praised him further. My first impression of him was quite surprising. Archmage Marcelo, the detection spell he just cast, had no wasted movement. What do you think? He encouraged himself. Now that he is here, I can finally rest assured. But Marcelo still held on to a lingering hesitation. There is only one thing. Leaving without seeing the Tower Master again? That leaves me with a bit of regret. Out in the hallway, Sai was surprised to see Lee Hoyle approaching. She greeted him warmly. Greetings, Archmage Lee Hoyle. But he dashed right past her. Watching his retreating back, Sai was confused. Where's he rushing off to? Rumor had it that Archmage Marcelo Lamotte suffered from a terminal illness hereditary to his family. Lee Hoyle wondered. Is he researching a way to break that curse? The exploration application explicitly stated the target Archmage Marcelo and the hereditary curse of the Siet Mage family, currently researching a cure. He questioned suspiciously. Is it a terminal illness or a curse? This was no ordinary curse. Lee Hoyle received a quest notification, a plea from the Siat family. The Siat Mage family was seeking to trace the origin of the hereditary curse that had befallen them. The letter from Siat was complete. The quest to meet the Countess of the Siat family was now in progress. This quest request originates from demons. Based on the information, he surmised that demons were the cause. In this manhwa recap, the stakes were rising, and in the form of Granfell, his eyes hardened with steely determination. Because I realized they dared to touch the magic tower once again. I will make them regret it. The large man standing behind the estate seemed to represent a majestic power, the Siat family. Every member of this family possessed overwhelming magical abilities. They were a renowned family of mages. They continuously produced outstanding geniuses, but despite such fame, no one envied them. The ancient building stood there, because the Siat bloodline was born with superior talent, but was shackled by a life-claiming curse that killed them before middle age. A sad young boy said nothing. To the Siat family, death was a recurring event more familiar to them than anyone else. The light pouring in felt bleak, as if sensing the sorrow. Marcelo spoke softly. It seems everything is nearly ready. He pondered for a long while. I can feel it. My heartbeat is slowing. The flow of mana is fading. Death is approaching me. Marcelo pulled open a drawer, taking out a packet of green tea with a satisfied look. I do not worry about the position I am leaving behind, for the tower now has you. Lord Lee Hoyle. Suddenly the sound of knocking echoed. Come in. Marcelo was slightly startled. Who would come here at this time? He gasped. Lee Hoyle. What brings you all the way here? Granfell crossed his arms and addressed Marcelo. Marcelo, he lowered his voice. Let me ask you this. Granfell interrogated him with intensity. Do you want to live? Marcelo fell silent, his eyes betraying a flicker of hidden confusion, before he burst into laughter, as if amused by the sheer audacity of such dignity. Granfell, feeling a mix of irritation and embarrassment, snapped. What is so funny? Your laughter is rather unsettling. Marcelo's voice softened, carrying the weight of ages. In all my years, you are the first to ask me that. Others only ever gaze upon me with envy or pity. But know this, I hold no regrets. He continued, his gaze becoming distant. This vision before me, it is the price I paid. My very lifespan traded for this cursed talent. Marcelo clenched his fist, fighting back a remnant of lingering resentment. I thought I had severed all worldly attachments. His voice dropped to a whisper. Yet your question stirred something deep within me. He turned his head, his eyes burning with a raw, desperate truth. I want to live. Those 4 words triggered a memory deep within Granfell. The image of their desperate escape from the magic tower played out in his mind with crystal clarity. I owe this man everything, he thought. I remember the old Marcello commanding his subordinates with absolute authority. You were my shield then, Marcello. Now let me be yours. Granful's voice was steady as stone. That answer is all I needed to hear, Marcello. Suddenly, the blue light of the system materialized before him. A new quest, Marcello's research legacy. The Archmage of the Magic Tower seeks to transcend the boundaries of magic by your side. Accepting Marcello's proposal complete. Proving your worth complete. The Archmage's burden repeatable. Mastery of Chi in progress. Carrying on Marcello's will. In progress. The scene shifts to the grandeur of the Crystal Hall. The new round table convened. A voice rang out, trembling with pure awe. Archmage Yusra and the elite mages. They have all gathered. The announcement cut through the murmurs like a blade. From lowly apprentices to master mages, everyone was present. She scanned the room, disbelief coloring her thoughts. Is this truly the same round table I once knew? A gathering once shrouded in secrecy is now open to all. How? Unexpected. Archmage Bellier let out a weary sigh. Indeed, it is nothing short of a miracle. Despite the anxiety flickering in her eyes, she knew the truth. The traitor had been unmasked, and the tower was finally purging its rot, changing for the better. But honestly, I cannot focus on politics right now. As time ticked away, her mind wandered. Has Chairman Li Hoyol seen my resignation letter yet? Suddenly, a proclamation echoed through the hall. An urgent announcement. Co-Chairman Li Hoyol will not be attending today's session due to unforeseen circumstances. The hall erupted into confused whispers. The chairman is never late. What could have happened? Bellier's heart sank. Li Hoyol would never miss this. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, Li Hoyol let out a long sigh of relief. He strutted down the hallway, pleased with himself, until shock froze him in place. The moment I saw Bellier's resignation, the system decided to intervene. Li Hoyol's face went pale as he stared at the holographic notifications. Not one but two at the same time. Main quest: destroy Marcello's legacy, rebuild the magic tower. And the world quests just kept piling up. The World Tree Seed, Demon King Floros, the Dwarves, and now the Demon Hunter questline. A request from the House of Siat. Carry on Marcello's will, they said. He scanned the overwhelming list. Managing my schedule was hard enough, and now Marcello is gone. Li Hoyol trembled, a cold sweat breaking out. At this rate, I will be the next one to drop dead. The image of himself wasting away haunted him. He could almost see Marcello waving to him from the afterlife. I do not need a curse to kill me. Sheer exhaustion will do the job just fine. His eyes locked onto a specific notification. The House of Siat. I only just learned of their existence. A request from the House of Siat. The Mage Clan Siat seeks the origin of the mortality curse. Objective: visit Siat territory complete. Objective: confront Countess Siat in progress. He paused, confused. Why is the visit already marked as complete? Then, it hit him. If a demon hunter falls, their contract is transferred by the system. The quest his predecessor accepted had been passed down to him. I am the last demon hunter standing. Suddenly, a weeping magical letter flew frantically through the air, stopping right in front of him. Granfell, where in the world are you? Li Hoyol raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Meanwhile, Bellier stood frozen. I am standing before the rift, a voice boomed. It wasn't just anyone. It was the persona that commanded the world's attention. Granfell. What is happening? This system flashed red. Location, intersection at sunset. Level recommendation, 380. Collapse progress 0.6%. I just got back to the office. Who else could be here? Bellier's voice trembled with urgency. When will you return, and why are you at the rift? Granfell's reply was calm and absolute. Because this rift is the gateway to Akina. Bellier's mind raced. The demon that tried to assassinate me, it used a dimensional rift. That wretched creature had fled back to its home world. The rift to Akina. I have verified it. This anomaly is a bridge between Earth and the continent of Akina. Her voice cracked with anxiety. Chairman, surely you do not intend to cross over alone. That is exactly my intention. Panic seized her. But why? Granfell adjusted his tie with immaculate precision. Because the House of Siat awaits. Bellier gasped. He must have seen my resignation letter. Desperate, she stepped forward. Then take me with you. But his refusal was instant. No. I am entrusting Marcello's legacy to you. I also need you to gather intelligence on the Siat lineage. Bellier. She bit her lip. But sir, it is too dangerous. Granfell's gaze turned icy. Archmage Bellier, consider your resignation officially rejected. His eyes burned with unshakable resolve. Have faith in me. She reached out. Chairman, please. Li Hoyle massaged his temples. Why are people the same in every world? Leaders like you. You always try to carry the weight of the world on your own shoulders. Her voice broke with frustration. But Granfell had already stepped into the void. System alert. You have entered the rift intersection at sunset. Forgive me, Bellier, but this path is one I must walk alone. He activated the transport item. The map of all things materialized in his hand. A single-use artifact. One passenger. One-way ticket. And there is one more thing, Granfell mused. A title bestowed upon him after planting the World Tree's seed. The Last Adventurer. A spectral tree illuminated the void, his achievements, echoing across the continent in this manhwa recap of his life. He gazed at the title, The Last Adventurer. Back when Akina was just a game, he recalled the death penalty was severe. Your account would be locked for 24 hours. But this title changes everything. The Last Adventurer grants immunity to true death on Akina. If I fall, I am merely ejected to reality and barred from re-entry for a cooldown period. A 24-hour lockout. It mirrors the old game mechanics perfectly. Li Hoyle grinned. I will not die. I will just be logged out. This is the ultimate safety net. A cheat code for survival. A sly smile crept onto his face. But that is not my only weapon. Excitement surged through him. My mechanical tower has been operating autonomously in Akina this whole time. I couldn't retrieve it before, but now, he imagined the accumulated resources in this leveling manhwa scenario. Imagine the experience points and fame it has farmed. It is finally time to harvest the rewards. Granfell composed himself. However, I must not lose focus. The primary objective remains Countess Siat. Target location said, Siat territory east of the royal capital. Li Hoyle took a deep breath, his heart pounding. I cannot lie. Returning to Akina, after all this time, I am actually nervous. The digital night sky and the towering peaks of the game world were far more majestic than any real-life travel. With a surge of anticipation, he commanded, all right, let's move. Returning to Akina after 10 years, the very atmosphere felt heavy, as if countless crimson eyes were glaring down from the void. Li Hoyle gazed upward at the familiar landscape. This was truly Akina. A system window materialized with a chime. You have entered the storm-ravaged continent. Granfell clawed arpeggio. Romeo clenched his jaw. The demon infestation hadn't vanished. Instead, their dark presence had only festered in the shadows, growing stronger. A voice chilling as the grave echoed from the depths. It has been an eternity since we welcomed a guest. The flicker of an oil lamp revealed a pair of skeletal, lifeless hands. A figure emerged from the gloom. A housekeeper, though his aura screamed of something far more sinister. The Siat estate welcomes all travelers, the old man rasped. Would you care to rest your weary legs? Deep within the mansion, a predatory gaze locked onto him, tracking his every movement like a wolf stalking a lamb. Granfell clawed arpeggio. Romeo's instincts flared. He sensed the bloodlust instantly. Very well, he replied coolly. At that moment, his class trait triggered natural enemy has been activated. Meanwhile, beneath a sky bleeding crimson at twilight, a colossal tower pierced the heavens like a spear of the gods. Its ancient architecture radiated an overwhelming aura of majesty and power. At its zenith, a massive hexagonal structure suspended a glowing azure gem, hovering like an all-seeing eye, judging the mortal realm below. Silence was shattered by a frantic cry. Senior Bellier, A. Young mage burst through the heavy double doors, his face twisted in panic. Is it true? Has Master Marcello fallen? It was Ben William, the prodigy of flame magic. His voice trembled with raw anxiety. Please tell me he is safe. A senior researcher of pure mana bang scowled at the intrusion. He sharply raised a finger to his lips, demanding immediate silence. William froze, confused by the gesture, until a voice cut through the air, cold, sharp, and dripping with authority. Senior Ben William, you will lower your voice in the presence of the patient. It was the dark magic specialist, stored in. Her expression was darker than the shadows she commanded, her glare piercing through him. Terrified by her killing intent, Ben clamped a hand over his mouth. Why, yes, understood. In the corner, a solitary figure lay motionless on the bed. Beside the bed, a woman manipulated a holographic blue interface with practiced grace. Without looking up, she chided softly. Senior William, a hospital room is no place for such outbursts. I was just worried, Ben stammered. The woman glanced at her own hands. Each finger bore a ring of identical design, yet holding a gemstone of a different hue. Strange, she thought. The dark mono resonance ring is silent. If this isn't caused by black magic, then just what is the nature of the Sim family's curse? A complex magic circle glowed beneath the patient, binding him with ethereal chains of pulsating blue light. The energy twisted, coalescing into a sinister red aura that formed a mocking demonic grin. Lee cursed under his breath, disgusted. Damn it. To think a curse could be this malevolent. I fear for Lord Lee Hoyol as well, she whispered. He headed straight for Akana. With both him and Marcelo out of commission, the burden on us is crushing. On the bed, Marcelo looked like a corpse. His skin was ashen, lips cracked and dry. Cold sweat drenched his brow as he clung to life by a thread, his vitality draining away with every shallow breath. The room filled with a suffocating sense of helplessness. All we can do now, she murmured, her voice heavy with despair, is pray that Master Marcelo has the strength to endure. Back at the estate, the dining hall was a cavern of silence, the atmosphere thick enough to choke on. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo sat alone at the grand table, an island in a sea of darkness. The butler slid the chair in behind him, the sound echoing in the emptiness. Bowing low, the servant intoned, I shall bring your dinner immediately, my lord. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio, Romeo closed his eyes, sinking into thought. Come to think of it, that guy, Marcelo. A realization struck him. Is he actually from a filthy rich family? From now on, you're paying for your own tea, he grumbled internally. The vast kitchen remained unlit, swallowed by gloom, with only thin slivers of pale moonlight slicing through the narrow windows. The beams of light stretched across the floor like ghostly fingers, only amplifying the desolate and eerie silence of the mansion. A modest estate Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo noted with his usual aristocratic flair, but well-maintained. His inner self Lee Hoyol scoffed. Look at this rich brat pretending to be humble. Yet his instincts were screaming. The entire mansion was saturated with a vile, gloomy miasma. How could the servants be completely oblivious to this suffocating darkness? A chilling theory formed in his mind. The enemy is a demon that devours mage clans. Had the servants already fallen? Were they merely puppets on strings? Lee Hoyol tightened his focus. This isn't some low-level haunt. We're dealing with a massive power here. I need to stay sharp. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the soft click of heels. A crimson dress swirled like fresh blood. My, what a rare delight, a voice purred. A woman stepped into the dim light. You've arrived just in time for dinner. I am June, the matriarch of the Sim family. This was the Countess of Simt herself. She glided to the opposite end of the table, her tone dripping with feigned sweetness. I hope you don't mind dining with an old crone like me. You are a peculiar one, seeking out a cursed house such as ours. Yes, the curse, she continued, her eyes gleaming. A tragic bargain, really. Endless talent in exchange for one's lifespan. She suddenly clamped a hand over her mouth, feigning shock. Oops, I said too much, she thought. But I can't help it. It's just so hilarious. Beneath her hand, her wrinkled face twisted into a grotesque, terrifying sneer. Her smile hid 1,000 wicked schemes. These foolish humans, these arrogant mages so proud of their lineage, walking right into a trap that promises power for their very souls. Her true intentions were as black as the void. Thanks to their stupidity, I can sit comfortably in this mansion and gorge myself on their power. Once I devour the life force of Marcelo, the greatest genius in history, I will shatter the hierarchy. I will overthrow the very system of the demon realm itself. This was the stakes of a true leveling manhwa. Snapping back to reality, June asked, Your attire? It is quite unique. Where do you hail from? Granful Claudio Arpeggio Romeo offered no reply. Silence hung heavy as blood-red wine was poured into his goblet. The air crackled with tension, but Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo remained unmoved. He swirled the wine with the grace of a king, inhaled the bouquet, and addressed the butler. A robust aroma, smooth texture. The butler bowed deeply. You are too kind, sir. June persisted, annoyed by his indifference. Let me guess, are you from the Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo? Cut her off effortlessly, ignoring her completely. This vintage is excellent for banquets, he mused aloud. June's wrinkled face contorted her mask of politeness, cracking under the weight of her rising fury. This lowly human dares to ignore me, she raged internally. Unbothered Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo continued his critique as if he were the star of a manhwa recap, and the culinary technique is exquisite. It perfectly honors the high-grade ingredients. Seeing his arrogance, June spat curses in her mind, putting on a show for the servants like a good little liar. Granfell Claudio Arpeggio Romeo savored the dish with elegant grace. Convey my compliments to the chef. But beneath her smile, June's inner voice screamed, Do you really think this is just a dinner party? Malice boiled over in her soul. I planned to end you softly, but plans change. Now, I'll tear you apart until nothing remains. Lei Li Hoyol observed the madness, baffled, thinking this felt like the climax of a manhwa recap. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo. Seriously, you're enjoying this? Do you think this is some 5-star resort? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo remained unfazed, praising the meal, while June trembled with suppressed rage, veins bulging. Then his demeanor shifted to ice. Enough. Let us drop the curtain on this farce. The empty wine glass reflected her horror. A gasp escaped June's lips as the atmosphere shifted instantly. The moment he spoke, blinding light erupted beneath her. The kitchen dissolved into a nightmare realm filled with countless red eyes staring directly into her soul. Her eyes darted around in panic. Spatial transfer. And this arrogance. Who does he think he is? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's voice cut through the air like a blade. Filthy demon. His authority descended. From this moment forth, your tongue shall only be used to apologize to Simus. June's mind raced with confusion. Damn it. Where did this monster come from? Is he a secret heir? The family hid away? Her human disguise shattered. Spikes erupted from her back, veins pulsing as a monstrous grin split her face. How rude. But I admit you have some impressive parlor tricks. The transformation completed a visage of pure nightmare, with 7 glowing eyes and twisted horns jutting from her skull. Her razor-sharp teeth clicked together. But in the end, you are merely a lowly human. A crimson warning flashed. Demon King June has revealed her true form. Wasting no time, she unleashed a wave of dark power at the stoic hunter. I'll devour you whole as a special appetizer. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo sidestepped the blast with effortless grace, azure light gathering in his palm. How utterly foolish. A crimson vial materialized in his grip, containing a glowing eye. The system chimed. The eyes of slaughter have selected their sacrifice. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's expression darkened, his own eyes burning red. Ritual of exorcism activated. In a heartbeat, he vanished from plain sight. June froze, her 7 eyes widening in disbelief. Panic set in. My magic eye lost track of him. You aren't a mage, she realized, face twisting in dread. You are the rumor, the one who cast the great devil back to the abyss. You are a demon hunter. His voice was ice cold. I do not converse with prey. He raised his hand, blue energy surging as light erupted around the demon. She gritted her teeth in disbelief. A demon hunter wielding high-tier ice magic? Impossible. With a grotesque laugh, she shattered the encroaching frost. Madness took over her gaze. Your arrogance blinds you. Do you know I have cultivated this domain for centuries? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stood his ground, parrying her onslaught with a shield, but a thought nagged at him. What is this unsettling sensation? Is it the stench of the demon intensifying? He realized it was a trap too late. Her silken trap had already ensnared him. Her voice dripped with venom. Even within your ritual, this is my domain. Regret the day you chose my lair as your grave demon hunter. A massive spiked leg thrust toward his heart. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo barely evaded, acknowledging her speed. She is fast. This power, he analyzed. She harvested it from the Archmage. June cackled, raining blows upon him. Is fleeing all a legend can do? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo's eyes widened, spotting an opening. But June was high on hubris. And here, I thought the legendary demon hunter would be a challenge. I don't even need to drain Marcello's life force to crush you. Her attacks flew fast and true, intensifying like the final boss of a leveling manhwa. Lei Li Hoyol roared from within. Is Marcello just a packed lunch to you? Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo frowned, a flicker of urgency crossing his face. Suddenly, the webs tightened. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo was yanked upside down, suspended in the air. June shrieked with glee. I have you now. Struggle all you want. My silk is stronger than steel. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo hung inverted, his expression darkening into a scowl of pure irritation. Poor Lei Li Hoyol was about to vomit from the motion sickness. June hissed, I'll drain you dry and wrap your corpse in a nice little cocoon. As her lethal legs descended to skewer him, Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo watched with unnatural calm. Then the system intervened. The first world tree has sensed your presence. A spectral tree manifested, radiating divine light through its leaves. The first world tree bestows its blessing upon you. Vitality and mana surged. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo deduced. I suspected this place might trigger a blessing due to its affinity with nature. And he was right. The ancient power flooded his veins. In that instant, the demonic webs began to freeze over. Jun froze in her tracks, watching her indestructible silk turn to brittle ice. With a resounding crash, the webs shattered, and Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo descended. She screamed in disbelief, but Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo remained the picture of aristocratic composure, his gaze locking onto her with deadly precision. "My mana reserves are untouched," he noted. His feet touched the water's surface, rippling with power. "Now I can unleash magic of a completely different caliber." Azure aura exploded from his form. A blizzard of white mist swept through the dimension, engulfing the demon. She was frozen instantly. June let out a pathetic whimper, her mind shattering. The entire lake had turned to solid ice in the blink of an eye. Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stared her down with cold judgment. Terror finally replaced her arrogance. Trembling, she screeched out to her kin, "Demons, assist me." Her voice echoed with desperation. "The demon hunter is here, the one who sent the avatar of greed back to hell, the last remnant of House Asan, the slayers of demon kings. This is our chance. Kill him and extinguish the Asan bloodline forever." Unbothered Granfell Claudia Arpeggio Romeo stepped forward across the ice, his voice echoing with absolute authority. "Even if your voice could pierce the barrier, it is only fueled by the stolen lives of the Simat bloodline." His gaze was absolute zero, locking onto her soul. "I warned you. The only words I permit from your filth are apologies." High above, fire and water collided, opposing elements swirling in a volatile dance of destruction. "You dared to defile Akana's sanctuary." The air around Granfell began to warp under the crushing weight of his rising mana. With every step, his verdict echoed like thunder. "For every life of House Simat you devoured, I shall strike you down with 100 elemental calamities." Before she could even scream, judgment fell. A blinding explosion of light swallowed the demon lord run whole. Her wretched howl shattered the silence. Then the golden text of the system materialized. "Target eliminated. Exorcism complete." Her physical form withered instantly into grotesque bones, before dissolving into nothing but black smoke. Granfell's voice remained stoic. Her torment was the price for her sins. "Rest now, original owner of this body." But deep inside, Lee Hoyle thought, "Hey, that demon." Granfell stood tall, his eyes piercing the horizon with arrogant confidence. "Now, the real hunt begins." Skill, natural enemy activated. He could feel it, the gaze of every demon on the continent locking onto him. Perfect. "I never planned on a quiet exit anyway." Countless blood-red eyes ignited in the darkness. A sea of monstrosities hungry for his soul glared with fanatical killing intent. He drew his blade blue aura surging like a tide. "Come and get it, you filth." As the horde surged forward, his voice cut through the chaos. "Today I end this. With everything I have." Facing an ocean of enemies, Lee Hoyle remained ice-cold. With the source of the curse destroyed, Marcelo is finally safe. Suddenly, a chime rang out. Hidden condition met. Distributing rewards. In the heat of battle, he had almost forgotten the quest details. Right. The commission reward. Let's hope it's a power-up worthy of a top-tier leveling manhwa. The system responded instantly to his desire. Affinity with On has increased. Influence within the faction has risen. He smirked. "Not bad. Just like in the tower, this means I can call on their support." Wait. The memory of the empty meeting hall struck him. The bitter reality washed over him. "I'm the only demon hunter left in the entire faction." His inner voice screamed in frustration. What is the point of increased affinity if there's nobody else? Back in reality, the mansion was drowning in suffocating demonic energy. The sky itself seemed to bleed with thousands of glaring eyes. First, secure the civilians. With a flash of teleportation magic, he claimed the high ground to survey the battlefield. From his vantage point, the view was crystal clear. He looked down at the bloodthirsty swarm with pure disdain. They scrambled over each other like rabid beasts. Lee Hoyle's mind raced, calculating the odds. Mindless suicide charges. Typical. Spotting him, the horde erupted with killing intent, swarming toward the hill. Lee Hoyle sighed, channeling Granfell's arrogance. "You should be trembling in fear, not attacking." His voice boomed with authority. They charged blindly, right into his trap. Fury ignited in his chest like a blast furnace. Even the Abyss Dwellers were clawing their way up the cliffside. The pressure was suffocating. "Come to your deaths." The first vanguard emerged, a chimera of nightmares with goat horns and thrashing serpent tails. He summoned the weapon, but the system denied him. "I can't wield it yet. The level requirement is too high." Item: Fang of the Malevolent Earth Dragon. Grade unique. Required level 800. Lee Hoyle scoffed. "Against trash like this, I don't need to dirty my hands." He tapped into the weapon's intrinsic property, form alteration. Time for a little artistic modification. Pouring pure mana into the structure, he reshaped reality. The blade twisted and expanded, rebirthed as a colossal bone dragon. It roared, shaking the heavens. Wreak havoc, my avatar. Your mental attacks are useless against a construct of pure bone and magic. The dragon tore through the demonic ranks like a natural disaster. Lee Hoyle watched in awe. In terms of raw stats, that thing is even stronger than I am. This should finish them. But suddenly, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He glanced down. Damn it. I dumped every drop of my mana into that summon. Yet, his expression remained unshakable. Just as calculated. Emergency protocol initiated. Unequipping white wing armor. He drew his blade. He gripped his hilt tight. I'll carve through you lowlifes myself. Exploding into motion, he became a blur of steel. It wasn't just magic. His swordsmanship was sublime. One strike cleaved through 3 giant demons instantly. He launched himself into the air. Skill-activated masterpiece of the nameless blacksmith. A massive greatsword materialized in his grip. You are like roaches, he spat. Switching weapon, legendary assassin's crossbow. Adrenaline and rage fueled his movements. Line up. I will slaughter every single one of you. Bolts of light rained down, piercing hearts with surgical precision. Ranged phase complete. He drew his blade once more. Now, for the close-up. With a single earth-shattering swing, he cleaved the massive demon in two. The lesser fiends roared in madness, terrified as their kin were slaughtered like cattle. Li Hoyol didn't even blink. He moved like a phantom, dismantling the horde one by one with terrifying precision. Demon corpses piled up, unable to match his transcendent swordsmanship. Though bathed from head to toe in crimson blood, Li Hoyol's resolve did not waver. His eyes saw only one thing: enemies that needed to be purged. But no matter how many he butchered, the tide of monsters never ended. Suddenly his eyes went wide with shock. A sharp jolt of agony ripped through him. A demon had seized the split second he was distracted to drive a blade straight into his chest. The system window flashed red. Emergency alert. Bleeding status effect active. Li Hoyle grabbed the demon's blade with his bare hand. Without even looking back, he swung his sword in a reverse arc, sending that sneak attacker straight to hell. That cheap shot only poured oil on the fire of his rage. Damn it all, Li Hoyle went berserk, slaughtering the demons with blinding speed. His sword became a blur of steel. But even as he carved a path of destruction, he knew the truth. He had lost too much blood. The clock was ticking. The system screamed its warning. Emergency maintenance, bleeding effect persists. Li Hoyle clutched his chest, trying to stem the crimson flow gushing from his wound. Another alarm blared in his ears, HP at critical levels. He paused, gasping for air through the pain. A dark thought crept in. How much longer can my body hold on? But the demon horde showed no mercy, charging in for the kill. Watching death approach, Li Hoyle let out a dry, self-deprecating chuckle. My body, it refuses to move. Time seemed to freeze. Is this the legendary cinematic reel? My life flashing before my eyes. The revolving lantern of memories began to spin. His entire past flooded back in a chaotic kaleidoscope of images. The mages he fought beside. The fated encounters. Every moment rushed back. Then a single memory clarified. The image of Hakan spoke from the past. Listen well, Sir Li Hoyle. On the battlefield where life and death dance together, that is where your sword aura will deepen and find its true color. His mind snapped awake. Hakan's final lesson had etched itself into his very marrow. As his life force drained away, his sword aura was becoming razor sharp. It was as if a dormant sense had awakened within him. He could feel the flow of everything. Man and blade were no longer separate, they were one. Explosive power surged from his core. Li Hoyle's aura erupted, transcending the mere physical shell of sword steel. His grip tightened on the hilt, pouring every last drop of his soul into the weapon. In the face of imminent death, Li Hoyle drove his sword deep into the earth beneath his feet. His will blazed like a supernova. This was the ultimate form of recklessness. As his technique annihilated the demons around him, he realized the truth. When you have nothing left to lose, fear becomes obsolete. In that fleeting moment, Li Hoyle finally understood the lesson of his stormy youth. With overwhelming momentum, he accelerated. His attacks became a blur of phantom strikes. Li Hoyle's sword path was now sharper, deadlier, and more mystical than ever before. The only reason his broken body could still move past its limit was because of who he was in that specific moment. His inner voice spoke with absolute clarity. If I were not Granfell, Claudie, Arpeggio, Romeo, I would have crumbled under this pain and terror long ago. Suddenly, a system window popped up. Pause. Insufficient mana to recall the evil Earth Dragon's fang. Li Hoyle's trembling body froze. He could feel the abyss of unconsciousness swallowing his will. A majestic voice boomed across the battlefield. The last survivor of Asan. True to the name. An armored figure atop a nightmare steed approached to witness him. It was the Demon King of the West Goth, level 1000. The ultimate calamity of this leveling manhwa. I, a Cossack ruler of the West, acknowledge you. To treat you like the common human trash would be an insult. Facing this overwhelming pressure, Lee Hoyol just smirked. Level 1000, huh? Don't make me laugh. His voice was cold, dripping with disdain. Is that really the best you've got? Even clutching his fatal wound, Lee Hoyol's arrogance remained untouchable. Only a high-tier demon king is worthy of my hunt. You're just slightly cleaner trash than the garbage I just swept away. Goth burst into raucous laughter. I like you. I shall grant you the honor of serving me, even in death. It doesn't matter who Goth commanded his legion. Seize that demon hunter's body, possess him. Do this, and I will allow you to join the Demon King's great conquest. But in Goth's amusement, Lee Hoyol found the clue he needed. So, that's how it is. In a flash, he leveled his divine crossbow. A petty squabble between demons for a plastic throne. What a joke. His target was locked. The Demon King Goth, right in front of him. Goth casually raised a hand and caught the bolt from the crossbow. The arrogance in his eyes was absolute. Was that your final desperate struggle, last survivor of Asin? Lee Hoyol coughed, violently spewing blood from his internal injuries. Seeing the hunter's broken form only excited Goth more. Is this the despair you Asan hunters feel in your final moments? Smirking, the Demon King snapped the arrow like a dry twig. Even the demonic eyes in the sky seemed to squint in mockery of the human's futile resistance, fighting until the bitter end, only to be met with ridicule. The system flooded his vision with red alerts, warning, vitality critical. Lee Hoyol ignored it all. His resolve hardened into diamond. If I'm going to die anyway, then I'll make sure it's a death worthy of legend. Goth and his demons froze, stunned by the sudden shift in the air. The Demon King looked baffled, unable to believe his senses. That human, he was burning his very soul for fuel. Lee Hoyol summoned his final colossal weapon. The sheer madness of it struck terror into Goth's heart. What the hell are you doing? Stop this instant. Lee Hoyol's face held only a twisted, satisfied grin of pure recklessness. As the last demon hunter, I will vanish from this world, and I'm taking millions of you bastards with me. A bright green system notification announced the End Authority-activated aerial fortress, Iron Armor City. Goth roared in fury, veins bulging in his eyes. Do you think suicide changes anything? Even if you drag every demon here to hell with you, millions more will just rise again. From the heart of the debris and choking smoke, Lee Hoyol's voice pierced the silence, calm yet dominating. I will hunt them down, every single one. Goth recoiled in shock. What, ignoring the catastrophic wounds tearing his body apart? Lee Hoyol flashed a defiant grin. The real battle starts now. I am the demon hunter. Lee Hoyol straightened his spine, a terrifying aura erupting from his core as his gaze hardened like steel. I am your nightmare incarnate. Blood vessels burst in the demon's eyes, fueled by pure rage. You, Goth roared, his face twisting into a mask of madness. You wretched insect. But Lee Hoyol's aura surged forward, like a glacial path, obliterating every enemy in its wake. Elsewhere, under a blood-red sky, a carriage tore through the desolate wasteland. Hadrock gritted his teeth, a shadow of helplessness darkening his face. Damn it, he slammed his hands down, tormented by a single thought. Was that truly the only way, even with the contract? Was sacrificing him the right choice? The image of Lee Hoyol flashed in his mind, and Hadrock's expression crumpled in sheer agony. He is the last survivor of Anan, Akana's final hope. His voice cracked with heart-wrenching remorse. And yet suddenly, a blinding light pierced the gloom. Hadrock gasped. This radiance, why is it so intense? Her presence shone with a purity unlike anything seen before. Han, he was stunned. Her aura, it has transcended. Hain placed a hand over her heart, her voice steady. I bear a final message from Lee Hoyol. Meanwhile, in the void of chaos, the system announced, you have died. Lee Hoyol sighed. Ah, figured as much. Taking that magical impact head-on. Survival was impossible. Death penalty activated, experience significantly reduced. He pondered in the darkness. So, this is the afterlife. Since I've never died before, I'm flying blind here. No pain though. That's a plus. Suddenly, notifications flooded his vision. Your achievements have spread across Akana. Lee Hoyol screamed internally. That was too close. More messages cascaded down. The people of Akana mourn your noble sacrifice. A flicker of satisfaction sparked within him. Wahaha. I'm actually blushing. I only pulled that stunt because my title, The Last Adventurer, prevents permanent death. Then a loot notification chimed. Lee Hoyol's eyes went wide. Received item Demon Eye Dual Glasses. What's this? But the system wasn't done. News of your legendary sacrifice has reached every corner. Lee Hoyol scratched his cheek. Okay, now it's getting embarrassing. But the notifications didn't stop. Every living soul knows your name. Lee Hoyol panicked. Wait, hold on, let me explain. You have received a sublime title. He screamed at the interface, but the system ignored him. I said wait. Light began to bleed through his heavy eyelids. Struggling to focus, Maelo awoke to find himself lying in a luxurious chamber. He stared at his hands, bewildered. What happened? I definitely died. Before he could process, Ben William burst into the room beaming. Archmage Maelo, still dazed. Maelo muttered, "What is going on?" The boy beamed with a radiant smile. "You're really awake." Two attendants instantly clamped hands over Ben's mouth, terrified he might say too much. A calm voice cut through. "Are you fully recovered?" Maelo looked up, his expression solemn. "Senior Mattis, you knew about my condition all along, didn't you? I thought I was lost forever." His face suddenly lit up, with joy, raw energy radiating from him. "The curse. It's gone. My mana flows smoother than ever." Mattis blinked in shock. What on earth happened? Let's rewind the clock. Moments earlier, title, The Last Adventurer, activated. Returning to reality. Cooldown 23 hours and 59 minutes. Lee Hoyol stared at the screen. Entering Twilight Crossroads Rift. He paused. That's the rift I entered before getting dragged into Akina. I feel fine. Just drained. So this is the cheat code of a leveling manhwa. Lee Hoyol exhaled, smiling. Phew. Even knowing I'd respawn doesn't make dying any less terrifying. Suddenly, reality hit him. He looked down at his tattered rags and frowned. My suit. It's ruined. He reached toward the blue dimensional rift. Stepping through the portal, Lee Hoyol crashed into his room, wearing nothing but boxer shorts. I should have a spare set here. Suddenly, a voice called out. Lee Hoyol, are you inside? He jumped out of his skin, then moved at light speed to dress. He threw on a fresh shirt, abs peeking through unbuttoned fabric, and whipped his vest on with dramatic flair. Perfectly dressed, he sat down, his face turning blue from holding his breath. That was too close. I almost got caught. This is the biggest crisis in this entire manhwa recap. Lee Hoyol composed himself. Come in. Burrier entered, looking anxious. Archmage, Lee Hoyol, you really returned. I sensed your mana stabilizing Maelo. It seems he is safe. Lee Hoyol smiled internally. I am relieved for him. Barrier pressed on, eyes wide. What happened? The curse vanished. I didn't expect you back so soon. Suddenly, her gaze froze on the chair behind him. Archmage. There lay his blood-soaked shirt forgotten. Barrier gasped. That blood? Lee Hoyol's heart hammered. Crap, I forgot to hide the evidence. Are you injured? She cried. Let me heal you immediately. He raised a hand. No need. Lee Hoyol closed his eyes, feigning absolute calm. Mere scratches from hunting demons in Akina? He maintained his stoic facade. The desperate flailing of a lower demon is nothing to me. Barrier stared in awe. Akina is a hellscape. Judging by that blood, he survived a massacre. How can he remain so composed? She wanted to speak, but chose silence instead. As the verdant healing aura faded from her palms, Belle simply nodded. I understand. She bowed deeply, her posture screaming gratitude. Grand Mage Lee Hoyol, thank you for saving Marcelo. Her eyes closed in a moment of profound reverence. Witnessing this unexpected display from the proud Belle, Lee Hoyol felt a spark of satisfaction. Guga. I never thought I'd see the day Belle would bow her head to me. She must have been terrified. The tower has lost so many souls recently, he mused. It wouldn't hurt to build bridges with the other mages now. On the surface, however, he remained an ice-cold statue. I only did what was necessary. Marcelo should be mobile now. Bring him in. Meanwhile, his inner psyche was practically strangling him. Dude, do you even know how to have a normal conversation? The scene shifts to the kingdom of Yusra, painting a deceptive picture of tranquility. Inside the tower, a hooded Marcelo trailed behind Lee Hoyol, his voice trembling with disbelief. To think the curse that has plagued my bloodline for generations is finally gone. I truly cannot find the words to repay this debt. Lee Hoyol waved it off casually, like swatting a fly. It was nothing, but Marcelo's curiosity couldn't be contained. Lee Hoyol, if I may, what exactly transpired in Akina? Lee Hoyol cut to the chase. You're about to find out. We've arrived. As they stepped into the chamber, every gaze locked onto them instantly. At the Golden Round Table, Hakuna announced, The council is assembled. Lee Hoyle. Lee Hoyle adjusted his vest, his aura shifting to pure authority. Then let us skip the pleasantries and begin. He slammed an object onto the table. Hakuna's eyes went wide. Wait, don't tell me. Is that Lee Hoyle nodded? This is the twin scope demon eye. It links our vision directly to the demon realm, allowing us to monitor the Akina continent in real time. The system window flashed item twin scope demon eye. Great epic. It connects to a beholder in the demon realm. However, be warned, in this leveling manhwa world, staring too long into the abyss means the abyss might stare back. A collective gasp swept through the room. Hakuna exclaimed, Akana. How in the heavens did you acquire such an artifact? Lee Hoyle remained unfazed. What matters is what I am about to show you. Internally, however, even he was reeling. I only obtained this by walking through the valley of death and clawing my way back. Lee Hoyle activated the artifact. A brilliant crimson light erupted, projecting a hologram into the air. The onlookers watched terror creeping into their eyes. A vision of absolute hell materialized, a darkness infested with thousands of glowing demon eyes. This was Akana. Hakuna turned pale. The situation is far worse than I imagined. Tan Lim whispered, trembling. How did Lee Hoyle survive such a nightmare? Hakuna was paralyzed by the scope of the surveillance, thousands of eyes covering the entire battlefield. Lee Hoyle stood silent, his mind racing through the events that led to this moment. My suspicions are confirmed. After seeing the state of Akana, simply slaughtering the demons on the front lines won't fix anything. We need to cut off the head of the snake. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Duration expired. Cooldown 360 minutes. The artifact powered down. Lee Hoyle crossed his arms, his expression grim. The demons are only feigning a retreat. In reality, they are marshaling their forces for a civil war, a battle for the Demon King's throne. The chaotic imagery of the infernal war played vividly in Lee Hoyle's memory. Seize that hunter's body. I don't care who he is. His eyes hardened as he recalled the demonic voice echoing in his skull. I grant you the honor of participating in the succession war. He visualized the 7 archdemons marching upon Akana. They have rooted themselves deep within the continent. The army we see is merely the tip of the iceberg. Marcelo gasped, connecting the dots. So the black demons are tied to the Seamad family's curse. Lee Hoyle's eyes flashed with a cold, predatory light. They are silently amassing power, devouring our world from the inside out. We cannot allow this to continue. His mind drifted to the monsters that destroyed Asan. They were still out there. Even if I am the last demon hunter standing, I will hunt them to the ends of the earth. Suddenly, a voice broke his trance. Lee Hoyle, I have waited a lifetime for this moment. Hakuna's eyes burned with resolve. Did I not swear an oath? I will stand by your side until every last demon is purged from existence. Lee Hoyle realized then, Asan was not alone in this fight. Hakuna immediately stepped forward. Please allow me to deploy our forces. Tan Lim joined in, desperate. And give us the chance to atone for the sins of our past. Marcelo clenched his fist. The demons are enemies of the magic tower as well. We mages will no longer sit idly by, in the shadows. Finally, he thought, I have allies I can actually trust. Lee Hoyle looked at their determined faces, a rare emotion stirring in his chest. Even those who turned their backs on Asan during the Great Holy War are now with me. Confidence radiated from him. Akana has the mechanical towers of Gerbo and Yurun. His strategic mind began to spin. And even commoners taking up arms. I cannot ignore this shift in power balance. For the first time, he felt a sense of security. But this war was no longer confined just to the continent of Akana. The scene shifts to the castle exterior, beneath a deceptively blue sky. Suddenly, the blare of trumpets shattered the peace. What is happening? A global quest appeared. The holy war against the demons is not over. There are no rewards, no legendary treasures waiting at the finish line. Only your will matters, someone muttered. That's insane, but the system was relentless. Prove your resolve. Lee Hoyle stood atop the ramparts, looking down at the world. So the system quest has finally manifested in reality. A holy war against the demon race. His eyes burned with anticipation. Finally, a fair fight. He raised his voice to the heavens. The war is not over. Prove your worth to the world. The notification flashed ominously in the sky. The holy war has not ended. Whether in Akana or on Earth, no rewards await, only the strength of your spirit. Prove you are worthy of the land you stand upon. The holy war is now in progress.